A man's heavy breathing sounded in her ears, warm breath lingering on her neck, making her feel itchy and numb. Su Yunwan suddenly opened her eyes and looked into a pair of calm, deep eyes.
Bang!
The man was kicked off the bed. He quickly steadied himself but accidentally knocked over a nearby wooden stool. Su Yunwan quickly looked around. The bed was covered with a quilt, and red double happiness characters were pasted on the paper window, creating a romantic atmosphere. This is the wedding night. What's your intention? Qin Jani stood straight, his voice low and dangerous. Su Yunwan looked at him when she heard his words. The groom was dressed in red, broad-shouldered with a narrow waist, well-groomed eyebrows, phoenix-shaped eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. He exuded a commanding presence. His appearance, figure, and aura perfectly matched her aesthetic standards. "I'm a little nervous," Su Yunwan said with an innocent look. But in her heart, she thought, could it be that heaven, feeling sorry for her having survived the apocalypse alone for decades, specially gifted her a husband? If so, she would gratefully accept him. Qin Jani's dark eyes looked dangerous, like a leopard staring intently at its prey. The woman in front of him was as beautiful as a rare gem, graceful and charming, stunning both the city and the country. Her eyes shimmered with innocence, like a little rabbit, as if her earlier action was unintentional. A flash of light crossed his eyes. He stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed, speaking more softly. "Don't be afraid." Su Yunwan's face was flushed. She reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve. In this moment, no man could resist, let alone a legitimate groom. Outside the window, a gentle breeze blew, and the red candle flickered, casting various shapes of shadows. Qin Jani, having just experienced love, did not know what satisfaction was. They were entangled all night, tossing until dawn before finally stopping. Exhausted, Su Yunwan tilted her head and sank into darkness. When she woke up again, blinding sunlight shone through the window, and it was already midday. As her memory returned, she realized she was alone in a large room. Suddenly, her relaxed mind was pierced by a sharp pain, and long-buried memories flooded back. It turned out she was the daughter of a minister of rights in the Great Zhou dynasty, betrothed by the emperor to a foreign prince, Qin Jani. Qin Jani was the northern general of the court, who led his troops to defeat the invading Beatty tribes last year, signing a 10-year ceasefire treaty. However, such a hero was betrayed by the new emperor, who, seeking to regain military power, used the marriage as a trap, summoning him back to the capital. On the second day of their wedding, she was captured by the Wei Guard and falsely accused of treason. She was sentenced to heavy punishment, and her entire family was exiled. The path of exile is extremely dangerous, with a loss of half the people. She is also in life-threatening danger on the way. At that time, a rare celestial event called the Seven Stars constellation appeared. When she woke up again, she had lost her memory and had traveled to the late stage of a different world's apocalypse. In other words, the officials are about to raid her home. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated. She found a simple, plain dress to wear and used her space teleportation ability to rush to the palace. As the last surviving human in the apocalypse, with dual abilities of wood and space, she has been wandering alone for decades. Now, returning to her homeland, she feels a sense of belonging, like a leaf returning to its root. In this life, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If they do offend me, I will repay 100 times. The emperor is coming to raid the royal residence, so she plans to raid the palace instead, to see whose loss is greater. Using her space teleportation and invisibility abilities, along with her communication with plants and exploration skills, she quickly entered the palace. The emperor's private treasury, also called the Inner Treasury, is managed by the Grand Storage Department and has 5 warehouses. The most important is the Silver Treasury, along with granaries, clothing stores, porcelain warehouses, and tea stores. Expenses for the inner court, sacrifices, and the emperor's rewards are all handled by the Inner Treasury. The Outer Treasury, or State Treasury, is used for military pay, disaster relief, infrastructure, and river management. Her main goal on this trip is the inner treasury. Soon, she appeared in the silver treasury, sweeping away all the valuables like gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and cultural relics. Then, she followed the same method to loot the remaining 4 warehouses. Over generations, the wealth accumulated by emperors in their private treasuries exceeds that of the state treasury. And now, all of it belongs to her. Since she came to raid the palace, just the private treasury is not enough. Next target, Shang Medicine Department. Her body is her foundation for revolution. If she is sick, she needs treatment. If she needs medicine, she must gather it. So she started collecting medical books, prescriptions, herbs, medicinal packs, and tools. Another target, Shang Clothing Bureau. Leather and fabrics are not enough. She doesn't want to do embroidery. Whether it's yellow robes, windbreakers, or court attire, all clothing, hats, shoes, and socks should be taken first. Another target, Shang Food Department. Coming from the apocalypse, she knows that in special times, money cannot buy food. She can stimulate plants, but who would dislike having more food? Soon, her space was filled with rice, flour, grains, oils, fresh vegetables, meat, poultry, eggs, and dairy products. Final target, the private treasury of the Empress and concubines. Since the Dog Emperor likes to play collective punishment, she won't spare the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. All valuable items like gold, silver, jade, jewelry, and precious stones are looted. After leaving the palace, she limped and headed toward the Prime Minister's residence. This time, the trouble at Qin Wang's residence was caused by the treacherous scheme of the Dog Emperor and the Prime Minister working together to trap her. Now that Qin Jani is her husband, she naturally cannot let the Prime Minister's family go unpunished. The Prime Minister's wealth is extraordinary, rivaling the imperial treasury. Besides gold, silver, antiques, jade, paintings, and calligraphy, he also hoards a large warehouse of grain, all of which Su Yunwan straightforwardly confiscates. Back in the palace bedroom, several maidservants still waited outside. Su Yunwan took the opportunity, before the soldiers arrived, to seize almost all the storage rooms belonging to the main ladies of the house. She left some behind to avoid giving the Dog Emperor an excuse to accuse her of hiding treasures and disobeying orders. Even without direct evidence, the Dog Emperor might still use the situation to justify executing her immediately. Compared to the gains from the palace, this is just leftovers to be given to the dog. When she reached her private storeroom, looking at the wedding dowries stored there, Su Yunwan thought of her family. Her biological mother died of illness when she was young, and her father remarried shortly after. She grew up neglected by her biological father and coldly treated by her stepmother. Now, after marriage, the dowries they prepared looked beautiful but mostly consisted of flashy, useless items. Having endured the hardships of the apocalypse, she had long since seen through human coldness and warmth. Since her biological father had completely abandoned her, from now on, she would go her own way. Bridges and roads would be separate, and she would live her life as a stranger at the ends of the earth. Back in the bedroom, Su Yunwan sat in front of the dressing mirror, gazing at her unchanged, stunning face through several lifetimes, and smiled faintly. "Come here." Several maidservants who had been waiting outside entered one after another, carrying toiletries and bowing respectfully. "Princess, good fortune. Stand up." After washing up with the help of her maid Mingyan, Su Yunwan dismissed everyone except the chief maid Hupa and Mingyan. "Prince has not returned for a long time. I suppose something has happened. Hupa, go immediately and inform the steward to withdraw the staff. Mingyan, also go and disperse the dowry attendants and leave the palace quickly." Hupa and Mingyan's faces turned pale. "Princess, what could happen? Don't ask more. Hurry up." Su Yunwan handed them several contracts and 300 taels of silver. Knowing this was a serious matter, they tearfully bid farewell. "Princess, miss. Take care." After they left, Su Yunwan ate some tea cakes and snacks for breakfast. After a busy morning, her stomach started to rumble loudly. An incense stick later, sounds of clashing metal armor and orderly footsteps came from the front yard. Su Yunwan brushed off the powder from her hands and arrived. Everyone, stay where you are. Do not move. Countless black-armored Yue guards rushed into the inner courtyard, guarding each gate. Some servants huddled under eaves or beside flower beds, trembling. Others ran around like headless flies, trying to escape. Su Yunwan found a bright red brocade cloak and draped it over her shoulders before walking out of the sleeping hall. Are you the queen's consort? A group of Yue guards stepped forward confidently and asked sternly. Yes, I am. Hurry and gather in the front hall. Su Yunwan walked through many courtyards and corridors, taking about 15 minutes to reach the main hall of the prince's residence. By then, many people had already gathered inside. The deputy commander of the Yue guards leaned against the main seat, holding a cup of green-glazed tea in his left hand and tapping the lid with his right hand. The Yue guards, responsible for supervising officials, could bypass the 3 departments and arrest, interrogate, and judge officials at will. Those caught by the guards would face severe punishment, often losing their lives or suffering heavy penalties. May I ask Lord Xie, what is your intention? Qin Ji's younger brother, Qin Junxian, asked with restrained anger, cupping his hands. Xie Chao took a sip of tea, set down his cup, and said, I am here on official orders. Has everyone from the royal family arrived? Reporting to the Lord, Grandmother Qin and some women are not here yet. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from outside. I am here. Grandmother Qin, surrounded by many women, entered the hall. Lord Xie, I am the old lady of the Qin family, a 3-generation noble. Our ancestral hall still enshrines the imperial decree and iron tokens. How dare you act so presumptuously? Xie Chao slightly curled his lips, seeing that everyone was gathered, and took out a yellow scroll from his robes. The imperial decree has arrived. The family of the Qin prince, kneel and listen to the imperial order. Everyone in the Qin household knelt down together. By the emperor's command, the decree reads, Qin Ji is suspected of treason and conspiracy with enemies. He is to be dismissed from his post and investigated. The Qin family's estate is to be confiscated, and all relatives are to be taken to the court for sentencing. So decreed. Grandmother Qin cried out in distress, My grandson is loyal to the country and the people. How could he commit treason? Other relatives also cried and protested. Qin Junxian could no longer hold back his anger, shouting fiercely, Who is framing my brother? I will take his life. How dare you? Xie Chao, knowing clearly who the real culprit was, tightened his grip and sternly shouted, Stop resisting and accept the decree. Do you want to defy the emperor? Grandmother Qin, breathing heavily and trembling, raised her hands. I accept the decree. Xie Chao snorted coldly, handed over the imperial order, then shouted, Bring the shackles. Guards outside the hall entered with shackles, placing them on each man's neck. The heavy shackles, weighing around 50 pounds, pressed down on them, causing cold sweat and making them stagger to their feet. Xie Chao then said to the officer beside him, Zhang officer, lead your team to collect all the gold and silver jewelry on everyone. The others should split up and search the rooms to record everything. Yes. Zhang officer responded and left to give the orders. The Yue guards pushed open the main door and rushed inside. Zhang officer, with about 10 men, began collecting valuables and jewelry. Suddenly, a woman's scream and plea came from outside the hall. Su Yunwan looked toward the sound and saw Zhang officer, who had received the order, sneering as he held a beautiful maid and was touching her inappropriately. I suspect you're hiding silver and money. Naturally, I must search carefully. Ha. He laughed loudly, showing no regard for the daytime law, acting badly. Stop. The old lady was furious and tried to go out to stop him but was trembling and unable to move properly. Qin Junxian also rushed out but was blocked by the guards inside the hall. Su Yunwan quickly grabbed a nearby blue and white porcelain gourd bottle and strode out, smashing it hard against the man's back. Zhang officer cried out in pain and loosened his grip. The vase shattered on the ground. The maid, freed from his hold, scrambled and crawled to the crowd of servants, hiding among them and hugging her fellow maids. The women of the mansion were trembling with fear. They hadn't expected such cowardly behavior from these men. Did they think Qin's family could clear their name easily? The Qin family has not been fully judged yet. Are you trying to act as the judge in place of the emperor? Su Yunwan asked coldly. The man, used to hearing such accusations, was not afraid. Instead, he looked lecherous and commented, You do look quite pretty, but those thorns are too sharp. How dare you disrespect the princess? Several guards immediately stepped forward, shielding Su Yunwan firmly behind them. Princess? Qin Jani is truly lucky. Even at death's door, he still manages to hold a beauty. What a pity, his life is almost over. The guards, furious, drew their swords and prepared to fight to the death. Other Yue guards also drew their weapons, forming a tense standoff, ready to fight. Su Yunwan stared at Jiang officer as if he were a dead man. If he dared to be reckless again, she would send him to meet his end. Master Xie, don't be too cruel. Qin Junxian in the main hall gritted his teeth in anger. Xie Chao knew most of the mansion guards were retired soldiers. Fighting to the death wasn't worth it, so he glanced at Jiang officer and coldly said, What are you hesitating for? Have you finished your work? Then he warned everyone, Hand over your belongings voluntarily, or don't blame us for searching you by force. All the Yue guards immediately sheathed their weapons and continued collecting items. The women of the mansion, no longer daring to hesitate, took off all their jewelry and headpieces, placing them along with their purses into a copper tray held by the guards. Half an hour later, the black-clad guards carried several wooden boxes back to the front yard. Sir, this is all we found. One guard presented a list. Xie Chao opened the boxes to check, his face growing darker. Finally, he slammed the lid shut with a bang. In such a grand mansion, this is all you could find? Yes, sir. We searched multiple times, but these are all the items we found. Xie Chao knew most of Qin family's wealth was in the northwest, but he didn't believe the mansion was so poor. It's even less than what a minor official would have. He ordered Jiang Captain take some men and search again. Check for hidden compartments and secret rooms. Jiang Captain bowed and responded, then led about 10 guards rushing into the inner courtyard. Everyone split up and looked around. After his subordinates dispersed, Jiang Captain looked around and was attracted by a flash of light near the fake mountain. His suspicion grew, and he cautiously moved closer to investigate. He didn't believe the mansion only had this much wealth. He was sure it had been moved to some hidden corner. The cave inside the fake mountain was a perfect hiding spot. He first circled the outside, but saw no one lurking. Then he bent down and entered the cave. As soon as he stepped inside, faint sounds of rustling came from within. Jiang Captain's eyes sharpened. He looked around but saw nothing unusual. A strong sense of danger hit him. He hurried to retreat toward the cave entrance. Suddenly, the rocks at the entrance cracked and fell, blocking the way out. In the darkness, Jiang Captain broke out in cold sweat, feeling like he was about to die. He used all his strength to dodge the falling stones overhead, but was tripped by a rock on the ground, leading to his doom. Ah! His piercing cry of pain echoed as the fake mountain collapsed, resonating across the sky. In the front hall of the mansion, Xie Chao was pressing for the hiding place of the treasure. Do you know that hiding treasure and resisting imperial orders is a serious crime? Don't risk your life over a small amount of money. Sir, most of the Qin family's wealth has already been used to fund the war effort. There's hardly anything left. Are you trying to frame us? Qin Junxian asked angrily and sadly. At that moment, screams came from the backyard. Xie Chao's heart tightened, and he ordered his men, Go see what's happening. The guards rushed to the backyard. Soon, someone reported back, Sir, a fake mountain collapsed, and Jiang Captain is buried inside. Xie Chao's icy eyes shot sharply at the men of the mansion. He gritted his teeth and asked, Did you do this? That's not true. Sir, how could we make the fake mountain collapse? Watching the people from the prince's mansion repeatedly protest their innocence, Xie Chao ordered someone to them to the scene of the incident. When they arrived, they saw the entire fake mountain had collapsed, with stones scattered everywhere. A large group of Black Guard soldiers was digging and rescuing people. Su Yunwan took the opportunity to send her special energy underground to destroy the traces of the strange plants causing trouble. With everyone's effort, Officer Jiang was rescued. He was covered in blood, weak, and a large bloodstain spread across his lower body. Even if he survived, he would be a. This was a clear act of revenge. However, no matter how Xie Chao searched for clues, he found no signs of human involvement. He couldn't blame the prince's secret guards. Such a strange scene made all the Black Guard soldiers feel very uneasy. Xie Chao turned and ordered everyone from the prince's mansion immediately be taken to the court of the imperial censor for detention and questioning. Soon, the men were shackled and locked up, while the women held ropes, slowly walking out of the mansion under the eye of Black Guard soldiers. The gate of the prince's mansion was split in half, and the Qin family, once noble and powerful, was now imprisoned. The court of the imperial censor, dungeon. The air was foul, and the ground damp. The only light came from a small high window, making the place dark and gloomy. The prisoners inside, upon hearing the noise, crowded near the bars, shouting and protesting loudly. Su Yunwan and other women from the prince's mansion were kept together, while the men were in the cell opposite, having their shackles removed.
Ugh.
A suppressed sob came from the women, spreading gradually, filling the prison with mournful crying. Su Yunwan sat quietly in the corner, alone, with a calm face. Once, she had been imprisoned in the same cell and was exiled 3 days later. On the way, she saw the raw nature of human desire. Even without her memory, she accepted the chaos of greed in the end times. The only light on that dark exile journey came from Qin Jani. He was badly injured, unable to care for himself, but still tried his best to look after her. Now Qin Jani was trapped in the prison, and she could save him, but she didn't want to take responsibility for the safety and future of the Qin family. He had to endure this himself. She thought he was her destined husband, but it turned out to be a connection from a past life. Forget it. She had already lived enough in solitude. This life, she would live differently. Su Yunwan, you plotted to harm the prince. A sudden accusation sounded from the women. Su Yunwan looked toward the voice and recognized her from her memory. Her name was Qin, the granddaughter of old Madame Qin. She had been orphaned since childhood and had joined the prince's mansion. Her admiration for Qin Jani was well known. It must have been you who brought forged evidence into the palace, causing my eldest cousin to suffer, Qin said confidently. The emperor issued a marriage decree, also appointing her as the princess. She had no choice but to become a concubine, but her eldest cousin said he only saw her as a sister and didn't want her at all. In her view, it was clearly because he was afraid of the emperor's orders and didn't want to take a concubine. She hated Su Yunwan and wanted to take advantage of her recent entry into the palace to spread false rumors, hoping to isolate her. The old madam didn't believe her easily. A girl who was willing to stand up for her maid wouldn't easily do something to trap someone. But Madame Pei, the mother of Qin Jani, immediately believed her, about 80 to 90%. Is it really you? Why would you do such a thing? Before Su Yunwan could speak, Qin interrupted. She just got married, and the palace had trouble right away. It must have been someone's scheme. Su Yunwan coldly asked, what proof do you have? They took it away, by the UA guards.
Ha!
Even if you just made up some evidence, it's better than empty accusations, she replied.
You.
Seeing that Qin couldn't come up with a good explanation, the old madam saw through her plan and stopped her. Enough, Don't jump to conclusions. She also wanted to strengthen her family ties by making her granddaughter-in-law into a daughter-in-law, but fate had other plans. This new daughter-in-law was also a victim. She had just married in and was already imprisoned. No one knew if her father could rescue her. In fact, Su Yunwan's father, Minister Su, was a key official in the court. When they recalled Qin Jani, The prime minister suggested a marriage alliance, and the emperor happily agreed, even deciding on the spot that the prime minister should choose a suitable daughter to marry. But each of the prime minister's daughters was a precious resource for political alliances. He didn't want to give them away easily, so he cleverly persuaded the emperor to allow the marriage for political benefits, and Minister Su's daughter was chosen. Seeing the political gain, Minister Su agreed without hesitation, and Su Yunwan became a sacrificial in this deal. After the Qin family's trouble, Minister Su could have easily brought his daughter home, but he preferred to cut ties. Using the excuse of marrying with the family, he let her be exiled with her husband, and Su Yunwan's path was forever blocked. After the old madam spoke, Qin Yi lowered her head and gave up. Next to her, Madame Pei saw that Su Yunwan showed no panic, as if she had expected everything. The seeds of doubt took root, but since she had no proof, she deliberately made things difficult. Su family, why didn't you come to pay respects and serve tea this morning? Su Yunwan glanced at her and said, "The prince ordered me to wait until he returns." But Madame Pei, who already disliked her eldest son, refused to accept this reason. "It's obvious you're lazy and neglectful." Su Yunwan smiled coldly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Pei immediately assumed the role of a mother-in-law and sternly warned, "You are now my son's wife. You must follow the rules, check in morning and evening. If there is a next time, just see how I deal with you." Su Yunwan chuckled softly. "May I ask, Madam, as a wife, isn't it most important to support your husband and teach your children? Have you done that?" "What?" Pei looked at her in disbelief. The other members of the Qin family also looked stunned. "You harshly treat the prince, and you're unfit to be a mother. What right do you have to scold me?" A private secret that was most shameful was suddenly exposed. Pei's face turned pale, and then pale again. "Where did you hear that rumor? If you want no one to know, don't do it." "Heaven sees everything," Su Yunwan said, looking out the window with a nostalgic expression. In her previous life, she discovered that her mother-in-law showed no mercy to her severely injured husband and instead blamed him for her own benefit. She then tricked her innocent younger sister Qin Rulin to find out that her husband had been like this since childhood. Suddenly, clapping sounds came from Lu Shi, the third wife. "Exactly right. Sister-in-law, do you really think no one knows about those secret punishments for Ngor?" Pei trembled and pointed at Lu Shi. "Third sister-in-law, I have treated you well normally. How can you slander me like this? Come on, if it weren't for our mother sitting in charge, our third house would have already been oppressed like the fourth house." Lu Shi had long coveted the family's authority. Even now that the palace was raided, she was still determined to hold on to it. If Pei stepped down and Su Yunwan disobeyed or challenged her, then it would be her turn to take control. Knowing her sister-in-law's intentions, Pei felt both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "All right, let your mother take this chance to rest." The old lady was already very unhappy with Mrs. Pei's harsh treatment of her eldest grandson and intentionally let her suffer humiliation until now before speaking. Su Yunwan's words and actions were too rebellious. If anyone else behaved like that, they would be quickly scolded by the very strict old lady. But she was the wife who loved her grandson, and she was targeting Mrs. Pei, whom she disliked. Instead of scolding, the old lady was happy to praise her. She then said to Qin Junxian and Qin Rulin, "Yunwan is now your eldest sister-in-law. You must get along well in the future. Do not blame your mother or disrespect your elder sister-in-law." "Yes." Qin Junxian and Qin Rulin answered with bowed heads, but they both secretly thought, "My eldest sister-in-law and mother are at odds. What should we do?" "Meal is ready." Before Qin Junxian and Qin Rulin could think of a solution, there was noise at the prison entrance. 2 guards carried baskets of steamed cornbread and delivered lunch to each cell. The prisoners in the front row, acting crazily, reached out and shouted for food. The guards impatiently said, "Stop shouting. Are you starving ghosts ready to be reborn?" As soon as the food was handed over, the prisoners eagerly stuffed it into their mouths. Those who moved slowly were even robbed of their share. This scene revealed the cruel reality of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. The Qin family members, who lived comfortably, were the opposite. When they received the dark, lumpy cornbread, they couldn't bring themselves to eat it. Some who were extremely hungry bit into it and immediately spat it out. What's this? Even dogs wouldn't eat this. It's so terrible. Is this really food for humans? Quick, go get some good dishes. Hearing this, the guard sneered. Sure. Give me silver, and I'll send someone to make better food for you. I don't have any on me, said the old lady. The guard spat and said, Bah. No silver and you still want good food? Think you're some high-ranking official? Su Yunwan looked at the cornbread in her hand. It was made from poor-quality sorghum flour with a lot of rice bran mixed in, making it hard to eat. She moved to a corner to avoid everyone, buried her head, and started eating. The food she ate had been secretly replaced with pastries from the kitchen. Perhaps because of the strict rules of this world, all her supplies from the end-of-the-world era had disappeared. But that was okay. With time, she could gather supplies again and have whatever she wanted. Mother, this can't go on. Lucia looked at the children crying from hunger and asked the old lady, her aunt and mother-in-law, for help. The old lady was the matriarch of the Wang family, known for her authority and decisive nature, the backbone of the household. However, the Qin family's roots were in the northwest and now they were in prison, so few people could seek help. The emperor will surely uncover the truth and clear our name. After the old lady finished speaking, she began to arrange for the main and third branches to seek help from friends and family outside. Her hope mainly rested on the eldest daughter-in-law, Pei, and the third daughter-in-law, Lu. Pei's family was a noble and prestigious clan, and Lu came from her own family background. Both families were influential, and if they could help, it would save her from much suffering. Grandmother, how can we send a message out? Qin Junxian asked, raising an important question. They had no money and no power, and the old lady was also in a difficult position. The fourth branch, which was not from the main line, was completely ignored by the old lady. Lin, the wife of the fourth son, felt uncomfortable, but fourth master Qin Ji remained calm. The eldest brother had sacrificed many years, and the second brother's entire household was at the northwest border. He didn't know any high officials or noblemen. The Yu family was small and humble. For now, they could only rely on their mother and third brother. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that soon he would have a chance to prove himself. Lu turned her eyes and suddenly came up with an idea. Mother, Yi is an outsider, not considered a family member of the Qin household. She can use this to escape and send messages. Sin Yi hurriedly said, I won't go, grandmother. I want to stay with you and share hardships with the Qin family. The kind old lady was not moved by her words. Instead, she looked more serious and advised, Yi, betraying your country is a serious crime. If you escape, you'll have a better chance of survival. I don't want any chance of survival, grandmother. Please don't send me away. I'm an orphan girl. How can I survive outside? Yi felt cold inside and stopped flattering herself, beginning to complain. The awakened lady suddenly said, Yi, your father has a sister. You can go to them for help. Lu clapped her hands and said, Yes, although we haven't been close. Now that things are serious, the Qin family can't protect you anymore. No. I have already cut ties with my aunt. How can I rashly seek refuge? Grandmother, I just want to serve you well. No matter how hard it is, I am not afraid. Yi secretly hated her two aunts, but pretended to be sincere and filial. The old lady remained unmoved and threw the question back to her. Then think of a way to contact the outside. Yi looked at her grandmother in confusion, tears slipping from her eyes. Su Yunwan watched the scene unfold again, feeling nothing. In the bustling capital city, with its beautiful flowers and wealth, the noble spirit of the Qin family was gradually eroded. What was usually seen as lively and prosperous revealed its dark side when trouble arose. Got it. Yi Tsin thought for a moment, then wiped away her tears and whispered to the old lady, Grandmother, if it weren't for implicating the entire family, and if the crime didn't extend to married women, we could find a way to handle this. The old lady paused, then suddenly looked at all her young granddaughters in the prison, her gaze making everyone feel uneasy. Finally, her eyes settled on Qin Ruishan, the eldest daughter of the fourth household, and she beckoned her over. Shan Shan, come here. Qin Ruishan's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated and walked slowly to the old lady, lowering her head. Grandmother. The old lady patted her head gently and said softly, there is a good chance now to save you. You must seize it. Grandmother, I want to stay with my parents, Qin Ruishan replied, knowing deep down that this was probably not a good thing, or she wouldn't be in this situation. The old lady said, foolish girl, when a man grows up, he marries. When a woman grows up, she marries. If you marry now, you can follow your husband's family and avoid trouble. But I haven't been engaged. How can I marry? Qin Ruishan's alarm bells rang. Among the guards, some were single or had not yet married into their families. If you marry into one of them, I don't want to. Qin Ruishan's face turned pale instantly. The old lady no longer argued with her and turned to the son of the household. Fourth son, now that the Wang family has been raided, the women are likely to be taken to the brothel. Can you bear to see that happen? But. The timid fourth master was too frightened to speak. Since Qin's family had not yet been convicted, there was still a slim chance. But if the lovely girl married off like this, she would suffer for the rest of her life. Qin Junxian felt heartache and begged, Grandmother, please allow me to think of another way. Even though the fourth household was a concubine branch, they were still blood relatives. How could they be treated so badly? The old lady scolded repeatedly. What can you do? This is a good thing. If it's a good thing, then order and respect should come first. I still have several older sisters, Qin Ruishan said back, unable to hold her tongue. Pei, the first to speak, felt her heart tighten and quickly tried to excuse herself. Yaij is not here. Lanlin's marriage must be approved by her older brother. Lucier added, Qian's husband has already been chosen. Shan, the Qin family raised you, so don't let everyone down. But third aunt, things are different now. The people you mentioned are no longer suitable. The Qin family raised me, but they also raised third sister. The eldest daughter of the third household, Qin Ruoqian, was furious. How dare you compare yourself to me? As fellow daughters of the Qin family, what's impossible? There is a clear distinction between the legitimate and the concubine's children. Do I need to explain? But I am also the legitimate daughter of the fourth branch. The old lady stopped the argument sharply. Enough. Say no more about these useless things. Anxiously trembling, Mrs. Lin knelt beside the old lady. Mother, my daughter-in-law only has Shan. Please don't choose her. However, the old lady's face remained firm and unwavering. Mrs. Lin could only raise her voice. Since ancient times, marriage decisions are made by parents. I do not agree. Next to her, Mrs. Lu spoke coldly. Sister-in-law, have you thought this through? Disobeying your mother-in-law is very disrespectful. If mother orders fourth brother to divorce you, what will you do? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin's face turned from red to white, and she nervously looked at her husband. But fourth master was also frightened and shook his head at her. Seeing her parents like this, Qin Ruishan felt hopeless and decided to give up. Divorcing is fine. My mother can go back to her family to avoid trouble. I should thank Aunt Third for this. Qin Ruishan, how can you speak to elders like that? Third master scolded sharply, then turned to pressure fourth master. Fourth brother, you've enjoyed a lot of wealth over the years. It's only fair that you contribute some, isn't it? Fourth master felt uncomfortable. Because he was a son of a concubine, did he have to burden his wife and daughter and push his precious daughter into danger? Qin Ruishan couldn't bear to stay silent anymore. If we're talking about wealth and comfort, isn't the one enjoying the most your eldest uncle? Eldest and second uncle have been guarding the borders all year. My father is busy with official duties. Only you spend your days eating, drinking, and having fun, doing nothing. Rebel. Third master raised his fist and struck fourth master hard in the face. Seeing their father beaten, Qin Junyu, his son, was furious and rushed at third master. Qin Junxian hurriedly separated the two, and the brothers from the third house swarmed in, making the scene chaotic. "Stop! Stop!" the old lady shouted several times, and only then did the fight stop. Fourth Master and his son were beaten to their faces and noses swollen. Qin Junyu even spat out blood. In the eyes of the third house's family, the father and son of the concubine's branch were considered half-servants. Dare to attack the master? They seemed to have lost all hope of survival. They fought back fiercely and mercilessly.
Ah!
Qin Ruishan was deeply shocked. She slapped Mrs. Liu hard, then grabbed her hair, pinched, twisted, and pulled. Mrs. Liu screamed in pain. The women of the third house quickly stepped forward. Seeing the chaos erupt again, Su Yunwan stepped in, pulling Qin Ruishan away and pushing her towards the third lady. "Watch her." Then she turned around and knocked down the women from the third house one by one. Everyone calmed down. Su Yunwan's fierce aura frightened the remaining women of the third household, who dared not step forward and instead went to help the person on the ground. "Su family, what is your problem?" Peisher couldn't stand her arrogant attitude and scolded her again. Su Yunwan naturally wouldn't tolerate this. She coldly mocked, as the head of the inner courtyard of the prince's residence, "If you don't intervene in the fight, that's fine. Do you think I am meddling too much? I'm doing this for your own good. How can you, alone, compete with the many women of the third household?" The matriarch was furious. In the prince's residence in the capital, the third household was powerful and numerous, and even she dared not offend them easily. Now that something had happened, they needed the third household to help and contribute. How could she stand on the side of the illegitimate fourth household? No matter how many people the third household has, they must obey the orders of the head of the family, the prince. As the prince's legitimate wife, who dares to harm me? Su Yunwan said sharply, glancing at the third household members. They all had darkened faces, both men and women, but dared not speak out. Su Yunwan looked again at the stubborn Qin Ruishan, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. In her previous life, Qin Ruishan did not resist strongly. After being persuaded by others, she followed an old jailer and was said to have married his grandson. After that, she was never seen again. The road to exile was filled with bones. Su Yunwan didn't know whether Qin Ruishan had suffered more during exile, or if it was better for her to marry and leave the Qin family. What she didn't know was that Qin Ruishan's change was directly influenced by her. The scene where Su Yunwan smashed a vase at the arrogant Wui guard planted the seed of resistance in Qin Ruishan's heart. Now, faced with manipulation, that seed had taken root and sprouted. However, everything comes at a cost. "Qin Ruishan, Qin Junyu, kneel down for me." With the old lady's stern reprimand, Qin Ruishan fell to her knees with a thud, and Qin Junyu also knelt straight, clutching his chest. Recalling the strict family rules, the two broke out in cold sweat but stubbornly held their heads high, without regret. The old lady, with authority, asked, "Tell me yourselves, when elders are attacked, according to family rules, how should it be dealt with?" Before they could answer, their mother, Lin Shi, knelt a few steps to the old lady's feet and begged tearfully, "Mother, if there is punishment, punish the daughter-in-law. It's the daughter-in-law's fault for not raising the children properly. No, it's the son's fault. Please, mother, forgive them. The son is at your mercy." The fourth master also knelt and begged. "Grandmother, the fourth brother has suffered serious internal injuries. If punished again, it could be fatal." Qin Juxian deliberately exaggerated Qin Junyu's injuries, hoping the grandmother would plead for mercy. The old lady looked at her grandson, seeing sweat beads the size of beans on Qin Junyu's forehead, rolling down his face, with his fists clenched tightly on his thighs, clearly in great pain. She suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Yunwan and asked softly, "Yunwan, what do you think?" Su Yunwan, having experienced the end of the world, no longer cared about the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. The so-called brotherly friendship and respect, the third master hasn't achieved the former, so it's no wonder the fourth master is upset. In my opinion, these two siblings haven't done anything wrong. In fact, their filial piety is admirable. How can you say that? Madame Lu looked angry and pointed at her swollen cheek. Don't you see what I look like? Is this still not enough proof of fault? Su Yunwan sneered. That was because your husband and son bullied others first. If you insist on holding on to it, the first person to be held responsible should be the third master. Teaching my younger brother a lesson is my duty. The third master was so angry his face turned red, almost stomping his feet. But your actions have turned into private revenge, not to mention your sons who also overstepped their bounds. Su Yunwan looked at him with a mocking expression. When there are no tigers in the mountain, monkeys claim to be king. Now that the prince's brothers have returned to the capital, you still don't know how to behave. Do you really think you're the mountain king? Enough. All of you say less. The old lady knew deep down that the third family couple was unwilling to be subordinate to the main family, but the rules were clear. The eldest was to be established first, and the legitimate heir was to be passed down, not the common children. The main family had many members, including the second family and others. The third family had no chance to become the head. Seeing Su Yunwan, who was straightforward and fearless, speak her mind freely, she quickly called a halt. If strict rules and punishments were to be enforced, the grandchildren of the third family wouldn't escape either. The old lady tried to smooth things over, saying, now that the whole family is in trouble, and considering that your fourth family has suffered a heavy and lost their composure, let this go for now. No more repeats. The members of the fourth family thanked her and stood up, grateful to have narrowly escaped disaster. They cast appreciative looks towards Su Yunwan. However, Su Yunwan knew the matter was not over. She continued, with the news of the prince's household being raided and imprisoned spreading so widely, people outside must have already heard. If those relatives are willing, they will come to help. If we act rashly, we will only attract trouble from above. The old lady thought her words made sense, but secretly she still hoped to improve her prison life by marrying her granddaughter to the guards, at least to get better food. Su Yunwan saw through her thoughts and warned, if you are falsely accused of treason and rebellion, it could involve your entire clan. Which guard dares to risk his life to marry a Qin family woman? The old lady had to give up her plans. When others heard about the possibility of implicating 9 generations of their family, they immediately lost their desire for internal conflict, fearing for their own lives. In the afternoon, several prisoners were interrogated, their screams echoing in the prison for a long time. When the prisoners were dragged back, they were all covered in blood and barely alive. The Qin family members broke out in cold sweat, afraid that they would be the next to face interrogation and meet the same fate as others. Until nightfall, the questioning stopped. The dim candlelight in the prison corridor made the place look even more eerie and frightening. Dinner was spoiled rice balls mixed with chaff, and the other prisoners still fought to eat, but the Qin family found it even harder to swallow. Qin Junxian, who had military training experience, was the first to act. He took a bite, chewed carefully, and swallowed reluctantly, then urged everyone, you should eat a little too. Staying alive is the most important. Seeing this, the others pinched their noses and ate, their stomachs churning with acid, but they forced it down. Some of the third family tried to take a bite but immediately started to in pain. Others, seeing this, would rather go hungry than risk eating more. Because of the rotten smell, Su Yunwan decided not to eat at first, waiting until everyone was asleep at night to have a late snack. Suddenly, Qin Rulin screamed and backed away, looking terrified. Ah, there's a mouse. A large mouse appeared from somewhere, quickly crawling toward the rice bowl on the ground, whiskers trembling as it ate. They seemed used to living among humans, much braver than ordinary mice, and were not scared away by the screams. Su Yunwan saw this and strode over, kicking the mouse away. With a loud thud, the mouse hit the bars hard, then fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before going still. Is it dead? Qin Rulin shrank back behind Su Yunwan, peering out cautiously. Su Yunwan tapped her shoe on the ground and wiped her hands.
It's dead.
Big sister-in-law, you're so amazing. Qin Rulin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Su Yunwan responded with a faint smile. This incident made everyone in the Qin family feel deeply respectful and no longer dared to provoke her easily. Xin Yi felt a shiver down her spine, silently warning herself not to confront her directly. When the guards came to collect the dishes, they saw that the Qin family still had quite a bit of rice left and deliberately scolded, "You have rice now, but wait until the interrogation room.
See how you handle it then."
We haven't done anything wrong, so why are we being interrogated?" Qin Jani, the eldest son of the third family, asked sternly. The guard spat and said, "Guilt or innocence isn't decided by you. Even if you're innocent, everyone in jail has to go through some punishment. No one can escape." Qin Jani cursed non-stop, but the guard opened his cell and gave him several harsh whips. "I want to see the court official," the third old master suddenly shouted. He had been humiliated by Su Yanwan at noon and had developed a grudge. After witnessing the brutal punishment in the afternoon, his desire to see the official grew stronger. Instead of suffering and being forced to confess, he thought it might be better to take responsibility and escape the danger. The prison guard sneered, "Lord Tingwei is not someone you can see whenever you want." "I have important matters to report," the third master said proudly. But the guard didn't listen and told him to stay put. The third master immediately lowered his attitude and tried to persuade him, "If you just help me deliver the message, you'll earn great credit." The guard hesitated and thought for a moment before replying, "Wait and see." After the guard left, Qin Jani had a bad feeling. "Third uncle, what do you want to tell Lord Tingwei?" The third master kept his lips sealed and said nothing. "Old third, you can't do something foolish." The old lady, knowing her son well, held onto the railing and urged him loudly. Xin Yi also threatened sternly, "Third uncle, if you try to smear our eldest cousin, it will be a betrayal of the Qin family, and according to our family rules, you could face the harshest punishment." "Harsher punishment?" "Ha!" The third master, having given up his caution, said openly, "Yaij has brought trouble to the whole family. He doesn't deserve to be the head. If I were him, I would have already apologized by now." Without their father and older brother, the third house wouldn't have a comfortable life. Seeing the third master planning to harm the eldest brother, Qin Jani immediately threw a punch, forgetting he was the elder in the family. The 5 sons of the third house rushed forward and fought with Qin Jani. Qin Jani was skilled in martial arts, but he couldn't bring himself to strike hard. Outnumbered, he gradually fell behind. Seeing this, Qin Ruoshan told his father to be careful and dodged to help. With his support, the situation quickly turned around. Qin Jani and his brother fought the third house's brothers so fiercely they were beaten badly. The prison guard reported to his superiors and then hurried back to stop the fight alone. "Stop. No private fighting in the prison." Qin Jani, eyes red with anger, kicked a few more times before stopping. The guard lightly scolded him and then pointed at the third master. "You come with us. Third brother, don't forget your ancestors and your family." The old lady, seeing her son stubbornly refuse to stop, was so angry she trembled and collapsed to the ground. The third master, hearing the urgent calls behind him, quickly turned around to look, but the guard grabbed his arm. "Sir is waiting. Hurry up." The third master could only grimace and, without looking back, left. The old lady watched her son's figure disappear around the corner, closed her eyes, and fainted completely. Qin Ruoshan saw the faint sarcasm on Su Yanwan's face, and her heart pounded faster. With the power of the eldest sister-in-law, she must have a way to stop uncle from speaking. But she watched coldly as he tried, wondering, is she sure uncle will come back empty-handed? Thinking of this, she quickly walked to the railing and said firmly, "Father, brother, if anyone questions you, you must bite your tongue and never admit to anything under torture. Big brother was framed, and we must not harm him." Even though she knew her father and older brother's characters, Qin Ruoshan still worried they couldn't withstand harsh interrogation. The father and sons from the fourth household nodded naturally and kept mentally preparing themselves. They didn't know that Qin Jani had single-handedly saved the entire family's lives. The emperor and the prime minister had already forged letters of collusion, so there was no need for them to add details. If anyone dares to harm my older brother, I will take their life. Qin Jani glared fiercely, staring angrily at the brothers from the third household. None of them dared to meet his gaze. They could only silently pray that their father would succeed in rescuing the third household. Half an hour later, the third old master, sweaty but unharmed, was brought back. The jailer asked with a half-smile, "Is there anyone else who wants to report the situation? Step forward together." The third old master signaled to his sons, but all 5 sons, 3 legitimate and 2 illegitimate, avoided his gaze. They were scared of Qin Jani's beating and intimidated by his killing intent, so they dared not cause trouble anymore. Most importantly, they had little contact with Qin Jani and couldn't easily frame him. That night, the Qin family's third household completely broke apart. The next morning, the tired old lady woke up crying, "It's all my fault. All my fault." The eldest lady softly comforted her, but inside she sneered, "It's not just your fault." Decades ago, when the northern tribes invaded the border, Qin Jani's grandfather was ordered to go to war. The generals went to battle, and the family stayed in the capital. As family members, the old lady had to stay in the city. She couldn't bear for her young son to leave with his father to fight, so she stayed in the city to keep him company. Since then, the third old master had never left the city. The spoiled third old master was no different from other idle officials' children, lacking any martial spirit. This was also why, 10 years ago, when the old lady saw Pei's mistreating her eldest grandson, she proposed to raise Qin Jani herself, but old Lord Wang strongly opposed. That day, the hungry Qin family members no longer complained about the bad food and finished their prison meals. The third old master, who had reported successfully, was given special treatment, receiving a few extra home-cooked meals. He shared all of them with the old lady, hoping to gain her forgiveness. If the main household narrowly escaped disaster, as long as the old lady sided with him, he wouldn't fear retaliation from the main household. At first, the old lady was angry and refused to accept, but eventually, her natural hunger overpowered her. She ate while scolding, and in the end, the third master and his wife convinced her to calm down by claiming they wanted to preserve the bloodline of the Qin family. Everyone in the main and fourth houses was stunned, but Suyunwan was not surprised at all. It was only because the old lady's endless indulgence that the third master dared to take the risk of betrayal. On the third night in prison, the tense atmosphere in the Qin family was broken when Qin Jani returned. At that moment, everyone had just finished dinner. The jailer led a few guards and eunuchs, carrying a stretcher into the cell. In the dim light, Qin Jani on the stretcher was dressed in dark clothes, with no visible injuries, but his face was extremely pale. Sweat constantly dripped from his forehead, his lips cracked and bleeding, showing he was in great pain. Despite this, the fierce and cold aura from the battlefield was still faintly visible. His dark eyes, even hiding pain, were icy and intimidating, like a frozen lake that commanded respect without anger. Big brother, Qin Junxian, who had sharp eyesight, was the first to see Qin Jani and cried out in grief. The old lady was crying tears of sorrow. Qin Ruolin was crying uncontrollably, and Xin Yi was also crying desperately, wishing she could trade places with him. As the mother, the matriarch looked sad, but was not overly anxious.
Suyunjan clenched her fists tightly.
Even though she was mentally prepared, her heart burned with anger. Just as she was about to think of destroying the emperor, she received a warning from the universe. Do not let personal desires cause harm to the people. She remembered that the emperor had eliminated all brothers with inheritance rights to prevent usurpation. If he died, the entire Dajo country would fall into endless civil war. At this moment, read out the imperial decree. The Qin family was sentenced to exile, second only to death. Because they had a noble title, they were spared from banishment and forced labor, but were downgraded to commoners and exiled 3,000 miles away to Yuzhou, where their descendants could not serve in the army or take the imperial exams. Seeing the person turn to leave, the third master hurriedly asked, "What about me? What about me?" The sharply replied, "As a member of the Qin family, do you still need to ask?"
No.
That's not what was said before. The third master and his sons all panicked, desperately seeking an explanation. They spat and said, "Bah."
Trash.
After the jailer and others left, he turned and lightly said, "The emperor personally issued the decree. We have no choice. We've been feeding and caring for you these past days, and that's been our kindness and duty." The members of the third house cursed loudly, but the jailer's expression darkened. "Are you dissatisfied with the imperial decree?" Once this was said, the shouting and cursing suddenly stopped. They looked like ducks with their necks squeezed, their faces turning red with anger. Qin Jani frowned deeply, allowing his younger brother to send internal energy to help ease the near-breaking pain. He was subjected to the most torturous punishment, soul-ending nails. 5 nails pierced into his spine, destroying his martial skills, tearing into his bones and flesh, making life worse than death. Even more cruelly, the nails had special devices that only allowed entry, not removal. Trying to pull them out would cause permanent paralysis. Now he was a broken man, lying on a sickbed every day, constantly suffering pain. Any slight movement would trigger unbearable agony, leaving him unable to seek life or death. After the punishment, he was unconscious for about an hour before waking up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he faced a third master's testimony. Third master accused him of stationing troops arrogantly, withholding military funds, delaying military actions, and so on, fabricating stories with great detail. Qin Jani's gaze shifted from the people of the third household to the women across, who looked at him with tearful eyes, finally settling on his newlywed wife. Unlike the other women, who looked thin and exhausted, she stood proudly, her expression cold. The days in prison hadn't left many scars on her. If she hadn't married him, she would still be a noble daughter living a luxurious life. Now, she could only share his fate. Suyunwan took off her cloak. "Prince, the prison is cold. Cover yourself with this blanket." "No need," Qin Jani weakly refused. But Suyunwan urged Qin Junyu to continue, tossing the cloak over him. The warm cloak wrapped around him like sunlight, melting the icy coldness in Qin Juni's heart. "Brother, I'll ask someone to get a doctor," Qin Junxian said, fighting back tears. Qin Jani shook his head slightly. "The imperial doctor has already examined me." "Then I'll send some water." Qin Junxian quickly took off his brocade outer robe and called the jailer. "Master, this robe is worth some silver. Please send some nourishing food and water." The jailer weighed it briefly, took the clothes, and left. Soon, the jailer returned with a bowl of plain rice porridge and a bowl of clear water. Qin Juni struggled to lift himself, half reclining on his brother, his brows tightly furrowed. Pain made his vision darken, and after taking only a few bites, he couldn't swallow anymore. The unbearable pain pushed him to the verge of vomiting, but he used great willpower to hold it back. His weak body made him feel dizzy, and whenever he was about to fall into darkness, he would recall the moment of punishment. The sound of iron hammers hitting nails, the intense pain that made him wish he could die. The next day, at dawn, the jailer unlocked the iron lock of Qin family cell. "Everyone wake up, get ready, and gather outside." Su Yunwan strode to the opposite cell and took Qin Juni's hand. Qin Juni's hand was cold as ice. Clearly, Qin Junxian had been inputting internal energy every hour, but it hadn't helped much. Su Yunwan immediately used her wood element ability to heal his wounds and ease his pain. Tired from a sleepless night and overwhelmed by pain, Qin Juni felt a warm flow pass from her hand, slowly spreading through his body. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and he sank into darkness. Qin Junxian and Qin Junyu carried a stretcher outside, with Su Yunwan walking beside them, her hands never letting go. In the courtyard of the Court of the Grand Justice, a large crowd had gathered, all about to be exiled. Besides the Qin family, there were also the Imperial Forest Army General Chu Xiao's family and some disheveled prisoners, totaling about 200 people. The autumn wind was cold and bleak, with sparse trees and grass. Many people whispered sadly, feeling anxious and hopeless about what was to come. The officers in charge had about 70 or 80 men, with 5 horses and 5 wagons prepared. After counting the people, a guard shouted, "Line up and get your official stamp." Getting the official stamp, also called branding, was a punishment under the laws of the Great Zhou. It involved carving a large character on the prisoner's forehead as a mark of their punishment. This was done to prevent escape and to shame the prisoners, hurting their dignity. In one corner of the square, a table was set up. 2 scribes held knives and carved a large prisoner character into the prisoners' foreheads, then stained it with black ink, making it permanent. The fear and pain from the bleeding wounds caused the prisoners to struggle, but the guards held them tightly. The screams of pain echoed continuously. The Qin family, being demoted to commoners, were not considered prisoners, so they avoided wearing prison clothes, branding, or shackles. They sat or stood nearby, cold and trembling with fear. Su Yunwan sat beside the stretcher, adjusting Qin Jani's blanket with one hand. Qin Jani, injured and weak from losing his martial skills, was too weak to wake up, despite the comforting power of her ability. Sin Yi thought Qin Jani was pretending to sleep, so she moved closer, pretending to look pitiful. "Big cousin, I'm scared." Qin Jani showed no reaction. "If you're afraid, don't follow the Qin family into exile. This is your last chance," Su Yunwan said expressionlessly. Sin Yi saw that her eyes were calm and emotionless, without sadness or happiness, but still felt she was deliberately pushing her away. She raised her head and said, "I will not leave the Qin family." The old lady took all this in and began to think. After all the prisoners' faces were covered, the men put on heavy iron shackles weighing 40 or 50 pounds, and the women were chained with wooden cuffs. The 5 of them formed 2 rows. "It's getting late. We will travel 50 miles today. Let's set off immediately." Leader Jiang Wei mounted his tall horse, raised his sword, and gave the order. As the heavy gates opened on both sides, the exile team moved slowly toward the outskirts of the city. When they passed through the busy market, it was already bright. Many townspeople stopped to watch. They whispered to each other or commented, and some even picked up stones from the roadside to throw at the prisoners, cursing corrupt officials who deserved exile. Some prisoners couldn't dodge in time and were hit on the head with stones, blood flowing freely. When the crowd saw that the last of the Qin family members still wore their prison clothes and were unbound, they quieted down after hearing they were from the Qin palace. They hadn't forgotten that 6 years ago, the old marquis sacrificed himself, and the Northern D army advanced into the city. It was Qin Jani who took command at the funeral, and after many bloody battles, he finally drove the enemy out and signed a favorable ceasefire treaty. Suddenly, a small bag flew from the second floor. Su Yunwan reached out and caught it, then bowed to a girl at the window to thank her. The girl shyly smiled. With her lead, others also started throwing things. More than just money bags, there were also rice, flour, vegetables, and meat, making Su Yunwan laugh and cry at the same time. The people from the main and fourth houses were overwhelmed, feeling both grateful and complicated. Once they had rewarded others, now they were receiving kindness and pity. Su Yunwan narrowly caught a large cabbage about to fall on Qin Jani's head and took a deep breath. The crowd's enthusiasm was too much. She couldn't bear it anymore. As they approached the city gate, Qin Jani, who had woken up unexpectedly, struggled to sit up despite the pain. He bowed to the silent crowd, sending him off, and said, "Thank you all for your farewell. I am grateful and cannot repay you. I wish you all smooth journeys, safety, and happiness." Su Yunwan, supporting him, also bent slightly in a simple, sincere gesture of kindness she hadn't seen in a long time. "Prince, take care of your health. Prince, live well. Prince, safe travels." The townspeople shouted passionately, some wiping away tears secretly. After leaving the city gate, Madame Pei began demanding money. "Su Shi, hand over all your money to me." Su Yunwan didn't want to let her have it easily, so she replied, "This is for the prince's use." Madame Pei glanced at her sleeping eldest son and said, "What can he use money for? If I really take it, I will ask for more from the court." Who manages the expenses in the front yard? The back house shouldn't be involved. You're overstepping your bounds, Su Yunwan said, looking at her hand. You dare to ask me for money? You're not afraid of losing your hand? Madam Pei, you're overstepping. The old lady scolded sharply and ordered, everyone, hand over the money you just found. Su Yunwan will keep it, and Yaij will decide what to do. At that time, women had low social status, and men were the head of the family. Men managed all the money, and women had no say. Rich families sometimes let the back house handle some affairs for convenience, but the head of the family still held the highest authority. Madame Pei didn't expect that she wouldn't get the money and would have to give it away instead. She felt very upset. Seeing others obediently hand over their money to her eldest son, she had to take out a small, worn purse and throw it over. The people of the third household looked jealous. They had just walked ahead and wanted to pick up some coins, but guards blocked their way. They didn't even get a leaf of vegetable and were whipped several times for lingering. They kept telling themselves, poor people only have a few copper coins. It's not much. But they still felt very angry. Hurry up and go. Don't stay. After more than an hour walking out of the city, the pace visibly slowed. The guards waved their whips, constantly urging everyone forward. When they reached a high ground, many prisoners looked back at the capital, tears in their eyes. Most exiles ended up buried in foreign lands. Will they ever return home? Horseman Zhong Weiyang shouted loudly, the 10-mile pavilion is just ahead. Hearing the word pavilion, exhausted people gained new energy. More than half an hour later, the group finally arrived at the farewell spot outside the capital, the long pavilion. There were already a few people waiting to see them off, hugging and crying with the prisoners. Others looked on anxiously, their hearts full of worry. Even the Qin family was the same. Mother, will Uncle and the others come to see us off? Qin Rulin asked uncertainly. Madame Pei insisted. Of course, they'll be here soon. In the past, she used her position as a housekeeper to send many benefits to her family. Now that her family was in trouble, she was sure they would come to see her off. But Su Yunwan knew that until the group set off, Madame Pei's family wouldn't show up. Uncle Zhuang, we're here. Qin Ruishan saw a person emerging from a donkey cart and happily waved her hand, shouting loudly. The people from the 4 houses quickly went to greet her. Housekeeper Zhuang handed over 200 taels of silver to the 4th master and said, the master is still out of town, and the lady is seriously ill in bed, so she can't come to see you off personally. This is the best she can do. Please don't think it's too little. The 4th master hurriedly replied, no. We are grateful and can't thank you enough. Mrs. Lin asked about her mother's condition and learned that her already weak mother, upon hearing about the Qin family's troubles, became even more ill and bedridden. She cried, feeling she was unfilial, and worried her mother. After some comforting, the housekeeper reminded them, the lady asked you to give the old madam 100 taels of silver and keep the remaining 100 taels for yourselves. I don't want to give the money to Grandma, Qin Ruishan said with a tense face. She hadn't forgotten how her grandmother had pressured her in prison. Mrs. Lin quickly advised, Shan, I know you've been wronged, but our family only has 4 people. If we lose protection, the 3rd house might bully us even more. Not just the 3rd house, outsiders might also take advantage of us. Your father and brother can't always protect you, and your mother, the 4th master added. Qin Jani then said, why not give it directly to my elder brother? He's the head of the family and the only one who truly respects us in the Qin family. Then give it to the elder brother, or even to the elder sister-in-law, Qin Ruishan agreed. She still remembered that Su Yunwan had saved her from danger. After she finished speaking, everyone agreed, without objection. The housekeeper, curious, asked how Su Yunwan was as a person. Qin Ruishan looked at her sister-in-law sitting beside her elder brother and smiled. She's quite a remarkable woman. Meanwhile, the old madam was eagerly waiting for her 2 married daughters to come see her off. Both had sons, so she thought they wouldn't be mistreated by their in-laws. However, she underestimated human nature's tendency to seek advantage and avoid harm. Her 2 daughters were kept confined in their husbands' homes, and even if it was perhaps the last time they saw her, They weren't allowed to say goodbye. Instead, her sister's family came to visit, her second nephew, who was also Lu's second brother. He brought 500 taels of silver for the third house and gave the old madam 300 taels for expenses. This money made the old madam and the third house unhappy, feeling it was like sending off poor relatives. Lu's wife directly criticized, "Second brother, couldn't you at least prepare some food, water, and clothes? What can this little silver do?" "That's rude," the old madam scolded, but she accepted her words. Uncle Lu looked embarrassed. "The emperor still watches over the Qin family. I risk going against the rules to see you off, so I couldn't carry any packages. If anyone asks about the money later, just say you hid it during the family purge. Don't reveal me." The Lu family had 2 generations of close ties with the Qin family. They knew the Qin family's strength and believed it could rise again at any time. So, the Lu family, under pressure, sent him to see you off. The 300 silver coins he gave to the old lady also secretly meant he was asking her to look after Qin Jani. But he didn't expect that after receiving the money, Lu turned to the main wife and mocked her, "Sister-in-law, why hasn't your family arrived yet? Do they think you're just someone they threw out?" Already anxious and upset, Pei fainted from anger. "What are you proud of? As a member of the Qin family, you should hand over the money to the authorities." Her husband had already betrayed Qin Jani, so Lu refused to give the money. She boasted, "If you want to use the money I have, that's fine. As long as Brother Yi is forgiven, I will take charge of the family." Even now, she couldn't let go of her obsession with controlling the Qin family. "You're dreaming." Pei refused to allow Lu to take control, even if she had nothing. Uncle Lu felt a pang in his heart. He pulled his son-in-law aside and quietly asked what was needed for forgiveness. The third master explained everything he had done and was angry about the verdict. "Stupid." Uncle Lu was so angry he almost fainted. He no longer cared about avoiding trouble. He strode up to Qin Jani, blushing with shame. "Your Highness, my sister-in-law's husband was foolish. Please forgive him." Qin Jani tried to stand but was stopped by Su Yunwan. She turned to Uncle Lu and asked, "May I ask, Uncle Lu, if you were betrayed and stabbed by your own uncle, could you forgive him?"
That.
"The prince needs rest." "No need to see you off," Su Yunwan ordered directly. Uncle Lu understood that nothing more could be said. He took out a small purse and handed it over with both hands. "A small gift to show my sincerity. Please accept it, Your Highness." "Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. As for the money, I have gifts from the common people, which are enough," Qin Jani said politely, considering his grandmother. Uncle Lu had no choice but to take back the purse. "Take care, Your Highness." Second brother. Seeing her second brother so humble and refuse the money, Lu's face looked like she had been slapped. She was furious and called him back. Uncle Lu knew his sister's temper well. He didn't want to waste words and went straight to see the officials. Before the exile team set out, they bid farewell to the old lady and others, eager to return and tell the father about this change. Mrs. Lu was so annoyed she stomped her feet, and Qin suddenly asked, "Big sister-in-law, why haven't your family members come yet?" "They don't need to come, and it's none of your business," Su Yunwan replied calmly, looking at her. Qin pouted and said, "I'm just worried about you." "Thank you, but no need." Mrs. Pei scolded again, "Su family, what is this attitude? Yi is being kind. Don't be ungrateful."
Kind?
"Then why doesn't she ask why no one from your family has come?" Su Yunwan said. Ignoring Mrs. Pei's changing face, she continued, "Qin, you don't ask the lady of the house. Are you more concerned about me than her?" Qin was speechless. Sitting nearby, the old lady sighed, "Yi, come over and give Grandma a shoulder massage." "Okay." Yi hurriedly ran away. Mrs. Pei's face turned pale and red alternately. "Su family, come give me a shoulder massage too." Before Su Yunwan could speak, she sat down heavily on the grass, stretched out her right leg, and looked at Su Yunwan with an arrogant gaze.
Ha!
Su Yunwan looked up at the sky in frustration. Qin Jani said to his sister, "Lan Lan, go serve mother." Qin Rulan just agreed when Mrs. Pei sternly said, "What?" I can't even command your wife now. Mother, Yunwan needs to take care of the children. Please let Lanlan serve, Qin Jani replied, breaking his usual obedient attitude and defending himself. Mrs. Pei was surprised he dared to argue and pointed at his nose, scolding angrily. You rebellious son. You marry a wife and forget your mother. How did I raise such a thing? Honestly, Your Highness is the one who's been unlucky, having a mother like you. Su Yunwan interrupted, threatening. Do you want me to publicize your glorious deeds so everyone can see what you really are? The old lady didn't want Su Yunwan to damage the Qin family's reputation. Before Mrs. Pei could get angry, she sternly said, Mrs. Pei, I think you don't want to be peaceful for even a moment. From now on, stay here and serve me. Mother, Mrs. Pei complained sadly. What? Can't I even command you, daughter-in-law? The old lady repeated her own words. Mrs. Pei, who was afraid of the strong and weak, didn't have Su Yunwan's courage. She quickly lowered her head and said, Daughter-in-law dares not. Then come here quickly and give me a shoulder massage. Mrs. Pei felt sick inside but had no choice but to go and serve her mother-in-law. Su Yunwan watched as Madame Pei was criticized by the old lady for her behavior, and she secretly sighed. Truly, one thing attracts another. Qin Jani's mind was full of complex feelings. On the night of their wedding, he had already seen Su Yunwan's mysterious and free spirit, but he didn't expect her to know about his relationship with his mother and to be bold enough to defy her, risking the punishment of 7 punishments. It's getting late. Everyone, continue on your way. After the officials finished showing respect and saw no one else coming, they stood up and shouted. Suddenly, the crowd became lively, like boiling water, crying and saying goodbye reluctantly. This time, they feared they might never meet again in their lives. At this moment, a donkey cart rushed over and stopped dangerously close to the Qin family. Mingyan jumped out of the cart and saw Su Yunwan, immediately crying out, Miss, you've suffered so much. Su Yunwan walked over.
I'm fine.
You're still saying you're fine? Look at how thin you've become. Sob, sob. Su Yunwan looked down at herself, full of doubt. Miss, I can't bear to leave you. Mingyan, who was a family servant since childhood, had a special bond with Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan thought of the past, her heart softening. She took out a handkerchief for her to wipe her tears. Don't cry. I'll be fine. After Mingyan calmed down, she took a thick purse from her waist. Miss, all the money I and Hoopa have is here. There's also a letter Hoopa wrote to the prince. Please keep it. Su Yunwan took out 300 taels of silver notes and handed them to her. This is my dowry for you. Don't refuse. Mingyan refused to accept it no matter what, but Su Yunwan insisted and forcefully put it into her hand. A few steps away, Madame Pei felt her face burning and secretly cursed Mingyan for being foolish. She had been sold out and still remembered her former master. She also cursed Su Yunwan for not knowing the times, having money but not accepting it, being overly generous. Soon, the exile team gathered and set off. Su Yunwan was feeling down, and the others in the team also carried heavy sadness and frustration. The pace of the group slowed, and the women of the Qin family soon couldn't lift their legs. They usually didn't leave the main gate or the side gate, and when they traveled, they used carriages. Had they ever walked such a long distance before? They could only endure until they reached the rest pavilion, which was their limit. Every step after that felt like walking on a knife's edge, painfully sharp. The third household ahead, both men and women, were all pampered and spoiled. The youngest son of the third master accidentally fell to the ground, closed his eyes, and pretended to faint, hoping someone would carry him like Qin Jani. The people from the third household hurried to help him, but a guard pushed them away. He raised his whip and struck hard. Get up. If you don't, I'll beat you to death. The young boy was whipped and immediately jumped up, no longer daring to pretend to be dizzy. Stop hitting me. I'll go. The officer sneered. This whip is meant to cure dizziness. Anyone still dizzy, come over and get a few whacks and you'll be fine. The third son trembled and struggled to move his heavy legs, trying his best to walk forward. After walking a short distance, the third old master and Mrs. Lu couldn't go on anymore. They ordered their 2 younger sons to carry them. The 2 younger sons exchanged a hesitant look, leaving their mother behind to help her, and went to carry their father and the main wife. But after just a few steps, they both tripped and fell. Mrs. Lu fell to the ground, feeling sore all over, while the third old master was barely caught by his younger son. The couple scolded each other, but dared not ask them to carry them again. Their eyes looked toward the other 3 legitimate sons, who all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact. Mrs. Lu didn't want her own sons to suffer, and the third old master, seeing their weak state, gave up and continued walking. Meanwhile, Mrs. Pei had her own thoughts. She ordered in a commanding tone, "Fourth son, you carry mother. Su, you carry me." Su Yunwan, already in a bad mood, immediately asked, "Do you think that's possible? I am your mother-in-law. Serving me is your duty." Mrs. Pei kept trying to assert her authority. Su Yunwan responded smoothly, "Then why don't you carry Grandma?" "I can't carry her," Mrs. Pei replied. "I can't carry her either," Su Yunwan said. "You." Mrs. Pei couldn't argue with her and turned to her eldest son again, criticizing Yaij. "Look at the good wife you married." Qin Yaij weakly said, "Mother, Lon Lon is helping me walk." Mrs. Pei angrily said, "Lon Lon, you always push everything onto Lon Lon. Don't you know she's delicate? Do you still see her as your sister?" Qin Yaij insisted, "Yunwan needs to take care of the children, so I can't focus on my mother. Please understand." "You, Mrs. Pei, keep helping me walk." The old lady interrupted her, not allowing her to cause trouble. She was afraid to let the 4th son carry her, worried he might drop her like the younger son of the 3rd family earlier. She was old and fragile and couldn't afford a fall. Her legs and body aching, she bore most of her weight on Mrs. Pei, making her feel miserable. As they walked, Mrs. Pei's eyes suddenly lit up. When stepping on a sunken patch of ground, she twisted her ankle, and both of them fell to the ground.
Ouch.
The old lady clutched her waist and cried out in pain, unable to avoid falling. Mrs. Pei also twisted her ankle and gasped from the pain. She used a method that hurt her enemies more than herself to leave the old lady, supported by her daughter as she moved forward. Qin Jani fell asleep again under Su Yunwan's special ability. Su Yunwan had already discovered how dangerous the soul-destroying nail was. To remove it, she needed to use all her power and rest to recover. Currently, there were no conditions for exile, so she first focused on restoring her mental strength, allowing him to sleep and escape the pain and recover. After walking for a while, they saw a prisoner injured and unconscious on the ground. No matter how the guards whipped or scolded him, he remained confused and barely moved. People nearby were scared and quickly moved away. Not far off, a middle-aged prisoner with a scar on his eye couldn't stand it anymore and advised, "Guard, stop hitting him. If you hit him again, he might die." Other prisoners took the chance to shout, "Everyone is too tired to move. Let's rest for a bit. When will the meals be served? We're hungry and exhausted. We can't go on. Let us rest for a little while." Riding on his horse, Zhongwei looked at the position of the sun. Seeing that it was almost noon, he tightened the reins and gave an order. "Stop here to rest and prepare the meals." As soon as Zhongwei finished speaking, everyone hurried to find shade and sit down to rest. The food on the exile route was like that of ordinary people, only 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner, but each meal only had 1 small steamed bun. Because of such little intake and high expenditure, prisoners became weak and tired, making it hard for them to run far. Even so, the cost of food wasn't free. The authorities only lent it in advance. When prisoners reached their destination, they had to work to earn money to pay back. Of course, prisoners could also spend their own money to buy better food. Since the exile had just begun, many prisoners quickly took out dry food to satisfy their hunger. Those without dry food also used silver to buy more food. A small steamed bun was not only tasteless, but also couldn't fill the stomach. Because the Qin family's crimes were so serious, no one dared to send supplies. The third old master's eldest son, Qin Junqing, took a silver note to exchange for food from the guards. Qin Juncheng brought back about 20 meat buns, apparently not counting the main house and the fourth house. The third old master took a bun to the old lady, but after walking a few steps, he turned back and took another. After a moment, Qin Jani looked at the bun handed to him, expressionless, and asked, "What about the others?" "Brother E, I don't have much money, so I have to focus on the third house first," the third old master said awkwardly. "Then you don't need to give me any." Lord Qin E does not intend for the third master to support the entire family. He has decided to expel him from the Qin family and will no longer accept his belongings. The third master cannot bear his cold words and quietly restrains his anger, saying, "Brother E, I only did what I did to keep the family's bloodline alive." Qin E responds coldly, "These words can be discussed when we meet with the family elders and hold an official trial." The third master becomes angry and ashamed. "You caused trouble that could threaten the entire family, and now you dare to want an open trial? Uncle advises you to stop now, or you'll be responsible for the consequences." The old lady quickly scolds, "Third brother, what are you saying? Apologize to Brother E right now." "Mother, you heard him. He doesn't care about family ties at all. He wants to hold a court to judge me." The third master is both surprised and scared. The Qin family's laws are strict. His false accusations could cost him his life. Hearing this, Qin E sneers, "Family ties? Did you think about family when you took that step? Did you consider the consequences?" Qin E suddenly speaks up, "Big cousin, I warned third uncle in prison that he could be sentenced to death, but he ignored me and didn't care."
E.
The old lady angrily scolds, "What nonsense are you talking?
Stay out of this."
E shrinks back, but then steps beside Qin E, standing firm to support him. "Brother E, do you really want to kill me?" The third master's eyes widen in shock, his face full of disbelief. Qin E coldly replies, "Out of respect for Grandma, since you want to go your own way, you can ask to leave the family and change your surname. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to the official trial." The third master turns pale and takes a few steps back. This means being expelled from the family and losing his surname. He would become a rootless person, living under others' watch and ridicule, and when he dies, he cannot be buried in the family grave or recorded in the family genealogy. The old lady trembles with worry. "Brother E, just let the third house split off. If that's not possible, then even dividing the family is fine. How can they stand on their own after being expelled?" "Grandmother, I have read his confession. According to family rules, even if he survives, he will be imprisoned for life. I have already shown mercy," Qin E firmly states, unwilling to compromise on principles. The third master remembers his false accusations and slumps to the ground, realizing there is no room for negotiation. Members of the third house rush over to help him. Madame Lu threatens and persuades, "Brother E, this journey is long and difficult. With our third house's money and manpower, we can help you avoid much hardship. If we split off, the only one who will suffer is you." Qin Jani snorted coldly, not wanting to waste words with her. The others in the third household can decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. The people of the third household believed that staying in the Qin family would surely bring them the anger and revenge of the main household, so they all chose to follow the third master. This decision aligned with Qin Jani's wishes, and he quickly approved their choice. The old lady had already foreseen the worst outcome. When pleading was useless, she angrily punched the third master several times and cried out, "You unfilial son! How many times did I tell you then? Now look at the mess! Are you trying to make your mother die of anger?" The third master was filled with regret and tears, but since things had come to this, he could only say, "Mother, please don't be sad. Let me change my surname to yours. You and I will be together, and I will take care of you in your old age." Mrs. Lu agreed, saying, "Yes, mother, let your daughter-in-law serve you, and enjoy your old age peacefully." The old lady was Mrs. Lu's own aunt, and was the most favored among the four sisters-in-law, so she was deeply attached and willing to stay and care for her. The couple also shared a common idea. With their mother in the family, whatever benefits the Qin family gained, they would also share a part, and they could benefit from it too. Qin Jani immediately opposed. No way. Grandmother is the matriarch of the Qin family. We, her grandchildren, will respect her. We don't need outsiders to show us kindness.
Who do you call an outsider?
Mrs. Liu shouted angrily. Enough. If you want to keep the surname Liu, then do so. I won't be with you anymore. You can live your own lives from now on. Even though the traditional-minded old lady loved her third household very much, she could not abandon the Qin family and live with them. The third master and his wife had to give up their plans. From then on, Qin Zheng changed his name to Liu Zheng and started a new family. Su Yunwan had already known what would happen and remained calm inside. It wasn't until she saw an official officer that her heart was shaken. The disputes within the Qin family had come to an end. Two officials were walking toward her with steamed buns. Seeing one of them, a thin, handsome man, Su Yunwan was stunned, recalling her past experiences. Back then, during a forced exile, their convoy was attacked simultaneously by bandits and assassins, with blades flashing and blood flowing everywhere. The horses pulling the three Qin family carriages were struck by arrows, causing the carriages to run wild. She, seriously ill and lying in the carriage, was being chased by several assassins. It was this officer, surnamed Wu, who arrived just in time, risking everything to kill all the assassins. When the carriage was about to fall off a cliff, he quickly grabbed the reins. But, badly injured and nearly exhausted, he couldn't stop the carriage from plunging. Without hesitation, he jumped out with her, and they both fell into a deep abyss. Already gravely ill, she couldn't resist the dizziness and lost consciousness. Upon waking again, she found her memory blank and realized she had traveled to the end of the world scenario. Looking back, she thought it was strange that two people who were not related and had no connection would risk their safety to save her. This was rare and unusual. Thinking this, Su Yunwan looked at Qin Jani and immediately met his deep, cold gaze. Even though she was momentarily distracted, Qin Jani sensed it clearly. He followed her gaze and saw the familiar face of the man called the Jade-Faced Gentleman. Their eyes only met for a second before looking away, but his wife seemed captivated, staring intently at Xiaowu. This made Qin Jani's face grow darker. Su Yunwan saw the officer put down the steamed bread and turned to leave. She didn't care about Qin Jani's mood and quickly called out, "Wait a moment. I want to borrow an iron pot to make some hot food." Seeing that the buns brought back by the third household were cold, Su Yunwan planned to cook some warm porridge for Qin Jani. Now they had some rice, flour, meat, and vegetables, but they lacked kitchen tools and utensils. Wu Xiaohan, expressionless, looked at Jiang Xiaolu, who was traveling with them. He was Zhong Wei's nephew and could make decisions directly. 17-year-old Jiang Xiaolu playfully held up, mimicking counting money. "As long as I have this, everything can be negotiated." Su Yunwan smiled lightly at this. "I'll go see what else I can exchange." Jiang Xiaolu was dazzled by her beauty and shyly blushed, his ears turning red. "Yunwan, rest well. Let second brother go exchange it." Qin Jani saw Jiang Xiaolu's expression and, though not suspicious, spoke gently to Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan responded with a smile and nodded. Qin Jani felt a bit embarrassed. He had no money. He took out a bulging money bag and handed it to her. "There's limited time for rest. I only want to prepare meals for the prince." Hearing this, Qin Jani's heart softened, and he added, "Exchange for 2 more buns for grandmother and mother." Most of the money given by common folk was copper coins, not much in total. He needed to keep the money to buy a draft animal cart. Otherwise, grandmother wouldn't make it to Yuzhou on this journey. As for the pocket money the maid gave to Su Yunwan, Qin Jani never considered using it for household expenses, nor did he think about the money given by Lu's family for grandmother. Pei Shi immediately opposed this, saying, "Those steamed buns contain bran and are not edible. Your younger brother and sister also need buns. Buy a few more." She suddenly turned to the couple from the 4th household and said, "Hand over the pocket money, and I will arrange everything." The 4th young master immediately took out 100 taels of silver, but did not give it to her. Instead, he handed it to Qin Jani and said, Brother E, this is for you. Qin Jani thanked him politely, ignored his mother's stern face, and put the money into his pocket. He then asked his younger brother to exchange food for everyone, keeping the steamed buns and cornbread as snacks on the road. Qin Jani agreed and left with 2 officers. Mrs. Pei watched them arrange everything and felt increasingly powerless as the head of the household. Her chest rose and fell heavily. She said, Brother E, from now on, you should let Mom handle all these matters of food and lodging. You just focus on recovering. Qin Jani knew his mother's nature well. If she took charge, the 4 households would be treated unfairly. So he said, Mother, my younger brother will handle exchanging supplies with the officers. If you need anything, just tell him directly. The old lady was worried that money might be taken by Su Yunwan, so she asked, How much money does our family have in total? Qin Jani looked at Su Yunwan. She straightforwardly took out all the money bags given to the common people and counted the amount. As Qin Jani expected, the bags seemed full but mostly contained copper coins. After counting, they found the total was only about 20-something taels of silver, far less than Mrs. Pei had expected. She suddenly looked at Su Yunwan and asked, Su, how much money did your maid give as a gift? Why don't you ask how much my grandmother has?
Su Yunwan is needed.
Seeing the quarrel between mother and daughter-in-law, Qin Jani interrupted. Mother, how much money can a maid have? The old lady, watching silently, thought to herself, maybe more than you think. A few days ago, when they searched the house, Su Yunwan's maid was not present. She must have taken money and her contract to escape. As the daughter of a high official, Su Yunwan probably had a lot of hidden money. Now that everything was returned, she might be the person with the most money in the Qin family. Thinking of this, the old lady made a decision. Brother E, since Yunwan is married in, I think she should take charge of the household supplies. Mother, the eldest wife exclaimed, is there something my daughter-in-law did wrong? The old lady replied, No, you did very well. But now that Brother E is married, the authority should be handed over to his wife. Except for Mrs. Pei, everyone else was happy with this decision. However, Su Yunwan was not willing. She said, Grandmother, I need to take care of the prince. I don't have time for other things. The old lady looked kindly and said, You don't need to do everything yourself. Just tell them what to do. Su Yunwan was too lazy to deal with all this and refused. Grandmother, I really can't manage it. Grandmother, there isn't much to do on the exile journey. Let my younger brother handle things inside and outside. Lord Qin Jani saw that his wife was unwilling to take charge of the household. He felt a sudden heavy weight in his heart, but still politely declined her offer. Just then, Qin Junxian returned with some exchanged goods, including steamed buns, a water bag, pork fat, and salt, along with borrowed tools like an iron pot, kitchen knife, and chopping board. Officials enjoyed trading with others because they could make several times the profit, which was why they risked traveling through mountains and waters to do this work. Earning extra money was easy. As long as they completed a smooth run, they could earn enough for several years. This was a rare way to make money. The hungry old lady stopped talking and let everyone share the buns. She watched Su Yunwan, who was cooking with Qin Junxian, and silently nodded. As long as Su Yunwan could take good care of Lord E, she would not insist further. Su Yunwan didn't know the old lady's thoughts, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She looked at the ingredients she had and decided to make a vegetable and lean meat porridge. During cooking, she quietly used her wood element supernatural power to remove all impurities from the porridge, leaving only nutritious essence. When the porridge was ready, its tempting aroma filled the air and spread with the wind, making many people salivate. Even the Qin family members who had just finished their buns were tempted. Peisha looked at the 2 bowls of porridge in the pot and said, Xiangur, try half a bowl for Mom. Qin Junxian looked hesitant, but Su Yunwan said directly, I already said, only the prince can have it. If you want to eat, make it yourself. Igur, what do you say? Peisha looked sternly at Qin Jani. Qin Jani glanced at Su Yunwan and replied expressionlessly, Mother, this is Yunwan's cooking. I have no right to decide. Peisha was furious and was about to argue, but was scolded by the old lady instead. Su Yunwan smiled appreciatively at Qin Jani. As a native of the previous world, she knew well that filial piety was the most important virtue now. Qin Jani's behavior was rare and admirable, and she remembered how her own feelings had once been stirred by such sincerity. She sat beside Qin Jani, holding her bowl and gently stirring the soup with a spoon. The steam from the porridge blurred her face, adding a touch of everyday warmth. Qin Jani watched his wife make the soup for him with love, feeling a soft tenderness rise in his heart. Cindy looked at Qin Jani and, ignoring her leg pain, picked up a leftover bun and approached him gently. "Big cousin, porridge can make you hungry easily. You should have a bun too," she said softly. "Thank you, but no need," Qin Jani refused immediately. "Then I'll help you up to drink the porridge," Cindy offered, about to help him. Qin Jani quickly raised his hand to stop her, his tone turning cold. "Men and women should not be close. Please respect yourself." In an instant, Cindy's eyes filled with tears. She turned back to the old lady, feeling wronged, and lowered her head to shed tears. The old lady sighed, patted Cindy's hand, and said nothing. She had once thought about having Yi serve alongside Su Yunwan as a wife, especially since her eldest grandson was bedridden and needed close care from multiple people. But Cindy was her granddaughter, whom she had watched grow up. She couldn't allow her to become a concubine, even if it was her own eldest grandson. Moreover, her grandson had no romantic feelings for Yi. Forcing a relationship wouldn't be sweet. Yi felt frustrated inside. She had loved Qin Jani for many years and was willing to be his concubine. But her grandmother looked down on concubinage, and she didn't know how to persuade her. Su Yunwan was unaffected by Yi's feelings. Once the porridge was at the right temperature, she fed Qin Jani spoon by spoon. Qin Jani drank a whole bowl eagerly, and the rest naturally went into Su Yunwan's mouth. After eating and drinking enough, Su Yunwan cleaned the dishes and went to wash them at a nearby creek, but was stopped by the old lady. "Just take care of brother Yi.
Shan, you go wash."
"Yes." Qin Ruishan obediently stood up, trying to take the bowl and chopsticks from Su Yunwan. But Su Yunwan avoided her. "Let's go together." At the creek, Qin Ruishan told Su Yunwan to wait, then lifted her skirt and squatted by the water to wash the dishes. "Big sister-in-law, thank you for what you did before." Su Yunwan knew she was talking about her time in prison, so she said, "It's because you are strong and resilient. It's nothing." "No, if it weren't for you, we would have been beaten harshly by the third house or severely punished by our grandmother. We wouldn't be safe." Qin Ruishan finished and bit her lip. Su Yunwan looked at the young girl, who had just come of age. "Have you thought about splitting from the family?" "Splitting?" Qin Ruishan looked at her in surprise.
Su Yunwan nodded.
"Yes, if you split from the family, your grandmother wouldn't be able to control you anymore." Qin Ruishan shook her head with a bitter smile. "Not to mention, if our parents were alive, we wouldn't split. Even if we did, our grandmother would still order us around." Su Yunwan thought for a moment. It was true. She had been too naive. Meanwhile, because the Qin family was the only one using a pot for cooking, the officials were very curious and even bet on whether the Qin family members knew how to cook. When the officials, pretending to patrol, discovered that Su Yunwan not only cooked porridge skillfully, but also that the porridge smelled wonderful, they went back and told their colleagues, "It's that newlywed princess who's cooking. No wonder she's from the noble family of the Ministry of Rights." Even in such humble circumstances, she still maintains her manners and grace, and she even takes the time to cook herself. There are no longer any princesses. The Qin family has already lost their titles and become commoners. She was really unlucky, just one day as a princess, and now she's being exiled. Such a beautiful woman, what a pity. Zhongwei listened to his subordinates loudly discussing Su Yunwan, but did not stop them. He admired Qin Jani and suspected he was wrongfully accused. However, before departure, someone with a stern face was brought in by his superiors, hinting that he should act quickly. Zhongwei obediently agreed, and sweat suddenly broke out on his back. A few days ago, he had helped an acquaintance arrange for someone to join the team. Now, with another person added by his superior, Zhong Wei immediately sensed something was wrong. When he tried to find the acquaintance, they had already left the capital. Seeing Wu Xiaohan, who was very respectful to him, Zhong Wei decided to tell him about the person his superiors had sent, and he kept a close watch on Wu Xiaohan's face, not missing any subtle expression. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiaohan showed no signs of suspicion and humbly asked about the details to avoid offending anyone. Only then did Zhong Wei relax, deciding not to exclude Wu Xiaohan from the team. Now, he couldn't openly show his stance to avoid causing trouble for his family. Glancing at Wu Xiaohan out of the corner of his eye, Zhong Wei thought. Wu Xiaohan was eating a bun and listening to the officials, but he didn't respond aloud. Instead, he behaved like a normal person, showing no signs of anger or frustration. After finishing their meal, the team set out again. The group, having just eaten, regained some strength, but the pain from their torn feet remained. The old lady was almost carried by the fourth master and Tsinyi, and she didn't last long. She no longer cared if the fourth master was deliberately stumbling. She ordered him to carry her on his back. Qin Jani felt sorry for his father and called out, "Dad, you carry the stretcher, I'll carry Grandma." Together, they lifted the stretcher, which was easier than carrying a person directly. The fourth master didn't refuse. He was also afraid of accidentally dropping his wife if he hurt her. He couldn't explain himself. The old lady felt more at ease with Qin Jani carrying her. He was young and strong, and he wouldn't secretly retaliate, making it safer. Next to them, Mrs. Pei had an idea and said, "Brother Xian, you carry Mom, and let Su Shi carry the stretcher." Before Su Yunwan could respond, Qin Junxian blushed and said, "Mom, it's good enough that my sister-in-law can walk on her own. How can she carry Big Brother? I think she looks lively. How will I know if I don't try?" Mrs. Pei insisted. Qin Junxian worriedly said, "But what if Big Brother falls? The consequences would be terrible. Mrs. Pei, if you really drop Brother E, can you bear the responsibility? Just walk your own path." The old lady scolded. "Mother, I really can't walk anymore." Pei Shi covered her face and shed a few tears. Qin Jani, who was lightly sleeping, had already woken up. He opened his eyes with determination and said, "No need to carry me. I can walk by myself." After speaking, he struggled to get up. Su Yunwan quickly held him back, saying, "Don't move. I'll carry you." In the past, Qin Jani faced the same difficulty. Back then, he struggled to stand and walk. That night, his body, exhausted from the effort, was hit with a severe fever, almost costing him his life. Now, Su Yunwan still had strength, so she wouldn't let history repeat itself. "I'll help carry him," Qin Ruishan said through gritted teeth. Qin Rulin quickly added, "Me too." Old Master Qin was worried that with too many people, the stretcher might fall and hurt Qin Jani, so he said, "I'll carry Brother E on my back. You all carry the empty stretcher." Father Qin said, "No, I'll carry Big Brother, and you go carry Grandma." Old Madam Qin saw that after going in circles, she was about to have the fourth son carry her again. She immediately lost patience and said, "Pei Shi, where is your face? How dare you let Brother E, who is seriously injured, take care of the healthy and uninjured fourth daughter?" Before Pei Shi could reply, the old lady continued, "Listen up, everyone. Brother E is not only the eldest son but also the head of the Qin family. No one can bypass him, including me and Pei Shi. If anyone objects, they can leave the family." "Yes." All the Qin family members bowed and obeyed. Pei Shi watched helplessly as her second son was assigned by the old lady to carry the stretcher. She was angry but couldn't speak out. Qin Jani said to the old lady, "Grandmother, I can walk. Grandmother knows, but your recovery is more important now. These matters are arranged by your grandmother. Don't worry about them," the old lady said kindly, wiping the cold sweat from Qin Jani's forehead. Qin Jani had no choice but to accept. Similar scenes played out in the Liu and Chu families. Liu Zheng and his wife, unable to ignore their injuries, once again had a common son carry them. This time, they learned their lesson and had their legitimate children stand nearby to protect them, ordering the common sons not to cheat or they would face family discipline. The two common sons dared not cheat again, but they were exhausted and could no longer carry the load after walking a short distance. However, Lu Shi and her husband scolded them harshly, insisting they continue, which caused them to fall heavily to the ground after just a few steps. Seeing that the Lu couple was uninjured and protected, they became furious and began to beat and kick the fallen sons. Their own mother knelt on the ground, crying and begging for her son's forgiveness. With the nearby officials shouting and whipping, chaos erupted entirely. As for the Chu family, it was a different scene altogether. The men in their family wore heavy shackles, while the women had their handcuffs removed but could only support each other as they walked. Because they moved slowly, they were often whipped and driven by officials. At the head of the family's command, all the men moved to the side to protect the women from harsh punishment. One cruel officer, unable to hit the women, began beating the men fiercely. The men clenched their fists tightly. Even though they could easily overpower the officer with one hand, they could only hold back in silence. The officer who was beating them never expected that he would pay a painful price for his actions. "Hurry up. If we don't reach the station, we'll have to stay in the wild, and we don't care if a tiger eats us." Even though the exiled people dragged their bleeding, torn feet and were exhausted, the officials kept urging them on. When they heard about the tiger, everyone pushed forward with all their strength, finally arriving at the official station at dusk. The officials stayed in the guest rooms, but the prisoners were only kept in a small, old mud house in the backyard. These mud houses were meant for overnight stays for those being escorted, not much different from a jail cell. Lu Zheng shouted that he was not a prisoner and refused to stay in the mud house. His family members also protested. They had endured enough prison life and didn't want to be locked up again. Zhongwei had already been told by Qin Junxian that the third branch of the Qin family had been expelled from the family and had no more ties to them. Without hesitation, he ordered the officials to use force to suppress the family members. The Lu family members not only suffered but also received several lashes and hurried into the mud house to escape. The Qin family originally wanted to stay in the guest rooms, even in the large communal beds, but seeing the setback of the former third branch, they dared not ask again and obediently entered the mud house. Su Yunwan sat on a straw mat beside the stretcher, wiped away her light sweat, and opened her water pouch to drink. Her body was weak from lack of exercise, very delicate, and her waist and legs ached painfully. She relied solely on her strong mental strength to support herself. At this moment, Cini, who had endured for a long time, suddenly asked, "Big sister-in-law, you single-handedly stopped all the women of the third branch in prison. Do you know martial arts?" As soon as she finished speaking, the others, who were checking their leg injuries, looked at Su Yunwan. They finally noticed that after walking all day, Su Yunwan looked much better than the other women. Su Yunwan didn't want to hide it, just a move or two. "Where did you learn that?" Sun Yi asked eagerly. Su Yunwan coldly glanced at her and chose to ignore her. Sun Yi pretended not to hear her, feeling secretly pleased, and continued to press her questions. "Your father is famous for valuing culture over martial arts. Why would he let you practice fighting skills?" She intentionally wanted everyone to doubt Su Yunwan's background, almost revealing her as a spy. These three questions made the Qin family members' faces change color. Even Qin Jani's expression darkened. He looked sharply at Cini and said, "Sin cousin, please don't make wild guesses about Yunwan." "Big cousin, I only care about you." "Enough," Qin Jani interrupted the innocent-looking Cini with a stern tone. "I knew about Yunwan's martial skills the night we got engaged." He vividly remembered their wedding night. At first, he had some doubts, but no matter who she was, since she was sent to be with him, she would be his wife from now on.
Exactly.
"Sister-in-law has been caring for Big Brother, but you accused her of being a spy. I think you're up to no good." Qin Ruishan immediately agreed. Sister-in-law's skills had never been hidden intentionally. They just didn't think much of their predicament, so it didn't raise suspicion. Qin Ruolin clearly understood where Cini's hostility came from and softly advised, Big Brother is already married. You should let go of this idea." Qin Yi didn't expect that not only would her actions fail to discredit Su Yunwan, but that she would become the target of everyone's blame. Frustrated and angry, her face turned red. I was just worried about Big Brother's safety. You refused to listen to her explanation and instead blame me? Everyone once again turned their attention to Su Yunwan. She showed no interest in confrontation, instead holding Qin Jani's hand, focusing entirely on him. In fact, Su Yunwan was very pleased with how she was protecting Qin Jani and immediately used her special abilities to help him heal. Since she had already revealed she was skilled in martial arts, she no longer needed to hold back, pouring her healing energy vigorously, which could be seen as internal power. Qin Jani felt a surge of warmth from her palm, spreading through his meridians into his limbs. The sharp pain in his body was gradually eased as if a powerful force was sweeping away the pain. At that moment, there was a noise outside the door. Officer Jiang Shaolu entered and said, "Young Master Qin, the courier has arranged a private room for you."
Come with me.
Qin Jani asked, "Will my family be with me?" "That's not possible. At most, 1 or 2 people to take care of you," Jiang Shaolu replied, puzzled himself, not understanding why the courier emphasized this point. However, Su Yunwan knew that this was the emperor's men deliberately using Qin Jani as bait to clear out the palace guards. If all the Qin family members stayed in one room, the guards would be less likely to appear. In a past life, Lord Qin Yi refused and was forcibly taken to a guest room. Whether it was due to mutual understanding or some method he used, no one secretly visited late at night. Since he couldn't refuse, Su Yunwan directly said, "Then I will stay with the prince." "Me too," said Qin Junxian. As soon as Qin Junxian finished speaking, Qin Jani refused him. "You stay to take care of the family. I have Yunwan enough." He knew he was just a bait. As long as the shadow guards didn't appear, nothing would happen. Now they were still within the city, and if the emperor wanted to kill him, he would have to stay far away from the city. Qin Junxian also understood the reason, but still felt uneasy. "Big brother, you can't be without someone nearby. I will stay with the eldest sister-in-law, at least for protection." Qin Jani looked at Su Yunwan and nodded in agreement. Not long after, the 3 of them moved to a guest room. This room was on the far left of the second floor, with 2 windows, one facing the backyard and the other facing the surrounding woods, making it a good spot for outside contact. The room was small but adequately decorated. After Qin Jani lay down, he took out 100 taels of silver from the 4-room's gift and handed it to his younger brother. "Go buy some food for grandma and the others. The rest is for you." "Okay," Qin Junxian replied, just as his sister-in-law also took out her purse. Su Yunwan took out more than 20 taels of money gifted by common people, saying, "This money is also for you to keep." She didn't want to get involved with Qin family's money to avoid trouble. Qin Junxian hesitated and looked at his older brother. Qin Jani's face was slightly tense, but he finally nodded. Qin Junxian accepted the money and left. Once his younger brother left, Qin Jani looked into his wife's eyes, wanting to ask why she didn't want to manage the money, but she took out another purse and pulled out a letter. "This is for you from Hupa." Qin Jani reached out and took it, opening it to read. After a moment, he handed the letter to Su Yunwan without guarding himself. "You should also take a look." Su Yunwan was surprised and took the letter to read. The elegant handwriting stated that because the princess had given an early warning, most of the guards had already retreated, and now the officials were searching intensively. Also, the leader of the shadow guards, Qing Xian, had sent someone on horseback to report to the northwest. After reading, Su Yunwan burned the letter with candle fire and then sat beside him, whispering, "Aren't you afraid I will betray you?" "You won't," Qin Jani said firmly, with a clear voice.
Su Yunwan smiled gently.
"Then what do you want to ask?" Seeing her honesty, Qin Jani asked the most important question. "Are you being controlled by someone?" "Once yes, but now I have broken free." Su Yunwan said, "My father traded my marriage for many political benefits, enough to repay the kindness of raising me. Isn't it an imperial decree for your marriage?" Qin Jani asked with doubt. "Yes, but before I got married, My father once drunkenly told me that the emperor originally intended to marry the daughter of the chancellor. However, because her daughter was in love with someone else, the match was changed to me, Su Yunwan said with a teasing smile. Do you regret not marrying that chancellor's daughter? Nonsense. You are my lawful wife. Qin Jani's face suddenly darkened. Su Yunwan giggled and said, So, you are certain about me? Seeing Qin Jani's ears turn slightly pink, she burst out laughing happily. Qin Jani reached out and embraced her, pressing his lips to stop her laughter. Their soft lips met, and Su Yunwan's pupils suddenly dilated. She closed her eyes and lightly bit her lower lip. Qin Jani's blood surged as he forcefully pressed into her, taking control with a dominant attitude. His passionate lips and tongue roamed freely, dancing with hers. A seductive sound escaped her lips, and their bodies pressed even closer. Suddenly, Su Yunwan pulled away, slightly nervous as she tidied her appearance. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Qin Jani came in carrying a basin of water. Big brother, it will take some time to prepare the dishes. I'll bring water for you to wash your hands first. Their sweet moment was interrupted, and Qin Jani looked annoyed. Su Yunwan cleared her throat and said, I'm going out for a walk. Be careful.
Got it.
Su Yunwan left the room lightly, thinking for a moment before going to find the courier. At that time, the courier was entertaining the Marquis of Xianping, who was returning to the capital. After hearing the report from his subordinate, he asked the Marquis to wait and then stood up to leave the side room. When he saw Su Yunwan waiting, the courier was momentarily stunned. Though he had seen many noble families come and go, no one compared to this woman. She was dressed in a light pink elegant gown, her skin like ninji, firm, smooth, her complexion like jade, her eyes deep and water-like, yet unfathomable, her cheeks rosy and lips tempting, truly enchanting, a beauty of the nation. Su Yunwan introduced herself and thanked the courier for providing the guest room. The courier chuckled and said, It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. Not long ago, a servant with a high palace token quietly approached him, asking him to give Qin Jani the most remote guest room. He didn't know about the late-night ambush plan, only guessed that it was the emperor, out of gratitude for the sacrifices of the Qin family, who, after regaining power, sent guards to her. Sir, your kindness is appreciated. Could I trouble you to swap the donkey cart transporting goods for me?
Su Yunwan asked.
Since the emperor's people are scheming, she takes advantage of this to gain some benefits. Her actions are not improper. The messenger, receiving false signals, is happy to help her, but he also has his difficulties. Young lady, according to Kyoto customs, exiled prisoners are not allowed to use animal-drawn carts. Then just unload the cart, push it by hand first, and once we leave Kyoto's borders, we can reassemble it, Su Yunwan said with a bright smile.
How can that work?
The messenger blurted out.
Why not?
Su Yunwan replied with a smile, then it won't be considered breaking the rules. Suddenly, coughing sounds come from the side room. The Marquis of Xianping, who was drinking tea, heard the whole conversation and was so surprised by Su Yunwan's clever words that he choked on his water. After a moment, the door opened, and Su Yunwan saw a man wearing a fancy crown walk out. He was dressed in blue, tall and slender, with charming peach blossom eyes, and looked at Su Yunwan with interest. Are you the daughter of the minister service who just married into the Qin family? Su Yunwan nodded and confidently asked back, and who might you be? The messenger introduced her. This is Marquis of Xianping. So you're the Marquis, my apologies, Su Yunwan said, having heard of his name. He is the emperor's nephew, loved by the empress dowager, and highly valued by the emperor. My father has some connections with the Minister of Service. I can take you back to the capital, Marquis Xianping said gently, waiting for her to thank him happily. After all, who would give up wealth and honor to live a hard, wandering life? But Su Yunwan smiled and refused. My father has already abandoned me. Instead of going back to face everyone's dislike, I prefer to settle in a quiet corner in Yuzhou. Marquis Xianping, used to hearing complaints, was surprised to see someone talking about great suffering with a gentle smile, and she was a delicate beauty. While looking down on the cold-hearted and ruthless Minister of Service, he felt pity for her. "Then you can come with me. I will take care of you." Su Yunwan shook her head. "I am already married into the Qin family. We will face hardships together and never abandon each other." If she wanted to leave, she could do so at any time. How could she willingly become a concubine? "Have you thought it over? Besides me, no one dares to take you away." "Thank you, Marquis. I have made up my mind." With Marquis Xianping present, the topic of buying a donkey cart could no longer continue, so Su Yunwan prepared to leave. But just a few steps away, she was stopped by Marquis Xianping. "No more donkey cart?" "If possible, of course I want it," Su Yunwan replied, turning around. Marquis Xianping suddenly remembered a line of poetry, "A smile that charms 100 beauties, surpassing all the palace's makeup." He suppressed his thoughts, closed his fan, and tapped it on his palm. "It's just a donkey cart. Messenger, just agree with Miss Su." Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he deliberately called Miss Su by her name instead of Madam. "Marquis, if higher authorities hold us accountable, I can't bear the consequences." The courier looked worried. "Then sell the donkey cart to me, and I will give it to Miss Su," the Marquis said. "The Marquis is joking. I will have someone unload the donkey," the courier replied, no longer feeling embarrassed because the Marquis took responsibility. "Unload it? No need. I specially give this to Miss Su as a means of transportation. Who dares to criticize? Let them come directly to me," the Marquis said confidently, then added, "Prepare a bed and bedding for Miss Su. If she has to stay overnight outdoors, she might catch a cold." The courier agreed repeatedly, while Su Yunwan looked at him thoughtfully. A noble Marquis giving away a donkey cart was understandable, but to think of bedding details was quite considerate. "Fate brought us together, so what else do you need? Just tell me." The Marquis waved his hand grandly. Su Yunwan was polite. "I need a set of clean clothes." This surprised the Marquis, who looked at the courier. The courier immediately said, "I have some new clothes for my young daughter, but the fabric is rough. Madam might find it hard to wear." "Thank you. Just having something to change into is good enough. I won't be picky," Su Yunwan replied. After she finished speaking, the courier said he would have someone deliver the clothes directly to her room. Su Yunwan and the courier left one after the other. The Marquis, returning to his side room, stood by the window, gazing at the full moon in the sky. He remembered the wedding banquet from a few days ago, when Qin Jani was dressed in red and full of pride. Now he was sentenced to death. Worse than dying. Talk of royal power and wealth vanished in an instant. The Marquis felt deep sadness inside, hoping that the other person could just give up and not turn back to kill everything. The guest room at the inn was brightly lit with candles. Thanks to his special healing ability, Qin Jani's spirit had recovered quite a bit. He sat leaning against the bed, secretly talking with his younger brother about important matters. Suddenly, Qin Jani made a shushing gesture. "Young Master Qin, I brought you food," a shop assistant's voice came from outside the door. Qin Jani nodded and said, "Come in." Soon, a wooden table was set with 3 dishes, a soup and rice bowls and utensils. Qin Jani refused his brother's offer to eat first, waiting for his wife to join him. Not long after, Su Yunwan returned to the room. Qin Jani wanted to get up, but Su Yunwan stopped him, saying, "The soul-capturing nail hasn't been removed. You shouldn't force yourself." Qin Jani moved his lips but swallowed his words, leaning back on the bed. "Brother, just listen to your wife and rest well," Qin Jani's brother said as he served him food. After the 3 finished eating, Qin Junxian cleared the dishes and took them downstairs. Only Qin Jani and Su Yunwan remained inside. Recalling the intimate moment interrupted before dinner, they both couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the shop assistant brought clothes. Su Yunwan asked him, "Is there a bathhouse at the inn? I want to take a bath." "There is a bathroom on the 1st floor. Shall I take you there?" The shop assistant, having received instructions from the innkeeper, was very polite to her. Qin Jani, feeling uneasy, thought that as a humble woman of the household, she might be insulted by anyone. He said, "Bring the bath bucket up and let's wash here." The shop assistant hesitated, but it's on the second floor. Bringing water and the bucket up is quite troublesome. Let my brother go get it. After Qin Jani finished speaking, Suyunwon took out 1 or 2 silver coins and handed them to the shop assistant. His eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly changed his tone. Please wait a moment. I'll bring water up right away. His annual income was only 2 taels of silver, so this tip was enough for half a year's earnings. After the shop assistant left, Qin Jani asked, "Where did you get the clothes?" "From the daughter of the innkeeper," Suyunwon replied, secretly checking the clothes and quietly swapping her inner garment with one from her space. "Do you know his daughter?" "No, strictly speaking, it was a gift from Marquis Xianping." Qin Jani's pupils suddenly contracted. "Marquis Xianping? How is he at the inn?" "I don't know." The shop assistant and Qin Junxian brought in a large wooden tub, and the two of them didn't speak further, watching as they carried hot water in batches to pour into the tub. It has to be said, bathing for women in this era was quite troublesome. Men had dedicated bathhouses, but women could only sit in large wooden tubs. Just the water-filling process made her eyes twitch with frustration. After adding water, Qin Junxian stepped out. Suyunwon went to the bed, lowered the curtain, and playfully said, "No peeking." Qin Jani snorted softly, avoiding her gaze, though his ears subtly turned red. Suyunwon smiled slightly, walked to the tub, took off her outer clothes, and stepped into the bath. Moonlight shone through the window, casting a faint silver glow on the water, making her skin look smooth and jade-like. Qin Jani, lying on the bed, listened to the sound of water outside the curtain, his mind wandering. Suddenly, his wife's voice came from outside. "How is your relationship with Marquis Xianping?" He smiled faintly and replied, "It's okay." "That means it's pretty good?" Suyunwon leaned on the edge of the tub, deliberately saying, "They say friends shouldn't betray each other's wives, but he wants to take me away and make me his concubine."
Impossible.
Qin Jani immediately denied. Suyunwon chuckled softly. He said it himself. He probably only said he wanted to take you away and didn't ask you to become his wife, right? Lord Qin Ji watched his wife's figure through the hazy curtain. Suyunwon smiled and said, "Yes, I guessed correctly. Do you want to stay?" Qin Ji understood that this was a rare chance. Despite feeling reluctant, he still hoped she could escape suffering. "If you want, I will take good care of you. I can take care of myself. Why would I need someone else to do it? But the journey into exile is very dangerous. You could stay in the capital first. Once I settle in Yuzhou, I will send someone to pick you up. For me, it's not too hard," Suyunwon said. "I'll go with you for a while." Qin Ji's face turned cold. "What do you mean? When we get to Yuzhou, you want to leave? If we are meant to be together, we stay. If not, we part ways," Suyunwon said casually. "When that day comes, give me a letter to release me from being your wife. We part peacefully, each happy in our own way." "You're dreaming." Qin Ji was both anxious and angry, coughing uncontrollably. With each cough, the pain from the soul-damaging nail worsened, making him shiver with pain. "Big brother." Qin Junxian outside the room called urgently, but he couldn't enter because his sister-in-law was bathing. Suyunwon quickly stood up, grabbed Qin Ji's hand, and used her energy to soothe his blood and breath. Seeing blood at the corner of his mouth, she was annoyed. "Why are you in such a hurry? I didn't say you have to leave right now. I won't let you go." After coughing, Qin Ji was very weak. He grasped her tightly.
"Since you married me,
"Unless I die, you will never leave this life."
Suyunwon."
She didn't want to argue about this with someone so badly injured. "All right, I'll go change my clothes." Only then did Qin Ji notice she was soaked, her thin inner garment clinging tightly to her body, revealing her graceful figure. Suyunwon freed herself from his grip, pulled the curtain aside, and grabbed a towel to dry herself. After changing, she poured a glass of water and handed it to Qin Ji. He stared at his wife with intense eyes. After a few moments, he took the cup and drank it all, then kept his gaze fixed on Suyunwon. The wife who had just bathed was charming and captivating, almost enchanting. Who could imagine that inside, she had an extremely unstable heart? No wonder she dared to defy her mother and refuse to accept the family's authority. She didn't see herself as part of the Qin family. Qin Ji's deep eyes turned red with a dangerous glow. After placing the empty cup down, Su Yunwan turned and opened the guest room door to let Qin Ji in. "Big brother, are you okay?" Qin Junxian hurried to the bed, worried. Seeing his sweaty, pale-faced elder brother, he quickly wiped his sweat. Qin Jani had calmed his emotions and said softly, "It's okay. Go clean up the house." Qin Juxian secretly glanced at his eldest sister-in-law and quietly drained the water from the wooden bucket. He heard everything outside the house and felt very shocked and worried inside. His sister-in-law was like the wind, free from worldly constraints. Such a remarkable woman. Could his older brother handle her? Deep into the night, the bright moon hung high. In a corner of the station's backyard, Qin Juxian crossed his arms and kept watch quietly. In the guest room on the second floor, Su Yunwan lay alone on a bed, facing the wall. "Yunwan, are you asleep?" Qin Ji softly asked. Su Yunwan opened her clear eyes and turned around completely. Not yet. She was just thinking about the big escape in her previous life when she crossed over. She wondered if Qin Ji had escaped safely. The recent major events followed the same path as her previous life, but with her butterfly effect, things might change later. It's hard to say. "I'm no longer a prince. From now on, just call me husband," he said, starting with changing how they addressed each other.
Shujungwan.
Qin Ji took her silence as agreement and asked, "Do you have a nickname?" "Wan Wan."
"Then I'll call you Wan Wan," he said. Shujungwan nadit kachueli.
Qin Ji wanted to turn to face her, but as he moved, his injury tensed painfully, and he let out a muffled groan. His wife was strong-willed. He couldn't confront her head-on. Showing some weakness might make her more attentive. Sure enough, Su Yunwan grabbed his arm, gently wrinkling her brow. "Don't move recklessly." Qin Ji looked sad. "My body isn't in good shape anymore. It won't be long. When we get to Yuzhou, rest and recover properly," Su Yunwan softly comforted him. Qin Ji shook his head with a bitter smile. "The soul-binding nails are different from others. Once experienced, they stay with you for life, until death." "Let me see your injuries." Su Yunwan sat up. Qin Ji hesitated for a moment, then undressed and turned over, lying face down on the bed. His body tensed painfully from the movement. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were smooth, and his bronze-colored back was covered with scars of various depths, marks left from the battlefield. 5 soul-binding nails were embedded in his spine, only 5 points of cold gleam visible. Around them was a patch of bruised, purple-black blood. Su Yunwan's fingertips gently touched the bruises, and her body suddenly trembled. Qin Ji was prepared to endure intense pain, but Su Yunwan stopped. Since she couldn't remove the soul-binding nails now, she wouldn't probe the thorn structures inside his bones to avoid causing more pain. But she was sure she could tell him, "I have a way to remove the soul-binding nails." "Really?" Qin Jani exclaimed in surprise, then said, "But this punishment has been carried out for many years, and no one has successfully removed it." The imperial doctors also diagnosed that removing the nail would damage the meridians, causing lifelong paralysis. Su Yunwan confidently replied, "I am sure I can do it. It all depends on whether you dare to try." Qin Jani looked at her with suspicion, finally biting his lip and saying, "I believe you. Then we will wait until we reach Yuzhou, and I will remove it for you."
"But I don't want to wait that long," he said.
Su Yunwan responded, "The removal process is long and must not be disturbed.
There are many people hiding outside now.
If we clash with them, the consequences could be terrible." Most importantly, she didn't have an effective anesthetic. Removing the soul-removing nail without anesthesia would be even more painful than the punishment itself. Qin Jani was not a reckless boy. Even if he wanted to get rid of the nail quickly, he wouldn't risk everything without considering the danger. He had to wait for another opportunity. "Just lie down and sleep like this. It might be more comfortable," Su Yunwan said, covering him with a blanket. He, already hopeless, felt hope rekindle. Qin Jani looked at her beautiful face and couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, The earth awoke from the faint dawn. Footsteps sounded outside as the servants came to call. After dressing and washing, Qin Jani brought in a large bag of plain steamed buns. Big brother, we usually eat 3 meals a day, so I brought some buns to share with Grandma and the others. Qin Jani nodded. Let's fill our stomachs first. The 3 of them each ate a bun with some water before heading downstairs to the front yard. Many people were gathered there, including Qin family members. But Su Yunwan's gaze was drawn to the donkey cart at the gate. She suddenly remembered she forgot to tell her brothers about the cart last night. The courier saw Su Yunwan and strode over. Young lady, the vehicle is ready. It's just outside the door. Su Yunwan glanced at Zhong Wei, noticing his serious expression, but not stopping him. The courier whispered softly, Don't worry, young lady. I already reported to Lord Zhong last night. Thank you, Su Yunwan said, and with Qin Jani, she helped Qin Jani onto the cart. It was a donkey cart used for transporting goods. The black donkey at the front looked shiny and spirited. Behind it was a fenced cart with a new set of bedding folded on one corner. Su Yunwan folded the bedding into 2 layers and laid it on half of the cart, then helped move Qin Jani onto the bedding. She also asked the courier for some ropes and tied the stretcher to the side of the cart, just in case. The Qin family members had already gathered around, asking where the donkey cart came from. Qin Jani had a guess, but couldn't be sure. Just then, Su Yunwan asked the courier to pass on her thanks to Marquis Xianping. They only then realized it was Marquis Xianping who had sent the gift. The old lady saw that a noble was willing to help, so she asked the courier, Is the Marquis still at the post station? I will go personally to thank him. However, the courier didn't want to cause trouble for Marquis Xianping. Currently, everyone in the Qin family was afraid to be seen near him. Old lady, you misunderstood. Marquis Xianping gave the donkey cart to the young lady because of his friendship with Su Shilong's family, not because of the Qin family.
That.
The old lady looked surprised at her eldest grandson. Qin Jani frowned slightly, looking upset, as if he had been betrayed. In fact, he was worried that this action might damage his wife's reputation. Su Yunwan didn't care what they thought. She straightforwardly said, Brother Xian, you are in charge of driving. Grandmother, we will all ride together. What about me? Pei Shi asked anxiously. Su Yunwan didn't want to argue with her. She simply glanced at Qin Jani. Qin Jani said, Mother, you will ride with us too. Pei Shi snorted coldly and helped the old lady onto the cart. As soon as they sat down, they heard the eldest granddaughter-in-law, Ning Shi, holding her grandson, crying to ride along. Great-grandmother, I want to ride too. He was a 4-year-old chubby boy, spoiled and unruly, the family's little troublemaker. Seeing her beloved great-grandson, the old lady softened her heart and looked at Qin Jani. Juni, let little Rui ride with us. Qin Jani didn't want to involve the children in adult conflicts, but he politely asked Su Yunwan for her opinion. Wanwan, what do you think? The donkey cart was nominally for his wife, but in reality, it belonged to her, so he couldn't decide on his own. Fortunately, his wife was clever and saw through her friend's intentions. If she misunderstood and thought he was being flirtatious, it would be very embarrassing. Su Yunwan knew that even if they disowned the family, blood ties couldn't be cut off easily. But if the Liu family wanted to take advantage, she wouldn't allow it. First, the Liu family pays for the ride. Second, the child behaves well and sits quietly. As long as these 2 conditions are met, he can ride. Yes. Pay for the ride. Pei Shi suddenly stood united with her. Don't you have a lot of money? Aren't you going to be stingy about this small amount? She hadn't forgotten how the Liu family had humiliated her yesterday by flaunting their wealth. Pei retorted anyway, no money for the carriage. Don't even think about getting on.
Pei.
I'm still alive. The old lady sharply patted Pei's arm and scolded her. In the past, Pei would have immediately lowered her head, but now, with Su Yunwan present, she stood her ground. Mother, the Liu family still has several children. They are all your precious ones. You wouldn't favor some and leave others out. If they all get on the carriage, what if it hurts Yaij? Hearing that it might hurt her beloved grandson, the old lady hesitated and said no more. Seeing her mother-in-law no longer arguing, Lu's wife angrily told the eldest daughter-in-law to hold the children properly and immediately set off. To prevent the children from coveting the donkey cart, the Lu family joined the group of prisoners and no longer traveled with the Qin family. The procession started moving. From afar, the loud crying of children mixed with Lu Zheng's dissatisfied voice. "It's just a little silver. What does it matter if we give it to them?" Lu's wife said, "This isn't about the silver. I just can't swallow this insult. Mother, the daughter-in-law really can't hold the children anymore. Please help." The 4-year-old child started throwing a tantrum, like a small calf that was hard to control. Yesterday, Ning's wife had carried him all day and was truly exhausted. Before the mother-in-law could respond, she handed the child over. Lu's wife almost dropped the child and scolded her daughter-in-law. She only held him for a moment before passing him to her eldest son. The little boy was like a hot potato, no one could hold him. Finally, Lu's wife had to pay to let him ride the donkey cart, but Su Yunwan immediately refused, saying, "I've given you a chance. No more waiting." The old lady's face darkened, but she said nothing, knowing that the carriage was personally gifted to Su Yunwan by Marquis Xianping. She secretly resented Marquis Xianping for being cautious and disliked Su Yunwan for ignoring her wishes. If she hadn't been caring for her grandson diligently, she would have taught her a lesson. Cini, walking painfully nearby, secretly felt pleased and seized the chance to speak. "Big sister-in-law, where did you get that outfit?" "None of your business." Su Yunwan shot her a cold look, knowing she was about to cause trouble again. Was it also a gift from Marquis Xianping?
So, what if it was?
Xin Yi looked embarrassed and hesitant. Did you do something to stain the clothes?" When she said this, Qin Ruolin and Qin Ruoshan blushed with shame, but Su Yunwan smiled. "You understand so much. How much experience do you have?" Yi was furious and humiliated. "You're insulting my innocence." This is just using her own methods to fight back. "I haven't even returned double yet. I can't handle it now." Su Yunwan's lips curled slightly, making her look like a mischievous little clown. Xin Yi hurriedly defended herself. Marquis Xianping not only gave clothes, but also a donkey cart. How can you say there's nothing going on between you two? It's only your dirty mind that makes you think of romantic affairs. Are you that bored and lonely? Xin Yi's face flushed red, tears welling up in her eyes. "It's obvious you're acting suspicious. I just don't want big cousin to be kept in the dark." Old Madam couldn't listen anymore. "Enough, Yi. Think before you speak in the future. If you keep making wild guesses, don't blame me for losing my patience." Old Madam knew Marquis Xianping had a close relationship with her eldest grandson. She believed his actions were meant to help him. Her feet were already bleeding and sore, making every step painful. Even if younger family members carried her part of the way, she still had to walk some of it. Now, with the donkey cart, she could travel more easily. Hearing Yi's words, Old Madam looked at the beautiful Su Yunwan. Though worried, she decided to blame her grandson for everything. Yaij was nearby, watching silently. Su Yunwan didn't dare act out of line or do anything inappropriate. If she pushed too hard and caused trouble, it could hurt everyone's feelings. With her temper, she might even order everyone off the carriage, and she didn't want to walk on her own anymore. Pei's family shared the same idea as Old Madam. They also wanted to use the donkey cart. Even if they doubted it, they didn't question Su Yunwan like Xin Yi did. They only waited for her eldest son to wake up and let him handle the situation. At this moment, Qin Jani was sleeping deeply with his eyes closed. When they set out, Su Yunwan had used her special power to influence him. Since he hadn't slept all night, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. During the argument, Su Yunwan held Qin Jani's hand tightly, preventing him from waking up by dulling his senses. The donkey cart jolted and shook from time to time, unlike a stretcher. For Qin Jani, it was like being punished, better to sleep through it than suffer. These trivial matters weren't worth his suffering. Xin Yi looked at Qin Jani, who was unaware and unresponsive. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, but no one comforted her. Once close to her, Qin Ruolin, who pitted her love unfulfilled, now looked at her with disgust. She couldn't understand how the once innocent and kind Sinyi had become like this. As Grandma said, if she truly had the ability, she should produce evidence. Her repeated false accusations only made her look like she was framing others and behaving badly. The isolated Sinyi couldn't understand why, even though Marquis Xianfeng was so obvious about his intentions, her grandmother and eldest aunt refused to suspect Su Yunwan. No, based on her understanding of the two women, they should have already begun to suspect, but they tolerated it just to ride in the donkey cart. Indeed, the world is full of greed. Everyone is driven by profit. Suddenly, Sinyi burst into loud, wild laughter. Her crazy appearance made the Qin family members feel cold and scared, fearing she might truly lose her mind from the shock. The old lady felt guilty for the harsh words she had just spoken. Seeing a package with steamed buns nearby, she immediately said, "Lon Lon, quickly give Yi a bun to eat and help her shift her attention." Qin Ruolin carefully took out a bun and handed it to Sinyi, saying gently, "Yi, eat something." Yi grabbed the bun and bit into it fiercely, her eyes filled with deep regret. She regretted following the Qin family on this exile journey. If she returned to her aunt's house, with her beauty and talent, she could find a good marriage and become the main wife of a noble family. How could she end up being disliked even as a concubine? Originally, after Qin Jani rejected her, she placed her hope on her grandmother and eldest aunt. The elder's gift must be accepted. She was determined to secure her status as a concubine. But now it seemed that they valued profit more than anything else. As long as her cousin didn't agree, they wouldn't help her at all. If that's the case, she would no longer rely on them. Those who humiliate her will pay the price someday. Qin Ruoshang saw the venomous look in her eyes and couldn't help but shiver, trying to dispel the rising coldness. Soon, Sinyi stopped caring about her grief, and the others in the Qin family also ignored her. Even after resting for a night, the usually pampered families of Qin, Lu, and the Chu clan quickly found themselves struggling. They had traveled all day yesterday, and their backs and legs were in terrible pain, not to mention their battered feet. Mrs. Pei, sitting on the donkey cart, watched her daughter walk painfully and felt heartache. She rarely softened her tone and said to Su Yunwan, "Su family, Lon Lon can't walk anymore.
Let her sit for a while."
Su Yunwan had just covered Qin Jani's eyes with a silk handkerchief to block the bright light and turned her head to look at the people walking ahead. Lin Shi was being carried by her son Qin Junyu, protected by the elder. Qin Ruolin and Qin Ruoshang supported each other, enduring the pain, while Sinyi found a stick to support herself. Everyone walking was sweaty and panting heavily. Qin Junxian, who had stayed awake all night, jumped down from the donkey cart. "Sister, you sit in my place." A wooden board was nailed to the left side of the cart's yoke for the driver to sit on. Because the cart moved slowly, Qin Junxian could walk while driving. Actually, Qin Junxian wanted to give his seat to his younger sister from the start, but since his elder relative, fourth aunt, was still walking, he couldn't speak up. Now that their mother spoke, he immediately got off the cart to give up his seat. Mrs. Pei saw her youngest son looking exhausted and felt both worried and sympathetic. But there were already 3 people sitting and 1 lying on the cart, so there was no space for a 5th person. If Su Yunwan didn't give up her seat, she had no way to help. Surprisingly, Su Yunwan got off the cart. "Ruoshan, you also get on." She was tired and wanted to walk a bit to stretch her body. Qin Ruoshang was surprised and grateful.
"Thank you, sister-in-law."
"Can I let my mother sit?" "Whatever you want."
Shan, you should get on the cart and rest."
"Mom has your brother to carry her, so she's not tired." Lin Shi helped her daughter onto the cart after getting down from Qin Junyu's back. Her greatest pride in life was having a pair of warm-hearted children. Although she had traveled less than her daughter, her body ached all over. But she would rather walk or carry her daughter than see her suffer. This deep mother-daughter bond deeply hurt Sinyi, who was an orphan girl. Seeing all the women of the Qin family being taken care of while she was abandoned like trash, her resentment grew even more. Although the old lady felt sorry for her, she was powerless. She couldn't walk anymore and couldn't give her granddaughter's seat to her. She thought of a plan. The front driver's seat will be rotated among the women. Mrs. Pei felt very unhappy. That seat was her youngest son's to give to his daughter.
But she dared not say it out loud.
She secretly planned to let her daughter sit on the cart later and have Qin Ruoshang take turns. She just hoped that Mrs. Su would walk more so her daughter could rest more. At this moment, Su Yunwan remained silent and continued walking, her mind drifting into space as she thought about the herbs stored in the pharmacy. Even if she couldn't remove the soul-destroying nail, she wanted to improve Qin Jani's health as much as possible. That way, when the assassination came, he wouldn't be lying there waiting to die. The world belongs to the emperor. The land belongs to the king. Even if the dog emperor worried about a rebellion in the northwest and used secret assassinations, he could still mobilize many elite troops. Relying only on the weak power of the palace, it was hard to fight against them. After another hour of travel, the convoy reached a pine forest. The dark green pine leaves were lush and dense, covering the sky and blocking the sun. The branches were curved and mottled, looking like dragons and snakes. Occasionally, the sounds of insects and birds could be heard around. Under the constant pleading of the prisoners, Zhong Wei ordered the team to rest and distributed the first meal of the day, breakfast. Su Yunwan stopped and looked around. Using her mental powers, she quickly sensed the situation within 100 miles. It was no exaggeration to say that nature was like her territory, and she could draw resources freely. Now, she wanted to gather some herbs to hide her intentions and prepare some common medicines. I'll go look for useful herbs. You all take care of Prince Wang. As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Shi opposed. First, make some porridge for Brother Yi to drink, along with my share. Who wants porridge? Make it yourself, Su Yunwan replied bluntly. She bent down, picked up a stick, and stepped into the dense forest. Her goal was the rare medicinal herbs hidden deep in the mountains. Once she was out of sight, she used her space powers to quickly teleport to her destination. Soon, she appeared among the thick grass on the shady. Her gaze fixed on the king of herbs, wild ginseng, about a few meters away. Judging by its appearance, this wild ginseng was at least 100 years old. Its lush small leaves bore several clusters of bright red berries, very eye-catching. Su Yunwan activated her space insect repellent potion, purified it, and sprinkled it over the ginseng and surrounding plants. A venomous silver snake suddenly slithered out, raised its head, and spat silk, with cold eyes fixed on Su Yunwan, ready to attack. But when it saw the rare flower, Jie Yijihua, that suddenly appeared in Su Yunwan's hand, it turned and fled. Seeing no more poisonous insects or snakes near the ginseng, Su Yunwan approached to pick the berries and dig up the roots. With her powers, she easily extracted the entire root system intact. Looking at the wild ginseng, about 70 to 80 centimeters long, with strong, bristly hair, she smiled slightly. The green glow and her palm circulated, causing the ginseng to grow to several hundred years old, reaching peak nutritional value before she stopped. At this moment, the wild ginseng in her hand had become a rare treasure, perfect for the weak Qin Jani to use. After harvesting the ginseng, she started heading back, collecting some common herbs along the way. She also wove a net from vines to carry everything. Besides herbs, she climbed trees to gather a dozen bird eggs, caught a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. She returned fully loaded. However, she did not expect that the camp was already tense. While she was walking gracefully through the forest, Cini, pretending to visit Lu Shi, limped over to Zhong Wei, who was resting on a large rock. Sir, my eldest cousin-in-law has been gone alone for quite some time. I wonder if anything has happened. Zhong Wei's eyes suddenly sharpened. Which way did you go? How long ago did you leave? That way, Cini pointed with her hand. It's been about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Sir, I will go find someone. Officer Zhao Rong immediately offered with a respectful bow. Zhong Wei's back tensed. Then he pointed to 3 guards, including Wu Xiaohan, to search for the person. The 4 guards quickly ran into the dense forest, and many prisoners looked on with suspicion. Qin Jani also saw this scene and felt a bad premonition. This was the direction where the eldest sister-in-law had left. What's wrong? Qin Jani sensed his younger brother's unusual mood and asked immediately. He had woken up just 15 minutes earlier. When he learned his wife had entered the forest alone, he was worried and anxious. A few guards went toward where the eldest sister-in-law left. I will ask Lord Zhong, Qin Jani said, and strode to ask Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei looked stern. Your family lady told me someone left a while ago. Qin Jani suddenly looked at Sunyi, who was staying with the Liu family, and explained, my eldest sister-in-law went to pick some herbs. She will be back soon. Zhong Wei didn't believe Su Yunwan would run away. He also saw that Su Yunwan was skilled in martial arts. If she wanted to escape, last night would have been the best chance. Why wait until now? But Zhao Rong, who was suddenly assigned from above, took the initiative to find someone, making the situation complicated. He said seriously, we are about to leave. First, find the person. When Qin Jani returned to the Qin family, Qin Jani, who was already sitting up, listened and said, you and Juni go look for her. Big brother, I can't leave you. Qin Jani was worried someone might harm his brother. No matter how Qin Jani tried to persuade him, he refused to leave. Qin Jani, anxious and angry, could only say, carry me and go. He was more worried about Wanwan being harassed by officials than natural dangers. Qin Jani couldn't persuade him, so he carried his brother and entered the forest. Meanwhile, the guards walking lost track of the person. Zhao Rong said, disperse and search. Last night, he had waited with his troops, but not a single figure was found, and his anger boiled over. Now that Su Yunwan had left the team, she might be contacting remnants of the Qin royal family. He wanted to seize the opportunity to wipe them out. Feeling Zhao Rong's murderous intent, Wu Xiaohan shivered and quickly guessed Zhao Rong's identity. His expression tightened, hoping to find Su Yunwan first. Su Yunwan sensed someone ahead, so she appeared not far away and started walking back. Zhao Rong and Wu Xiaohan, both skilled fighters, halted suddenly upon hearing the noise, then quickly ran over. Soon, Su Yunwan appeared before them. She wore a light smile, holding a nest of bird eggs in her left hand, and in her right hand, she grasped a wild chicken and rabbit that were struggling while bound by vines. A bunch of plants hung from her shoulder. She walked back leisurely, as if out for a stroll. Seeing the two officials, Su Yunwan stopped and asked Wu Xiaohan, are we leaving now? Wu Xiaohan looked serious, acting official. It's necessary to report if you leave the team for a long time. Okay, Su Yunwan replied with a faint smile, her eyes clear and bright. Wu Xiaohan looked away and gestured, let's go.
Hold on.
Zhao Rong glared at Su Yunwan with a stern face. Leave everything you're holding. He had just looked around and saw no one else, so his plan failed again. He deliberately made things difficult. Su Yunwan sneered, when did officials turn into bandits?
Bold.
If you don't obey, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Rong's expression turned angry. A crackling sound of breaking air was heard as he swung a whip, hitting the tree trunk, leaving deep lash marks on the bark. Wu Xiaohan's brows furrowed tightly. Zhao Rong, take her back first and let the leader decide. Are you defending her? Zhao Rong looked at Wu Xiaohan with suspicion. Wu Xiaohan stood proudly, letting him examine him. The Qin family has a special status. Don't cause trouble for the leader. I suspect she wants to escape. Killing her on the spot would be better, Zhao Rong said without fear. He insisted she leave her belongings and return empty-handed. Are you blind? Su Yunwan said coldly, smiling faintly. Can't you see I'm heading back? If you want to frame me, at least find a better excuse. You seek death. Zhao Rong shouted angrily, quickly swinging his whip toward her back. Wu Xiaohan immediately stepped forward with his whip to block, and their whips collided forcefully, changing direction. Zhao Rong, frustrated, saw Wu Xiaohan as an opponent. He used his whip as a weapon, and the two quickly fought each other. Since both wanted to hide their identities, they didn't use internal energy, and their fight was evenly matched. The other two officials heard the commotion and hurried over to join. Seeing their colleagues fighting, they quickly tried to stop them. Stop fighting.
Talk it out calmly.
Leader said no internal fighting. If you continue, you'll be punished. But Zhao Rong grew more impatient. His attacks intensified, and the fight became fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand until the brothers Qin Jani arrived. Seeing Su Yunwan holding a stick and ready, Qin Jani quickly got down and told his younger brother to protect her. Su Yunwan heard the noise and looked toward the source. Seeing Qin Jani come despite his injuries, she immediately moved to meet him. At that moment, Zhao Rong, ignoring his own defense, suddenly changed direction and swung his whip towards Su Yunwan's back. Wu Xiaohan couldn't change his moves in time, so he had to abandon his whip and block with his hand. He tightly grabbed Zhao Rong's whip, his palm torn and bleeding, with bright red blood dripping onto the grass. Su Yunwan, who had already dodged away, saw this and felt anger burning inside. She clenched her stick and rushed forward, but Wu Xiaohan reached out and stopped her. He was cold and stern, shouting, "Go back." Su Yunwan clenched her fists and stared coldly at Wu Xiaohan. At this moment, Qin Junxian arrived. He stepped in front of Su Yunwan and turned his head, saying, "Sister-in-law." Su Yunwan responded with a sound, threw down her stick, and told him to pick up the harvest she had dropped under the tree. Then she ran towards Qin Junxian. "Yuanyuan, are you hurt?" Qin Junxian quickly hugged Su Yunwan, then loosened his grip and looked her over from head to toe. Seeing the man in front of her sweating coldly and looking weak all over, Su Yunwan's heart softened.
"I'm Fine.
You shouldn't have come. As long as the soul-shattering nail isn't removed, he will suffer torment day after day. Even if carried away secretly, it would cause unbearable pain and worsen his injury.
I'm worried about you.
Don't move around in the future. I will be fine." Qin Junxian just smiled but didn't agree. At this moment, Qin Junxian returned with something in his hand. He handed it to Su Yunwan, bent down to carry his older brother, and the three of them turned back to the camp. Zhao Rong's sneak attack failed. Seeing Wu Xiaohan's hand injured by the whip, his anger eased a little. After being persuaded by the other two officials, he stepped down from the stage. He looked at the backs of the three people ahead with a cold, snake-like gaze, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wu Xiaohan felt a chill rise from his heart when he saw this. The four of them returned to the camp. Zhong Wei saw Wu Xiaohan injured and frowned. What happened? Wu Xiaohan explained everything in detail, then finished with, "Boss, if the Qin family lady faces trouble, young Master Qin definitely won't let it go. I didn't want to cause trouble for you, so I stopped Zhao Rong. What's there to be afraid of? The Qin family is already fallen. As someone being escorted, he dares to oppose you?" Zhao Rong sneered, glaring at Wu Xiaohan. "Are you secretly loyal to the Qin family?" Zhong Wei immediately looked at Wu Xiaohan after hearing this. Wu Xiaohan remained calm and corrected him. "You're wrong. My only concern is for head. The mission has been tough, and I didn't want to cause more trouble or add to your worries." Zhong Wei knew Zhao Rong's status and could only downplay the issue. "If you have disagreements in the future, report them to me. No internal fighting among colleagues is allowed." "Yes." Wu Xiaohan and the other two officials responded respectfully. Zhao Rong took a deep breath, silently reminding himself that the task was the most important, then replied, "Yes." Two officials were puzzled by their boss's calm attitude. They knew Wu Xiaohan was part of the boss's group, but he was hurt by Zhao Rong, yet the boss didn't pursue it. Who exactly is Zhao Rong, that even the boss fears him? While Jiang Shulia was bandaging Wu Xiaohan's wound, Qin Junxian came over. "Master Zhong, my older brother asked me to tell you not to forget that the Qin family is independent. It's best if we don't interfere with each other." Qin Junxian acted proud, making Zhong Wei look grim, his hand clenched tightly, with joints creaking from holding back anger. Wu Xiaohan ignored his own wound and sternly scolded Zhong Wei. "It was your Qin family who asked for help first. The boss sent us to find someone. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also dare to talk back." Qin Junxian snorted coldly. "Grateful? You guys are like bandits robbing and you still want thanks?" Getting good things on the way is normal. Respecting officials is the rule, Wu Xiaohan said coldly. And Qin's wife wasn't even hurt seriously. Why are you shouting and making a fuss? Should I thank you then?
Exactly.
Faced with Wu Xiaohan's confident attitude, Qin Junxian was so angry his face turned red and his neck thickened. His older brother told him to act tough, so even if the officials really stopped them, he couldn't back down. Hating to lose face, Qin Junxian looked away and glared at Zhao Rong. Even if we surrender, it doesn't mean we have to give everything. If there's a next time, I'll break your hand. Why wait for next time?
Come now.
Zhao Rong raised an eyebrow. Qin Junxian stepped forward but was stopped by Zhong Wei. Enough, everyone calm down. I also advise young Master Qin to control his family. Qin Junxian knew this was approval of his brother's plan. Once the goal was achieved, he stopped acting impulsively and politely bowed in thanks. At this moment, Qin Jani was resting on a cart, while Su Yunwan watched Wu Xiaohan perform a desperate to protect his master act from afar. The emperor dog promised not to hurt Qin's family members, but was secretly eradicating Qin's influence. If Wu Xiaohan's identity was exposed, he would face deadly danger. No one knew how much suspicion this act could clear. Qin Junxian returned with Zhong Wei's message, and Qin Jani nodded slightly. He glanced at Xin Yi still staying at the Liu family and then turned to the old lady, saying, "Grandmother, I want to write a letter to Uncle Liu, asking him to clear Xin's sister's name and send her back to her aunt's house." The old lady, who had spent her life in palace intrigues, knew well Xin Yi's true intentions. However, since she had grown up around her, she couldn't bear to send her away. "Brother Yi means well, but has made a mistake. Please forgive her this time. Her aunt doesn't know what she's going through." Qin Jani replied sharply, "Grandmother, I have no chance with her. Keeping her in the Qin family will only increase her false hopes and disturb the household. It's better to let her leave and live peacefully." Seeing her grandson suffering silently from this turmoil, the old lady finally took a step back. She turned to Qin Xian and said, "Go call Yi back." Xin Yi didn't expect Qin Jani to personally go find Su Yunwan. Seeing Su Yunwan return safe and sound, and not being questioned by officials, she secretly sighed that her plan to use officials to teach Su Yunwan had failed. She became afraid of facing the consequences and stayed at the Liu family. Now that her grandmother called her back, she had to go. Liu Junfeng, the young son of the Liu family who had always admired her, saw her fear and felt pity. He accompanied her to return home. The old lady watched them approach and suddenly felt a joyful hope. If Yi and brother Feng could be together. Maternal grandmother, Xin Yi and Liu Junfeng spoke at the same time. The old lady, hearing this, snapped out of her thoughts. She took Yi's hand kindly and said, "Yi, do you want to leave the Qin family and go to your aunt's side?" Yi was shocked. "Grandmother, what do you mean? Your eldest cousin can ask your Liu family uncle to help, depending on what you want." The old lady didn't mention her earlier thoughts and gave Yi another choice. Yi's face turned pale. She immediately looked at Qin Jani, tears silently falling. "Elder brother, can you really not accept me?" Qin Jani looked cold. "The Qin family can't give you the life you want." Liu Junfeng, nearby, hurriedly said, "But living under someone else's roof is even harder." "Even in tough times, it's better than exile," the old lady replied. "But if my cousin gets married off casually, we won't be able to do anything," Liu Junfeng said, then immediately knelt and begged, "Grandmother, why not marry my cousin to me? I will treat her with all my heart." This surprised everyone. Yi's face was a swirl of colors, her eyes moist as she looked directly at Qin Jani. He, however, seemed like an outsider, calmly watching her, as if her decision had nothing to do with him. Qin Jani truly had no opinion. Whether Yi chose to reunite with her long-lost aunt or marry her familiar cousin, both options had pros and cons, depending on her own choice. As long as she no longer acts stubbornly and causes trouble, everything might improve. Xin Yi saw that his heart was as hard as iron, and her hopes of persuading him crumbled. Heartbroken, she had to think about her own plans. This morning, She regretted starting her journey to exile with the Qin family, but now it was like someone offering her a pillow when she was sleepy. But the opportunity was right in front of her, and she hesitated again. Like Lu Junfeng said, if she truly went alone to her aunt's house, she wouldn't be as comfortable as she was at the Qin mansion before. Living under someone else's roof, watching her words and actions, and being manipulated over marriage decisions. After marriage, without strong family support, she would be bullied by her in-laws. But she didn't want to marry Lu Junfeng either. If the Qin family hadn't fallen, she might still consider giving up her stubbornness. Now that Lu Junfeng had become a commoner, with a humble status, he couldn't give her a good life. The best way out was to reach Yuzhou and marry a local high official or powerful person. Thinking of this, Qin Yi made a delaying excuse. Grandmother, I've always seen cousin Junfeng as a brother. This sudden change in status is hard for me to accept right now.
No rush.
Even on the exile road, we can't hold a wedding, the old lady said with a smile, seeing hope. She looked at Su Yunwan, knowing that with her temper, she wouldn't let Yi ride a donkey cart again. Wanting to keep peace, the old lady didn't want Qin Yi to clash with Su Yunwan again, so she came up with a plan. Yi, from now on, you'll travel with the Lu family. Get along well, and see how things go. But grandmother, I want to spend more time with you, Yi said obediently but secretly thought. The Lu family doesn't have a donkey cart, and if I have to walk the whole way, I won't go. She had just ridden in a donkey cart, and didn't want to walk all the way now. Su Yunwan saw through her thoughts and couldn't help but smile slightly. She wondered where Yi got her confidence, thinking she could ride a donkey cart after scheming against her. The old lady glanced at Su Yunwan, more certain of her guess, and said, Marriage is decided by your parents. Now that you have the chance to enjoy a good time before the wedding, you should seize it.
Go now.
Yi begged a few more times, but seeing the old lady's firm decision, she had no choice but to walk back to the Lu family with Junfeng. Mr. and Mrs. Lu looked at their son's words, and their faces immediately darkened. Mrs. Lu said bluntly, Yi, don't you like brother, Yi? Why are you now involved with brother Feng? Everyone in the mansion knew about Yi's admiration for brother Yi. Now that he didn't want her, they wondered if she was trying to make her son take her place, as if she didn't care about them at all. It's what grandmother wants, she replied. Qin Yi looked embarrassed. How could she forget her third uncle and third aunt? I will go talk to my mother, Lu's wife said angrily, wanting to find her mother-in-law but was stopped by her younger son. Dad, Mom, I have something private to tell you. Lu Junfeng took his parents to a quiet place. He glanced at Qin Jani and whispered, as long as Yi marries my son, her caring grandmother will look after our family more. As for her, my son is confident he can win her over. Lu Zheng frowned and said, even without Yi, your grandmother wouldn't forget me. There's no need for this. Father, our family has become common folk. My son can't marry a noble lady anymore. Instead of marrying a rural girl in the future, it's better to marry Yi. Lu Junfeng, who is clever and cautious, didn't directly say he liked Yi, to avoid his parents opposing him more. Lu's wife thought there was some truth in this, but still had concerns. She liked Yigo so much before. Even now that Yigo is married, she hasn't let go. Mom, don't worry. Women, once they are in the bridal chamber, their hearts naturally turn to their husbands, Lu Junfeng said sincerely. His concubines all believed this. But even so, thinking about Qin Jani's unwanted woman entering their home made Lu's husband and wife feel sick, like they had swallowed a fly. Seeing that his parents still disapproved, Lu Junfeng used his trump card. My two sisters-in-law are both from official families. If I can't marry Yi, you need to find me a wife from a family no worse than theirs. Lu Zheng and his wife looked at each other. Their family was in such a state. No noble lady would be willing to marry into it. Reluctantly, they agreed. Fine, we'll do as you say. Lu Junfeng couldn't hide his happiness and happily said, Thank you, Mom and Dad, for your support. The group set out again, and Qin Yi walked with the women of the Lu family. Watching everyone walk so hard, she felt a strange sense of balance, but thinking of the donkey cart from the Qin family, She felt very frustrated. She looked at the official's cargo cart, her eyes shining with a dark light. As time passed, the blazing sun shone fiercely, and the exiled people were parched and sweating heavily. Suddenly, an older prisoner turned red in the face, collapsed to the ground unconscious, and didn't respond even when officials hit him. "Stop hitting him. He's suffering from heat stroke." A scarred man went over and pressed on his neck. The fallen man regained consciousness, but was dizzy, weak, and unable to walk. The man helped him sit up and used a soothing massage technique on his neck. Once he was a bit clearer, she supported him as they continued walking. The exile team had daily schedules and wouldn't stop for individual prisoners. Su Yunwan went into the forest to pick many leaves and vines, teaching the women on the cart to make simple hats to block the sun. Seeing this, the Chu family also went to gather leaves. Since they couldn't make hats, they wrapped vines around their heads, which at least provided some shade. Over time, several people in the group suffered from heat stroke, including some from the Chu clan. They borrowed knives from the officials to cut branches into simple stretchers, carrying the overheated people forward. Some men also received many lashes for protecting the women. Su Yunwan often left the donkey cart to find medicinal herbs like the cooling and heat-relieving fairy grass and others in the wild. During the midday rest, she brewed a cooling tea from these herbs. The tea was sweet, smooth, and slightly spicy. After drinking, it made the throat feel very cool. The Qin family each drank a large bowl, and the heat from the summer was greatly eased. The old lady looked at the remaining half-pot of tea and ordered Qin Jani, "Brother Yu, take the rest to your third uncle and the others." "I want to give this to the officials," Su Yunwan said to stop her. "You should give it to Lord Zhong and tell him each person should drink no more than one bowl." After Qin Jani threatened, Zhong Wei still borrowed dishes from the Qin family, so she also gave some to Wu Xiaohan to drink. The cooling tea, refined by her, tasted better and was much more effective. One bowl was enough. The old lady hesitated and said, "Then split it in half and send some to your third uncle." "No, all for the officials. The Lu family can pick and brew their own." Su Yunwan firmly refused again. The old lady was angry and said, "They already know they did wrong and have been punished. Can't you be more generous?"
"No," Su Yunwan replied simply.
Qin Jani held his wife's hand to signal her to speak less and explained to the old lady, "Grandmother, they've been expelled from the family. The Qin family's things are no longer theirs." The old lady took a few quick breaths and said, "Put a pot of this tea aside for me to use later." Since her eldest grandson was firm, she could only take a roundabout approach, keep the tea and secretly give some to her third son after they set out, achieving her goal indirectly. But everyone understood her true intention. Su Yunwan wouldn't let her succeed. Too much is not good. Each person can only have one bowl. The old lady pouted and said, "Then I'll save it for tomorrow." "That's fine, right? Are you really saving it for tomorrow, or just planning to give it away?"
Su Yunjan är på sitt här diskuse.
The old lady was stunned, unable to believe how sharp and forceful Su Yunwan was. "Anyway, it's all about giving things to others. What's wrong with giving my third son a sip?" The old lady openly admitted her true intention and questioned aloud. "My belongings, I can give to whoever I like," Su Yunwan said coldly. "If you want to give, why don't you go and give it yourself?" "Yuan Yuan," Qin Jani hurriedly called out, anxiously looking at his grandmother. The old lady was struck like a thunderbolt, staring blankly. She, the head of the Qin family, was about to be driven out by her newly married granddaughter-in-law? Qin Jani quickly urged, "Grandmother, since you married your grandfather, it's been over 40 years. Now that you're old and no longer useful, do you really deserve to be expelled?" Hearing this, the old lady immediately interrupted him, trembling with anger, almost fainting. Mrs. Pei and Mrs. Lin hurriedly supported her. Every word the old lady said cut deep into Qin Jani's heart. He felt like a knife was stabbing him. He could no longer sit still. He forced himself to sit up and said, "Grandmother, I have never had such thoughts." Yuan Yuan was just angry and didn't mean it. After speaking, he turned to look at Su Yunwan, earnestly hoping she would say something gentle. But the reason Su Yunwan showed her respect to the old lady was because she truly cared for Qin Jani and was trying to restrain Mrs. Pei. The old lady wanted to decide for her, but she was far from qualified. If she didn't put an end to this now, there would be endless trouble in the future. Grandmother, you are the matriarch of the Qin family.
Who can really harm you?
If you want to show your maternal kindness, please use your own money and belongings, and don't take from others. The old lady was speechless after being rebuked, her face flickering with red and blue. When had she ever been so humiliated by a younger generation? Qin Jani looked shocked. His already weak body nearly collapsed, and Qin Junxian, who was nearby, hurriedly helped him. Su Shi, you are already married, and both the person and belongings belong to the Qin family. Your grandmother naturally has the right to decide. Mrs. Pei took the opportunity to criticize and add fuel to the fire. If you don't have this awareness, you're not fit to be a Qin family wife. Do you think I care? Su Yunwan glanced at her with a cold smile on her face. Mrs. Pei immediately turned to Qin Jani and said, Juni, you heard her. Since she doesn't care, just write a divorce paper and send her away. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the Qin family changed their expressions. The old lady was even more caught in a dilemma, secretly cursing Mrs. Pei for being so clueless. She just wanted Juni to discipline Su Yunwan properly and make her listen more, not to divorce her. Juni, injured and weak, didn't know when he would recover. She was filled with grief, but still hoped that once her eldest grandson's injuries improved, they could quickly have a child to continue the family line. Qin Jani trembled with pain and sorrow, his lips pale as he uttered 4 words. Impossible at all. Mrs. Pei was furious. If she disrespects me, that's one thing. Now even your grandmother is defying me. Such a woman, what use is she? Mother, if you divorce my wife, will you take care of my son? Qin Jani rarely interrupted Mrs. Pei, his face soaked with cold sweat, a hint of self-mockery. Since reuniting with his family, his mother hadn't shown any concern. Mrs. Pei hesitated briefly, then insisted, If I come, I come. But my son's injuries can't be healed. Can you care for my son for a lifetime? Qin Jani endured the darkening of his vision, ignoring his family's worries, and revealed the details of his punishment and the doctor's diagnosis.
How could that be?
Hearing this, everyone was deeply shaken and found it hard to believe. The punishment of the soul death pin was well known in the Qin family. Due to its cruelty and irreversible nature, it was considered a severe punishment. The victim would become paralyzed, unable to stand, and any movement would cause unbearable pain, as if tortured anew. It was hard to imagine how much pain he endured. Hurry, help Brother E lie down. The old lady no longer cared about the earlier argument, tears streaming down her face. Qin Junxian's eyes filled with tears. Qin Rulin sobbed uncontrollably. The 4-room father and son had red eyes, and the mother and daughter silently wept. Mrs. Pei was also stunned, recalling yesterday's scene where she almost forced her youngest son to walk so he could carry the younger one. Qin Jani had been severely punished since childhood. His body had hardly ever healed, and Mrs. Pei was used to his weakness, injury, and painful movements. Who would have thought he was enduring a punishment so severe that it caused lifelong suffering? Even Mrs. Pei, cold and indifferent as she was, felt a bitter ache and couldn't bring herself to criticize. Su Yunwan helped Qin Jani lie down, her heart heavy like a stone, suffocatingly uncomfortable. The old lady wiped her tears, grasped Qin Jani's hand tightly, and forced herself to comfort him. Once we reach Yuzhou, we'll seek out the best doctors in the world. We'll definitely find a cure. Qin Jani nodded, comforting his grandmother briefly, then looked at Su Yunwan. He had countless words in his heart but couldn't speak them. Next, Qin Junxian called his cousin Qin Junyu, and the two of them brought cooling tea and returned all the dishes and bowls. The old lady did not mention the words about sending something to her third son again. Instead, she was angry inside and glared fiercely at Mrs.
Pei.
She blamed her for stirring trouble, which ruined her plans. Zhongwei watched the quarrel in the Qin family and felt his dissatisfaction fade away. He also hoped Qin Jani would get better soon. After receiving the summer cooling tea, he drank a bowl and let his subordinates share the rest. Soon after drinking, most of the heat in his body disappeared. The servants finally understood why a small sip of tea could cause internal conflicts in the Qin family. This was no ordinary cooling tea. It was a powerful summer remedy. Among the praise from those around, Wu Xiaohan swallowed his tea, trying hard to hide his sadness and not let his body show any signs. The team was about to set off again. The old lady stopped the main wife from getting into the carriage and said firmly, "Mrs. Pei, walk a short distance, and Lin will ride instead." Mrs. Pei didn't expect to cause trouble for herself and immediately looked at her eldest son, hoping he would speak up for her. However, Qin Jani, exhausted physically and mentally, saw that the old lady no longer pursued the matter. He couldn't hold on anymore and tilted his head, fainting into sleep. Su Yunwan looked into the distance. She ignored the old lady's taking over, remaining lost in her own thoughts. If the conflict couldn't be resolved, she decided she wouldn't go with the Qin family. After speaking, the old lady immediately looked at Su Yunwan. Seeing she didn't say anything, she finally relaxed. But when she noticed that Su Yunwan wasn't as attentive to her eldest grandson as before, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she heard her grandson was badly injured and was now feeling disdain? Lin nervously sat beside her mother-in-law, afraid she might also become a target for blame. She secretly observed Su Yunwan. She didn't expect her to dare to face the old lady, which changed her view of her again and strengthened her resolve to help her daughter get along with her. Mrs. Pei supported her youngest son and walked along the road. Only then did she realize that if she divorced Su Yunwan, she wouldn't have a seat in the donkey cart. No wonder her mother-in-law didn't agree with her. But after walking just a short distance yesterday, her feet had already blisters and were sore. When her turn finally came to ride, she felt it wouldn't be long before she had to get off again. Mrs. Pei could only look at Qin Jani with pleading eyes. At this moment, Qin Jani, jolted awake by the bumps, was paying attention to Su Yunwan, who was turned away from him. He sensed his mother's gaze but could only pretend not to notice. First, he didn't want to disobey his grandmother. Second, he also hoped his mother would see the benefit and stop making things difficult for his wife. As for feelings, she was stingy even with her own son, so she certainly wouldn't be kind to his wife. Once, I longed for a mother's love, but after years of fighting on the battlefield and witnessing life and death, that longing faded away. Now my mother, sister, and the 2 daughters of the other household take turns riding the donkey cart. It feels fair and just, and I can't find anything to oppose. Pei sure feels helpless. When she really can't walk anymore, Qin Jun carries her on his back. Under the blazing sun heading west, the exiled group hurried along, but by nightfall, they still hadn't reached the next inn. They had to camp and sleep on a bare patch of land in the wilderness. "You all are responsible for lighting the fire and cooking. I will go find some herbs," Su Yunwan said. Qin Ruishan wanted to go with her, but she refused. "I won't go far. You stay and help with the cooking." Her goal was to identify someone's identity, and traveling alone was better for that. Suddenly, Qin Ji said, "Let my brother go with you." Su Yunwan looked at him for 2 seconds, then shook her head. "He needs to set traps and hunt rabbits. I'll be back soon, at most an incense stick's time." After saying that, she picked up the woven basket she made earlier and wandered into the woods. Sure enough, she was followed by a small tail. When she confirmed that the person following her was the one who had deliberately made things difficult for her during the day, trying to seize all her gathered herbs, she picked some mushrooms, wild onions, and for seasoning, then headed back. From the way he tracked her, it was clear that he was hiding his skills. Since his identity was obvious, Su Yunwan made her decision. Seeing her return safely, Qin Ji finally relaxed. By then, the clay stove was set up. Qin Ruishan was sitting in front of it, tending the fire and cooking, her face covered in soot. Qin Rulin sat beside Pei Shi, enjoying herself and jokingly calling Qin Ruishan a big cat. Qin Ji frowned and said, "Lon Lon, Go with your sister-in-law to wash the herbs. Reluctantly, Qin Ruolin stood up. When she saw the mushrooms in Su Yunwan's basket, she exclaimed, "Big sister-in-law, you can't eat wild mushrooms randomly. Many are poisonous." "Don't worry, these I picked are safe," Su Yunwan replied. "Just because you say they're safe doesn't mean they are. What if something goes wrong?" Pei sure didn't trust Su Yunwan's ability to identify mushrooms. If she had bad intentions, they would regret eating them. Su Yunwan rolled her eyes. "You don't have to eat them. If you won't eat, then don't. Lan, you don't need to wash any mushrooms. Come and take care of Mom," Pei sure said proudly, glancing at her eldest son. "You always say Su sure should take care of you, but now that your sister is taking care of me, don't try to boss her around." Qin Jani was caught off guard and helplessly looked at Su Yunwan. Yuan, when my brother comes back, let him go wash the herbs." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Junxian, who was gathering firewood, returned carrying a large handful of dry branches. Hearing this, she said, "Why wash? I'll take it to the stream." Su Yunwan handed him the basket of grass, then started a new fire and placed a clay pot on it to brew medicinal herbs for healing and nourishing the body. She opened the ginseng wrapped in large leaves, broke off a few roots, and put them into the pot. Suddenly, Qin Ruoshan exclaimed nearby. Qin Ruoshan accidentally saw the wild mountain ginseng in Su Yunwan's hand. She had never seen such a perfect specimen and couldn't help but gasp. Realizing this, she quickly covered her mouth, afraid others might notice. But the nearby Qin family members couldn't miss it. Seeing Qin Ruoshan's surprise, they all leaned in to look. One after another, they took a deep breath in shock. The wise old lady immediately whispered, "Don't make a fuss. If you show off, you might attract trouble." Everyone nodded in agreement. Pei sure reached out and asked, "Where did you get this?" Su Yunwan quickly closed the leaves to hide the ginseng, her expression calm.
"Picked it in the mountains."
"Was it during breakfast?" the old lady asked. Hearing the confirmation, she felt regretful. At that time, Su Yunwan hadn't returned for a long while, causing Yi to go looking for her with the crowd, which also made Yi lose her footing in the Qin family. The old lady secretly marked this in her mind. Because of this, she was stubborn during the noon tea break about cooling off, even to the point of breaking the peace they had maintained. That's worth quite a bit of money, right? Pei sure thought to herself. If she sold the ginseng for silver, she could regain control of the household. The old lady nodded. With its quality and age, it could save lives. It's worth at least 1,000 taels. If a wealthy buyer needed it urgently, it could even fetch several thousand taels. Hearing this, Pei Shure's whole body surged with energy. She tightly held her daughter's hand, imagining the silver coins flying toward her. Suddenly, a bucket of cold water was poured over her head, making her shiver. "This is for the prince. No matter the price, I won't sell it," Su Yunwan said as she put the ginseng into a woven basket and broke a branch to place in the stove. Pei Shure hurriedly said, "Igor can't use so much. Selling half is fine. The journey is long, and our family's money isn't enough. Even if I sell it, it's my private savings. With official meals provided, I wouldn't go hungry even without money," Su Yunwan replied, finding her plan amusing. "Such a large sum. At least half should go to the public treasury. And the official food is small and bad-tasting, not enough." No matter how Pei Shure complained, Su Yunwan ignored her. Pei saw that this road was blocked again and thought of another plan. "Everyone is very weak now. You should cook some ginseng soup to help everyone recover." After speaking, she looked at Qin Jani and asked, "Brother Yi, you won't object, right?" "Whether he objects or not doesn't matter. What matters is you. Don't you understand the principle that each thing has its own owner?" Su Yunwan's cold eyes slightly narrowed. "Are you really the princess's biological mother, fighting over medicine with your injured son?"
"What are you talking about?"
"Brother Yi is definitely my own son." "Brother Yi, do you refuse to acknowledge your mother? You ungrateful son." Pei was hit on her sore spot but knew she couldn't rely on Su Yunwan, so she turned her anger towards Qin Jani. Qin Jani, lying in the carriage, said nothing, staring blankly at the night sky to hide his inner sadness. Enough. Pei, since you're so filial, come and serve Lin. Come help me pat my back. Sitting on this donkey cart still makes my back ache. The old lady didn't want Pei to insult her grandson and once again played her role. She secretly cursed Pei for her short-sightedness. Today, Su Yunwan was able to find ginseng, and in the future, she could find other precious herbs. When the money runs out, she could rely on collecting herbs to support the family. How could she only focus on the small profit right now? Moreover, no one should try to compete with her for her grandson's medicine. Pei felt like vomiting blood. She had walked halfway and didn't complain about pain. Her mother-in-law was sitting on the donkey cart the whole time. How could she be embarrassed to say she was uncomfortable? But she only dared to curse inwardly. She hesitated and followed the old lady to the side, squatting behind her to pat her back. "Why are you squatting like that? Be proper." The old lady scolded angrily. Pei could only kneel on her knees, sitting on the uneven, gravelly grass. After serving the old lady for a while, Lin was finally free and sat with her daughter Qin Ruoshang by the fire. From an angle where the old lady couldn't see, mother and daughter gently massaged Lin's knees and calves. Since being imprisoned, the old lady often criticized the women for their manners, forcing them to sit properly. But sitting for a long time made their knees and calves ache terribly. On this exile journey, it was like adding insult to injury. Other prisoners could sit on the ground and rest freely, but if the Qin women encountered the old lady in a bad mood, it became another kind of suffering. Qin Jani had once politely advised her, but she refused to listen and scolded him for not respecting etiquette, almost involving the men. Of course, she also knew that times had changed. Those who behaved well might be shown leniency. Su Yunwan experienced the end of the world and is no longer used to kneeling while sitting. She naturally chooses the most comfortable position. The old lady finds this unacceptable but is smarter than Mrs. Pei. She knows that scolding her would be pointless, so she turns her head and pretends not to see. In fact, the old lady is quite traditional and values the inheritance of the main family line. As long as Mrs. Pei does not criticize Qin Jani, the old lady will be lenient with her, who is the eldest daughter-in-law. She won't deliberately set rules for her, and usually only makes the concubine's wife, Lin, serve her well. However, Mrs. Pei is used to suppressing Qin Jani as a mother figure. Even though she often receives scoldings from her mother-in-law, she can't help but offend the old lady's bottom line. Now, Mrs. Pei's legs are numb, sore, and swollen, but she can only endure the discomfort silently, carefully serving the old lady without any slack. After an incense stick's worth of time, the father and son of the fourth household, along with Qin Junxian, return from the creek. Mrs. Pei quickly says, "Mother, I will go help in the kitchen." The old lady sees that she is trying her best to serve and finally lets her go. Go ahead. Undoubtedly, the old lady treats kneeling as a way to control and discipline. Although she doesn't use physical punishment like family law, she can silence the eldest grandson and make others suffer in silence, learning their lesson. As for the matriarch herself at the top of the hierarchy, she can sit however she wants, and no one dares to object. Qin Junxian feels a pang in his heart seeing his mother once again being disciplined by his grandmother. He fears that his mother has scolded his eldest brother again. He looks at his mother worriedly and quickly handles the ingredients. Mrs. Pei understands her youngest son's concern, but is more resentful toward her eldest son, blaming him for not helping to speak up for her. She doesn't realize that all of this is her own fault. Since Qin Jani was young, he was often in trouble, frequently ordered by the madam to kneel, beaten, or even secretly subjected to nearly painless but extremely painful needle punishments. Yet, the old Marquis only saw the visible punishments and didn't protect him. Instead, he used these methods to toughen his son physically and morally, cultivating resilience. In the entire Qin family, only the old lady truly cares for him. However, her strict control over Mrs. Pei results in harsher private punishments. When gentle persuasion and force fail, she suggests raising her eldest grandson herself. But the old Marquis, having already spoiled the third son, would never let the eldest son follow in his younger brother's footsteps. He not only refused the old lady's request, but also harshly scolded Qin Jani for being spoiled. He sent the young Qin Jani to the Shadow Guard camp for training, more brutal than military camp, until he exceeded all assessments before bringing him back home. Since Lord Qin Yi's return, his situation has not improved at all. He has developed a stubborn and unyielding nature, refusing to submit or beg for mercy no matter how hard or painful it is. This only makes the Pei family more furious and cruel in their abuse. Even so, physical pain is nothing compared to emotional wounds. Qin Yi shifts his affection and admiration to his grandmother. However, the old lady lost her standing in a confrontation with her eldest son and also harmed her eldest grandson. She no longer dares to interfere in how her son and daughter-in-law discipline Qin Yi. Instead, she can only take care of his daily needs like food, clothing, and shelter. 6 years ago, after the old Lord Wang buried his horse, no one could control her anymore. She then began to suppress the Pei family and took care of Qin Yi freely. Even when Qin Yi was away on campaigns, the old lady often sent messages and supplies, never stopping her concern for him. She is a strict mother and a kind grandmother. When she sets rules, Qin Yi naturally does not plead for mercy, respecting her authority. Moreover, caring for her grandmother is his duty as a son, and he cannot argue with that. If Pei knew what he was thinking, she would definitely be furious at his double standards. Su Yunwan looked over the ingredients and suggested a Qin Yi, wild rabbit for braised dish, wild chicken with mushroom soup, and a plate of stir-fried greens. How does that sound? Qin Yi had no objections and replied softly, "You decide." Under Su Yunwan's supervision, a series of delicious dishes were prepared. The rich aroma of meat spread throughout the camp, making many people salivate eagerly. The adults had self-control, but the children couldn't resist the temptation of food and started clamoring to eat. The children from the Chu family were restrained, but the Lu family's children were happily making a fuss. Lu Shi's eyes lit up, and she quickly came up with an idea. Take the children to pay respects to the ancestor. Qin Yi was also tempted by the smell and nodded without hesitation, leading the 2, 3, or 4-year-olds toward the Qin family. When the Qin family members saw the big and small children coming over, their smiling faces froze instantly. Qin Yi saw this and paused, then smiled and stepped forward. "Grandmother, the children miss you." Hearing this, the old lady's tense expression immediately softened, replaced by a loving look.
Come, come, come.
Great-grandmother will hold you. The 2 children, a boy and a girl, crowded into the old lady's arms. Listening to her caring words, their eyes kept flicking toward the dishes. The old lady learned her lesson and did not take the initiative to invite them to stay for a meal. She pretended not to notice, coaxing her great-grandchildren to chat while waiting for Qin Yi and his wife to give their approval. The eldest grandson, who was usually the dominant one in the family, finally couldn't hold back after a few words and said, "Great-grandmother, I want to eat meat." "I want some too." The little girl quickly looked at the old lady with a pitiful expression. The old lady awkwardly looked at Qin Jani, who avoided her gaze and signaled that he couldn't make the decision. The old lady had no choice but to look at Su Yunwan, who was dividing the food, and said, "Yunwan, the children are pitiful. I want to share my portion with them." She was prepared for rejection but was surprised when Su Yunwan simply said, "Okay." Qin Yi was anxious and said, "Grandmother,
Don't forget about me."
The old lady naturally remembered her granddaughter. She wanted to do the same, but was met with Su Yunwan's cold stare. She immediately understood that if she dared to ask, Su Yunwan would refuse, possibly involving her great-grandson. The old lady quickly changed her words. Go back first. Later, I will have someone send the children over." Looked shocked, tears quickly filled her eyes, and she looked pitiful. "Grandmother, I haven't married yet. Don't abandon me?" The old lady felt a twinge of sadness.
"How could that be?"
Asked again. "Since I haven't married, can I still stay with you?" The old lady choked and couldn't speak. Pressed on. "Grandmother, please let me come back. I haven't married into the Lu family yet, and staying with them would ruin my reputation. The old lady thought for a moment and turned to Qin Jani, brother Yi. Your cousin has grown up in the palace and is practically part of the Qin family. What do you think? Qin Jani was speechless. His grandmother had raised Yi at the Qin palace for over 10 years. He was about to speak, but couldn't find the words. Su Yunwan didn't expect that after preparing a big meal, she would end up with a stubborn little pest. She sneered, "Do you want to stay because of deep feelings or because of the delicious food?" Yi, feeling exposed, blushed and said angrily, "Of course it's because I can't bear to leave my grandmother and aunt." "Then if you want to stay, just stay. We'll eat separately in the future." Su Yunwan's light words struck the Qin family members hard. Mrs. Pei immediately opposed. "We haven't even divided the family yet."
Why split up now?
Su Yunwan ignored her and ordered Qin Jani to send some of the leftover rabbit meat to Zhongwei and to bring back more dishes. As for the chicken soup, which contained ginseng, Su Yunwan didn't want to show off, so she didn't send it. After waiting in secret for a long time, Zhongwei happily received the dishes. He waved his hand and said, "Take as many utensils as you need to the car. Also, the pots and bowls you borrowed, just leave them at your place. When you no longer need them, you can return them." Qin Junxian and his brother were surprised by this convenience and immediately thanked him. The officials had prepared several sets of dishes and utensils. They could use them themselves, sell them at high prices to wealthy prisoners, or lend them for free to those buying supplies. Because the officials marked up their items more than 10 times, selling a bushel of rice weighing 12 jin for a high price of 1 or 2 silver coins. Other food and daily necessities were also sold at high prices. The Qin family was short on money and didn't want to lose more, so they only borrowed, never bought. Now that Zhongwei offered, they didn't have to keep borrowing and returning food. Since there wasn't much leftover food, the guards could only watch eagerly as Zhongwei happily ate. Jiang Xiaoliu, a relative and subordinate who loved good food, couldn't help but lean in and whisper, "Uncle, share a bite with me, just one." "Go away, I haven't eaten enough myself, so there's no room for you," Zhongwei said dismissively, though he still let Jiang Xiaoliu and Wu Xiaohan share chopsticks and eat together. This scene was secretly observed by Su Yunwan, who kept it in her heart. There's a saying, you stand on the bridge watching the scenery, while the people watching you are upstairs. Su Yunwan's every move caught Qin Jani's eye. He saw the 3 officials sharing food from a distance, and his gaze lingered on Wu Xiaohan for 2 extra seconds. His usually cold expression grew even more intimidating. Su Yunwan divided the meat evenly into bowls for the Qin family, but the old lady's face darkened. She wanted to share her portion with her great-grandson, but Su Yunwan deliberately divided the meal to distinguish her own share. Under Su Yunwan's watchful eyes, others found it hard to share food with the old lady, ensuring the children only ate her portion. After the old lady started eating, everyone kept silent and followed the rule of no talking while eating, quietly enjoying their meal. When they drank the ginseng chicken soup, they were energized, truly a top-quality ginseng. Pei, who had claimed not to eat mushrooms and fungi, also happily ate after her daughter's persuasion. Since Su Yunwan cooked, she naturally wanted to make the most delicious food, so she added ginseng to the chicken soup. She had ginseng berries, so she could have as much ginseng as she wanted. Meanwhile, Xin Yi, with tears in her eyes, stood shyly in the evening breeze, completely ignored by the immersed Qin family members enjoying their food. Lu Junfeng felt pity and approached the old lady to say hello, then wanted to take Xin Yi away. Xin Yi asked him to step aside and talk, telling him about her plans to return to the Qin family. "Why do you want to leave? Is my family treating you badly?" Lu Junfeng suppressed his anger and asked. Xin Yi found a stick and said sadly, "Staying in the Lu family will only make your parents unhappy. You're overthinking." "I've already convinced them," Lu Junfeng hurriedly explained, but no matter how much he promised, Xin Yi was determined to go back to the Qin family. Lu Junfeng's eyes darkened. "You still have feelings for Qin Jani, don't you?" "No way.
Why would I hurt myself like that?"
"Good. That's best." They parted on bad terms. Uncertain what Lu Junfeng said at home, The Liu couple came over after dinner. Qin had a bad feeling. She saw Mrs. Liu smiling and saying to the old lady, "Mother, my daughter-in-law is here to propose marriage for Brother Feng." "I don't want to." A sharp female voice broke the silence. Qin could no longer hold back and revealed her true feelings. Mrs. Liu's face changed instantly. "You don't want to? Yet you're still hanging around my son. What are you up to?" Liu Zheng, realizing his son was being played, looked fierce. "Your marriage is decided by the ancestors. It's not up to you to say." "Grandmother, I don't want to marry so early." "You promised I could think about it," Qin pleaded with tears in her eyes. The clever old lady finally saw through her delaying tactics. She was so angry she pounded her cane on the ground. "Tell me now, do you want to marry Brother Feng or not? If not, send a letter back to the capital tomorrow." Cornered, Qin squatted on the ground and cried silently. She knew very well that if she lost her grandmother's protection, she would be vulnerable to bullying wherever she went. But she was unwilling to marry Liu Junfeng. Besides her family's decline and status, Liu Junfeng already had 2 wives and concubines. Her uncles and aunts weren't easy to deal with, and her strong-willed sisters-in-law made her even less inclined. She wasn't crazy. Why would she want to marry into the Liu family? "Grandmother, I also want to write a letter to my eldest uncle, asking him to be a matchmaker and help me find a good husband." Liu Junfeng's shadowy figure appeared behind her under the moonlight, his expression dark and unreadable. This move cut off her second option completely. Liu Junfeng's gaze fixed on Qin like a predator locking onto prey, determined to win. Qin forgot to cry, looked up in disbelief at Liu Junfeng, and was so frightened by his stare that her face turned pale and she forgot to breathe. The old lady felt uneasy about Liu Junfeng's assertiveness and instinctively defended Qin. "Brother Feng, your eldest uncle is far away in the capital, so there's no need to trouble him." "Mother, about this marriage." The old lady immediately interrupted Liu Zheng. "Marriage?
Who talks about marriage like that?"
"Let's wait until Yuzhou is stable before discussing it." Qin suddenly threw herself into the old lady's arms, crying uncontrollably again. The old lady patted her back and glared at Liu Zheng and others. "Aren't you leaving?" Liu Junfeng brushed past them and left. Liu's husband and wife exchanged a glance, led their 2 grandsons away, pretending to be angry on their faces, but secretly happy inside. They preferred a manageable rural girl as a daughter-in-law rather than Qin, who was concerned about Qin Jani. This move by the Liu family brought Qin back to the starting point. Qin Jani frowned tightly, feeling helpless. His influence was under attack, and he couldn't openly help Qin escape. Meanwhile, the Liu family, being related to Liu Junfeng, was the only one who could handle this matter, and they favored Liu Junfeng greatly. The situation quickly reached a deadlock. Su Yunwan stretched out her slender hand and gently touched his forehead. "I'll go get some medicine. Drink it and then sleep." As for Qin, she could do whatever she wanted, as long as she didn't come to trouble her. Qin Jani saw she was indifferent and sighed slightly. Qin was very close to her grandmother, almost part of the Qin family. He couldn't treat her as casually as others. He only hoped that after this incident, she would change her attitude and behave herself. In fact, Qin was truly frightened. She had realized that the old lady was her true support and relied on her to settle down. She was determined to serve the old lady well and never lose her favor again. As for her older cousin, a useless person who couldn't even stand up, she decided to leave him to Su Yunwan. At this moment, Su Yunwan was handing a bowl of herbal medicine to Qin Jani. "This medicine helps calm the mind. Drink it and have a good sleep." Qin Jani took a sip and finished it quickly. Soon, his eyelids grew heavy and his consciousness faded into darkness. The bright moon shone overhead, casting silver light everywhere. Qin Junxian discussed night watch arrangements with the 2 sons of the 4th household. Su Yunwan sprinkled insect repellent powder around and burned some mugwort to ward off mosquitoes. Except for the officials who had felt tense to sleep in, everyone else sat or lay on the ground. After a long day of running around, exhaustion took over, and they all fell asleep. Gradually, the camp echoed with light or heavy snoring. At 3/4 past midnight, shadows danced among the trees. The few officials on night duty sat by the campfire in the center, resting their chins on their hands and dozing. Meanwhile, Qin Jani and the men of the Chu family kept watch in the dark, alertly observing their surroundings. A wolf howl echoed faintly from deep within the forest. Su Yunwan immediately opened her eyes. What was that sound? Qin Jani, tense, said sternly, "Sister-in-law, it's a wolf call. Wake everyone up. I'll light some more torches, just in case." A wolf. Su Yunwan was puzzled. Just then, a faint strange smell drifted through the air. She quickly sent out a small amount of mental energy to investigate the source around the camp. On the grass surrounding the camp, some yellow medicinal powder had appeared unexpectedly. Su Yunwan woke everyone and then went to the woods, touching some of the yellow powder hidden at the roots of the plants. After analyzing the ingredients, she quickly realized that this powder was highly attractive to wild animals. Could the emperor dog be trying to get Qin Ji killed by wild beasts? But with officials and Qin Jani present, these wolves wouldn't be able to harm Qin Ji. A more likely plan was to lure the snake out of its hole, create a crisis, and draw out hidden enemies within the Qin family, then send people to eliminate them one by one. They were willing to use the entire exile team as bait. What a bold move. But why did the ambush at the post yesterday fail, yet tonight's plan succeeded? Su Yunwan quickly thought of the conflict during the herb gathering. Perhaps it was this unexpected change that caused the deviation. She released her mental energy and found Zhao Rong outside the camp, talking with 5 people dressed in night clothes. Suddenly, Zhao Rong turned sharply, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes, tense and alert. He was quite cautious.
Suyungwan es nortedingwerli.
She initially wanted to secretly teach him a lesson and let him live, to avoid removing him and having someone else sent in. But he acted before she could, with new moves. It's truly a case of the road to heaven is blocked, and the gate opens by itself. Zhao Rong didn't notice anything unusual, but his sharp instincts told him something was wrong. He gave a quick command, and several black-clad men nodded and dispersed. Su Yunwan withdrew her attention, pretending to be surprised. "Xiangur, come look at this." The night watchman from the Chu family also arrived. They saw a man with a gentle demeanor, handsome features, tall and graceful, with a pair of captivating eyes that hinted at wildness. Even with shackles on his head and wearing prison clothes, he still looked charming. After examining the powder, their faces changed drastically. Chu Yi said, "We can't stay here. Let's go quickly." He immediately went to inform the Chu family members. Qin Jani explained to Su Yunwan the effects of the powder, telling her to organize the Qin family to leave, while he went to find Zhong Wei to report the situation. Su Yunwan asked the father and son of the 4th household to find branches to make torches as weapons. She also told the old lady, Pei Shi, and Lin Shi to quickly get into the donkey cart. Pei Shi was the first to rush onto the cart, but Lin Shi pushed Qin Ruishan onto the cart, saying, Shan, you go sit in the cart. Mother will stay and defend." "No, mother, you should sit in the cart. I will protect you," Qin Ruishan said with a worried but firm look, insisting that Lin Shi sit down. Seeing this, Pei Shi felt warm inside and looked at her daughter. Lan, come sit in my place." "No, mother, you sit comfortably. I will go get the torch." At a critical moment, Qin Rulan, usually gentle, firmly picked up the branches Qin Jani brought back and set them on fire. The old lady was the last to get on the cart and hurriedly called Sini, who was helping her. Go tell your 3rd uncle and the others." Afraid of being left behind, Sini hesitated and didn't want to move, but finally, 4th master went over to wake Lu Zheng. Qin Jani, breaking free from the effects of the medicine, woke up from deep sleep. Seeing the scene of everyone rushing to leave that night, he asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Su Yunwan leaned close to his ear and said, "Someone sprinkled powder to do harm. A wild wolf attack is imminent." Qin Jani quickly understood the situation, his eyes sharp like an eagle, searching among the crowd for Wu Xiaohan. Su Yunwan sat in the driver's seat, raised the reins, and shouted, "Everyone, hold tight, let's go." Meanwhile, Qin Junxian told the guards on night duty that there was an urgent matter involving Zhong Wei. The guards, who had already seen the chaos at Qin Chu's two families, immediately went to the largest tent. Soon, Zhong Wei, dressed properly, strode out of the tent. "What do you want to see me about?" Qin Junxian blocked his view and opened his left hand, revealing a small handful of yellow powder. He whispered, "Zhong Deren, there's a lot of this powder around the camp. It's very tempting to wild animals. Someone is deliberately luring them here." Zhong Wei, experienced from years of leading patrols and escorting prisoners, quickly pinched some of the powder with and sniffed it. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, leave the camp quickly. There's a fierce beast coming." The prisoners, startled from their sleep, heard about the beast and hurriedly ran forward, chaos erupting in the camp. "Everyone stay calm. Our team is large. Each person make a torch. It can scare off the wolves." The guards relayed Zhong Wei's orders, but most prisoners, frightened out of their wits, only covered their heads and ran away. The Qin family, having gained the advantage, had already moved ahead of the group. No one noticed Qin Jani exchange a glance with Wu Xiaohan and give the order to kill. The Chu family quickly followed behind, with the Chu men walking and making torches. They surrounded the women tightly and hurriedly and orderly evacuated the camp. As for the newly formed Lu family, despite being warned immediately by the old lady, they were overwhelmed with fear and exhaustion. They were caught among the prisoners and gradually fell behind. Countless torches lit up the darkness of the forest, and escape was underway. A frightened donkey suddenly dashed forward. Su Yunwan tightly held the reins, controlling the speed so that the fleeing Qin family members could keep up. Qin Junxian and Qin Junyu had already joined together. At the back of the team, a faint brownish glow flickered among the trees, and countless wild wolves approached relentlessly. The alpha wolf howled loudly, and the wolf pack launched an attack. The officers waved torches and large knives, fighting and retreating from the wolves. People ran in all directions, screams and howls echoing through the wilderness. Su Yunwan suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped moving forward. "Why aren't you running?" Mrs. Pei screamed. Su Yunwan said, "The road ahead is dark, and I don't know if there are any evil spirits or monsters." In reality, at the corner ahead, a large tree was lying across the road. If the donkey cart rushed straight through, it would overturn. Near there, two groups of people were fighting. They all wore night clothes and attacked fiercely. Mrs. Pei looked at the shadows moving in the wind on both sides and shivered. "Don't talk nonsense. There are wild wolves behind us. Hurry and run." But Su Yunwan jumped down from the cart, spreading her mental energy to cover the area. "Prepare to fight." Qin Junxian and others immediately protected the donkey cart, holding torches to keep outsiders away and ready to fight off the wolves. A few wolves approached from the side toward the Qin family. She secretly summoned plants to bind and secretly kill them, keeping the danger 10 meters away. One wolf escaped but was killed by Qin Junxian. Seeing no wolves around, she secretly helped those in danger during the fight, allowing them to escape the wolves' claws. Suddenly, a soldier ran over in a sorry state, chased closely by a fierce wolf behind him. Su Yunwan was about to act, but saw a stone fly from the side and hit the officer's knee. The officer fell to the ground and was attacked by the wolf. He instinctively raised his right hand to block.
Ah!
His arm was bitten by the wolf, and he screamed loudly. Su Yunwan looked at the person who threw the stone. It was him, the young man from the Chu family who was investigating the powder with Qin Junxian. He seemed to notice something, turned his head, and met Su Yunwan's gaze. He nodded slightly and withdrew his eyes. Looking more closely at the person fighting the wolves, it was the cruel officer from the Chu family who was whipped and beaten. It turned out that evil was met with evil. Other officials arrived to help, working together to kill the wild wolf and rescue their bloodied colleague. Su Yun distracted the pack, identifying the alpha wolf on the high ground and using plants to control it as before. The sharp-eyed alpha wolf sensed something was wrong and howled loudly, causing the wolves to retreat. The crisis was over. The officials reorganized their team and called back the escaped prisoners. Soo-yun used her mental powers to search for the mastermind behind everything. Deep in the canyon, two figures dressed as officials moved quickly among the trees, one behind the other. Suddenly, the front figure jumped onto a large tree. The vines on the branches moved without wind and wrapped around his leg. Zhao Rong used his sword to cut the vines, but several thick vines swung toward him. A cold feeling ran up his spine and reached his head in an instant. Wu Xiaohan arrived just in time. The two fought fiercely with swords and knives. While resisting the enemy, Zhao Rong also had to deal with the strange vines. His wounds increased, and realizing he couldn't win, he decided to try to soften his opponent. As he fought, he said, "Wu Xiaohan, if you turn yourself in, I will recommend you to the emperor personally." Humph. How can I be spared? Zhao Rong stopped talking and fought while retreating, pushed to a broken cliff. Strong wind made their clothes flutter loudly. Zhao Rong leapt off the cliff. Wu Xiaohan peeked from the side, surrounded by fog, unable to see the bottom. He picked up a stone and dropped it down the cliff, waiting for the echo. On the steep cliff, Zhao Rong held onto a dead vine with one hand and used a dagger to wedge into in the rock with the other. His limbs pressed tightly against the cliff face. After a few moments, he used the dagger to make a path and slowly climbed upward. The fog was thick, and Zhao Rong could only hear faint sounds around him, feeling a cold near death. He decisively drew his dagger, fell freely to escape, hoping to land in the deep pond below for safety. With a loud splash, Zhao Rong landed in the cold water, which was icy and sharp. The shock made him alert, and he paddled upward with his limbs. Suddenly, the water plants at the bottom of the pond wrapped around his legs like snakes, climbing upward. When Soo-yun woke up again, it was already late morning. The blinding sunlight entered through the east window, and tiny dust particles danced in the light. The room was quiet, and she was alone. For a moment, she didn't know where she was or what day it was. After a while, her consciousness returned, and she remembered what happened last night. Last night, she first had a nightmare, with strange and bizarre scenes. At one point, she was removing the last bone nail from Qin Jani, when suddenly the sky seemed to fall, and the roof collapsed toward them. At another moment, Qin Jani was seized by a mob of rioters. Due to his limited movement, he was approached closely by one of the infected rioters. Later, Qin Jani was chased by many assassins. The person fleeing with him gradually grew exhausted, while arrows rained down from behind. All the dangers in her dreams pointed to one truth: he had no ability to protect himself. Because of this, she decided to act quickly and remove the last bone nail immediately. During the surgery, they faced another crisis of being discovered, but luckily, everything ended safely. By the way, what happened last night? Where did Qin Jani go? Why hasn't he set out yet? Su Yunwan's mind was filled with questions. She slowly sat up and then realized her limbs were weak and her body exhausted. "Someone come here," Su Yunwan called out. In the next second, Shuri entered the room, bowing respectfully. "Young madam, you are awake." The master is in another room, discussing matters with the eldest son of the Chu family. "What's the current situation?" "Last night, 2 guards were killed across the street, and 7 criminals escaped. Zhongwei is working with the county government to investigate and catch them." Su Yunwan suddenly understood. "Are those 2 guards royal spies?"
"Exactly. I see. You may leave now."
After Shuri left, Su Yunwan got up to dress, pondering the impact of this incident. There were mainly 2 possibilities. 1. The treacherous emperor might use this opportunity to mobilize officials to arrest the Qin family. 2. The treacherous emperor still had concerns and might send assassins secretly. In her opinion, the second possibility was more likely. If everything was made public, it would harm the overall situation and make victory uncertain. The Qin family shadow guards could fight 100 enemies, and Qin Jani might still escape. If Qin Jani escaped and started a rebellion, chaos would ensue. In the next room, Qin Jani shared the same thoughts as Su Yunwan. He sat on the bed, explaining his guesses. The young Master Chu sitting opposite listened carefully and finally said, "It's easier to dodge an open attack than hidden ones. From now on, be cautious with every step." Seeing Qin Jani nod, young Master Chu expressed his support. "If needed, my family can help secretly. But we have many women in our family, and if the situation becomes too fierce, we might be powerless. Protecting my family is the top priority," Qin Jani replied seriously. "Thank you. You're welcome." The two exchanged smiles, and their secret discussion ended. After Lord Chu left, Lord Qin Ji just wanted to return to his room when he heard Wu Xiaohan report, "Master, a woman from the inn across the street wants to see you. She claims to be Yu Xinjin." Qin Ji was surprised. "Was it her? Bring her in." "Yes." Meanwhile, Su Yunwan, dressed neatly and finished with her grooming, stepped out of her room. At the door of the easternmost guest room, she saw two shadow guards, likely guarding the place where Qin Ji was discussing affairs. She didn't disturb them and decided to go downstairs to look around. Just as she reached the staircase corner, she saw Wu Xiaohan and a woman walking up. Su Yunwan nodded to Wu Xiaohan and looked at the woman beside him, feeling a little surprised. It was her. She was wearing the same simple, plain clothes she had left behind, but her natural elegance was still evident. "Who is she?" Su Yunwan asked curiously. Wu Xiaohan said, "Her name is Yu Xinjin. She came to see the master." At that moment, Yu Xinjin looked up and then lowered her head to bow. Her eyes slightly raised at the corners, charming and natural, yet her personality was calm and composed. Her expression alone could make people feel moved. "Miss, there's no need for formalities. You can go upstairs," Su Yunwan said, then turned and slowly went downstairs. Her first impression of Yu Xinjin was that she looked delicate and indifferent. Yu Xinjin never expected that the person she was seeing now was actually her benefactor who had saved her. Yesterday morning, she woke up to find herself no longer in the deep mountains near the mine. Looking at the few belongings beside her, she felt grateful beyond words. Especially the bundle containing gold bars, which she returned to her side, missing only one piece of gold, making her feel deeply emotional. Later, Yu Xinjin changed her clothes and went to the city gate. Because she had no household registration or travel permit, she couldn't pass through the city checks. She decided to find an inn outside the city to stay. At that time, the city gate was open and most of the inn guests had gone into the city. She used her money to rent a secluded single room. That night, when she went out to gather information, she was followed into her room by two ruffians. In a dangerous moment, a masked man saved her. Before leaving, he advised her to disguise herself to avoid further danger. At that time, Yu Xinjin had dirted her face to hide her appearance, but her graceful figure still attracted attention. Seeing that the masked man didn't seem to be a bad person, she talked to him a few more times to find a chance to thank him. For some reason, the stranger opened up about his background and his plans, revealing his own story and the dangers he faced. The masked man was actually a fugitive named Zhuqing. Like Zhongwei, he saw that their exile group was doomed to be silenced, and when he overheard two spies mentioning Zhongwei's death, it confirmed his fears. Since both options lead to death, he began to consider planning an escape into the mountains and becoming a bandit. At the same time, two arrogant and overbearing undercover agents, representing the royal family he despised, made him want to kill. Yu Xinjin listened carefully, then thought for a moment. She took out homemade sleeping and poison drugs from her pocket. "Maybe these can help you." She comes from a farming family. Her father is a rural doctor. Since she was young, she went into the mountains with her father to gather herbs and learned a lot about medicines and poisons. When trapped in the mine, she secretly collected many medicines. The night before, she pretended to be a servant and used poison to kill her boss, then set a fire to create chaos and escape. Left Qing didn't expect that a kind act could give him such great help. He not only used poison to kill the 2 undercover agents, but also led a few brothers who protected him to successfully escape from the inn. After the incident, Yu Jinjin was trapped in a nearby inn and couldn't leave. She worried that the man she knocked out last night might reveal her identity, and she heard that Qin Jani, a friend she knew, was in the opposite inn. So she used money to bribe the guards and asked Qin Jani for help. In the main hall on the first floor, Suyunwan found a seat by the window and asked the waiter to bring some breakfast. Sure. The waiter replied loudly and brought rice porridge with pickled vegetables and radish strips from the kitchen. Suyunwan took a few bites but found it bland and tasteless, so she put down her chopsticks and asked the waiter to remove them, replacing them with a cup of clear tea. She looked up at the upstairs with cold eyes, feeling restless. Why haven't they finished talking yet? Cliffside, cold pond. The skilled Zhao Rong swung his dagger, cutting through the water plants that tangled around him, trying to escape. Countless water plants seemed determined to trap him at the bottom of the pond. Zhao Rong gradually grew exhausted. His strong desire to survive made him suddenly burst with energy, breaking through the water plants and surfacing. But as he swam desperately toward the shore, he didn't realize that the plants on the shore were even thicker and more deadly. Wu Xiaohan heard a loud crash from the cliffside and immediately headed down a side path, jumping several times and disappearing. When he reached the cliff, he saw a shocking scene that made him shiver and remember for life. He saw Zhao Rong, who had escaped from the water, caught in the plants like a cocoon. A vine, thick, quietly hung from a tree, wrapping around his neck twice before suddenly lifting him high. A few moments later, there was a hanging ghost in the world. Did the plants come to life? Wu Xiaohan froze, trembling with shock. His hands, gripping the sword handle, bulged with veins, and his whole body tensed, ready to strike.
Bang!
Zhao Rong's body was pulled from the vine and fell heavily to the ground. Vines tangled around the trees and swayed with the wind, making it seem like everything just now was a dream. Wu Xiaohan carefully moved closer, confirming that Zhao Rong had no more breath, then took out corpse-dissolving water from his pocket. A disgusting smell spread, and the bones on the ground disappeared. After destroying the evidence, Wu Xiaohan once again glanced at the strange vines and quickly left. At this moment, the scattered crowd at the camp gathered again, and officials were counting the people. Wu Xiaohan exchanged information with the shadow guards near the Qin family, then quietly blended into the crowd. After the count, the officials found Zhao Rong was missing, and 2 male prisoners took the opportunity to escape. Zhong Wei didn't care about Zhao Rong. He sent a large team to hunt the escapees. Thanks to the officials' preparations and Su Yunwan's secret help, no one in the team was killed. Most were injured or scraped while fleeing. The most serious injury was the fierce guard who fell into the wolf's mouth. He had multiple bites and scratches, and his right hand was bloody and torn, exposing the bone. Boss, the Chu family refused to help. The man endured the pain and glared fiercely at the Chu family members. Zhong Wei's face was cold. He looked at the Chu family, but didn't ask them about it. When we reach Jin City, I'll arrange for someone to send you back to the capital to recover. The officials and prisoners seemed opposed, but helping the Chu family was a matter of kindness. Refusing help wasn't something they could force. Moreover, Zhong Wei had often harshly pressured the Chu family under the guise of urgency. It was good they didn't take advantage of the situation, and expecting them to rescue was wishful thinking. The man knew his body was more important, but didn't want to let go of the Chu family. Boss, the Chu family is stubborn. You must punish them properly. Zhong Wei's expression darkened. He said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" The man quickly lowered his head, full of frustration inside. At this time, many injured prisoners came asking for medicine. Before Zhong Wei could speak, other officials drove them away. No medicine. We don't have enough for our own people. Most had to turn back and hurriedly bandaged their wounds. A few took out silver and begged earnestly to get medicine, including the Liu family. They fell behind, and some were injured in the crowd. Qin Jani looked at the injured people, feeling a surge of intense anger. He was not alone. The head of the Chu family and several of his sons, who knew the truth, shared the same fury. They began to realize that perhaps this entire exile team would eventually become Qin family's sacrifice. Meanwhile, Zhong Wei suspected Zhao Rong was behind it all, targeting the Qin family. He secretly hated Zhao Rong's ruthless actions, which dragged everyone into danger. "Uncle, the person has been found." Jiang Xiaoyou's voice pulled him back to his thoughts. The two fleeing prisoners, with messy hair and scruffy beards, were brought before Zhong Wei by a group of officers. Zhong Wei steadied his mind and ordered, "Cut off their left hands and put on foot shackles." The two prisoners struggled and begged for mercy, but several officers roughly tied them to a nearby tree trunk. "Officer, I won't dare to run again." It was a moment of foolishness. "Please, forgive me for being a first-time offender." They were met with batons swinging in circles, their screams piercing the sky, echoing through the quiet valley. All the exiled people trembled with fear. After breaking the prisoners' bones, the officers put on heavy foot chains weighing over 10 pounds before releasing them. The freed prisoners collapsed on the ground, clutching their injuries and crying out in pain. Zhong Wei paced around and looked at everyone. "Everyone, open your eyes and look carefully. If anyone tries to escape again, there will be no mercy." Seeing nearly half of the group was from the Chu family, he specifically walked over and warned sternly, "I know you are skilled, but it's best to behave. Don't make me put on handcuffs." Chu Deguizi restrained his emotions and said reluctantly, "Lord Zhong, the Chu family will not cause you trouble." "Better not." Zhong Wei glared at him, though he still felt uneasy. Behind him, Zhang Fuguei, who had been attacked by the Chu family in revenge, hobbled over with the help of a companion. "Boss, I just remembered. It was the Chu family who ambushed me. That's why I fell into the wolf's trap." Zhong Wei's eyes flashed like lightning. "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. I could have escaped, but I inexplicably fell to the ground, and that's when the wild wolves caught up to me." Chu Xiao, the head of the Chu family, snorted coldly. "If you saw who attacked you, name them and explain. Otherwise, even if our family is down, we won't tolerate your false accusations." Zhang Fuguei, who had been trying to curry favor with the Chu family, hadn't actually noticed the real attacker or seen who made the move. But he had already decided on his target before coming. He pretended to scan the faces of the Chu men, finally fixing his gaze on the most notorious rogue, 6th young Master Chui. At that moment, Wu Xiaohan stepped forward and said, "Boss, the smell of blood here is strong. It might attract other wild animals. Should we change location?" Zhong Wei looked up at the sky. "In an hour, it will be dawn. Let's pack up and move out now." "Yes." Wu Xiaohan turned to give the order. "I've confirmed it. It's him." Zhang Fuguei pointed at the famous Chu Yi in the capital. Chu Yi smiled calmly. "Lord Zhong, you are wise. This person has always wanted to abuse my family's women. His character is extremely poor." This remark was just a show of false bravado to vent personal anger. "Don't let the villains manipulate you. You're nonsense." "Shut up." Zhong Wei turned his head to scold Zhang Fuguei, then looked sternly at Chu Yi. "Young Master Liu, are you sure you haven't secretly harmed anyone?" "Absolutely true." "Then, I believe you this time."
"Boss."
Zhang Fuguei called out urgently. But Zhong Wei waved his hand, signaling someone to help him get into the carriage to rest. Whether he was truly harmed or not, it was his own fault. Zhong Wei's task was to everyone to Yuzhou. Now that the Chu family also knew the truth about the wolf attack, he didn't want to force them to rebel at this critical moment. The staged wolf attack event ended. Those who knew the truth kept silent to avoid causing chaos. The officers urged everyone to travel quickly in the dark. The exiled people sitting on the ground complained loudly. But when they heard staying in place might attract more wild beasts, they suddenly gained some strength. Several officers dragged dead wolves onto the carriage. Seeing this, others went to pick up wolf carcasses. Many prisoners who hadn't eaten meat in days had bright eyes and even fought over the wolf remains. The officers watched coldly. As long as no one was killed, it was fine. The fourth master asked everyone, "Should we also go pick up a wolf?" Many from the Qin family agreed. Their bodies were already weak, and they hoped to eat more meat to regain strength. The father and son of the fourth house went to find a wild wolf. Qin Jani looked around, still on alert. Those hiding in the shadows hadn't succeeded and might be planning something else. He didn't know that Qin's shadow guards had already killed all the hidden enemies. Su Yunwan leaned against the carriage pole, silent with her head bowed. The long-distance control and pursuit had severely drained her mental energy, and her body was exhausted. After dividing the wolf carcasses, the team set off again. Su Yunwan, feeling weak, climbed onto the donkey cart. She felt another person's question in her hand. Qin Jani looked worried. "Are you feeling unwell?" Su Yunwan shook her head. "I was woken up when I was very sleepy. Just a bit tired. Lie down and rest." Qin Jani sat up to give her a seat. "Don't move around," Su Yunwan said. "You need to lie down and rest to lessen the pain." Afterward, she gave a warning glance at Pei Shi, who was about to act up. Qin Jani noticed and didn't insist further. The seating arrangement on the donkey cart returned to yesterday's setup. The mother and daughter of the first house and the fourth house switched places after half an hour. Xin Yi forced herself to keep going, silently enduring the journey. After Qin Ruishan took her turn to sit, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," and fell to the ground. Qin Rulan hurried forward to help her up. Xin Yi covered her left ankle with her hand, tears falling down her face. "It hurts so much. I twisted my ankle." Qin Junxian knelt down to check her ankle. Each time he pressed, Xin Yi cried out in pain. He exchanged a look with his older brother, showing a helpless expression. The old lady thought she had fallen badly and immediately said, "Shan, walk a little further so Yi can sit." Qin Ruishan looked at Su Yunwan, but didn't move. Only Qin Junxian and Su Yunwan could protect the fourth house now. She didn't want to upset Su Yunwan, so she waited for her to speak. Su Yunwan saw something from Qin Junxian's expression and sneered at Xin Yi. "I know a bit about medicine and can tell how serious your injury is. Do you dare let me check?" Xin Yi wanted to use her old trick again and was about to agree, but then Su Yunwan said, "Let me be clear, if you're pretending, I will personally make sure your pain is real." Looking cold and ruthless, Su Yunwan, Xin Yi's mouth slightly opened, but she couldn't say a word about her pain. Everyone saw this and understood. The old lady's face darkened. "Keep moving." Xin Yi quickly chased after her to explain, "Grandmother, I really do have a pain in my foot. Please believe me." Lin Shi glanced at the old lady's expression and muttered, "After 2 days of travel, whose foot doesn't hurt?" Thinking about how her daughter almost got tricked by Xin Yi, Lin Shi felt angry inside. But after seeing the old lady's cold stare, she didn't dare to speak. Xin Yi, having failed to deceive, felt both regret and frustration. Just as she was about to grit her teeth and agree to Su Yunwan, even if it meant getting hurt to gain her grandmother's trust, she saw Su Yunwan's faint smile, as if waiting for her to fall into a trap. "Let's go. Don't delay." The officer guarding the Qin family shouted loudly. Xin Yi held back her tears and focused on continuing to walk. After several hours, the sun was high. Zhong Wei finally ordered a rest. The group stopped, and the prisoners scrambled to borrow pots from the guards to cook wolf meat. Those who couldn't borrow a pot had to start a fire and roast the meat. Because their rest was limited, they didn't have time to take turns using the pots. At this moment, Zhong Wei's help was very useful. The Qin family no longer had to compete with others for a pot. Qin Junxian and the father and son of the fourth house built a stove and gathered wood to prepare the wolf meat. Qin Ruishan and her daughter washed rice and cooked. The old lady looked at Su Yunwan, who was preparing herbs to make medicine, and said to Xin Yi sitting beside her, "Go help with cooking." Xin Yi had been walking all morning and was exhausted, barely able to move, but she had to agree. She dragged her feet to the side of Lin Shi, who was cooking, and softly said, "Fourth aunt, let me help with the fire." Lin Shi stood up to make space and told her the precautions. It's easier to say than to do. Xin Yi was choked by the smoke and kept coughing, her face covered in soot. She looked at Su Yunwan, who was calmly tending the fire and preparing medicine, feeling very uncomfortable inside. That meal, Su Yunwan didn't interfere but only described the ingredients and method. Qin Ruishan was clever and quickly got the hang of it, cooking a large dish of wolf meat that turned out quite well. That morning's breakfast was filled with a strong meat smell that spread across the camp. Most prisoners ate until they were full, regardless of the taste. However, Su Yunwan had little appetite and put down her chopsticks after a few bites. Qin Ruishan asked nervously, "Is my cooking not good?" "Of course not. I just don't like wolf meat," she replied. Honestly, Qin Ruishan, a young lady from a noble family, had managed to make such a dish, which was quite rare. She was just a guest, so she wouldn't be picky. But she was not picky, yet others were dissatisfied. Pei Shi shouted, "It's indeed not as good as last night's meat dish. From now on, let Su handle the cooking." Su Yunwan snorted softly. Just having something to eat is good enough. If anyone dislikes it, they can cook themselves in the future. The old lady immediately scolded, "Pei Shi, from now on, cook together. Don't always enjoy the benefits, without contributing." Pei Shi was furious, looking aggrieved. "I only want the whole family to eat better." "Then improve your cooking skills to help everyone," Su Yunwan said with a hint of sarcasm. She still thought she was the lady of the house and could do whatever she wanted. Pei Shi's eyes widened in anger. "It's one thing if you don't respect me as your mother-in-law, but you also want me to serve you? That's a joke. You want to take care of the whole family, and what does that have to do with me?"
Su Yunwan is needed.
Seeing the argument escalate, the old lady waved her hand. "Enough, enough. No talking during meals. Do I have to remind you of this rule?" Pei Shi's words caught in her throat, unable to speak or swallow easily, and she could only glare fiercely at her eldest son. If it weren't for his obsession with women, how could Su be so arrogant? Once they reached Yuzhou City, she would set things straight. Qin Jani, who secretly hated her, ignored her mother's complaints and told his younger brother to buy some other food. He then said to Su Yunwan, "You and my brother go see the officials." "No need, I'm not hungry. You all eat slowly. I'll gather some summer cooling herbs," Su Yunwan said as she stood up. She truly had no appetite. If she got hungry on the way, she could eat the food from her space. Qin Jani also asked his younger brother to go with him, but Qin Junxian replied, "Big brother, I can't be too far from you. I'll accompany sister-in-law instead," both Qin Junyu and I say at the same time. "No need, I'll go and come back quickly," Su Yunwan insists and leaves alone. At the top of the mountain, a gentle breeze blows. On a large rock at the summit, Su Yunwan sits cross-legged with her eyes slightly closed, focusing her mind. In the air, invisible spiritual energy from plants gathers and flows into her body continuously. This energy circulates through her entire body, transforming into wood element power, stored in her internal pool. A small amount of this power leaks out, flows backward, and causes nearby trees to become even greener and more lush. It's like taking from the forest and giving back to it. Suddenly, voices come from below the mountain, and Su Yunwan opens her eyes. On a flat area halfway up the mountain, 3 people stand: the head of the Chu family, the eldest son Chu Da, and Chu Yi. "Tell me, what's going on?" The family head, Chu Xiaoyan, looks sternly at Chu Yi. Chu Yi replies, "It's just as you think." In the next moment, a foot flies toward him and kicks him several meters away with a loud bang. Blood drips from Chu Yi's mouth, and he struggles a bit, but cannot get up. 6th brother. Chu Da rushes over to check his injury, then looks up at Chu Xiao. "Father, it's that servant who deserves to die. Please show mercy." "Did I ever say that I wouldn't act? Once I do, there will be no more trouble." Chu Xiao's face is cold and serious, with anger blazing in his eyes. Chu Yi supports himself with one hand and covers his waist with the other, cold sweat running down his face. "If I take his life directly, Zhongwei will blame us even more. Then find another opportunity."
Chu Xiaozhua angrily.
Now that the wolf attack incident has happened, Zhongwei will be more cautious of the Chu family. "Do you want everyone to be harmed?" Chu Yi's face turns pale as he explains, Once the powder incident was exposed, Zhong Wei dared not threaten the Chu family. You say he dares or not, but what if he does? Chu Xiao is furious again and tries to kick him. Chu De immediately steps in front of Chu Yi, blocking the father. Please calm down. If sixth brother is punished severely, it will confirm the rumors of conspiracy. Let's be more careful in the future. Chu Xiao looks at his eldest son and commands sternly, move aside. But Chu De shakes his head and continues to plead. Father, the journey of exile is already dangerous. Please be generous and forgive sixth brother this time. If not, at least give him a reprimand. Chu Yi, who endured the initial pain from the kick, pushes his older brother away and kneels straight on the ground, accepting his father's anger. Son knows he was wrong. Please, father, punish me. Chu Xiao was both angry and resentful, constantly scolding. These days are different from before. Every move you make could bring trouble to the whole family. If you really upset Zhong Wei, you'll suffer a lot. Chu Yi respectfully responded, Father's teachings are correct. I will remember them in my heart. Chu Xiao snorted coldly. Who else knows about this? Chu Yi mentioned a few family members who were nearby at the time, but suddenly his expression froze. Who else? Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes and pressed for an answer. The wife of the eldest son of the Qin family.
Chu Xiao fra when he li.
The eldest son of Chu's family quickly comforted him. Father, don't worry. With Qin Jani protecting her, her character should be good. She wouldn't intentionally cause trouble. Chu Xiao then scolded his younger son again before letting him stand up. Chu, the eldest son, helped Chu Yi to his feet. From now on, such matters should be handled by the elder brother. Don't act on your own again. Okay. With their father present, Chu Yi could only agree. Suddenly, Chu Xiao quickly turned around and looked toward the mountaintop. What's wrong? Chu, the eldest son, asked, confused, following his father's gaze. There's someone on the mountaintop. The brothers exchanged a sharp glance and looked around carefully. But besides the trees, flowers, birds, and insects in the woods, they saw no one. Su Yunwan withdrew her mental energy, recalling the rumors in the capital. The head of the Chu family was skilled in martial arts and strict in managing the household, but he had a rebellious and talented young son who made him love and hate him at the same time. Seeing that the three of them no longer spoke, she turned around and headed down the mountain. She took out a handful of herbal seeds for cooling off, and after planting them, she went ahead to the camp. When Qin Jani saw her return, he pointed to a bag nearby. Wanwan, my younger brother just exchanged some plain steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Have some more. Su Yanwan smiled gently and took out a bun, slowly nibbling on it. Paisha glanced at her and said, It's so late, and you're still picky? The official's buns are very precious. Now is not the time to be so particular. Qin Jani endured and said, Mother, if you want something else, I can ask my younger brother to exchange it for you. Mother is not like some people who only know how to spend money on pleasures. Now our family's money is being used carefully. How will we manage in the future? Qin Jani wanted to say more, but Su Yunwan pinched a piece of bun and offered it to him. Try some? Qin Jani was stunned. He gently parted his lips and took a bite. The tenderness in his eyes was hard to hide, and he didn't argue with his mother anymore. Anyway, he couldn't argue with her. Whether right or wrong, his mother had her own way of thinking. When she was pushed to the limit, she would use filial piety to pressure him. She was always unbeatable. When the Chu family returned to the camp, Chu Yi was tall and strong, with no sign of pain on his face. His forehead was covered in tiny cold sweat, probably from the heat after activity. He subtly glanced at Su Yunwan, who was eating a bun and holding the last small piece, clearly having been in the camp for a while. Chu Yi looked away, thinking to himself, It's not her. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong hadn't returned for a long time. Zhong Wei felt uneasy and glanced at Qin Jani. Last night's incident meant Zhao Rong's people were likely nearby, but there had been no news since then. It might be very bad news. He couldn't openly ask if Zhao Rong had been killed by them. He could only be cautious and avoid offending the Qin family. He wondered if the Qin family, pushed to the brink by the royal family and aided by hidden forces, might be forced to run away. While lost in thought, the Chu family father and sons returned to the camp. Zhong Wei's heart immediately sounded the alarm. Compared to the Qin family, the Chu family was a bigger threat to him. Xiao Wu, Xiao Lu, you two should visit the Qin and Chu families, especially the Chu family. If there's any movement, report immediately. After careful consideration, Zhong Wei entrusted this important task to Jiang Xiaolu and Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu accepted the task, then led the team to head toward the Chu family's residence. Hurry up and get ready. We're leaving soon. Anyone who lags behind, don't blame me for using my whip. Jiang Xiaolu cracked his whip and shouted at the Chu family members as they walked. The young men of the Chu family looked at each other in confusion. Who is this fool? After suffering revenge, he still dared to act so arrogantly. Wu Xiaohan's mind was calm. Jiang Xiaolu was just loud and boastful. In the past few days, his whip had never actually hit anyone. He smiled quietly, watching Jiang Xiaoyu's antics, and kept his gaze on the Chu family members being scolded, observing their expressions carefully. Suddenly, a glance from the Qin family caught his eye. He pretended to look away casually and met Su Yunwan's gaze. Su Yunwan nodded slightly at Wu Xiaohan, then looked down at his bandaged hand. In his past life, he had been covered in blood following orders. Today's act of defending was spontaneous. Since it was protected by Qin Jani's wife, her important status, she needed to play her role well. Wu Xiaohan's hand curled slightly. As he looked around with Jiang Xiaolu, he approached the Qin family. Just come find me if you need anything, Jiang Xiaolu said confidently, no longer acting arrogantly in front of the Chu family, taking on the responsibility himself. But we don't have much money, Su Yunwan said first, casually joking. Jiang Xiaolu rested his hand on Wu Xiaohan's shoulder and joked, no money needed, just share some tasty food with me and brother Wu. After tasting the food and cooling soup sent by the Qin family for his uncle, he couldn't forget it. Now he could just enjoy eating and drinking for free. Su Yunwan glanced at Wu Xiaohan and smiled softly, agreeing no problem. With a fingernail hook, Su Yunwan withdrew her gaze and looked at Qin Jani. Qin Jani cleared his throat and said, I'm a bit thirsty. Su Yunwan took out a water pouch and gave him a few sips. During this, she received a sign from Wu Xiaohan confirming that Zhao Rong was dead. However, the other person's expression seemed a bit strange, and she wasn't sure what had happened during the process. She decided to wait for a future opportunity to find out more. The weather was very hot, like the summer tiger, with intense sunlight. The exile team moved slowly along the official road, each person looking pale and exhausted. Captain, give me some water. I'm about to die of thirst, a ragged prisoner begged the officer beside the road. Not all prisoners had family members giving them water pouches or money. Some were alone and had no containers for water, so they could only refill water when eating or passing by a water source. In this scorching heat, those without water were parched, their lips cracked, and they were so tired their eyes blurred. If you want water, buy a water gourd with your money. Then you can carry water with you. The officer wiped his sweat and said irritably. To squeeze every penny from the prisoners, the guards never missed a chance, which was also part of the usual procedure. If it weren't for the extra money, who would want to leave their hometown, face hardships and dangers and prisoners for thousands of miles? The worried prisoner said, Captain, I really have no money left. No money, but still want water?
Dream on.
Keep moving forward. Maybe you'll find a water source, the officer snapped and urged them to hurry. Asking for water was common among the hundreds of people in the group, but most were refused until they fainted or couldn't be whipped anymore, at which point the guards might give some water. Those prisoners who still had water suffered under the blazing sun, and the hardships of exile became even clearer. Each person from the Qin family had a homemade straw hat for some shade. Qin Jani, lying down, faced the sun directly. He was already weak, and his face looked even paler. Su Yunwan tied one side of her cloak to the cart and had the people on the cart pull it to block the sun. Passing by a few palm trees, Su Yunwan came up with an idea. She asked Qin Jani to pick many leaves, while she collected various vines of different sizes and braided thin strips into ropes. During a brief rest, Su Yunwan used thick vines as a frame and large palm leaves for shade to build a canopy for the donkey cart. Lying in the cool shade, Qin Jani looked at the sturdy shelter with deep, unreadable eyes. The canopy looked simple to build, but without certain skills, most people couldn't do it. Even if it was barely assembled, a slight shake or wind could make it fall apart. This is not something easily learned from books. Where did she learn her skills? Others in the Qin family, as well as the Chu family and Zhongwei, also wondered about her background. The Qin family members, seeing that Qin Jani didn't ask questions, silently guessed her identity. Even Xin Yi didn't speak rashly. In fact, she didn't need to say anything. Everyone in the Qin family, at the same time, remembered Xin Yi's previous words. She knew martial arts, understood medicine, and was skilled in outdoor survival. All these clues pointed to her having a mysterious background. In Zhongwei and the Chu family's eyes, they saw Su Yunwan as a girl secretly cultivated by the Qin family, meant to better care for and protect Qin Jani. As for Su Yunwan, she knew that revealing her skills might cause suspicion. But she wasn't willing to hide herself. The shade shelter wasn't just for Qin Jani. She also wanted a cool place for herself. Even on this exile journey, she tried to make herself comfortable. Su Yunwan waved a fan made of palm leaves, fanning herself and Qin Jani alternately, looking relaxed and content. Let's just deal with it this way for now. When we reach the next town, we'll buy a carriage. Qin Jani's lips curled into a handsome smile, his dark eyes shining with gentle light. That's good enough, he said softly. Su Yunwan's red lips curved into a faint smile, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Qin Jani looked at her and sorted his complicated thoughts into one sentence. No matter where she comes from, she is part of his life from now on. The old lady's gaze fell on them, her mind a jumble of feelings. On one hand, after learning about her grandson's health, Su Yunwan didn't dislike him. Instead, she cared for him even more, which was fitting given his efforts to protect her. On the other hand, there were many odd points about Su Yunwan. She hoped that her wise grandson could stay clear-headed and not be deceived. Xin Yi twisted her silk handkerchief into a knot, snorted coldly, and looked away. She saw Qin Ruishan pouring the cooled summer tea into a pot and immediately went over, saying, "I'll take the summer tea to the officials." Hearing her voice, Su Yunwan gave a cold glance, but didn't object. Others also didn't stop her. Qin Ruishan brought her a bowl. After Su Yunwan thanked her, she lowered her head and drank it. This time, the cooling tea was not refined with special abilities, so the taste was much worse than before, bitter and hard to hide. However, the medicinal ingredients used were produced by Su Yunwan herself, of the highest quality, so the medicinal effect of the brew was not greatly reduced. Su Yunwan looked at the remaining ingredients and thought about swapping them secretly. As long as she used her own ingredients and didn't make any dark dishes, the quality wouldn't be too different. High-quality food can be distinguished by appearance, so she couldn't swap them directly. She planned to do so when restocking supplies next time. Meanwhile, Xin Yi's soup pot was taken over by Jiang Xiaolu. She showed a gentle smile and said to Zhongwei, "Sir, the cooling tea this time wasn't made by my older sister-in-law, so it doesn't taste very good. You and the other young masters have worked hard. Maybe in the future, my sister-in-law can prepare tea for you." Zhongwei looked at Xin Yi with sharp eyes for a moment, then smiled slightly. "No need to trouble her. You've been very kind to the Qin family. We just want to show her thanks." "Please don't mind," Xin Yi quickly said. Suddenly, Wu Xiaohan spoke up. "Sir, since this young lady is so sincere, let's let her do it. Let her prepare the tea." No, I don't make good tea."
Sen YY hurried to explain.
She was talking about Su Yunwan, but she didn't mean for herself to do the work. "It's fine, as long as it works," Wu Xiaohan interrupted her and looked at Zhongwei. Zhongwei smirked and looked at her with interest. "Then I'll leave it to you. As for picking the herbs, I'm just a weak girl. I can't pick enough for dozens of young masters." Xin Yi hurried to refuse the task, but making tea was even harder to avoid. Zhongwei watched patiently as Xin looked anxious and kept refusing to pick the herbs. Seeing her say everything she wanted, he called Wu Xiaohan and headed toward the Qin family. Su Yunwan watched the three people approaching. Among them, Xin looked very red in the face, sweating coldly, not knowing what she was up to. Zhongwei cupped his hands and said, "Madam Qin, young Master Qin, I want to send someone to gather cooling medicinal herbs. Please kindly guide us, so we won't trouble you too much." "Lord Zhong, you're too kind." "I am honored," the old lady replied. Then she looked at her grandson and Su Yunwan. Qin Jani glanced at Su Yunwan. Seeing her nod, he said, "When we pick the herbs, send someone to help identify them." Zhongwei then asked Wu Xiaohan to take charge of this task, and Wu Xiaohan agreed. Zhongwei then said, "Miss Xin sincerely wants to make tea for us."
Look.
Everyone's eyes focused on Xinyi's face. When did she become so diligent? Xinyi forced a smile and said, "Grandmother, Lord Zhong is so kind to our family. I am happy to serve the young master." After speaking, she looked at Su Yunwan and added, "The soup the eldest sister-in-law makes is very tasty. I believe you also want to help." As soon as she finished, the atmosphere froze instantly. Su Yunwan exchanged meaningful glances with her, showing disdain and not answering, just watching her make a fool of herself. The old madam frowned and said sternly, "Making tea is simple. You can handle it alone. It really isn't necessary to trouble the eldest wife." "If Miss Xin hadn't insisted, we could have made the tea ourselves," Zhongwei said bluntly, exposing Xinyi's eagerness completely. Xinyi's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. Her mind was a mess, confused about how things had turned out like this. Seeing the officials swaggering around, she wondered why they didn't want Su Yunwan to help. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan took the opportunity to say, "When we reach the next town, we want to buy some supplies." Zhongwei readily agreed. "Tomorrow, when we pass through Weinan Prefecture, you can arrange for 2 people to buy supplies with the guards." "Thank you, sir," Su Yunwan nodded politely. Soon after, Wu Xiaohan left with the Qin family and Zhang Xiaolu, seeing this, also joined them. When Su Yunwan saw some useful herbs, she called everyone to go picking together. For the sake of her reputation, the old madam specifically asked Qin Junyu and Qin Ruoshang, the brother and sister, to join, forming a 5-person herb-picking team. To avoid delaying their trip, Zhang Xiaolu asked Zhongwei for special approval to bring a carriage so they could carry more herbs. This made their journey feel like an outing for gathering herbs. For Su Yunwan, almost every plant on the ground had value. Since others didn't have wood-based abilities to extract medicinal elements, she patiently explained the plants that helped with cooling down heat, while she collected other high medicinal value plants. Zhang Xiaolu was curious and asked questions, and she shared her knowledge about the herbs, including processing methods and specific effects. Qin Ruoshang listened carefully and admired Su Yunwan even more for her openness. There's a saying, teaching a disciple can starve the master, and even experienced herbalists might not share so much with their students. Now that the Qin family was in trouble and had lost their income, if the eldest sister-in-law managed the collection and sold the herbs to pharmacies for money, it could secure the family's position. Now she easily explains pharmacological knowledge in detail, which is like teaching a skill. Unlike Qin Ruoshan's feelings, Wu Xiaohan notices a problem. Su Yunwan seems to understand pharmacology well, but often does not mention the names of the plants. Did she forget, or did she never know? If she doesn't know the names, how does she know the properties of the herbs? Wu Xiaohan knows she is not a subordinate of the prince. No matter which organization she comes from, no subordinate would dare oppose the respected old lady. But claiming she is an undercover spy is even more ridiculous. What spy would be so bold? For some reason, Wu Xiaohan suddenly recalls a scene of a plant killing someone by the cold pond. A chill suddenly rises from his feet, spreading quickly through his body. Su Yunwan, who is collecting seeds, senses Wu Xiaohan's curious gaze and looks back confused. Wu Xiaohan hides his feelings and tentatively asks, "Do these seeds have medicinal effects?" Su Yunwan casually pinches one and says, "I want to take them to Yuzhou City to see if I can plant them." By the way, we can also grow medicinal herbs. Qin Ruishan exclaims happily. Zhang Xiaolu is not optimistic. Yuzhou is famous for being a barren land. It's not that easy. He recalls what Uncle Zhongwei told him about Yuzhou's harsh environment, which is why it became a place of exile. Qin Ruishan then asks Zhang Xiaolu about Yuzhou, walking and stopping along the way, until sunset unknowingly arrives. The exile team stops at an abandoned temple. The setting sun casts a faint glow on the mottled walls. The temple is overgrown with fallen leaves and wild plants. Su Yunwan, along with everyone else, enters the gate and divides the herbs they collected, giving half to Wu Xiaohan. At first, everyone gathered herbs separately, but as they became familiar, Wu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiaolu helped Su Yunwan collect many plants that do not have cooling effects. Wu Xiaohan shakes his head and says, "We only need herbs that cool down." Zhang Xiaolu nods along. "We have all the common medicines. Just make cooling tea." Su Yunwan agrees with their plan and shares most of the cooling herbs with them. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaolu suddenly says, "Miss Xin, it's your turn to help. Come with us to wash the herbs." Xin Yi is reluctant, but has no choice and follows along. The old lady watches Xin Yi and Zhang Xiaolu walk away, then turns and says, "Thank you for your hard work. Rest well. The others will handle washing the herbs and cooking." Su Yunwan enjoys the leisure. After thanking the old lady, she sits beside Qin Jani and softly asks, "Is there anything you want to eat?" Qin Jani shook his head and held Su Yunwan's hand with rough palms. "It's all good." As their hands touched, a strange energy flowed into his body, gradually easing his pain like the tide receding. His eyes were deep and calm like the sea, and he stared intently at Su Yunwan. The power entering his body was not internal energy at all. At first, he thought it was internal energy, but after a few tries, he noticed a clear difference. No one's internal energy could have such a strong healing effect. Maybe she really could help him escape the pain of the soul-binding pin and stand up again. What was once a gamble now became real hope. Qin Jani felt excited, but soon his brows furrowed again. After Su Yunwan finished her treatment, Qin Jani leaned in and quietly asked, "Have you ever transferred internal energy to someone else?" Su Yunwan's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her face calm. "No, why do you ask?" "Don't use your power lightly," Qin Jani said seriously, his eyes full of urgency. "If others found out about her healing ability, they would try to take her for themselves. If the emperor discovered, the consequences would be even worse." Su Yunwan and Qin Jani looked at each other for a moment, then she suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, I know my limits." It was clear Qin Jani had sensed something. But that was okay. She never intended to hide everything. If someone wanted to harm her, she would fight back, prepare defenses, counterattack, and leave no chance for her enemies. The old lady ordered the herbalists to rest, but only Su Yunwan truly let go of her worries. Qin Junyu and Qin Junxian went to the yard to prepare the stove, while Qin Ruishan and Lin Shi went to wash rice and cook. She knew her mother would be the one doing the cooking. If her mother's food didn't taste good, she would definitely face her grandmother's scolding. The old lady sat nearby, watching the younger generation cook, but her mind drifted to the herbs. If only she could sell them for money. Thinking of this, she asked Su Yunwan, who was organizing the remaining herbs, "Yunwan, do you have any extra medicinal herbs? Can we sell them at the pharmacy?" "Yes, I was just thinking the same," Su Yunwan replied. The old lady was pleased.
"Great.
"Then gather more herbs on your way, everyone. Let's pick together." This was the first good news she had heard since their family fell on hard times. No matter how much money they could get, it would help with household expenses. The old lady had managed the family's supplies for decades and knew how important money was. On this journey of exile, if they ran out of money, they would be stuck and unable to move forward. Yunwan Su nodded in agreement. These herbs don't sell for much money, but if the Qin family works together and accumulates small gains, it could become a good source of income. The other members of the Qin family, busy with their tasks, were pleased to hear this. Qin Junxian was especially excited, rubbing his fists in anticipation. "I can also go hunt some game to sell." But he quickly thought of something and restrained his expression. The young man, dressed in fine clothes and riding a fine horse, had already hidden his former youthful spirit and taken on the responsibility of protecting his older brother. Qin Jani said, "I will go hunting with my father." Even though the fourth branch was not favored in the Qin prince's residence, they still kept up with their studies. Qin Jani was skilled in riding and archery and was confident in hunting. Qin Junxian smiled again. "Good. You two go hunt an animal and bring it back for dinner." After the father and son left, Qin Junxian went nearby to gather vines and branches and started making bows and arrows. Not far away, on a set of steps, Chu Yi and some brothers sat resting. They overheard their quiet questions about injuries and couldn't help but touch the place where he was kicked, smiling bitterly. The old man's strength hasn't diminished. "Sixth brother, be careful with your words," warned the fifth son of the Chu family, feeling tense. Chu Yi snorted softly and didn't continue teasing his father. The others felt bitter, but dared not blame their father for being harsh. In the Chu family, the head, Chu Shao, was like an emperor. Anyone who caused trouble would face strict punishment, with heavy sticks and harsh family rules. Chu Yi had been walking all day with his injuries and couldn't show any weakness, which was very hard for him. Fortunately, they dealt with that person, which served as a warning to others. The guards no longer dared to hit or scold Chu family members, sparing the young Chu men from punishment. While they were asking about injuries, the eldest son of the Chu family came out of a side room. "Go hunt some game and bring it back." "Sixth brother, mother wants you to come inside." Chu Yi responded with a faint smile and struggled to stand, then followed his older brother to the side room. The side room was small, with a few holes in the roof tiles, showing its dilapidated state. The matriarch of the Chu family, the wife of the head, sat by the wall. Several women with children were nearby. Not far away, the old lady of the Chu family was resting on the ground, and Chu Shao, the head, sat nearby cross-legged, calming his breath. "Mother, you called me?" Chu Yi entered and said with a slight smile. "Sixth son, let mother see your injuries," said the wife, who knew her son well. She had already noticed Chu Yi's restraint, but could only hold back her worries in front of the officials. Chu Yi pretended to be relaxed. "Mother, there's no injury. Father just keeps it on record. He'll deal with it later." The wife lowered her head and silently cried, tears flowing without a sound. "Brother Yi, come here." The old lady of the Chu family opened her eyes and, with Chu Shao's support, sat up. Chu Yi didn't have time to comfort his mother and quickly went to kneel beside the old lady to greet her. "Where are you hurt?" the old lady asked with concern. Chu Yi smiled and reassured her, "It's nothing serious." But the old lady didn't believe him. She glanced at her eldest son and said sternly, "Still, show brother Yi your injury." Chu Shao's face was cold and serious. "Unbutton your clothes." Chu Yi knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he obediently loosened his belt. On his left side of his waist and abdomen, there was a large dark purple bruise on his slim, porcelain white skin, glaringly obvious and painful to look at. "It's just a small skin wound. It's not serious." Chu Yi quickly adjusted his clothing. Chu Shao looked at his eldest son. "Apply medicine." "Yes." Chu, the eldest son, took out a special healing ointment from his bag. Chu Yi stiffened. No need. This small injury will heal quickly." Chu family's special healing ointment was very powerful. Its effects were intense, almost like salt on a wound. Applying it was more painful than the injury itself, and was well known for its harshness. "Don't move around." Chu, the eldest son, dipped his finger in the ointment, lifted his brother's collar, and looked at the wound. Suddenly, a burning pain swept over Chu Yi, making him grunt softly. He clenched his thigh tightly, his knuckles turning white, and lowered his head, hiding his pain in the darkness. Chu Shao knew exactly how much his sixth brother was suffering, having experienced the power of this medicine himself. Few in the Chu family were unaware of its strength. He sped up, applying the ointment and massaging it to help absorption, then wrapped the wound with a cloth. After finishing, the old lady looked at him with concern. "Come, Lie down with Grandma. Chu Xiao said, Mother, let him rest and recover. The old lady had no choice but to agree. The women of the Chu family held low social status. Even the old lady couldn't criticize Chu Xiao's discipline. She only felt regretful that the women were too weak and had caused trouble for the men. Chu Yi sat cross-legged against the wall, closed his eyes slightly, and took deep breaths, enduring the burning pain in his waist. He used his internal energy to ease his internal injuries. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, passing along his slender neck, and disappearing into his collar. As night fell, the hunters gradually returned. There were many officials and Chu family members, and they had caught a good haul. Qin Jani and his son were weak and only managed to catch a rabbit and a few bird eggs. Under Su Yunwan's control, the aroma of cooked meat and vegetables quickly filled the air. Bored, Qin Yi was tending the fire near the officials when she suddenly said, Master Zhong, how about letting my sister-in-law cook for you? You know her cooking skills are extraordinary. Zhong Wei gave a cold glance and ignored her. Lady Qin's cooking skills are truly exceptional, but she has self-awareness. Has she ever been unable to be commanded by old Lady Qin? Why should he bother himself with such trouble? Moreover, he has a good understanding with Lord Qin Yi, so he wouldn't order his wife just for personal cravings. That kind of talk is simply not something he can say aloud. And besides, the Qin family always has delicious food, never missing out on good eats. Zhong Wei ignored this, but the other servants started to make noise. Boss, that's a good idea. Let us try some too. The smell is really tempting. What are you using to invite her? Zhong Wei sneered. The guards looked at each other. Serving them was a blessing for the prisoners, and they could make things easier for them. At that moment, everyone remembered that the Qin family was not ordinary prisoners. They couldn't be begged. Jiang Shaolu chuckled. Uncle, how about we exchange with game? We've had a good harvest this time. Zhong Wei nodded but said nothing. Jiang Shaolu immediately grabbed a nearly dead wild chicken and hurried to the Qin family. I'll go ask the lady of the house. Su Yunwan heard Jiang Shaolu's plan and immediately refused without thinking. I'm not a cook. I don't even bother making food for my own family, let alone your 100 people. Take the wild chicken back. Jiang Shaolu was unwilling to go back empty-handed. How about this? You give us some guidance, and we won't have to do it ourselves. Su Yunwan looked at the wild chicken and thought of making chicken soup with ginseng. She said, I'll only make one dish, and just this once. No problem. Jiang Shaolu quickly handed the wild chicken to Qin Junxian. Su Yunwan searched among the herbs for ingredients. Why are you guys thinking of this all of a sudden?
Well, it's that Missy.
She asked my uncle to call you to cook. My uncle ignored her, but others got curious. She then mentioned how Qin Yi suggested Su Yunwan go prepare medicinal tea for the officials, and she sneered. Who does she think she is? Constantly throwing tasks at you. If my uncle weren't clear about his duties, you'd be in trouble. The Qin family members looked serious. They didn't expect Qin Yi to cause trouble again so soon.
Su Yunwan smiled.
Self-inflicted suffering is not worth living. After Su Yunwan and Jiang Shaolu left, Qin Junxi looked at the old lady with a cold tone. Grandmother, Miss Qin is quite capable. From now on, let her handle the meals herself. Just treat her as a relative. Since she was secretly working against them, she should be responsible for the consequences. The old lady opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to oppose. She could only say, it's because Grandma didn't educate her well. Give her one more chance, just this once. Meanwhile, Qin Yi saw Su Yunwan walking with Jiang Shaolu. Her lips curled up in a smile she couldn't hide. But when she saw that Su Yunwan only gave instructions verbally, her face suddenly darkened. Even though she convinced herself to give up on Qin Jani, her hatred for Su Yunwan didn't lessen at all. This morning, when Su Yunwan saw through her fake fall, her anger grew even more. Because of this, Qin Yi kept trying to use officials to make things difficult for Su Yunwan. She thought her grandmother would be happy to help her suppress Su Yunwan. She thought she knew the old lady well, but she overestimated her own tricks. Every move she made was shallow and clumsy. Not only did she get easily outsmarted, but she also dragged herself into trouble. The old lady, skilled in household disputes, didn't care for her tactics. Furthermore, the old lady, respecting her eldest grandson's feelings, wouldn't support Qin Yi in oppressing Su Yunwan. She saw through it all. Making things hard for Su Yunwan was really making things hard for her grandson. Why bother? 15 minutes later, Qin family's dinner was ready. Qin Junxian came to call Su Yunwan to eat. Su Yunwan was in charge of the stewed chicken, which was almost done. The ingredients and seasonings were mostly in the pot, simmering over a fire. Hearing Qin Junxian's call, she opened the lid, scooped a large spoon to check, and subtly used her powers to enhance the flavor of the seasonings. After resealing the pot, she told the cook what to watch out for. Qin Yi, covered in soot and ash, also stood up to leave. Zhong Wei waved his hand, signaling her to go. When the three returned to the Qin house, the old lady said in a deep voice, "Yi, do you know you're wrong?" Qin Yi was stunned. She didn't expect the old lady to side with Su Yunwan. Faced with the old lady's questioning, she teared up and said, "Grandma, is it wrong to build good relations with the officials? I'm doing it for the Qin family. Go inside and reflect on your actions," the old lady said, not wanting to argue while enjoying the meal. Qin Yi glared at Su Yunwan with resentment, her stubborn figure disappearing at the door. But Su Yunwan was unaffected. She enjoyed her meal happily. After eating, the four-room father and son wanted to go hunting again under the moonlight, but Qin Jani stopped them. "It's dangerous to go into the forest at night. Don't take any risks," he said. Now that the shadow guards were present to help earn money, there was no need to risk their safety for small gains. "Should we make chicken soup for a late-night snack?" Su Yunwan suggested, and everyone agreed. The father and son from the four rooms went to the creek to slaughter the wild chicken brought by Jiang Shaolu, while Mrs. Lin and her daughter went to wash dishes. The old lady looked around and asked Pei and her to go and scold Qin Yi. As soon as they entered the temple, they saw Qin Yi kneeling on a cushion in front of the Buddha, crying and complaining about her loneliness and hardships. Others nearby were whispering and pointing, probably saying that the Qin family was unkind and bullying the orphan girl. The old lady's hand holding her cane trembled slightly as she sternly asked, "Yi, you've lived in the palace for over 10 years. Have I ever treated you unfairly?" Qin Yi looked back at the old lady with tears in her eyes and said, "Grandmother, you have always been very kind to me. It's my own foolishness. I don't know what I did wrong." The old lady sighed. "Come out with me." Qin Yi staggered to her feet and followed the old lady out of the temple. As they passed the courtyard, she quietly looked at Su Yunwan with a strange light in her eyes. Outside the temple, at the side wall, the old lady issued her final warning. "If you still want to stay in the Qin family, put away your little schemes. Don't try to manipulate Yunwan again. If there's a next time, you'll be cut off from the Qin family and fend for yourself." "So, you're going to kick me out of the Qin family? On this exile road?" Qin Yi's resentful gaze shot at the old lady, her tear-streaked face showing a hint of sarcasm. The old lady suppressed her anger and said sternly, "If you consider yourself a Qin family member, you must follow the family rules. Your actions are serious enough to be punished. But if you only see yourself as a Qin family member, the Qin family is now in trouble and can't help you. You must take care of yourself." "Qin family? I want to be part of the Qin family, but do you allow it?" Qin Yi remembered her old wish, tears flowing uncontrollably. "I loved my cousin deeply. For him, I was willing to be a concubine. I am so humble, and yet you still refuse. What kind of Qin family member am I?" She poured out her grievances, crying uncontrollably. "Even now, you still want to be a concubine for Brother Yi?" The old lady looked at her in disbelief. Qin Yi only cried without answering. She just wanted to stay safe and go to Yuzhou, but her grandmother had already given up on her. If she lost her protection, she wasn't sure if she would survive. Mrs. Pei's eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, "Mother, since Yi is so devoted, why not just let her? Mrs. Su is very busy and can't take care of Brother Yi. She can step in now." If it worked out, she, as the mother-in-law, could sit back and watch the fight, and at a critical moment, support Qin. She wondered how long Yunwan would remain arrogant and domineering. Qin felt bitter inside. Fate really loved to play tricks on people. The old lady thought for a moment, and then rejected the idea. Yaegir won't agree. There's no need to make things difficult for him. By this point, Qin had already lost control of the situation and was heading down a wrong path. She no longer cared about her humble status as a concubine. The only problem was that the eldest grandson was stubborn. If Yi was forced to become his concubine, he would immediately throw her out. The elder's gift must not be refused. Mother, you also don't want Yaegir to be bewitched by Susha, right? She has many secrets. If one day she harms Yaegir, you'll regret it. Pei continued to persuade. Pei's words touched the old lady's heart. She was indeed worried about the unpredictable nature of Su Yunwan. Seeing her grandmother wavered, Pei pressed on. Yaegir is unwell. If you take a concubine, it could help the Qin family grow and continue their lineage. Yi suddenly looked up, her eyes full of longing. If she could give birth to Qin Jani's eldest son, she could win over her grandmother and her eldest aunt, making her the primary wife. In this way, her child would become the legitimate heir, with natural inheritance rights. When the old lady heard about inheritance, her spirit was stirred, and her heart tilted in favor. But given Yi's personality, she wouldn't be good at fulfilling the duties of a concubine. Wife and concubine conflicts would still trouble the eldest grandson. Yi looked at her changing expression and gritted her teeth, using her trump card. Grandmother, I actually have some hidden money.
What?
The old lady exclaimed in surprise. Yi wiped her tears, straightened her back, and smiled confidently. When I was searching the house, I hid a silver note. After the emperor issued the marriage decree, she felt hopeless and considered running away from home. To do so, she secretly sold many pieces of jewelry and, combined with her monthly allowance, saved up 500 taels of silver. Because it was her entire savings, she hid it in her sock during the house search, enduring the pressure of being searched, and kept it until now. After these days of ups and downs, she had seen through her grandmother and Pei's self-interest. Now was the time to show her value. But she didn't know that her grandmother, shocked, felt cold inside. If she had been willing to pay during the house search and imprisonment, she wouldn't have had to become a wrongful person, forcing her fourth granddaughter to marry under duress. Without this, the conflicts between the third and fourth branches wouldn't have erupted. Perhaps the third branch could have remained clear-headed, understanding that prosperity and decline come together, and wouldn't have betrayed their integrity. The Qin family might not have fallen apart. I raised and cared for her for over 10 years, never noticing how selfish and cold she had become. She is truly like a wolf with a white eye. I hear Pei eagerly asking, how much silver note do you have? Qin quickly hides her pride and says, not much, 500 taels. That much? Pei exclaims, eyes shining as if she sees a pile of silver. Ordinary people only need about 2 taels of silver for a year's living expenses. With these 500 taels, buying a carriage and a house in Yuzhou is no problem. But soon, Pei sobers up and says sadly, you have so much money. Why didn't you help improve everyone's food when you were in prison a few days ago? The prison meals during those days became Pei's nightmare. Qin already has a plan. I only have 1 silver note. If I give it to the jailers, what if they all take it? That makes sense. Pei agrees easily and asks, so what do you think now? Qin blushes shyly. If I marry my cousin, become a real Qin family member, I will naturally turn in the silver to the family. Pei is happy and quickly looks at the old lady. Mother, you talk to Yaij. He listens to you more. The old lady recalls the scene just now and quickly figures out Qin's true intention, her face showing shock and anger. She dares to involve the entire Qin family. Her ambitions are truly big. Pei finishes speaking quickly and then notices the old lady's strange expression. Surprised, she says, Mother. The old lady, thinking of something, suppresses her expression and calmly says, Yaij is so weak. It's too early to talk about having children. When he gets better in Yuzhou, then taking a concubine is fine. After speaking, she looks at Qin Yi and coldly says, if you become a concubine, you must be patient and obedient. Serve the main wife. This trip is a good chance for me to see if you can do your duty as a concubine, so that later, when you enter the family, you won't cause trouble. Qin Yi is speechless. She can't understand why the old lady reacts this way. In her mind, she thought that because of the silver, her grandmother would definitely agree with Qin Yui. Maybe even let her be the primary wife for Face. Where did she go wrong? She already explained why she didn't take the money before. Qin Yi never expected that the old lady would blame her for changing the family name of the third branch. She thought carefully and believed that her grandmother didn't want to force her beloved eldest grandson. So, she let him try to gain Qin Jani's approval on his own, and even pointed out a clear path, encouraging him to please Su Yunwan and reduce resistance. But serving Su Yunwan was more painful than death for her. She simply couldn't do it. What she didn't expect was that her seemingly secret conversation was overheard by several sharp-eared people behind a wall. After finishing their meal, Chu Yi and his brothers went outside to enjoy the shade. The old lady's conversation with the other two drifted into their ears. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling many emotions. Even Qin Jani, who was now in such a state, couldn't escape various schemes. Truly, every family has its own difficulties. At this moment, Qin Jani was lying on a stretcher, turning his head to look at Su Yunwan, who was inserting a broken branch into the clay stove. The firelight reflected on her, making the dark night seem warm and bright, flowing with graceful, captivating curves. The old lady entered the courtyard and saw her grandson's condition, feeling even more complicated inside. Go get some water to wash Brother Yi's face, she said as she sat beside Qin Jani. Qin Yi immediately replied, I'll go get water. She picked up a few empty water bags and quickly went to the nearby creek to fetch water. Mrs. Pei was very pleased with her enthusiasm and secretly nodded in approval. Su Yunwan looked at Mrs. Pei, then turned her gaze to the old lady who was caring for Qin Jani, deep in thought. Soon, Qin Yi returned with water, took a silk handkerchief from Qin Jani's hand, wetted it, and wanted to wipe his face herself. Qin Jani tilted his face aside and reached out to the handkerchief, wiping his face himself. The old lady watched him hurriedly wiping, her eyes filled with love that almost turned into substance. Fortunately, Brother Yi's face didn't become crooked. Qin Jani was puzzled and looked around at Qin Yi and her mother but found no clues. Brother Yi, tell Grandma, how does your father manage the household at the military base in the northwest? With his eldest son having rebelled and left home, and Qin Yi's personality changing after raising her for over 10 years, the old lady had to face her own failure in education. Qin Jani recalled his time in the northwest, looking absent-minded. Father manages the household like he commands an army. It seems so. Grandma once strongly opposed your father's strictness, but after all the twists and turns, we realize he was right, the old lady sighed. Qin Jani pursed his lips, unsure how to respond. The old lady continued, you just inherited the head of the family and went to the battlefield for many years. You haven't had time to tidy up the household affairs, and Grandma has softened her attitude to help you clear out the back house. Grandma, now we are on the exile road. As long as everyone is safe and sound, that's enough. Qin Jani anxiously grabbed the old lady's hand. If they were to improve family discipline, Wanwan would be the first to be affected. He wouldn't forget that every time his father returned to the capital, he would strictly enforce family rules and discipline with family laws. The third household, spoiled by the old lady, suffered even more. Anyone who broke family rules would face strict punishment. If the grandmother managed the household like the father, there would be no place for Wanwan to stay. The old lady understood his worries and turned around, saying, Yunwan, come here. Su Yunwan stood up and approached the old lady, who took her hand and advised, Yunwan, now that you are Brother Yi's wife, the household will eventually be in your hands. Our Qin family has always been strict about discipline. It's only because Brother Yi has been away from the capital these past few years that we lost some control. Now, Grandmother wants to carefully restore order. You should watch closely and learn well. Su Yunwan thought the old lady was trying to keep her out of the matter, but she still frowned slightly and opposed, saying, Grandmother, we're still on the way in exile. Let's all settle down first and reach Yuzhou safely. Qin Jani quickly agreed, Grandmother, I feel the same. But the old lady felt it was urgent. We've been lax for so many years. If we don't enforce discipline now, who knows what trouble might happen. Listen to Grandmother, this is decided. Just then, the people from the fourth household returned from the creek. The old lady looked serious and said, Put down your things. I have something to say. Everyone gathered around the old lady, sitting upright and silent. She looked around and, seeing all Qin family members present, said sternly, Learn the family rules by heart. From now on, anyone who doesn't follow them will face family law discipline. Everyone felt a chill and secretly looked at Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan remained calm, already making plans in her mind. The worst was just losing her marriage and shedding her status as a Qin family woman. Qin Jani seemed to see through her plan and tightly held her hand, silently trying to persuade her. The old lady continued, Now that our family is in trouble, we must work together to get through this difficult time. Tomorrow, someone will go shopping. All your money should be taken out and managed by Brother Yi. She then took a money bag given by the Liu family from her and took out 300 taels of silver notes. I set an example. I won't keep a single coin. If anyone secretly hides money, they will be expelled from the family. Qin Jani didn't want to accept the old lady's money. Grandmother, the money for tomorrow's shopping should be enough for now. Please keep it. No, during these hard times, we must stick together, the old lady said firmly. Pei suddenly realized the truth. She clenched her teeth and took out all the money she had hidden, saying, This is all I have. Then she immediately looked at Sinyi and thought to herself, Experience is the best teacher. Sinyi's face looked very unhappy. Her position as a concubine still needed to be confirmed, yet she was being forced to hand over her personal money. She only had a silver note and couldn't hide some of it. Under the watchful eyes of the old lady and Pei, she kept her head down and remained silent. Qin Jani frowned, guessing his grandmother's intention. After thinking for a moment, he chose to stay silent. Sinyi had been treated the same as the other girls in the Qin family for over 10 years. Now her grandmother and mother had taken out their own money, and the other 3 houses had also contributed quite a bit. It was unreasonable for her to be the only one unaffected. Qin Junxian took out a small bag of money. This is the money my older brother asked me to manage. I use some for transactions with officials these days. The rest is inside. Fourth brother, your house has no money now? The old lady saw Sinyi avoiding the issue and turned her attention to the fourth house. The fourth master, under pressure, made Lin Shi hand over all the silver she was gifted by her family, 100 taels. Mother, this is the remaining money given by Yu's family, Lin Shi said, afraid that hiding it would lead to being expelled from the family, so she handed everything over even though she was reluctant. Qin Junyu and Qin Ruowan, the brother and sister, lowered their heads silently. One clenched his fists, trying to hold back, while the other's eyes welled with tears. From now on, the fourth house could only depend on others and had no way out. The old lady believed what the fourth master said. If the fourth house had hidden money during the family search, they would have already taken it out when they forced the daughter to marry in prison. She turned her gaze to Qin Rulin. Rulin, what about you? Qin Rulin shyly said, I hid a few taels of silver, but I was frightened by the Wei guards and handed it all over. Why are you so timid? Pei scolded playfully, pointing at her forehead. Qin Rulin smiled apologetically. The old lady looked at Sinyi and Su Yunwan, who had not spoken yet, and directly asked, Sinyi knew she had nowhere to run but still held onto her last bit of stubbornness. What about the eldest sister-in-law? Don't tell me you have no money at all.
How could that be?
Su Yunwan looked at her meaningfully and took out 5 silver notes, each worth 200 taels. She had received quite a bit of money from the Qin residents and didn't mind returning some of it. Everyone was shocked but also understood Su Yunwan's actions. She was capable of protecting herself and had money to rely on. Since she married into the Qin family and was involved in this situation, it was good she didn't harbor resentment. No wonder she was unwilling to be constrained by elders. When faced with large sums of money, even Pei looked at Su Yunwan more favorably. Everyone knew that the money belonged to Su Yunwan, since she had just married into the Qin family and had not yet accessed the family's wealth. However, Qin Jani became more certain that the money did not come from her family. Even if the emperor arranged a blind marriage, he had sent people to investigate before the wedding. He knew well Su Yunwan's situation at her family's home, so there was no way she had so many banknotes. Thinking that this money might be earned by her working hard for others, Qin Jani felt a heavy pressure in his chest. Qin saw Su Yunwan give out so much money and felt very annoyed. With the previous 1,000 taels she had, her 500 taels didn't seem very attractive anymore. If she had known, she would have taken out her money first to gain a good reputation. As for the idea of not sharing her money and being independent, she had just thought of it but quickly dismissed it. This exile group was full of dangerous and fierce people. They had fought several battles over food and drink. If she lost the protection of the Qin family, this large sum of banknotes would become a death warrant, with terrible consequences. In the end, Qin still took out her 500 taels of banknotes. Seeing this, everyone understood the old lady's original intention. Many felt sympathy for Qin, knowing she was forced into this by her close relatives. Such a feeling was hard to imagine. At the same time, they also grew more respectful of the old lady. The old lady looked at Qin with mixed feelings. If she could turn back and see her way clearly, she would find her a good family and see her marry happily. As for the position of the eldest grandson's concubine, based on Igor's attitude, it seemed unlikely. She sighed for a moment, collected her thoughts, and counted all the money. A smile appeared on her face. "Igor, please invite a doctor tomorrow to carefully examine your injuries." Qin Jani glanced at Su Yunwan and refused. "Grandmother, I am much better now. Yunwan only needs to bring some medicinal herbs for recovery." Thanks to Su Yunwan's special treatment, his condition was much better than others who had been punished. If a doctor was called, his abnormal condition might be exposed, which could alarm the emperor and bring danger to his life. But the old lady didn't understand his meaning and scolded. "Some folk doctors are very skilled. Don't be afraid to seek medical help. Yunwan's help is enough for recovery. As for the rest, we can wait until we settle in Yuzhou." Qin Jani's words did not dispel the old lady's worries. He had to reveal the harsh reality. "If I recover quickly, there's a chance the emperor will issue a death decree." Hearing this, the old lady and others were shocked. They felt like their spirits had fallen into a deep valley. Was the emperor still not going to let go? Seeing her family members' emotions fall into fear and despair, Qin Jani immediately said, "Grandmother, according to the family rules, let's give everyone some monthly allowance. If something unexpected happens and the family is scattered, at least they won't be without money." When they heard about the allowance, everyone's thoughts quickly returned, and they looked at the old lady with hope. The old lady, who knew how to use both kindness and authority, straightforwardly said, "Let's follow the previous Wang family rules for distribution. The highest-ranking elder, the old lady, receives the most, 20 taels. Pei, the head of the household, gets 15 taels. Su Yunwan, as the wife of the head of the family, gets 10 taels. Qin Junxian, as the second son of the main branch, gets 5 taels. Qin Rulin and Qin, both get 2 taels each. The children from the other 4 branches, a father and son, each get only 2 taels, while the mother and daughter get just 1 tael. The difference between the main and the other branches is clearly shown in the allowances. These monthly allowances used to be pocket money, but now they might be essential for survival. Everyone carefully kept their share close. After receiving her allowance, Pei said to Qin Jani, "Jani, give some money to Mom for the family's daily expenses." She had long struggled with a lack of money, and her authority as the head of the household was mostly nominal. Now, if her eldest son didn't allocate funds, she wouldn't give up easily. Qin Jani turned to look at Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan avoided his gaze, still unwilling to take part in managing the household. He sighed silently and handed his mother a banknote for 500 taels, telling Qin Junxian to keep the rest. Pei, excited upon receiving the banknote, cheered, "Come on, everyone. Let's discuss who will go shopping tomorrow and what to buy. I want to go to the city to sell herbs and buy a few carriages." "I will share a carriage with the prince," Su Yunwan responded first. Because she contributed the most money, Pei didn't object and simply agreed, "No problem." "I also want a carriage," Xin Yi immediately said. With her own carriage, she could sit or lie down whenever she wanted. The old lady said, "Our family only has 3 men who can drive, so tomorrow we can only add 2 carriages. The eldest daughter-in-law, Lan Lan Yi, and I will ride together. Yugo will drive, and the other 4 branches will use donkey carts." The people from the 4 branches were used to being treated differently. As long as they had a carriage, they were satisfied. Only Qin Ruoshuan lowered her head, hiding her disappointment. Qin Jani frowned and said, "Tomorrow, replace the donkey cart with a carriage." The old lady thought there was no need to spend extra money on new carriages, but Qin Jani convinced her by saying it was not revealing wealth. Xin Yi saw them quickly agree without considering her needs and couldn't hold back her anger. She said, "Grandmother, let me ride in the same carriage as big cousin. I will take care of big cousin with big sister-in-law." The old lady hesitated, unsure how to oppose her. Yi had already spent all her money, and if she didn't let her get close to her eldest grandson as promised, she would be hard to persuade. But she didn't oppose, and Qin Jani said straightforwardly, "Xin cousin, I have enough with big sister-in-law. Don't ruin your good name. I grew up in the Qin family, I won't ruin my reputation," Yi sneered. "With me here, big sister-in-law can rest well. I believe you don't want her to be tired." Su Yunwan snorted, "Maybe you should take the 500 taels of silver back and stay out of the Qin family's affairs." "What do you mean?" Yi was caught off guard and angry. Pei sure didn't want the opportunity to slip away and scolded, "Su, sure, you might not understand yet, but Yi is part of the Qin family. Don't say such things in the future." Before Su Yunwan could speak, she added to Yi, "Yi, your kindness is understood by brother Yi. But since he doesn't want to trouble you, let's just drop it." Then Pei Shi looked at the old lady and said, "Mother, how about this? We use 4 carriages. You and 4th sister-in-law in one, me and Lan Lan in another, Yi and Shan Shan in the 3rd. We can hire a guard to drive the carriage so they don't have to walk. They would probably be happy." Pei Shi also wanted a carriage. Sitting all day made her back ache, and lying down to rest would be much better. The old lady rolled her eyes. "1 carriage costs over 100 taels. Are you going to earn that money?" Pei Shi hesitated and awkwardly said, "Sorry, daughter-in-law didn't think it through. Please advise, mother. Our family only needs 1 person. 4 carriages are too showy. At most, 3, the old lady said firmly and methodically. "Yi, since you want to ride alone, take the cargo carriage. The other carriage should be for E.G., so he can rest properly. The remaining 2 can be for us." Yi was furious inside. She wasn't riding alone just for fun. Sitting among the cargo, how could she rest? But she couldn't voice her opposition. If she asked for too much, and if the grandmother, like Su Yunwan said, returned her money and told her to fend for herself, she would regret it deeply. Seeing her mother-in-law make a final decision, Pei Shi didn't dare oppose. The old lady was pleased. This plan not only shut Yi up but also disciplined the women and reinforced her authority. Especially Pei Shi, she would never again let her act as a natural mother to trouble her eldest grandson. After arranging the carriage, the Qin family discussed buying supplies for the next day. Su Yunwan quietly left, poured out the brewed medicinal juice, and started preparing ingredients to cook chicken soup. Xin Yi smelled the delicious aroma and happily complained that no one left her a portion of the meal. In fact, the Qin family had already heard from Jiang Xiaolu about Xin Yi's schemes and was annoyed with her behavior. Naturally, they wouldn't want to upset Su Yunwan further. Once the chicken soup was ready, Su Yunwan looked at Xin Yi, who was greedily eating like a starving ghost. Considering her recent heavy bleeding, she generously chose not to argue with her. However, the old lady could not tolerate such unruly behavior and loudly scolded her, also punishing her to handle the aftermath. Su Yunwan looked up at the night sky. The Qin family's world was about to change. After midnight, a heavy rain suddenly fell. The cold, damp air swept through the mountain temple with a fierce wind. Rainwater seeped through the broken tiles, dripping onto the cold, nightmare-ridden people below. Curses and cries of surprise arose. Su Yunwan opened her eyes and saw Qin Jani had woken up somehow. He was trembling slightly, clutching the stretcher with clearly strained finger joints, clearly enduring intense pain. The fierce wind carried cold air that penetrated everywhere. The sharp pain shot from his spine to his brain, and then to his limbs. Qin Jani clenched his teeth silently, fighting the pain. "Big brother." Qin Junxian immediately grabbed his hand and poured his internal energy continuously, but it couldn't withstand the destructive force of nature. Su Yunwan took a few painkillers from her space and fed them to Qin Jani. The medicine took time to work. Watching Qin Jani twitch in pain, Su Yunwan transferred her supernatural power to him, thinking about removing the nail that was tormenting him. As long as the soul nail remained, he would suffer endlessly. Since she couldn't remove it all at once, she decided to do it in several sessions, hoping he would recover faster. Half an hour later, the rain stopped, but the cold temperature did not rise. Everyone could no longer sleep, curled up in the cold, staring at the sky until dawn. The healing power of wood element supernatural ability could speed up repairing physical injuries, but couldn't instantly eliminate the pain caused by the cold. Only when the medicine took effect did Qin Jani fall into sleep. In the morning, large gray clouds swept across the sky, which was so low it seemed almost within reach. Zhongwei stood in front of the hall, gazing at the horizon, then suddenly turned and ordered everyone, since it's not raining anymore, hurry and travel at full speed. The adults looked at the darkening sky and said, "It looks like it might rain soon. Let's rest for half a day. We caught a cold from the wind. Please give us some medicine. Let's eat first, or we won't have the strength to walk." People discussed among themselves, summarizing their needs in 6 words: eat, drink medicine, rest. Zhong Wei snorted coldly. Is this really the place? If we delay, winter will still be on the way, and all of you might freeze to death. Hearing this, everyone dared not delay further and agreed to eat first before setting out. Seeing their swollen eyes and tired faces, Zhong Wei promised they would leave after finishing their breakfast. As for cold relief medicine, you can go to the mountains and pick wild to make tea. The ground was wet, and those inside the house didn't want to get their clothes wet in the drizzle. The cold worsened, and only a few actually moved. Shivering from the cold, Mrs. Pei arranged, "Fourth, you and your father quickly find some dry firewood, so we can cook warm porridge. Yunwan, take the girls to gather some cold relief herbs." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Jani, who was sleeping, then stood up and headed outside. "I'll go alone. You all take care of the prince." When she reached a quiet spot, Su Yunwan slipped into her space, quickly searched the medicine cabinet in her storage, and used her powers to make anesthesia for preparing the soul-binding nails. After estimating the time, she returned to the forest, broke the collected from the food bureau into pieces, and used her wood element powers to activate them. They took root and sprouted, growing rapidly until it was lush and at its peak. Su Yunwan lowered her hand, squatted down, and began harvesting. Each plant yielded about 10 jin, roughly 5 kilograms. She looked at the pile on the ground, planning to store most of it in her space. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind her. Chu Yi and his younger brother came along a mountain trail, glancing repeatedly at the bushes, trying to find wild. The Chu brothers had internal energy to protect themselves, but the women were affected by the cold, and the elderly lady was even ill. They quickly spotted someone ahead, Su Yunwan, and bowed politely, "Miss Qin." Su Yunwan returned the gesture. "Are you Chu family boys?" "Yes, I am Chu Yi, the 6th son of the family. This is my 7th brother, Chu Yan. After introducing himself, Chui looked at the near Su Yunwan's feet. Can you share some with us? We can exchange them for game. Su Yunwan said casually, sure, I don't need that much. Then she plucked one and said, you can have the rest. Thank you, young lady. The brothers Chui searched for a long time, but couldn't find any wild. Now they have obtained dozens of jin, and are very grateful to Su Yunwan. Chu Yan remembered what he heard last night, and quickly told Su Yunwan, Madam, I have something to tell you. Your cousin wants to marry your husband as a concubine. It happened just last night. Chu Yi stood nearby, letting his younger brother tell Su Yunwan everything he heard. After hearing this, Su Yunwan finally confirmed that Qin desire for Qin Jani had reignited. She couldn't quite understand why a concubine's position was worth so much effort. Qin had given everything, and if she didn't succeed, it could cause a big storm. Seeing Su Yunwan looking somewhat speechless, Chu Yi reminded her, Madam, do you know about the crisis in the Qin family? Compared to the internal conflicts, the bigger threat to the Qin family came from outside. Su Yunwan looked up at Chu Yi, who appeared like a gentle gentleman, and softly asked, What crisis? Eliminate the root cause to prevent future trouble, Chu Yi said proudly, standing in the forest with a cold tone that revealed the emperor's mindset. Su Yunwan looked into his eyes for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. Thanks for the warning. Chu Yi wanted to say more, but he knew it was better not to speak too openly, so he kept silent. The three of them carried stocks back home. Su Yunwan mentioned shopping, hoping the rain would stop during the day so they could reach Weinan Prefecture smoothly. Chu Yan immediately said, Madam, could you please help my family buy some things? If we go through the officials, I don't know how much the prices will increase. Hearing this, Su Yunwan also felt that the officials were very greedy. The journey was long, and the money of the criminals would eventually be drained. You all want to buy a carriage, right? It's best to choose the horses yourself, she said, not knowing how to judge horses and not wanting to take on this task. Chu Yan smiled bitterly. If we could go ourselves, that would be great. But I'm afraid Zhong Wei won't allow it. Just ask first, and if it doesn't work, we'll think of another way. I mainly don't know what kind of horse or carriage to buy. As soon as Su Yunwan finished speaking, Chu Yi said, There are other draft animals at the horse market. I prefer to buy a mule cart. Su Yunwan was puzzled, so the brothers Chu explained. It turned out that horses were now considered military strategic resources. Most of the horses in the market were old or poor quality, eating a lot and expensive. Mules, which are similar in size to horses, are stronger and more enduring, especially good for mountain roads. Since they can't be bred easily, they are much cheaper. Then I'll decide when I get to the market and see what kind of carriage to buy. Su Yunwan remembered her past life. Back then, the Qin family bought 2 carriages. After an attack by assassins, both horses were stabbed and ran wildly. The carriage she was in fell off a cliff, and the horses probably didn't survive. Later, assassinations became common, so there was no need to spend a lot of money on carriages. The three of them discussed the topic of animal-powered carts and then returned to the temple. As soon as they stepped inside, many people from the Qin and other families looked their way. In a corner of the broken temple's main hall, the Qin family had built a simple stove with a lively fire. Crackling sounds filled the air, and a steaming pot emitted white smoke. Older sister-in-law, you came back just in time. The porridge is ready, Qin Ruishan said with a smile, taking the fresh from Su Yunwan. Faced with curious looks around her, Su Yunwan remained calm and returned to Qin Jani's side. Seeing he was still not awake, she reached out to check his forehead temperature. Fortunately, he did not have a fever. Qin wanted to make a cold, sarcastic remark, but was stopped by her mother-in-law's stern gaze. She remembered the nonsense about being a proper concubine and held back from speaking. The powerful Madame Pei, who had regained control of her authority, said sternly, Su family, don't forget your status. Stay away from outsiders. Su Yunwan curled her lips and ignored her. All right, let's eat, the old lady said firmly, giving Madame Pei a look to prevent trouble. After finishing their meal, Madame Pei ordered Su Yunwan to wash the. Su Yunwan ignored her and tested the temperature of the porridge, she had specially kept warm for Qin Jani. She leaned down and called softly, "Prince, Prince." Hearing her voice, Qin Jani slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His voice was hoarse as he said, "Yuan, Yuan, I am no longer the prince. Please don't call me that anymore."
Shujungwan.
The words husband were hard for her to say. Seeing her silence, Qin Jani felt a bitter pain in his heart. "Drink some porridge first." Su Yunwan changed the subject. She helped him sit up and scooped a spoonful to feed him. Qin Jani took a few sips and suddenly said, "Ziyuan, my courtesy name." In the current cultural environment, calling someone by their given name was considered disrespectful and rude, like insulting them. That's why Su Yunwan still called Qin Jani Prince. Now that she heard his courtesy name, she responded naturally with a light smile. Have some more." Qin Jani's breath trembled, and his heart beat faster. A faint blush appeared on his ears, and deep in his eyes, there was tenderness. Calling him by his courtesy name made her seem different, with a special charm that words couldn't fully describe. After finishing the porridge, Qin Jani lay back down. A cold wind blew in suddenly, making him cough several times. The old lady watched her eldest grandson grow weaker and more fragile, feeling heartache and distress. Seeing him cough, worried he might catch a cold, she immediately ordered Sini, "Hurry and wash the. We need to make soup quickly." The wife's status was humble, but it was more than just words. The old lady wanted Sini to truly understand this, so she wouldn't willingly accept her low position. Reluctantly, Sini picked up and left the temple. Seeing her back disappear outside the door, the old lady turned and scolded angrily, "Pei, Mama needs to take care of Brother E. If there's anything, you can ask others to do it. If you keep acting clueless, I will hand over the household management to Wanwan." Hearing about losing her authority, Pei immediately apologized obediently. "Mother, please don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I won't let Yunwan do any more work." The old lady snorted coldly. Even she couldn't command Su Yunwan, so where did Pei get the nerve? She truly thought that regaining control of the household meant she could do whatever she wanted. Meanwhile, at the Chu family side, the head of the family, Chu Shao, asked his two returning sons, "Where did so much come from?" Chu Yan replied straightforwardly, "It was gathered by Madame Qin, the eldest wife. We traded some game for it." Chu Shao didn't ask further. He turned to his eldest son and had him distribute some of it to relatives from other branches. "Father, we're about to reach Weinan Prefecture. I want to ask Lord Zhong for help to buy a carriage and grain in the city." Chu Yi wanted to go shopping, and the first step was to get his father's approval. As for money, that was not a problem. The Chu family's trouble stemmed from a main reason. A legitimate daughter was betrothed by the Empress Dowager to the fifth prince as a side consort, forcing her to align with the fifth prince's faction. Chu Shao, the head of the family, didn't want to get involved in the struggle for the throne and tried to stay neutral. The fifth prince failed in his attempt to seize power and died, which dragged the Chu family into trouble, leading to exile for the entire clan. Fortunately, Chu Shao hadn't helped the fifth prince, so he managed to save his family's lives. Many other families who chose the wrong side suffered complete destruction. The men were executed, and the women were taken to the brothels, becoming playthings for high officials. Because the Chu family had prepared in advance, hiding some money and valuables, their false charges weren't as deadly as Qin's families. They also received generous gifts from friends and relatives, leaving them relatively well off. However, with so many family members, even their savings weren't enough to avoid official extortion. They had to be careful and spend wisely. Chu Shao said, "This isn't urgent. Your grandmother is ill. First, go talk to Lord Zhong and ask her to borrow their carriage." "Yes." Chui looked at his grandmother, who had a high fever and was pressing a silk cloth to her forehead, then strode off to find Lord Zhong. Chui offered 100 taels of silver to Zhong Wei and said, "Lord Zhong, my grandmother is ill. Please kindly allow her to have a better position in the carriage." Zhong Wei refused. "No, the entire exile team has many sick people. We can't make an exception. You can make a stretcher and carry your grandmother." Chu Yi then asked, "Can you remove the shackles from the bearers to prevent my grandmother from falling? You know, she can't afford to fall." He pushed the silver forward again. Zhong Wei hesitated and struggled. Chu Yi added, "Don't worry. If anyone in our family dares to abandon their relatives and run away, my father won't forgive them easily." Zhong Wei looked toward the Chu family and took the silver, agreeing to remove the shackles from two people. Chu Yi took the news back to his father. Chu Xiao hesitated for a moment and decided to pay to have all the family members' shackles removed. Zhong Wei, already very cautious of the Chu family, found it easier to control just two people. Now that all Chu family members were unbound, he didn't want to take risks for the sake of the silver. Chu Xiao personally negotiated with Zhong Wei. For a high price of 50 taels per person, Zhong Wei agreed. After handing over more than 1,000 taels in silver notes, the guards carefully removed the seals from the Chu family members' shoulders and took off their heavy shackles. The Chu family branch included Chu Xiao's father's second and third brothers. Chu Ergong and Chu Sengong came over to ask about the situation. When they learned each person needed 50 taels, Chu Ergong immediately pretended to be poor and asked his nephew Chu Xiao for help. Chu Xiao, thinking of his late father, took out a stack of silver notes. Chu Yi wanted to speak up to stop him, but his older brother grabbed his arm and shook his head, signaling him not to speak. Chu Ergong, having received a lot of silver from Chu Xiao, and with his disapproving third brother, happily went to find Zhong Wei. However, Zhong Wei was cautious. He didn't trust the scattered Chu family members. He only agreed to exchange their shackles for foot chains at 30 taels each.
Why?
"We can also pay 50 taels.
Chu Ergong angrily asked.
Zhong Wei waved his hand. "Anyone who questions will pay 10 more taels. Do you think the seals on the shackles are easy to tear? According to the rules, prisoners in exile are not allowed to remove their shackles during transport. If the seals are damaged, the officials in charge at the destination will hold the guards responsible." Chu Xiao promised to use his connections in the capital to smooth the way and assured that no matter what happened on the way, he would lead his family to Yuzhou to report and would not run away. He knew Chu Xiao's words were reliable, so he took the risk and agreed to remove the shackles. Chu Ergong didn't dare challenge Zhong Wei's authority anymore. After paying the silver, he had the shackles removed and replaced with sturdy foot chains. With comparison comes hurt, and human nature is best at deceiving the weak and fearing the strong. Second Uncle Chu dared not accuse the officials directly, so he turned his anger towards the Chu family members. Second Uncle Chu, with a gloomy face, asked, "Big nephew, did you take us as hostages just to relax yourself?" As soon as he spoke, the Chu family members gathered around, and the eldest son of Chu looked angry and said, "Great uncle, my father paid you a lot of money. If you're not grateful, that's fine, but you also slander us like this. What kind of hostages? Are they qualified?" The grandchildren of Second Uncle Chu also came forward, forming a standoff. "Our branch has always been burdened by you. What's a little money to us?" "Exactly, you should give us some support too. It's all your fault. We also want food and game." The Chu family, including Second Uncle Chu, shamelessly accused and made demands, treating the Chu family as a fat pig to be slaughtered. "If it weren't for our legitimate branch, you'd still be working in the fields." Chu Yi stepped forward, looking down on everyone with contempt, enjoying so many years of wealth and luxury, yet you don't understand the importance of family honor and shared responsibility. You're old enough, but you're even more childish than children. You dare. Second Uncle Chu raised his hand to hit, but Chu Xiao stepped forward and firmly grabbed him. Chu Xiao skillfully pushed the old man down onto his children and grandchildren, saying, "My son, when did it become your place to teach me a lesson?" Chu Yi looked at his father, his throat trembling. Second Uncle Chu was held back by a few people behind him, crying out, "Chu Xiao, how dare you hit me, your elder? Do you have no manners? Clinging to old traditions, I won't buy that." Chu Xiao said disdainfully, "We used to live peacefully in the countryside. It was you who insisted we stay in the capital. Now we're exiled to the frontier, and it's all your fault. You should compensate us." As soon as Second Uncle Chu finished speaking, his grandchildren echoed him. glaring at Chu Xiao with anger. Listen carefully, it was who came to the capital as a whole family, clinging stubbornly and refusing to leave my house. Chu Yi started to argue, but his father waved his hand to stop him. Chu Xiao looked at the other branch members and asked, "Is that what you all think too?" Some nodded in agreement, hoping to gain some benefit. Some harbored resentment, but dared not oppose the main family, remaining silent. Others denied it repeatedly and tried to persuade others to see reason and share hardships. Third Uncle Chu stepped forward and said, "Brother Yi is right. As relatives, we share both glory and loss. No one is to blame. Now, facing a difficult time, everyone needs to unite and get through it together." Chu Xiao saw how the people from the Bongshu family reacted and said emotionlessly, "Since your second uncle's family can only share joy but not hardship, then we will part ways and form separate clans. From now on, your family's honor and sorrow will have nothing to do with us." When he said this, Chu Ergong was stunned and looked like a statue. Chu Sengong quickly tried to mediate. "There's no need for this. Let's all calm down and stay one family." Then he looked at Madame Chu and said, "Sister-in-law, you should also advise your eldest nephew not to act on impulse." Madame Chu, supported by her daughters-in-law, had been standing nearby listening for a long time. When the third uncle asked about her, she replied, "Third brother, you know my son. Once I say something, it's hard to take back." Seeing his sick mother, Chu Xiao hurried to support her back to the side hall to rest and left a parting word, "Third uncle, our Chu family doesn't need parasites." This made Chu Sengong open his mouth, but all his words of reconciliation turned into a sigh. There was no room for negotiation anymore. Chu Ergong's face turned red with anger. Splitting the family?
Who cares?
After saying that, he took his children and grandchildren back to their own fire. His sons secretly regretted it. The main branch had much more resources than their family. Losing the close family ties of the main branch would hurt their family most. It was all because their grandfather, acted on impulse, leading to this outcome. The disturbance in the Chu family was so big that almost everyone was watching and sighing. Even the strongest family can fall apart when faced with exile. Su Yunwan fed Qin Jani porridge and watched the fight, admiring Chu Xiao's decisive actions. Extreme circumstances reveal people's true nature. She wondered if the Qin family members could withstand the test. She knew that the Qin family was in the northwest. After a few days, when the imperial decree was announced, she didn't know if they would be exiled like Qin Wangfu's people or rise up locally and rebel against the court. While she was lost in thought, Chu Yi entered her sight. He casually walked to the fire of Chu Ergong's family, grabbed all that the eldest son had sent earlier, and said, "Second uncle, I took the back so it wouldn't accidentally hurt you, and to show I have no ill intentions." He waved his sleeve and strolled away in front of everyone's surprised eyes. His carefree attitude was so bold that, after catching his father's gaze, he suddenly slipped and almost fell.
Shuyungwan Chekel.
No wonder the rumors in the capital said that the sixth young master of the Chu family was unconventional and free-spirited. His behavior was not what a gentleman would do, but it suited her taste perfectly. If it were her, not only would she take back but also recover the silver taels his father had subsidized. On the other hand, perhaps Father Chu's authority was so strong that he dared not oppose him, so he simply gave up. His expression, like a mouse seeing a cat, was truly amusing. Qin Jani watched everything unfold, feeling a sour wave of emotion flood over him. If only Wan.
Stop.
Qin Jani warned himself not to jump to conclusions. If he kept thinking this way, he might accidentally hurt Wan's feelings. He felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. They shared many feelings, and even without romantic ties, they might still respect each other deeply, lasting forever. At this moment, his desire for her recovery grew stronger than ever. He reached out and tightly grabbed Su Yunwan's wrist. "Wan, I don't want to wait until we reach Yuzhou." His words were vague, but Su Yunwan understood what he meant and replied, "Exactly, I feel the same. Shall we try tonight?"
Yes.
The Qin family members, nearby, were confused. The old lady asked directly, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." Qin Jani avoided her gaze. He didn't want to tell her about the soul-taking nail. If something went wrong, it was his own choice. He didn't want his family to blame Su Yunwan. Seeing her usually honest and straightforward grandson suddenly become mysterious, the old lady wondered what he was thinking. Her gaze shifted to Su Yunwan's face, and then down to her abdomen. Qin Jani followed her gaze, his breathing suddenly quickening. A faint blush appeared from his neck to his ears. Su Yunwan looked at the grandmother and grandson, feeling a mix of emotions. Starting out again, not only did the previously pampered Qin and Chu families find it hard to endure, but even the servants used to traveling through mountains and rivers complained loudly. Even returning to official roads, they were still dirt paths. After heavy rain, the roads became especially muddy, water and mud everywhere. The donkey cart once again got stuck in a mud pit and couldn't move. Su Yunwan and the others had to get off the cart, leaving only Qin Jani and the old lady inside. Everyone worked hard to push the wheels out of the deep mud. Su Yunwan looked at her wet, muddy clothes and felt nostalgic for the cement and asphalt roads of the modern world. Now only the city streets were paved with stones. These long dirt roads were really hard to walk. Qin Rulin accidentally fell, getting her hair and clothes covered in mud, instantly turning into a muddy person. At this moment, brothers Chu Yi and Chu Yan carried a stretcher and approached. This stretcher was borrowed in the morning when the eldest son of the Chu family came to Qin's to ask for it, to carry old Madame Chu. They lacked the materials to make a proper stretcher, and homemade ones in the wild could only be made from vines and tree trunks. Not only were they heavy, but lying on them was uncomfortable. After returning down the mountain to the main road, to avoid slipping on the wet path and accidentally injuring Grandma, the Chu family changed to carrying her on their backs. That's how they ended up returning the stretcher. When Qin Rulin saw the visitors, she wished she could turn into mud and disappear. After everyone helped her up, she kept carrying Chu Yi, lowering her head and crying shyly in front of others. In the morning, Chu Yi's act of taking Zhang's things without permission was not gentlemanly, and Qin Rulin saw it clearly. Now, showing such a shameful side, she felt too embarrassed to face anyone. Tears flowed uncontrollably like water, and Madame Pei thought she had hurt herself in the fall, constantly asking with concern. Only after Chu Yi walked away did she choke out, "Dirty." Madame Pei sighed in relief and said, "Just hold on a little longer. When we reach Weinan Prefecture, we can buy a few new sets of clothes to change into." Hearing about Weinan Prefecture, everyone perked up and moved forward carefully, one step at a time. At noon, the temperature rose. Dark clouds blocked the sun, and the land felt like a giant steamer, making it unbearably hot. Many people went to the small stream to fish, including the Qin family's second and third sons. Women like Su Yunwan and Qin Rulin went upstream to wash and tidy themselves up. As the only one with spare clothes in the Qin family, Madame Pei offered to borrow some after her daughter's clothes got dirty. But since Su Yunwan also had mud on her half, she didn't want to be selfless and only agreed to borrow a cloak. When they reached the stream, after washing herself clean, Su Yunwan slipped into the nearby woods to change clothes in the space. Fortunately, she washed her dirty clothes and hung them to dry every night after bathing, so now they could be used. Soon, she returned to the stream wearing a beautiful brocade dress from when she was imprisoned, looking fresh and clean. Xin Yi was jealous and with red eyes, deliberately taunted Qin Rulin, who was washing in the stream. "Other wives take care of their sisters-in-law, but you, Rulin, can't even borrow a dress. That's so pitiful." Qin Rulin also felt wronged, but Su Yunwan was greatly favored by her older brother. She didn't want to cause trouble or make her brother uncomfortable. So, she ignored Xin Yi and focused on washing off the mud. As a result, she was soaked from head to toe, but since the weather was hot, it wouldn't take long to dry. Compared to feeling cold, she found it harder to endure being covered in mud. Downstream in the stream, Chu Yi held a bundle of small fish, wrapped in a large leaf, about thick. He stopped Qin Yunwan, who was about to return to the camp, and said casually, "The fish in the stream are too small. Take them home and make some soup." When they reached Weinan Prefecture, I would buy a few more pounds of pork. Faced with such a down-to-earth former noble son, Su Yunwan smiled as she took the leaf.
"These fish are enough."
"Which fish?"
"Let me see."
Qin Rulin came out of the creek, her wet dress clinging to her body, outlining her graceful figure perfectly. Hearing the sound, Chu Yi turned his head to look, then quickly looked away, avoiding inappropriate thoughts. Qin Ruishan immediately picked up her cloak from the stone by the creek and hurried over to put it on Qin Rulin. Qin Rulin's cheeks turned red. After fastening her cloak, she happily leaned close to Su Yunwan, glancing at the fish in her hand before looking directly at Chu Yi. "Sixth young master, do you know my sister-in-law?" Chu Yi glanced at Su Yunwan and smiled softly. Of course. Not only did he know her, but they also met and quickly became close. On the way into exile, secrets were hard to hide. Over these days, Chu Yi had seen most of the conflicts within the Qin family. He was a charming and unruly man who knew many young women but had never seen a woman as beautiful and proud as Su Yunwan. And that was precisely the trait he admired most. Chu Yi was also someone who disliked being bound by worldly rules. Since childhood, he had been mischievous and free-spirited. 3 days without trouble, and the roof tiles would be torn off. In the strict Chu family, he was often the one scolded the most, but he always forgot his pain and kept doing what he liked. Fortunately, he was talented, skilled in poetry, music, and martial arts, making his father Chu Shao both proud and annoyed. Now that the Chu family had been punished and exiled, he had become more restrained, trying not to cause trouble for his family. If he had followed his old nature, he would have stepped forward to protect the Chu family children when they were beaten and whipped by revenge-seeking officials. Now, even though Su Yunwan was already married, he still wanted to be friends with her. "Is this fish specially sent to my sister-in-law?" Qin Rulin asked sharply, feeling uncomfortable. Chu Yi frowned slightly and emphasized, "It's not a gift, it's an exchange." He told her and the nearby Qin women that he was trading the prey for, not wanting them to misunderstand and damage Su Yunwan's reputation. Qin Rulin looked embarrassed after hearing this. "I don't know how to speak properly. Please don't be angry, sixth young master." Chu Yi waved his hand, nodded at Su Yunwan, and turned to leave. After he walked away, Su Yunwan coldly looked at Qin Rulin. "Return my cloak." "I won't." It was agreed I could borrow it. Qin Rulin hurried back to the camp, afraid she might tear the cloak off. Su Yunwan snorted softly, just saying that, then asked Qin Ruishan to call her brother to stop fishing and come handle the fish. Because there were too many people fishing, the father and son from the 4 rooms only caught 2 small fish. When they heard their daughter calling, they came over, learned about Chu's family sending fish, but didn't ask much. They simply went to the stream to kill the fish. Using the fish sent by Chu, Su Yunwan reluctantly made a fish soup. During this time, the eldest lady of Chu's family came to ask how to make fish soup to remove the fishy smell as much as possible. Su Yunwan picked out a few herbs for seasoning and told her the specific method. Seeing that she looked a bit confused, she decided to go with her to Chu's house, giving instructions like an official helper while secretly doing small tricks. After boiling water in a pot, she told the female cook how to control the cooking time and remaining heat. After receiving thanks, she returned to the Qin family. The Qin family's food was enough to fill their stomachs, but for the poor prisoners, it was a tough situation. The officials, responding to everyone's requests, provided breakfast at the deserted temple early in the morning. With half a day before the next meal, they were already dizzy from hunger. Driven by hunger, they looked at other prisoners eating, and when they weren't paying attention, they rushed to food, stuffing it into their mouths regardless of being beaten. The victims cursed continuously, but could do nothing. Such scenes happened almost every mealtime. Today, there were especially many troublemakers, so the officials had to stand up and whip them to teach a lesson. The whole camp was noisy and chaotic. Sen Yi shrank her neck and chewed the baked bread fiercely, which made her even more determined to stay with the Qin family. Mrs. Liu came again to eat for free, bringing her children with her. Her sons also went fishing but returned empty-handed, only able to exchange some miscellaneous steamed buns with officials. The old lady, as always, only shared her portion with the children, while her daughter-in-law and niece-in-law, Mrs. Liu, watched longingly from the side. The Qin family had few members, but that was relative to a large family. Now, with 11 people eating, there was no extra food. The old lady had already shared her portion with the children, and she herself was barely enough to eat. She didn't care about Mrs.
Liu.
Mrs. Liu suppressed her dissatisfaction, remembered her younger son's instructions, and looked at Qin Yi. Today is Little Bao's birthday. We will have a good meal tonight. Come and eat with us. The Liu family also heard from the officials about staying overnight in Weinan Prefecture. After suffering for so many days, they decided to take the opportunity to have a good meal for the little birthday celebration. Liu Junfeng thought of Qin Yi and asked his mother to invite her. However, Qin Yi, who was with the Qin family, had not been short of food for 3 meals a day and didn't want to get involved with Liu Junfeng, so she refused. Thank you, third uncle's wife. I need to serve my grandmother, and won't go. Liu Shi responded quickly. Mother should also come along, so your daughter-in-law can properly show filial respect to you. The old lady was indeed concerned about her third son, so she agreed. Qin Yi didn't expect her big plan to turn against her so suddenly, so she just smiled and agreed to join. After half a day of hardship, the exile team finally arrived at the gates of Weinan Prefecture. The ancient, tall city walls fluttered with flags in the wind, and dusk was gathering from all directions. The guards at the city gate wore armor, carried long swords at their waists, and stood on both sides of the entrance, expressionless, checking the passes and goods of everyone entering. Zhong Wei dismounted, handed the official documents to a guard, who verified them and then signaled to let people in. Su Yunwan sat on a donkey cart, watching the shops along the road. These shops were 2 stories tall, with front shops and back courtyards. Even as evening approached, there were still many pedestrians coming and going. As a major city protecting the capital, its prosperity exceeded Su Yunwan's expectations. That was good. She could take her time exploring. After another half hour, Zhong Wei stopped and announced they had reached the place to stay overnight. It was a wooden guest house with a sloping roof, located in a remote area, with 2 floors and a simple signboard inscribed with 2 large characters. Bing Wu. The owner came out when he heard the noise, saw Zhong Wei and the others, and greeted warmly. Master Zhong, you're leading a team on another journey. Please come in. Zhong Wei exchanged a few words with him, then let him speak. The owner looked at the courtyard full of prisoners and spoke loudly. Everyone. Our dormitory rooms can hold 20 people each, costing 5 coins per person. There are also special rooms. The Tianzi suite for 5 taels of silver, the Dizzy for 3 taels, and the Renzi for 1 tael.
Choose as you like.
Of course, those without money can stay in the straw rooms or the horse stables. Su Yunwan listened and immediately raised her hand to indicate, we want the Tianzi suite. Since she needed to undergo a bone nail surgery at night, the best room with more space and better service would make the operation easier. The old lady and Pei Shi were unhappy with her impulsiveness, especially Pei Shi, who was in charge of the money. But Su Yunwan's words were final, and since they could also stay comfortably, they didn't oppose openly. Instead, they discussed with everyone about getting a few rooms. I'll share a room with Ziyuan, Su Yunwan added. As soon as she spoke, several meaningful looks were exchanged. Su Yunwan. She looked at Qin Jani, who pursed his lips and had a faint smile, with a hint of shyness in the soft evening light, and a faint blush under his ears. The old lady thought for a moment and said, let's open 3 rooms. Besides Brother Yi and his wife, the others will be 1 room each for men and women. But mother, so many people, 2 rooms aren't enough. Pei softly and politely objected. Then we'll ask the shopkeeper to send more bedding, so we can sleep on the floor. Our family's money only goes out, it doesn't come in, so we must be careful, the old lady said. Or, do you want to stay in a big shared bed? Pei didn't want that, so she turned to her younger son Qin Junxian to negotiate with the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, the Chu family decided on a room with a specific name, but Chu's relative, Chu Ergong, seemed to want to embarrass the Chu family and deliberately chose a higher-ranked room than the one with the name. The young men of the Chu family saw that Chu Ergong had money and even asked his father for extra silver notes to lift their burdens. They looked down on their father with pride, angry and clenched fists, wanting to take back the silver. Chu Xiao snorted coldly and asked the shop assistant to lead them to the guest room. The extra silver was like a gift of family love. On the surface, it seemed the Chu family lost out, but they avoided troublemakers and stood firm on family matters. No one could use this to slander them. In a world where reputation is very important, Chu Xiao was happy to spend a little money to keep the family peaceful. Back in the guest room, he warned everyone, remember, giving up small benefits now can lead to long-term gains. If we cut off support, they won't last long. The ones who laugh last are the winners. Just watch and see. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan followed the shop assistant to the second floor, east side, room number 3. The room was about 30 square meters. Inside, there was a set of red lacquered tables and chairs, with a large scenic folding screen in the middle. Beyond the screen was a wide bed with thick mattresses. Qin Junxian and Qin Junyu worked together to move Qin Jani onto the bed. Then they checked the other 2 rooms to help the women settle in. Su Yunwan checked Qin Jani's pulse and frowned, saying, "Last night, cold air invaded, and today you've traveled a lot. Your body is too weak and not suitable for action." Qin Jani didn't want to wait. "Let's try. Just try to pull one out." Seeing his determination, Su Yunwan nodded. "I'll go buy some herbs and tools. You can't eat or drink 3 hours before the operation. We'll start in the middle of the night. Won't that be hard for you?" "I'll skip dinner," Qin Jani said, feeling sorry for her working late.
Su Yunwan smiled.
"You're too fragile to go hungry. Eat your dinner now, and I'll be back later." They chatted for a while. Then outside, the sound of officials calling everyone together was heard. Su Yunwan left the room. In the main hall on the first floor, Jiang Xiaolu loudly announced, "We are going out to buy supplies. If anyone wants to buy something for themselves, please tell me your name." Immediately, many prisoners stepped forward. "Line up, one at a time," Wu Xiaohan ordered sternly, along with other officials, to keep order. The shopkeeper stood nearby, writing continuously with a brush, ink flowing onto the paper. "Registering, paying, organizing." "Big sister-in-law, mother is calling you," Qin Junxian said as he came out of the second guest room. Seeing Su Yunwan by the railing, he spoke and then went into the third guest room to accompany Qin Ji. After Su Yunwan entered, she saw Mrs. Pei take out 300 taels of silver notes from her purse and hand them to Su Yunwan, reminding her, "The carriage is the most important. Buy a good one. Use the remaining money to buy grain." Su Yunwan frowned and reminded her, "I heard that donkeys and carts are only worth a few taels of silver. After buying 3 carriages with these notes, there won't be much left. Maybe we should buy mules or donkey carts instead." "We must have a carriage," Mrs. Pei insisted firmly. "We have many people, and a carriage is the best choice." Then Mrs. Pei suddenly realized and said, "You and Brother E are only 2 people. You can ride a donkey cart, and the other one can be used for carrying goods. Let's buy 1 carriage and 2 donkey carts." The old lady immediately scolded, "Mrs. Pei, have you forgotten Brother Yi's status? As the head of the family, how can he lower himself to ride a donkey cart? Carriages symbolize status and wealth. In the past, the Qin family traveled by carriage or sedan chair. Now, with enough purchasing power, Mrs. Pei insisted on riding a carriage, but she wanted her disliked eldest son to settle for it. But she forgot that the old lady loved her eldest grandson most and valued rules highly. If there were no conditions, everyone could ride different animal-powered carts. Since they had the means, how could they let the eldest grandson be left behind? Mrs. Pei immediately lowered her head and apologized, then said, "Then 2 carriages and 1 donkey cart. We can replace the current sedan with a cart." Xin Yi, who already didn't want to ride a freight cart, took the opportunity to say, "Grandmother, I don't want to ride a donkey cart. Let me stay by your side." "Not riding alone?" "No, I feel better staying with you." The old lady was softened and nodded in agreement. Apart from grain, we also need to prepare some common medicines, Su Yunwan reminded her. Although her space had plenty of medicinal herbs, she had no reason to take them out. Buying various medicines could help confuse others and make things seem natural. Didn't you pick some herbs? Just sell them to exchange for other common medicines, she suggested. Mrs. Pei only had 500 taels of silver, and having already spent 300 taels, she was reluctant to spend more. Su Yunwan sneered. The money I earn from selling herbs is to buy tonic medicines to help Ziyuan restore his health. Mrs. Pei glanced at her and said, "You know a lot about medicine. Why not gather more herbs? It's easy to say that, but Ziyuan needs many nourishing herbs. Will they grow by the roadside waiting for me to pick?"
Su Yunwan mocked coldly.
Knowing she was in the wrong, Mrs. Pei was annoyed and said, "Fine, just make sure you exchange medicines for Yaijia. You don't need to worry about anything else." Su Yunwan felt irritated and ended the topic. "Let me be clear, in the future, if you get heat stroke, dizziness, colds, high fever, or injuries, don't come to me." The old lady immediately said, "Mrs. Pei, give Yunwan 50 taels. Do I need to tell you about the common sense of preparing medicines for a long journey?" Mrs. Pei was speechless and could only give the money. "Mother, and clothes too. I want to buy a few more sets to change and wash," Qin Jani hurriedly reminded. Mrs. Pei patted her hand to signal her not to worry and turned to tell everyone, clothes and other personal items, if anyone wants them, they should pay for them themselves. When she said this, everyone was stunned. In the former Qin palace, expenses for food and clothing were paid with public funds. Only private dining required personal payment according to the rules. The monthly allowance given to each master was just pocket money. Now, most of the living expenses, especially clothing, had to be paid from that allowance. Lin Shi was the first to complain. "Big sister-in-law, our 4 houses' monthly allowance isn't enough to buy clothes. Currently, ordinary cotton cloth cost about 5 qian silver per bolt, and normal shoes cost around 2 qian silver a pair. Plus, the labor cost, buying a set of clothes for changing and washing would cost at least 1 tael of silver. And with each autumn rain, it gets colder, so thicker clothes are needed." Lin Shi's words were true. But Mrs. Pei casually said, "Then just bring back fabric and make your own clothes." Most of the family members belonged to the 4th house. If the government paid for clothes, Mrs. Pei only wanted to buy cheap fabric, while she would use her allowance to buy better quality clothes. So, she simply decided everyone should pay for their own clothes. Clothing prices were very high at court. In ordinary families, a single piece of clothing could last 10 years. As the saying goes, 3 years new, 3 years old, mended and patched for another 3. Lin Shi lowered her head, touching her eyes with a silk handkerchief, and looked to Su Yunwan for help. As a native of the family, Su Yunwan knew that clothing expenses were paid from the public funds. Moreover, the 4th house had paid 200 taels of silver, so there was no reason why even basic warm clothing was a problem. "I'll ask Ziyuan," Su Yunwan said, about to leave, but the old lady stopped her. "Don't bother Yaijia with such trivial matters." The old lady finished speaking and scolded Mrs. Pei. "It's only been a few days since the family was seized and exiled, and you can't even tell public from private matters?" Mrs. Pei quickly explained politely, "Mother, now every penny counts. Your daughter-in-law is just trying to make the family's money last longer, so there's no need to worry." The old lady accepted her reasoning and softened her tone. "No matter what, clothes are still necessary. Here's the plan. Each person will get a set of cotton and linen clothes. If anyone wants to buy more or better ones, they can pay for themselves." Yes, Mrs. Pei agreed, but she didn't want to spend more money, so she used some of the 300 taels she had just received. The old lady paid out of her own pocket and asked Su Yunwan to buy silk and fine clothes. Even if the house collapsed, she still cared about the quality of her clothing. Su Yunwan straightforwardly said, "Clothes need to be tailored to fit. Let's first ask a tailor to measure everyone. Or we can ask Zhong Wei for permission, so everyone can go to the clothing shop themselves." Qin Jani immediately said, "I want to go to the clothing shop and pick what I like." Everyone smiled and agreed, all eager to go and choose personally. So, Su Yunwan went to find Zhong Wei, but he wasn't at the inn. He had gone to the government office to report and handle paperwork. After about an incense stick of time, Zhong Wei came into the inn. Just then, the shopkeeper finished listing the items bought for the prisoners. He looked at the list, then selected a few officials and some shop assistants to go buy supplies. If some shops had already closed, they would go the next morning. Qin Jani came downstairs and mentioned to Zhong Wei that his family wanted to go to the clothing shop. Zhong Wei hesitated and didn't agree but offered a feasible suggestion. Give some tips to the shop assistants so they could find tailors to come to the inn with measuring tools and sample clothes. This way, they could measure and choose at the same time. This wasn't a sign of special favor to the Qin family. The inn already offered a shopping service. They didn't stay at the outside post station, but chose this inn for a reason. Exile sentences in the Great Zhou were not uncommon, and over time, a cooperation between officials and merchants formed. During the journey, the leader only needed to report to the government office with the transportation documents. They didn't care where the prisoners stayed. The local officials didn't interfere. As long as the inn was nearby, prisoners could stay there freely, and not staying might even be easier. The team could stay at the inn, enjoying better treatment than the post station, and they could also earn commissions from the prisoners' expenses. It was a good deal. The inn benefited from accommodating many prisoners with better lodging and food, which led to additional services like shopping assistants. As long as the money was paid, their service could be provided. The old lady accepted Zhong Wei's advice and sent a shop assistant to find someone. Su Yunwan carried a medicine basket and went downstairs with Qin Jani. Zhong Wei had already promised the Qin family that the two of them could buy supplies on their own, but he still needed to show some formality. When he learned that Su Yunwan was going to sell medicine, he asked Wu Xiaohan, who had collected herbs with them yesterday, to accompany her and find out the prices of the medicinal materials. If the prices were good, he could organize his subordinates to collect herbs along the way and sell them. Traveling thousands of miles to deliver supplies was mainly for making money, so as long as they could generate income, it was not a problem. This move might hurt the Qin family's interests, but it was not a big deal. The journey through mountains and water was too vast for just a few people from the Qin family to cover the entire area. However, Zhong Wei still made his intentions clear, since Su Yunwan was the one who taught them about medicinal herbs. Su Yunwan naturally didn't mind and said, "Wild herbs in the mountains are free for everyone to pick." After saying goodbye to Zhong Wei, Qin Jani went to drive a donkey cart, while Su Yunwan and Wu Xiaohan waited outside the yard gate. Su Yunwan noticed Wu Xiaohan slowing down and staying a step behind her. She turned around and asked, "Is your injury better?" Wu Xiaohan moved his fingers slightly and looked ahead. "It's not serious anymore. If there's a next time, I can avoid it," she said. Wu Xiaohan responded with a looking distant and unapproachable. Su Yunwan didn't say anything more. Just as they stepped out of the gate, they saw Chu Yi and Chu Yan, the brothers, rushing over. Apparently, they had asked Zhong Wei for permission and were going to buy supplies too. There, the guard happened to be Jiang Xiaolu. Chu Yi smiled and said, "We want to go to the horse market. Want to come along?"
Su Yunwan nodded. Sure.
At this moment, Qin Jani arrived in a carriage. Su Yunwan invited everyone to get in. Chu Yi looked at the cart and shook his head with a smile. 5 people in one carriage is too crowded. We'll walk. Chu Yan agreed immediately. That's true. Jiang Xiaolu wasn't worried at all about the 2 Chu brothers running off midway. He jumped onto the donkey cart and said, "You all go slowly. I'll ride for a while." After saying that, he called Wu Xiaohan to get on the cart. Wu Xiaohan shook his head, indicating he preferred to walk, but Jiang Xiaolu said, "Brother Wu, that's not right. The young lady is generous. You're being so hesitant you look like a girl." Wu Xiaohan's face darkened, and he shot him a cold look before walking ahead. The brothers from the Chu family followed, and the donkey cart moved slowly on its way. Seeing that Wu Xiaohan was really angry, Jiang Xiaolu kept apologizing and acting like a clown. Su Yunwan watched happily, enjoying the scene, until Wu Xiaohan couldn't help but laugh and cry, calming down, and Jiang Xiaolu finally stopped. Su Yunwan looked at the sunset in the distance and sighed. "I wonder if the horse market has closed for the day." Let's go take a look first, then buy some grain. Chewy walked beside the carriage and said self-deprecatingly, "These days, the officials treating us like fat sheep to be slaughtered."
Oh well.
After speaking, he looked at Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu. "My words were careless. My apologies."
Shu Yongguan chuckled softly, smiling beautifully.
Jiang Xiaolu pouted and said stubbornly, "There are rules in this trade. The officials leave their homes to travel and camp outside for money. No one can change this custom. If you want to complain, blame yourselves for not preparing well before leaving the capital." Chu Yan sincerely cupped his hands and begged, "Yes, yes, yes, little officer. Next time, we will prepare everything properly so we won't need to use official items." Jiang Xiaolu looked confused and said, "That doesn't sound right." Su Yunwan couldn't help but giggle, and others also smiled quietly. The group joked and chatted as they followed the directions they had heard, heading toward the horse market. When they arrived at the horse market, it was already dark. The owner was about to close for the day. Chu Yi stopped him. "Boss, we want to look at the horses and mules." The owner, surnamed Ma, was a middle-aged man. He turned around upon hearing and looked surprised. There were officials in prison uniforms, probably exiled prisoners, passing through. But why was there a woman dressed in fine clothes among them? Soon, he guessed that Su Yunwan was also in exile, just maintaining her dignity through clever means. Judging by their posture and demeanor, they clearly came from noble backgrounds, now fallen into disgrace. Ordinary people, especially those who hate corrupt officials, would want to step on them. The shrewd Ma boss looked down on them and sneered, "Did you bring silver?" The youngest, Jiang Xiaolu, couldn't stand it and stepped forward to argue. "Are you serious about business? The big customer is right in front of you. Why aren't you smiling and welcoming us? Haven't you heard of a camel dying but still being bigger than a horse? Who are you insulting?" Fearing Jiang Xiaoyu's official status, Ma boss didn't dare argue and forced a smile. "You're right, officer. Please come in and look around." Su Yunwan followed the group into the market. The horse market was a large courtyard with animal pens along the walls, holding horses, mules, donkeys, and cattle. In the middle were several large shops that made and sold carriages. People buying draft animals and carriages usually chose their animals first and then matched them with carriages. They didn't buy complete sets. Chu Yan asked about the prices of various animals. The horse owner, respecting the officials, gave honest prices. Horses were the most expensive, costing about 70 or 80 taels of silver. Cattle were around 20 taels. Next is the mule, costing 10 to 15 taels. The cheapest is the donkey, only 5 to 7 taels. The shopkeeper spoke while leading everyone toward the animal pens. The animals for sale on the outermost side are donkeys, available in black and gray colors. The shopkeeper said black donkeys are more energetic. Chu Yi chose 3 black donkeys to transport goods, and everyone continued walking inside. After passing the yellow cattle, they reached the mule pen. Mules are divided into horse mules and donkey mules. According to the horse owner, they combine the advantages of horses and mules, making them the best choice for transportation. Chu Yi and his brother picked 7 sturdy, tall horse mules, making the horse owner smile happily. Perhaps because they sell the least, the horse pen is at the very edge, with about 10 large horses of different colors tied inside. The horse owner pointed to the strongest black horse and said, "This is our best horse. Its coat is black, with white hooves. It's a true snow-stepper horse." Qin Jani liked it and asked, "How much?" "Considering your 2 official titles, I'll sell it to you for 300 taels," the horse owner said enthusiastically. Qin Jani immediately changed his mind. Their total budget was only 300 taels, so they couldn't afford it. Seeing them look at other horses, the horse owner didn't speak harshly, but instead introduced another small gray horse. Just those 10 animals were already a rare big deal, and the main customer couldn't be ignored. Qin Jani listened carefully to the owner's explanation, while Su Yunwan looked at all the horses by herself. Most horses in the pen held their heads high, with dark eyes watching everyone, obediently allowing selection. Only one skinny black horse was busy eating hay from the manger, its head hidden from view. After the owner finished explaining, He let Qin Jani consider it and then turned his gaze to Su Yunwan. Seeing she was interested in the horse eating, he stepped forward, pulling the bridle to show the horse's head. The skinny horse was forced to lift its head, chewing hay, with its eyes looking down at the manger, as if thinking, eating from the bowl, but watching the pot. The horse owner was annoyed and said, "All it does is eat. What else can it do besides eating?" Then he said to Su Yunwan, "Madam, this horse has a big appetite, but a gentle temper. If you want it, I'll sell it to you at half price." Su Yunwan remembered reading an article called The Horse Talk, which said that a 1,000-mile horse eats a lot and, if not properly managed, has a worse life than ordinary horses. Because they cost more to care for than regular horses, ordinary families can't afford to raise them well. Is this a 1,000-mile horse? But a 1,000-mile horse is fast, and this horse doesn't seem to be. At this moment, Chu-yi said with interest, "This horse is quite interesting. Let's take a look at it." The horse dealer opened the door and let out the black horse for a walk, but the horse looked longingly at the feed trough and reluctantly took a few steps before stopping. Perhaps because it had been hungry for a long time, the horse was very thin, with its bones clearly visible on its back. Because of this, it had been sitting unsold at the horse market for a long time. Chu-yi looked around and became somewhat confident. He asked, "How much is it?" Seeing both of them interested, the dealer immediately raised his asking price significantly. "This horse originally sells for over 100 taels. Since we have a good connection, I'll sell it to you for 70 taels of silver." Chu-yi smiled and said, "Dealer, who are you fooling? This horse's price is over 100, and you're not worried about losing money? Haha, if I don't lower it to 70 taels, I'd be selling at a loss," the dealer said awkwardly. Chu-yi looked at Su Yunwan and saw her say, "This horse looks slow and sluggish, as if it can't walk properly, not suitable for daily pulling carts." Wu Xiaohan rarely looked at Su Yunwan and also saw something special about this horse. If it truly was a talented horse, it wouldn't be worth so little. But a talented horse has a huge appetite. One meal can require a stone of grain, about 100 jin. Buying a talented horse for pulling carts isn't cost-effective. So the question is, did she see through the situation but pretend not to? Or was it a lucky guess? Chu-yi asked meaningfully, "Are you sure you don't want it?" Su Yunwan nodded, and Chu-yi hesitated. The horse dealer's heart skipped a beat. He really didn't want both of them to refuse. But what he feared happened. Considering the feeding costs, Chu-yi shook his head and said, "Forget it. I can't afford to keep it. Both of you, if this horse is well-fed and strong, don't underestimate it. It's healthy and never gets sick," the dealer hurriedly said. Chu-yi shrugged and smiled. "I've already bought what I want. Later, I'll match it with 10 carts." Seeing he was not interested, the dealer turned to Su Yunwan and offered a very low price of 50 taels of silver, claiming it was a huge loss. Su Yunwan was non-committal and told Qin Jani to pick a horse first. Qin Jani chose a large brown horse and offered 80 taels of silver. Only then did Su Yunwan say to the dealer, "You just said you'd sell it for half, so let's use 80 taels as a reference. 40 taels, and I'll take it." The dealer shook his head like a rattle drum. "No, that price is absolutely not acceptable." Qin Jani, who didn't know much about horses, became a helpful assistant and said, "Big sister-in-law, what attracts you about this horse? I see nothing but flaws. Why don't you look at other horses?" Su Yunwan suddenly lost interest and said, "You choose, any horse is fine. If the assassination repeats, the horse's life could be in danger." Boss Ma watched as the decision-maker became Qin Jani and immediately grew anxious. He hesitated and said, 40 taels is 40 taels. Sigh, I've lost everything on this. Compared to other horses, he wanted to send away the thin horse that had already been badly eaten up. Now that he finally had a customer, he couldn't let this chance go. Su Yunwan smiled and said, "The remaining 40 taels can be used to buy good feed. Just do a good deed and let this thin horse eat a few full meals. By the way, do you sell feed?" "Yes." The boss beamed with joy. "I have all kinds of feed. Lady, this is a charity, and since the horse is with you, it's its good fortune."
Sujungwan chuckled lightly.
Whether it's good or bad luck, it's hard to say now. Qin Jani wanted to speak but hesitated. The 40 taels saved could buy many things, so why spend it on feed? But Su Yunwan always had her own ideas, and talking more was useless, so he said nothing. After choosing the livestock, Boss Ma took everyone to pick the carriages. Chu Yi equipped 3 standard carriages for cargo and 7 spacious large ones. Su Yunwan sold her cart at a discount to the boss, then ordered 1 standard carriage and 2 large ones, and asked the carpenter to convert 1 large carriage into a double-bed carriage. This way, it looked like a mobile home, suitable for sitting and sleeping. They further agreed to reinforce the wheels with iron sheets, cover the roof with oilcloth, and install soft cushions inside. At settlement time, Boss Ma gave some change, and the Qin family spent 230 taels of silver. Su Yunwan and Chu Yi paid half of the cost up front. Each family drove a donkey cart toward the second stop, the grain shop. The remaining carriages and money would be settled after the modifications were finished and delivered to the inn. At the same time, at Bingguan, the lights were bright. A shop assistant led a group of people carrying several large boxes inside. It was the owner of the clothing shop with seamstresses bringing new clothes. Several women gathered, trying on clothes, chatting happily, as if celebrating the new year with new outfits. On the second-floor balcony, Qin Junxian stood tall, looking down at the lively scene below. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a person dressed in a white robe. It turned out that the old master of the Chu family was ill. After Chu Shao arranged everything, he immediately sent the shop assistant to invite a famous doctor. Dr. Zhang and his apprentice came to see the patient, diagnosed, and prescribed medicine. After that, Chu De Gongzi saw them out. Qin Junxian jumped down from the second floor, causing a gasp among the onlookers. He strode quickly to Dr. Zhang and nodded politely to young Master Chu, then cupped his hands and said, "Doctor, could you please examine my older brother?" Without hesitation, Dr. Zhang followed Qin Jani upstairs. In the guest room, Qin Jani saw his younger brother jump over the railing outside and immediately felt nervous, unsure of what was happening. Soon, he saw his brother bring the doctor inside, and then understood the situation. Dr. Zhang asked about the injury, then carefully checked the pulse, his brow slightly furrowing, which looked serious. After a long while, he withdrew his hand and said, "Take off his clothes, let me see the wound." Fearing that the doctor might notice his unusual condition, Qin Jani replied, "Doctor, I have difficulty moving. Please diagnose based on my pulse." Dr. Zhang didn't insist and simply said, "The bone pin is in the spine. This is a serious injury. If it cannot be removed, it could be life-threatening. Is there a way to remove the bone pin?" Qin Jani asked anxiously. Dr. Zhang did not answer immediately but asked, "How thick and long is the bone pin?" Qin Jani's mind replayed the scene of the executioner describing the pin, his voice tense. 3 inches long, 1 finger thick, with a special mechanism. Inside the bone, there's a lotus-shaped iron plate for fixing. Dr. Zhang took a deep breath and said regretfully, "All I can do is prescribe some medicine to boost energy and blood. You must rest carefully to prolong his life." Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the women crowded in with the old lady. They had been waiting outside, and had heard everything. The old lady sorrowfully asked, "Doctor, is there no other way?" Dr. Zhang shook his head with compassion. Expecting this, the old lady quickly composed herself, whispered to the doctor, "Will it affect his children?" Dr. Zhang thought for a moment and replied, "The young master is very weak. Nourishing his foundation is the key to long-term health. But remember, he must avoid illness. Any cold wind could take his life." The old lady looked exhausted, her legs trembling, unable to stand. Mrs. Pei and Mrs. Lin hurriedly helped her sit on the bed. Qin Jani looked at his grandmother, pursing his lips tightly, feeling guilty. With Wan Wan, his condition was much better than the doctor said, but because of Wan Wan's privacy, he couldn't tell the truth. After a long while, the old lady tucked her quilt and softly said, "Brother Yi, don't be afraid. We will take good care of your health, and everything will be fine." Qin Jani smiled faintly and nodded, unsure how to respond. Tonight, he was about to face an adventure. Even if he trusted Su Yunwan, the outcome was uncertain. The old lady hesitated for a moment and stammered, "When you're feeling better, have a son." Qin Jani. Brother E, please don't think too much. Grandma is only thinking about Yunwan. With a son, she can rest assured, right? The old lady saw her eldest grandson's serious face and tried to explain. Qin Jani's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly said, "Your grandson understands." Next to him, Xin Yi was deeply shocked, feeling as if her whole body fell into a cold pool, freezing her heart painfully. Qin Junxian, ignoring his unmarried status, couldn't hold back and said, "Grandmother, even if the eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she can't rest peacefully on the way to exile." "That's not your concern," the old lady started to scold, but was interrupted by a call outside the door. The Liu couple came to invite the old lady and Xin Yi to dine. At this moment, Dr. Zhang, who had been listening, finished writing the prescription, stood up, and handed it to Qin Junxian. Qin Junxian settled the consultation fee and paid for the medicine, then asked someone to fetch the herbs and send them to his door before escorting Dr.
Zhang out of the inn.
Mrs. Liu inquired about Qin Jani's diagnosis. The old lady sighed and shook her head without answering. Mrs. Liu understood and, recalling Qin Jani's hardships since childhood, sighed. "It's a blessing, not a curse. You can't avoid trouble. Everyone's life is determined by fate." Qin Ruoshan glanced at Pei, who looked indifferent and distracted, and spoke up in protest. "My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Big brother will definitely get better." Mrs. Liu curled her lips in disdain and smiled contemptuously, then remembered her purpose and said, "Mother-in-law, let's go eat." Xin Yi, still shaken by the recent events, just wanted to be quiet and declined, "I won't go. Big cousin isn't here, and I need to take care of big brother." Mrs. Liu looked at her curiously, asking 3 times in a row, "Why is she involved with brother E again? Did something happen that she didn't know? What about her little son?" The old lady, wary of more trouble from Xin Yi, advised, "Your big cousin has brother Xian to take care of him. Let's go together." Fearing the old lady, Xin Yi changed her mind, thinking it might be good to leave a way out for the Liu family, and agreed. She cast a complex look at Qin Jani, then turned and left with the old lady and others. "You all should go eat," Qin Jani said. After comforting them a few words, everyone left, leaving only Qin Junxian to stay with him. Qin Jani asked his younger brother to come closer and carefully explain the property in the northwest. Then he said, "I don't know how much of this wealth can be saved. If something happens to me, you'll take over as head of the family. As for my private property, it will all go to your eldest sister-in-law. Let her decide what to do." Tonight, he was about to try something no one had ever succeeded in before. In the past, those who tried to take the nail either ended up paralyzed in bed, struggling for a year or 2 before dying, or died instantly. To prevent the worst outcome, he must make plans. Qin Junxian looked at his older brother, who was making arrangements for the future, and felt a deep pain in his heart. With a choked voice, he said, "Big brother, don't listen to that doctor's gloomy predictions, and don't listen to Grandma's words either. She's afraid you might have an accident and lose your heir, but your survival is the most important thing." Qin Ji nodded but wanted him to agree formally. He was most worried about his wife. If she was alone, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay together, and going back to her mother's house wouldn't be easy. Being alone in the world without money to support herself was unimaginable. Qin Junxian couldn't bear to see his brother so downhearted and use tough love. "But with your plan, Grandma and Mother will surely oppose it. So you need to handle it privately, without letting them know. Your eldest sister-in-law married me, and now she's caught in this trouble. It's my fault that I dragged her into it." The Qin family had many members, and he couldn't divide the property fairly, so he decided to give away his private assets. Qin Junxian asked, "Big brother, if your eldest sister-in-law is really pregnant, would you be willing to leave her and their child?" Qin Ji's eyes trembled slightly, and his thoughts drifted far away. Would the night of their wedding night have led to her possibly being pregnant? Thinking about the possibility of a new life growing inside her, Qin Jani, who was already unwilling to accept his fate, felt even more determined. A few streets away, Su Yunwan didn't know what was happening inside the inn, nor was she aware of Qin Jani's wild thoughts. When they arrived at the grain shop, they found the door already closed. Every city under the current rule had a curfew, but the times varied. Even before the curfew, most shops had closed, except for lively places like inns and taverns. Of course, the Spring Tower was no exception. Chuyen woke the night shift worker at the grain shop, and both families bought large amounts of rice, flour, and other supplies overnight. Su Yunwan didn't want to make things difficult for herself, so she chose only high-quality grains. During the following days, her special abilities would focus on Qin Jani, while others handled the food. With the same skill, the quality of ingredients made a big difference. No matter the situation, she wouldn't neglect herself. After settling the bill, Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu volunteered to help, and everyone carried bag after bag of grain onto the donkey carts. After the loading was done, Chui looked at the night sky and suggested, "Let's make one more trip to the ready-made clothes shop and the pharmacy, then go back to the inn for dinner. We can buy the rest tomorrow morning. What do you think?" Su Yunwan had no objections. Thanks to the on-site service at the Binggu Inn, the ready-made clothes shop hadn't closed. Many garments had already been sent to the inn. The remaining few pieces of clothing were divided into two types, luxurious silk and coarse cloth. With the ladies' policy of public-funded clothing, Qin Jani chose from cheap clothes directly. Su Yunwan used her so-called monthly allowance to buy 2 sets of silk clothes and shoes, and suggested that Qin Jani only buy one outfit for the night, planning to buy better ones the next morning. Qin Jani nodded and only bought 1 set. When they finally reached the pharmacy, Su Yunwan sold all her herbs but only received 2 coins in return. Most of the medicinal herbs at the time were gathered from the wild, and unless they were rare or precious, the prices were cheap. However, the doctor's consultation fees were high. Su Yunwan didn't know Qin Xian had already hired a doctor, so she thought it was a good opportunity to buy herbs. She used 50 taels of silver from the Pei family's funds to buy a variety of herbs and tools at the pharmacy. Actually, she already had all these in her space, but as always, she couldn't reveal them in front of others. When everyone returned to the inn, the other members of the exile team had already gone to their rooms. The main hall was left with only the guards on duty and a few prisoners drinking tea. Chui said, "Waiter, prepare a good meal for us."
"Got it."
The waiter replied, "Do you want a big table or a private room?" Considering Su Yunwan's status, Chui looked at the others and said, "Let's sit at a big table in the hall. What do you think?" Su Yunwan had no objections, and the others didn't care either. Chui then told Wu Xiaohan and Jiang Xiaolu, "Sit for a moment. We'll go report to my father first, be right back." Su Yunwan and Qin Jani also went upstairs first. Qin Jani went to the women's quarters to report the shopping results to the lady and Pei, while Su Yunwan went to see Qin Yi in her room. When she opened the door, she saw a table full of various dishes. Qin Xian came out hurriedly from behind the screen and said anxiously, "Big sister-in-law, you're just in time. Big brother is in a bad mood and doesn't want to eat or drink." Su Yunwan frowned slightly and quickly stepped inside. What happened? Listening to Qin Xian describe the doctor's consultation, Su Yunwan looked into Qin Yi's eager and hopeful eyes and instantly understood that he wanted to have the surgery early. Qin Yi's pale face showed a faint smile. "You're back. Was it smooth?" Seeing Su Yunwan nod, he continued, "I asked my younger sister to pick out 2 dresses for you. Go see if you like them." Su Yunwan didn't move but reached out to check his pulse, secretly using her abilities to examine his condition. Finally, she told Qin Xian to go out first. As soon as Qin Xian left the room, Su Yunwan coldly said, "Why aren't you eating?" He was clearly starving but forced himself to hold back. Just a few hours had passed, yet he was so eager. Why? Qin Jani had difficulty speaking. Late at night, he was feeling very sleepy and wanted to reduce risks. Su Yunwan said, "Do you know that with your weak health, proper medical treatment won't allow you to remove the nail? That's why I have you." Qin Jani gently held her hand, full of trust. Su Yunwan sighed inwardly. But right now, no one is asleep yet. It's okay, let's wait a bit longer, Qin Jani said. Have you eaten? Su Yunwan shook her head and looked at the food on the table. Just the simple meals here are enough. But I need to go downstairs and tell Wu Xiaohan I won't be eating with them.
Wu Xiaohan?
Qin Jani's pupils shrank slightly, uncertain. Yes, Su Yunwan nodded, briefly explaining her plans to go shopping with Chu Yi and Wu Xiaohan. Hearing this, Qin Jani's eyes grew very deep, and his mood suddenly became chaotic. Su Yunwan didn't think much and went downstairs. As she passed by the Qin family's women's room, she heard Mrs. Pei scream, "What? Bought 40 tails of horse feed. Call Su Shi over here." Su Yunwan pushed open the door and cut her off with a single sentence. "Do I need to tell you that the money I handed over from the public account, how much of it is mine?" Seeing Mrs. Pei choke on her words and fall silent, she ignored her and said to Qin Junyu, "Go downstairs and eat." Qin Junyu looked around and, seeing that the old lady hadn't spoken, left the room. Older sister-in-law, the great aunt, is asking detailed questions. "I can't do anything," Qin Junyu whispered as he went down the stairs. Su Yunwan didn't mind that he was usually honest and didn't make him lie. She just thought it was fine, and that it was her own decision. Downstairs, Chu Yi and his brother had already sat down. Seeing Su Yunwan and the others come down, they waved to greet them. Su Yunwan approached and said, "I have some matters to attend to, so I won't eat with you. You all enjoy your meal." Wu Xiaohan's sharp gaze immediately looked at her. Jiang Xiaolu asked confusedly, "Is there something urgent? Can't you even spare time for a meal?" Su Yunwan chuckled softly. "It's my husband waiting for me to come back, so we can eat together." Everyone heard this and commented on how deep their love was, saying they would invite them again next time. Su Yunwan waved her hand, went back to her room to eat and bathe, and waited quietly with Qin Jani for the night to deepen. A test was about to begin. In the quiet late night, in room number 3, the wooden table in front of the bed held a basin of hot water sent by the waiter, steam rising in the flickering candlelight. "There is someone on the roof." Su Yunwan looked around and saw a person hiding in the shadow of the roof. Qin Jani looked up and suddenly spoke, "Come out." The window silently opened, and a figure slipped inside. They knelt on one knee by the screen, bowing their head and quietly listening for orders. Su Yunwan looked over and saw the other person dressed in night clothes, wearing a gray mask, so their true face was hidden.
"She.
Here. Guard well. No matter what sounds you hear, do not enter the house." Qin Jani was prepared to face anything. "If there's an emergency, all shadow guards follow my younger brother's commands." She quickly looked up, ignoring manners. "Master, whatever you want to do, please let me handle it. Remove the bone nails." Qin Jani didn't hide his plan. "Absolutely not." She knelt a few steps closer. "Please, Master, don't risk yourself." "I have made up my mind," Qin Jani said firmly, turning his gaze away. "Just guard the outside area, Master." She whispered in alarm, using a pleading tone. "If enemies attack, I may not be able to hold them back. Could you wait until you're safe in the wilderness, away from the royal family's power, before taking action?" As long as tonight passed, he would try to persuade his brothers to talk sense to the master. Qin Jani knew his intentions and simply ordered, "Step back." But she knelt silently, refusing to move. The Shadow Guard camp had strict rules and harsh training, but Qin Jani was a kind master. She had been with him for a long time and was no longer the stiff soldier he once was. When it came to the master's safety, he was willing to risk everything. "Can I command you any more?" "I dare not." She trembled slightly and disappeared into the guest room. Su Yunwan withdrew her gaze and chuckled softly. "Your master is quite easy to talk to." Shadow guards, being part of a secret organization, were trained to suppress their emotions and desires, obeying only their master. She had never seen one so determined to stand his ground before. "I once disguised myself and joined Shadow Guard training when I was a child." So, she knew how difficult it was to be a Shadow Guard. Hearing this, Su Yunwan felt uncomfortable. You, a prince of the Qin family, how could you? Is it a family tradition that each eldest son must go through this experience? Qin Jani shook his head with a bitter smile. At that time, my grandmother wanted to protect me. She forced me with filial piety, which caused a serious argument with my father. In anger, my father had someone send me to shadow guard training. Su Yunwan was silent. She believed that filial piety was the way to rule the world, and her father held the power over life and death of his children. If Qin Jani had been harmed in the shadow guard camp, she wondered if the old lord would regret it. From the few words of the Qin family members in recent days, Su Yunwan imagined that the old lord was a cold, strict, and proud man. Qin Jani seemed to sense her thoughts and tried to defend his father. Although he hid his identity, my father promised he wouldn't harm my life. So, you are grateful for his mercy not to kill you? Su Yunwan sharply retorted, her heart filled with bitterness. Realizing her abruptness, Su Yunwan pressed her lips together again and cleared her throat. Sorry. Qin Jani, noticing her concern, was filled with tenderness. It's all in the past. Indeed. Su Yunwan composed herself and refocused on tonight's main goal. She helped Qin Jani remove his inner clothing. I'll check the bone pins first. They might cause pain. Please bear with it. No problem. Qin Jani, shirtless, lay face down on the bed. On his back spine, 5 star-shaped marks were neatly aligned from top to bottom. The surrounding skin looked normal again, with no more bruises or dark marks. If the doctor saw him tonight, they would notice something unusual. Su Yunwan reached out and placed her hand on the lowest bone pin at his lumbar vertebra. She closed her eyes and used her powers to explore inward along the pin. Qin Jani's whole body tensed, feeling a warm flow entering from the wound. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Su Yunwan was focusing her strength to shake the lotus-shaped iron plate inside, testing its thickness. Seeing Qin Jani grimace and clutch the sheets in pain, Su Yunwan withdrew her hand and took out a small bottle. She explained, "This is anesthesia powder. Once you drink it all, you'll be fully numb for about 2 hours." Indeed, it was a very strong restraint device, with an extremely stable structure. The anesthesia powder she provided was the maximum dose safe for the human body. However, her healing ability could cause the anesthesia to wear off early, making the duration hard to control. If Qin Jani woke up during surgery in pain, it could lead to medical accidents. This was a big test for both doctor and patient. After drinking the anesthesia powder, Su Yunwan took an old piece of clothing and tore it into strips. To prevent the anesthesia from wearing off too soon, I need to tie your hands and feet. Hearing this, Qin Jani remembered the torture scene where his limbs were bound and hammered into his bones. His body reacted with stress, trembling uncontrollably. Su Yunwan immediately put down the clothing and gently comforted him. "Ziyuan, focus your mind." Suddenly, Qin Jani tightly grasped her hand, then gradually calmed down after a few moments. He then bit down on a clean cloth handed to him. As the medicine took effect, he slowly sank into darkness. Su Yunwan bound his limbs to the bed frame. Her right hand touched his back, continuously channeling her energy into his body, forming a powerful force to destroy the lotus-shaped iron device and keep the iron plate from damaging his bones and nerves. Time passed second by second. Sweat appeared on her forehead, but her body stayed still, lost in a state of forgetfulness. After a long while, she reached out with her left hand, took medical tools and a screwdriver, cut through her skin, and slowly pulled out the bone pin that had detached from the steel plate. Then she removed the remaining patch from her body. The first bone pin was successfully removed while Qin Jani remained unaware. She stitched, stopped the bleeding, and bandaged the wound carefully. Su Yunwan handled the wound methodically, then looked at the second bone pin. She glanced at Qin Jani, who stayed still and raced against time, ignoring the sweat on her face as she continued her work. When she reached the stage of removing the pin ring, the anesthesia wore off halfway through pulling out the bone pin. Qin Jani's body reacted instinctively before he was fully aware. He's suddenly back, his limbs turning red from being tightly bound with cloth strips, and the bed frame creaked loudly. His muffled cry of pain was blocked by the cloth, making a suppressed, dull sound. Next door, Qin Jani, who was lightly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, rushed to the door and knocked softly, calling out, "Big brother, are you okay?" Su Yunwan, with blood-stained hands and a cautious look through the screen, looked toward the door. She calmed her rapid heartbeat and coldly said, "Your brother is fine." The sounds of struggling continued outside, and Qin Jani couldn't believe it. "Let my brother say something." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Jani, still struggling, and quickly thought of a plan. Just as Qin Jani was about to break down the door, his brother's voice sounded weakly, "I'm fine." But how could this weak, strained voice, hiding pain, really mean he was fine? Qin Jani anxiously said, "Big brother, I want to come in and see you." "No." Qin Jani, regaining consciousness, forcibly stopped him, fighting the darkness ahead. "It's not convenient. Go back." Hearing his brother's restrained voice, Qin Jani clenched his fists against the door, thinking of what his grandmother once said about childbirth. He mistakenly thought something unspeakable was happening inside, feeling both awkward and sorrowful. He was stuck, unable to go in or retreat. At the same time, on the roof wanted to lift the tiles with his hand to see what was happening to his master. But the strict orders from his master still echoed in his ears. Though it only took a gentle lift to move the tiles, it felt as heavy as a mountain, and he ultimately held back. Despite his master's kindness, they had to stay within their duties and never challenge his limits. Once, a senior had been so forgiving that he forgot himself, was punished, and resented it. He was sent back to the Shadow Guard camp to rebuild, but a careless move led to his death and the extinguishing of his life. He didn't want to follow that path. Inside the house, Qin Jani saw that his younger brother had not spoken again. He let down his guard and collapsed onto the bed, breathing quickly. Su Yunwan leaned close to his ear and told him the progress. "Now, we've removed the second one, halfway there." "Keep going," Qin Jani said bitterly. In fact, stopping was not an option. Su Yunwan focused and continued her work. It hurt very badly. Without anesthesia, it was almost life-threatening. Qin Jani's lips turned pale, and his face lost all color. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking the pillow. After everything was done, Su Yunwan looked at the exhausted Qin Jani, feeling anxious inside. She softly said, "It's over." It was successful. At this point, Qin Jani couldn't speak at all. He was just breathing heavily, completely exhausted. He closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then hoarsely said, "Thank you." Even though his body was in terrible pain, Qin Jani felt a surge of happiness inside. Yuan did it. She really did it. Su Yunwan stood up, loosened the restraints, and turned to carefully collect the removed bone nails and metal pieces with a silk cloth, planning to find a craftsman later to make similar nails. The pain he endured today, she vowed to repay someday. Seeing Qin Jani trembling in pain, Su Yunwan felt pity in her heart. She slowly infused her remaining special energy into his body. Under the effect of her energy, Qin Jani sank into a deep sleep. "Shi, come in," Su Yunwan said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, Shadow Guard Shi quietly entered. Seeing the basin filled with blood and blood-stained bandages, Shi's pupils shrank sharply. "How is the master?" "He's asleep. You can clean up." Su Yunwan continued to channel her energy and gave instructions. Shi restored the scene to its original state and carried the basin of blood out the window. Soon after, he returned with clean water. After finishing, he looked at his sleeping master with worry and asked nervously, "Was it successful?" Su Yunwan frowned and said, "Two removed." She had planned to remove them all at once, but things didn't go as planned. The anesthesia time was less than half of what was scheduled. Shi was shocked but quickly asked, "Are there any risks?" Receiving a negative answer, he was overjoyed. He bowed slightly, stepped back a few paces, and disappeared into the night. Su Yunwan withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Qin Jani, who was suffering greatly. She remembered a fitting poem about him. Life kisses me with pain, yet I respond with song. The night's darkness gradually faded, and the eastern sky turned pale. Hearing the door open next door, Qin Jani, who hadn't slept all night, immediately opened his door and saw Su Yunwan about to leave. Their eyes met. He paused and asked, "Has my older brother woken up?" "Not yet." Su Yunwan noticed the bluish color around his eyes and turned sideways. "Go inside. I'll find something to eat and bring it up." Qin Junxian bypassed the screen, and his gaze confirmed his suspicion. He saw Qin Ji lying on the bed with his eyes tightly closed, face down. His arms were exposed and bare, and a gentle smile played on his carved-like face, as if he was dreaming something beautiful. Su Yunwan finished washing up downstairs, then went to the back kitchen to get some fried dough sticks, soy milk, buns, and vegetable meat porridge. She placed them on a tray and carried them upstairs. Just outside the door, she heard the old lady scolding inside. "Child, why are you so impatient? Grandma told you to rest and get better before coming. Look at how you've overexerted yourself." Confused, Su Yunwan pushed open the slightly open door and entered the room. Behind the screen, figures flickered, and members of the Qin family gathered inside. Seeing Su Yunwan, their faces showed complex expressions that were hard to describe. Only Qin Yi's eyes revealed clear jealousy. It turned out that the noise from last night and the rejection of Qin Juxian's request had been overheard by several women. When they woke up this morning, everyone knew about it. The old lady, happy yet worried about her grandson's obedience, hurried over after waking up to visit. The grand scene woke Qin Ji from his fainting state. Hearing his grandmother's scolding, he had nothing to say and buried his head in the pillow, silent. Until he heard Su Yunwan greeting him, he pulled his head out from the pillow and turned to look. Seeing the food on the tray in Su Yunwan's hands, Qin Ji felt very hungry and seized the chance to escape. "Grandmother, I'm hungry. You all should go eat breakfast too." The old lady nodded, instructing Su Yunwan to take good care of her grandson. Then she led everyone out of the room. Su Yunwan put down the tray and took out Qin Ji's clothes, helping him put them on one by one. Qin Ji, lying half on the bed, watched his wife tie his clothes. He wanted to reach out and brush her hair away from her eyes, but his hand fell weak halfway. All his strength had been drained during last night's surgery. His remaining special energy was used to repair damaged nerves. Though the pain had lessened, his limbs felt heavy and his whole body weak. "Don't move around. Rest well," Su Yunwan said, glancing at him while busy. "With last night's experience, after 3 treatments, it will be completely cleared." Qin Ji smiled faintly, then suddenly became serious. "Can this anesthetic be mass-produced? If it can be used by the military, it could greatly reduce soldiers' pain and suffering. The one used last night can only be made by me." Su Yunwan was confused. "Does the army not have any anesthetic drugs now?" "There is high-concentration medicinal wine, but because it takes too long to numb with drinking, wounded soldiers often die from severe pain before it takes effect," Qin Jani said solemnly, showing a look of pity on his face. Su Yunwan had grown up confined to her small backyard and was unaware of the current level of medical development. She never expected that even anesthetic drugs had not been invented yet. However, if she wanted to give up her supernatural abilities to invent an anesthetic, it wouldn't be easy. "I know some plants that can cause numbness, but they are hard to extract using normal methods. It requires experienced experts in traditional medicine to study them." Since the topic was about the army, Su Yunwan asked, "Do you know the current situation of the Jinbei army? Will your second uncle and others cause trouble?" Such a sensitive and dangerous topic was brought up so naturally by her. Of course not. In the guest room, Qin Jani's eyes were firm and his expression serious. "Our Qin family's duty is to protect the country and bring peace to the world. Even if we are betrayed and killed, we will prioritize the common people and will not start wars or cause chaos." Su Yunwan smiled slightly, unsure whether to believe him. In this dynasty, if the emperor ordered, officials could be executed. If a father wanted his son to die, the son dared not refuse. Perhaps the old masters of the Qin family in the northwest could be officially exiled to Yuzhou. But human hearts are unpredictable. When life and safety are threatened, it's hard to say whether they can still hold onto their past beliefs. After breakfast, everyone packed up and mounted their horses. In the backyard, more than 20 animal-drawn carts were parked, filling the space. Yesterday evening, the Liu family and the relatives of the Chu family also asked officials to buy some carts, but due to tight finances, each family only bought 1 or 2. The officials, who had already collected a lot of silver, bought 5 more mule carts. The prisoners used carts for transportation, freeing up the officials' hands. They could take turns riding, reducing the hardship of the journey. When they returned the prisoners to Weinan Prefecture or the capital, they could sell the carts again, losing little silver. The old lady and others followed Qin Jani's instructions to their own carriage. Seeing the emaciated black horse, Mrs. Pei kept complaining with disgust. When she saw Su Yunwan, dressed brightly and rushing over, she was even more angry. The shop that delivered clothes yesterday was very considerate. Most of the outer garments were made of plain, unremarkable fabric and colors. Only the inner clothes were of various grades. They have done this kind of business with exiled prisoners before, and know not to let the prisoners wear fine clothes to avoid trouble and gossip, which could cause problems for the guards. This is why the elderly lady and others, who are used to wearing silk and satin, can only buy ordinary cloth clothes despite having money. However, Su Yunwan, who bought clothes from the shop, is not restricted and becomes a special presence among the women. Su family, you only care about buying dresses for yourself and don't think about buying a good one for your grandmother, Mrs. Pei said with envy, looking at Su Yunwan's dress. She ordered, later, buy a fine outfit for your grandmother and me. Su Yunwan chuckled, I'm not going. You can arrange someone else to go with brother you. What do you mean? You should respect your elders and just hide away? Mrs. Pei shouted. Su Yunwan, already tired and unwell, was annoyed by the noise and asked back, what if I hide? As the argument started again, Qin Jani, who was on the carriage, said with difficulty, Mother, Yuan is tired and needs rest. If you want something, let Junyu help buy it. Yuan had used a lot of energy last night and looked much worse than usual, appearing very tired and in need of rest. At this moment, Qin Junxian jumped down from the carriage and tried to calm things, saying, Mother, just let fourth brother buy it. After saying that, he took out all his monthly silver, 5 taels, and gave it to Qin Junyu, saying, Take this money and help choose some good dresses for grandmother and my mother. Qin Junyu, dressed in the plain blue cotton clothes that the women of the 4th household had specially picked for him last night, nodded and took the silver. Mrs. Pei smiled kindly and said, My younger son is still the most filial. Seeing this, Qin Junxian, who was about to suggest giving more money to Qin Junxian, simply shut his mouth. The old lady did not allow Mrs. Pei to belittle the eldest grandson and scolded, Junxian has grown up. How can he not have some money? As a mother, you only care about your own happiness. Don't you have any sense of responsibility? Mother, my daughter-in-law hasn't finished speaking, Mrs. Pei said with a grievance. She then took out 10 taels of silver from her own pocket and forced it into Qin Junxian's hand. Take this money for now. If it's not enough, I will add more. Mother, I don't even have enough monthly allowance. Qin Rulan pouted and patted Mrs. Pei's arm, acting spoiled. Mrs. Pei scolded with a smile. You little troublemaker. You're always around. Hee, mother is the best, Qin Rulan flattered, then said she also wanted to buy clothes. Su Yunwan looked at the loving family, turned around, climbed onto the carriage, lowered the curtain, and blocked the bright scene from Qin Jani's view. Qin Jani seemed to understand what she was thinking and smiled gently, saying, It's okay, I'm used to it. He has been like this since he was young, with a strong heart that won't be easily affected by small matters. Su Yunwan felt mixed emotions. As the eldest son expected to carry great responsibilities, being treated so harshly by his biological mother was rare in the world. Outside the carriage, the old lady instructed Qin Ruishan to go with her brother Qin Junyu to buy supplies, giving them a recently prepared shopping list. Since the carriage was ready, the old lady wanted to buy more supplies to live more comfortably. She had just found a shop and made a list based on other shopping choices. When the siblings opened the list, their expressions turned awkward. It included bedding, pillows, raincoats, straw hats, oilcloth, tents, ropes, knives, axes.
Salt, soy sauce, vinegar, pâtes, bowls, cutting boards, grillé meat, vegetable paste, fruits, pastry.
The list covered all aspects of daily life, showing careful planning. However, they had very little silver left and couldn't afford so many supplies. The siblings looked at Pei Shi, who pretended not to notice and avoided eye contact. The old lady threatened, "Pei Shi, hurry up and give the money." When she made the list earlier, she was with her mother-in-law at the shop and knew exactly what was on it. At that time, Pei Shi saw her mother-in-law excited and didn't dare oppose her. Now she wanted to avoid trouble and let her eldest son pay. But the carriage curtain was already drawn, and her eldest son inside was silent. Under her mother-in-law's pressure, she had no choice but to give a silver note for 100 taels and said, "Use it sparingly. If there's any left, bring it back." The siblings finally relaxed and agreed. They then drove a donkey cart to join the official buying team and set off. Right after the siblings left, Lu Shi brought 2 children over to the old lady and said, "Mother, we have over 20 people, but because of limited funds, we only bought 2 carriages. Let these 2 children stay with you." The old lady looked troubled and said, "We can't fit any more." "How is that possible? You have about 10 people and 3 carriages." Lu Shi argued. Pei Shi rolled her eyes and said, "Donkey carts are for carrying goods. But surely there's enough space for 2 more children. They're so small, they don't need much room." "If that's the case, you also have a carriage, so there should be enough space." Pei retorted, "Besides, adults can hold the children while sitting." The old lady watched her 2 sisters-in-law exchange words, no longer favoring the Lu family, even though they had just invited her to dinner last night. The carriage was already full with 6 people inside. At that moment, the officer shouted for everyone to get on the carriage and depart. Lu's family saw that most of the Qin family members had already boarded the mother-in-law's carriage. Only Qin Jani and his wife remained in the other carriage. Lu immediately approached and said, "Brother Yi, let your nephews and nieces get on the carriage." Su Yunwan pushed aside the curtain with a blank expression and said, "You want us to bring the children for you?" "No, I will ride along." "I just want to watch the children," Lu replied. Su Yunwan sarcastically said, "Madam Lu, have you forgotten the relationship between our families?" Before Lu could respond, the old lady's voice rang out, "Don't disturb Brother Yi. Take the children back." She always tried to stop anything that might interfere with her eldest grandson. Lu knew Qin Jani's important position in the old lady's heart, so she had no choice but to leave angrily. On the main road of Weinan Prefecture, the criminals led the way on foot, followed by several carts pulled by animals, slowly heading out of the city. Many townspeople stopped to watch, angry that corrupt officials who were exiled still traveled comfortably by carriage. This was where Zhongwei differed from other team leaders. Other leaders saw the criminals' long journey as deserved punishment and didn't allow them to enjoy comfort. Usually, each family could buy 1 flat cart for the elderly, sick, or disabled to ride. But Zhongwei believed that once the criminals reached the exile place, they would face hardships on their own, and there was no need to make things difficult along the way. As long as they could pay, everyone could ride in carriages, which would save time and allow them to finish their tasks early, turning the saved time into paid rest. Everyone benefited from this approach, so why not? After leaving Weinan Prefecture, Su Yunwan, rocked by the carriage, felt sleepy. She took a few wide wooden boards from the ground, placed them across the benches on both sides to make them wider and softer. Then she added cushions, pillows, and quilts, lying down together. Qin Jani watched her turn the carriage into a double bed as if by magic and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Su Yunwan smiled sweetly, pulled the quilt over him, and leaned on his arm, closing her eyes to rest. Qin Jani looked at his wife so close, smiled knowingly, and they fell asleep together. During the brief stops along the way, Neither of them appeared outside. Near noon, the shopping team returned. People eagerly rushed to buy goods from the merchants, making a lot of noise. The officials took out a list and handed out items one by one. The whole group was full of excitement and happiness. When Su Yunwan got off the carriage, she saw the Qin family members gathered around Qin Jani and his sister, listening to their report on the shopping results. Everyone looked very happy. Because they still had a lot of money left, Qin Ruoshang suggested going to a restaurant, and they brought back plenty of food. The Qin family found a mat, laid it under a big tree beside the main road, and opened food boxes, placing dishes that looked and smelled delicious. Before they started eating, Madame Lu came with the children to join them. The old lady looked at Su Yunwan and saw her take out 2 empty porcelain plates, scooping some food onto each, and said indifferently, "I will eat on the carriage with Ziyuan." The old lady replied, "That's good. You can take more, and if it's not enough, you can get more." When Su Yunwan got back on the carriage, the old lady told Lu to sit and eat together. Lu was very happy and said a lot of flattering words to the old lady, even overshadowing Pei. Pei looked displeased and glanced at the carriage, secretly annoyed with Su Yunwan. "Aren't you supposed to oppose the Lu family? Why are you not protecting the Qin family's interests during this meal?" Poor her, even as the head wife, she dared not oppose the old lady. She could only watch as Lu happily and proudly ate, feeling angry and stomachache during the meal. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan helped Qin Jani up. After feeding him a couple of bites, Qin Jani took the spoon from her and said, "I can do it myself." After resting for half a day, his strength had recovered a bit. Not wanting his wife to neglect her own meal, he forced himself to feed himself. Su Yunwan admired his strong recovery and handed him the bowl and chopsticks, occasionally helping him scoop food. The small carriage kept out all the outside noise. Sunlight filtered through the netting, making the space feel warm and peaceful. After eating, the old lady saw Su Yunwan carry the tray down and asked with concern, "How is brother eating?" "It's okay," Su Yunwan replied with a gentle smile, then helped Qin Ruoshang clear the dishes. The old lady said, "Leave it there. Don't dirty your hands. Shan Shan and her daughter can clean it. You just take care of brother E." Su Yunwan looked at Qin Ruoshang, who smiled tiredly and said, "Big sister-in-law, we can handle it. You rest."
You should rest.
"You've been running around all morning and are already tired," Su Yunwan said, naturally not refusing to do the cleanup after enjoying the meal. But the old lady turned and said, Are you still going to pick up?" Sin Yi felt upset inside, but dared not refuse. She forcefully pushed past Su Yunwan, knocking her aside, then clattered to clean up the leftover food. Su Yunwan was pushed back a few steps and looked at the old lady with confusion, unsure what secret they were sharing. The old lady, sensing her doubt, called her over after Sin Yi and Qin Ruoshang left, and said softly, "You walk with Grandma to help digest." Su Yunwan understood she had something to say privately, so she supported her to a quiet place. "Wanwan, Grandma has something to tell you." "Don't worry," the old lady said quietly in the empty woods. "Yi is determined to become Brother Yi's concubine. Grandma wants her to see clearly the status of a concubine, so she told her to serve you as the main wife. You should cooperate with Grandma and quickly dispel her thoughts." Hearing this, Su Yunwan felt speechless. She remembered Chu Yi mentioning that Sin Yi wanted a concubine position, but she didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought that the old lady wanted Sin Yi to follow the rules of a concubine and even serve her? Is she really her granddaughter? With Sin Yi's proud and stubborn nature, the harsher the pressure, the greater her rebellion. Would the old lady be able to handle her then? Wanwan, don't worry. As long as Brother Yi doesn't agree, Grandma won't force Yi into your room, the old lady said reassuringly when she saw Su Yunwan silent. Su Yunwan. What the heck? If she's really trying to comfort her, shouldn't she say that Yi won't agree? In the end, the world is big, and her eldest grandson is the most important. What if she endures humiliation and meets all your demands? Su Yunwan knew well about their agreement. When that time comes, how will the old lady handle it? She can't do it, the old lady said firmly. Knowing she couldn't do it, Why bother tormenting her? Su Yunwan truly didn't understand what the old lady was thinking. If you say she's heartless, she raised Sin Yi carefully. But if you say she has feelings, her actions are confusing and seem to play tricks on people. Out of love for her family, the old lady already regarded Su Yunwan as her own, and she opened her heart. Earlier, Grandma did consider having Yi and you take care of Brother Yi together, but he was not interested, so Grandma didn't insist. Last night, the doctor said Brother Yi needs good rest and recovery, and having you there is enough. So, your job is to take good care of him. Once he gets better and has a son, our Qin family will have a successor.
Su Yunwan finally understood.
This morning, the old lady accused Qin Jani of some matter, but it turns out there was a big misunderstanding about what happened last night. But what does it mean for Qin Jani to have a son? Does that mean the Qin family has a successor? What about Qin Junxian and the second and fourth wives? Even if there is a system of inheritance for the eldest son, there's no need to exclude all other grandchildren and children. Su Yunwan couldn't help but feel that after experiencing the end of the world and returning, she no longer quite fit into the current dynasty. Wanwan, you see, our situation has improved a lot now. If we really have something, we won't need to worry. Besides Brother Yi, everyone in our family will step aside for you, the old lady said, recalling Qin Juanxian's words to comfort her. Faced with pressure to have children, Su Yunwan had to make an excuse to refuse. You see, Ziyuan's health is really too weak. Even if he gets pregnant now, the baby would be born with deficiencies. It's better to wait until his health improves. But the doctor said his body is very fragile and can't withstand any hardships. If something happens, the old lady's voice choked with emotion as she spoke, her eyes filling with tears. She wiped her eyes with a silk handkerchief and sighed. Grandmother also hopes Brother Yi will live a long and healthy life. If it weren't for concerns about his safety, I wouldn't pressure you both at this time. Su Yunwan felt a complex mix of feelings. The old lady's words were hard to interpret, but her love for Qin Jani was undeniable. She thought for a moment and said, Grandmother, you don't need to worry. Brother Yi has already sent someone to invite a famous doctor, and there's hope for his recovery. Even if it's not perfect, just careful nurturing will do. It won't threaten his life. Really? The old lady couldn't believe it. Su Yunwan replied, Of course. Look, I'm not anxious at all. You can rest assured that Ziyuan will come through this. In fact, Qin Jani had already sent someone to inform the Northwest, asking the military doctor from Jinbei Army to meet in Yuzhou to discuss developing anesthesia. The old lady finally felt some relief inside. She tightly held Su Yunwan's hand and asked cautiously, Wanwan, tell me honestly, what do you think about the future? Do you truly believe our eldest grandson can get better? Or do you have other plans? Su Yunwan smiled softly, turned to look into the distance, and said calmly, I'm waiting for Ziyuan to stand up again. Her words were like a tonic, filling the old lady with hope. She wiped away her gloom and said firmly, Good. Grandmother will wait with you. Let's witness this miracle together. The old lady in the forest suddenly felt a sense of clarity, but another member of the Qin family was filled with anger like a volcano erupting. Just now, inside the Qin family's carriage, Qin Junxian took out a medicine bottle prepared by the doctor, poured a pill of blood-nourishing and energy-boosting medicine for his elder brother, and handed him a cup of cool boiled water to swallow. When Qin Jani raised his hand to drink, his smooth cloud-patterned sleeve slipped down to his elbow, revealing a purple-red bruise on his wrist that suddenly caught Qin Juanxian's attention. He hurriedly asked, Big brother, what happened to your wrist? Qin Jani turned his head to look, quickly put down his water cup, and covered the injury with his sleeve. It's nothing, I just bumped into something by accident. Qin Junxian obviously didn't believe him. Seeing his brother's unnatural expression, he immediately thought back to when the injury might have happened. It was fine before bed yesterday, and this morning he was driving the carriage outside the wagon without noticing anything unusual. So, the problem must have occurred last night. Suddenly, Qin Junxian thought of something. He quickly grabbed Qin Jani's other hand, rolled up his sleeve, and sure enough, there was a purple-red mark on his left wrist as well. He was deeply shocked and released his hand, clenching his fist tightly so that his knuckles cracked. His eyes turned bright red with anger. At the Northwest camp, he had heard that many soldiers, having experienced the dangers of battle and bloodshed, sometimes vented their frustrations on women from the brothel, not caring about their feelings. Some of these rough soldiers even had cruel habits that made women suffer greatly. His proud, brave elder brother, who was so strong and imposing, had been humiliated like this? "Brother, what are you thinking?" Qin Jani saw his injured hand and suddenly felt anxious. Seeing his younger brother looking furious and ready to destroy everything, he felt even more headache. Qin Junxian suppressed his anger and growled, "Is it because of sister-in-law?" This made Qin Jani instantly understand what he was thinking and hurriedly denied, "It's not what you think." "Then how did you get hurt from being? Who did this?" Qin Jani hesitated. Now is not the time to tell him the truth. Besides the fact that the bone nails are not fully removed and there is a risk in extracting them, he also had another concern. His younger brother is straightforward and not good at hiding feelings. If he told him the truth, he might reveal clues. And once the news leaks, the emperor would not hesitate to mobilize troops to eliminate the threat completely. Their Qin family would face disaster. Therefore, Qin Jani was so nervous he could hardly breathe and could only comfort him dryly. "In a little while, I will tell you." "Why can't you tell me now?" Qin Junxian pressed. "Who exactly is Su Yunwan? What did she use to threaten you?" "She didn't threaten me." Qin Jani felt overwhelmed with worry and could only suppress his feelings as an older brother. "It's not what you think. You don't even trust my words?" Qin Juxian mistakenly thought that his older brother was unwilling to part with Su Yunwan and had fallen into despair, becoming a prisoner of the bed. His eyes widened with rage, and he suddenly turned to leave. "I will kill her. Come back." Qin Jani hurriedly tried to stop him, reaching out and grabbing Qin Juxian's sleeve.
Bang!
Qin Jani was forcefully pushed onto the bed, hitting the side wooden panel. Crimson blood poured out from the wound on his back, instantly staining his white clothes. His body, already weak after surgery, was further injured and exhausted. Qin Jani's throat tightened, and a large amount of blood spurted from his mouth. In an instant, he looked like a bloodied figure. Qin Juxian heard the noise and turned around. What he saw became a nightmare of his life. "Big brother." A sorrowful cry rang out. Su Yunwan immediately tensed her body, glanced toward the camp. "Grandmother, something's wrong." She grabbed the old lady's hand, bent down to carry her on her back, and quickly headed toward the camp. At the moment of the incident, the other Qin family members were scattered outside. Hearing the noise, they hurried back. The first to arrive was Wu Xiaohan. He no longer cared about hiding his identity, rushing to the Qin family's carriage and nearly kneeling in shock at the scene before him. Inside the carriage, Qin Jani, covered in blood, lay on the ground with his eyes half closed, his breathing faint. Qin Juxian was administering internal energy with one hand and pressing on his back to stop the bleeding with the other. The cloth used for bandaging was his urgently removed outer garment. Wu Xiaohan anxiously asked, "Is there medicine?" "Yes, in the donkey cart. There's a large medical box," Qin Juxian panted, tears faintly visible on his sorrowful face. Wu Xiaohan found the medical box and quickly retrieved a healing ointment. Just as he was about to remove Qin Jani's clothes to treat his wounds, he saw Qin Juxian reach out and grab his collar, unwilling to remove his clothes. "Young master," Wu Xiaohan called out hoarsely. At this moment, Su Yunwan and other family members returning from closer to the camp arrived. Su Yunwan put down the old lady and jumped onto the carriage first. The scene before her made her feel suffocated. She trembled as she held Qin Jani's head, using her limited energy to try to revive him, and asked Qin Juxian anxiously what happened. Qin Juxian looked at her with anger and refused to answer. "I'm fine." Qin Jani, already semi-conscious, opened his eyes but only saw the blurry figure of Su Yunwan. At this time, the old lady and others also climbed onto the carriage, shouting in alarm. Qin Jani struggled to turn his head and weakly said, "You. Go out first." "Wan Wan.
Stay."
Wu Xiaohan quickly handed the healing ointment to Su Yunwan and stood up, saying, "Listen to the eldest son. Everyone get off the carriage first, so the young lady can tend to her wound." The old lady understood the situation and immediately cleared the area. However, Qin Junxian, who was inputting internal energy, remained still and refused to let go. Seeing this, Wu Xiaohan forcefully pulled him down from the carriage and closed the curtains, standing guard at the front, exuding a commanding presence like one man guarding the pass. 10,000 cannot break through. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan softly said, "They've all left. Let me see your wound." Qin Jani then cooperated, loosening his grip so Su Yunwan could tend to him. She cut open his back clothing and saw that the wound from last night, where the nail had been pulled out, had torn open, with blood and flesh exposed. The other 3 nails around also showed dark bruising. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan quickly disinfected and stopped the bleeding of his wound. Outside, the old lady asked Qin Junxian in a stern tone, "Why did your elder brother fall off the bed?" Qin Junxian lowered his head and stood respectfully, without speaking. Regret, frustration, sadness. Various emotions flickered across his face.
"Speak,"
the old lady demanded angrily. "It was because I didn't watch over my elder brother properly," Qin Junxian said, reluctant to speak but feeling compelled to respond. The old lady pressed further. "What were you doing when the accident happened?" Qin Junxian fell silent again. Answer. To protect his brother's reputation, Qin Junxian couldn't reveal the true cause. He only bowed his head and remained silent. Pei Shi saw this and hurried to mediate. "Mother, calm down. Right now, Yi's injury is the priority. Once he's better, we can deal with everything else. I want to know what really happened now." The old lady tightly held Lin Shi's hand, who was supporting her. In her emotional state, Lin Shi was squeezed painfully but dared not speak. Seeing Qin Junxian still silent and hiding the truth, the old lady shouted for family discipline. Pei Shi panicked and said, "Mother, perhaps Yi fell accidentally while sleeping. It's not Qin Ji's fault." After speaking, she gave Qin Junxian a subtle look, implying that since the truth couldn't be told, they could use this excuse to cover for their grandmother. However, Qin Junxian would rather endure family punishment than lie. He knelt straight on the ground, showing a willing-to-be-punished attitude. Seeing his silent resistance, the old lady ordered, "Fourth son, go cut a few vines and bring them back." The fourth master dared not refuse and hurried into the woods, hiding in the shadows and not returning for a long time. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan finished tending to the wound, changed Qin Jani into a clean inner garment, and carefully carried him onto the bed to lie down. Qin Jani's spirit was completely exhausted. When he heard his grandmother outside the carriage questioning him, he only left a sentence, "Like grandmother not make things difficult for my brother," and then he fainted. Su Yunwan gently touched Qin Jani's furrowed brow while he was unconscious. She took out a wooden board to block the gap, preventing him from turning over and falling again. Then she lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. At this moment, the old lady saw that her fourth son had not returned for a long time. She knew he was deliberately delaying and was about to blame the fourth household. She then saw Su Yunwan. She hurriedly asked, "How is brother Yi?" "He is no longer in danger of life and has fallen into a deep sleep. I'll go see him." The old lady and other members of the Qin family climbed onto the carriage. The old lady looked at her grandson, who was pale and weak. She reached out to feel his forehead. Seeing the cold temperature, she was filled with great panic. Thinking of the tragedy of losing a loved one, the old lady couldn't help but cry out loud. The other women also wept uncontrollably. Pei Shi, despite her sadness, became more determined about a certain idea in her mind. Nearby onlookers did not hear what Su Yunwan said. They only thought Qin Jani had already passed away, and his family was mourning. In the team, 2 young guards had recently joined. They exchanged subtle glances, secretly thinking, they just infiltrated, and the target person is dead? According to the rules, the losses of guards along the way are made up by soldiers from nearby towns. News of Zhao Rong's disappearance was sent to the capital through a secret report. The new emperor, upon reading it, was furious. He knocked over the teacup on the imperial table, smashing it to the ground. His finger was cut by broken porcelain, and blood flowed freely. But he no longer cared about the pain. Gritting his teeth, he shouted 3 words, Qin Jani. The messengers sent to the northwest had not yet returned. He could only endure his murderous rage and send internal security experts to secretly follow the exile convoy, closely monitoring Qin Jani's every move. Unexpectedly, Qin Jani ended up in such a situation, yet he still dared to resist and remove his enemies. This time, he sent 2 more spies to infiltrate the team, focusing on monitoring Qin Jani and Su Yunwan. Yes, including Su Yunwan. According to previous reports, Su Yunwan had learned various skills from unknown sources, making the Qin family's life seem like a distant journey. Even Qin Jani's health was improving. If Su Yunwan could help Qin Jani recover, the rebellion of the Northern Army might become even more likely. If the Northern Army rebelled, it would surely cause internal chaos, and the country would be in danger. Therefore, the new emperor ordered the 2 spies to constantly watch the Qin family members, alert for any signs that Qin Jani's health was improving or abnormal. If so, an assassination plan would be immediately launched. When he finally gained control of the Northern Army, it would be Qin Jani's time to die. 2 spies are quietly approaching the Qin family with others, but they hear Su Yunwan by the carriage frowning and saying, "Don't cry anymore. Ziyuan's life is not in danger for now." They exchange glances and breathe a sigh of relief.
See?
If Lord Qin Jani could die so easily, the emperor wouldn't be so restless day and night. Wu Xiaohan glances at Su Yunwan, leaves the Qin house, and bows to Zhongwei to report on Lord Qin Jani's condition. Zhongwei looks at Wu Xiaohan with a very complicated expression. Just now, Wu Xiaohan's quick skills, shown in a moment of urgency, far exceeded the usual abilities of a minor official, revealing his true identity. He was too careless, allowing the other side to easily deceive him. Wu Xiaohan remains standing with a respectful bow, unaffected by Zhongwei's gaze. "All right, I understand." Zhongwei secretly glances at the 2 new people mixed in with the officials and orders, break camp and set out. As he gives the order, the officials begin organizing the team. The old lady hears the commotion and steps down from the carriage with everyone else. Seeing Lord Qin Xian kneeling straight and still, she feels anger rising again. Why isn't the 4th son back yet? He's coming, he's coming. The 4th master had already hidden a thin vine nearby. Seeing the team breaking camp, he had to show himself, rushing to the old lady and offering the vine with both hands. The old lady grabs the vine, suddenly strikes it with her hand, and the vine sharply bites into the 4th master's arm. A burning pain spreads instantly from his arm. The 4th master winces but shrinks back, not daring to dodge, and lowers his head to admit fault. "It's my fault for not doing well. Please forgive me, mother." The other members of the 4th house are distressed and open their mouths to speak, but dare not ask for mercy, fearing to make things worse. The old lady whips him again, then snorts coldly. "I'll deal with you later." After saying that, she shifts her gaze from the vine to Lord Qin Xian, her eyes fierce and cruel, no longer showing the previous kindness. Grandmother asks one last time, "Are you going to tell or not?" The old lady grips the vine tightly, her face twisted. From her grandson's attitude, it's clear that this matter is closely related to Brother Xian, but no matter how many times she questions, she gets no answer. Seeing her raise the vine again, Peisha rushes forward and kneels before Lord Qin Xian, crying and pleading, "Mother, Brother Xian still needs to drive the carriage. Please wait until Lord Yi wakes up to understand the situation." But the old lady can't wait any longer and scolds angrily, "Get out of the way." She won't forgive anyone who harms her eldest grandson. The caring Mrs. Pei, eager to protect her son, not only disobeyed orders but, in her haste, reached out and grabbed the end of the whip, determined not to let her mother-in-law hit her young son. This act of rebellion made Qin Junxian panic. He took a few kneeling steps forward and gently pried Mrs. Pei's hand away, saying, "Mother, you must not." Then he looked up at the old lady and said, "Grandmother, please calm down. Hand over the whip. I will punish myself." At this moment, the old lady was still confused. She never expected that since losing her husband, the usually obedient Mrs. Pei would dare to oppose her. Standing nearby, Su Yunwan watched the situation unfold with a cold eye. She thought for a long time but still couldn't understand why Qin Junxian was acting so strangely toward her or why she had a serious conflict with her respectful elder brother. But since Qin Junxian had left instructions, she decided to stop the situation from worsening. She lied, saying, "Grandmother, please don't be angry. Ziyuan left a message. Please don't hurt Brother Xian. He wants to handle this himself." The old lady stared intently at Su Yunwan. Seeing she was sincere, she gave up on scolding Qin Junxian and loosened the whip, letting someone put it away. "Yen Yen, if Brother Yi is awake, tell me immediately," said the old lady. After Su Yunwan nodded in response, she turned and got into the carriage. Seeing the old lady enter the carriage, Mrs. Pei immediately helped Qin Junxian to his feet, feeling worried. "Hurry up, does your knee hurt? Let me rub it for you," she said tenderly. "I'm fine, mother." Qin Junxian forced himself to move, despite the numbness and pain from his old injury, and softly said, "Next time, don't disobey grandmother just for me." "But I can't just watch you get hit without doing anything," Mrs. Pei replied. No one would guess that this kind-looking motherly Mrs. Pei was not only quick to punish her other son but also took pleasure in seeing him suffer silently. After speaking, Mrs. Pei suddenly stopped Su Yunwan, who was about to get into the carriage. "Su, sure, since Ego left a message, why didn't you tell me earlier? Why wait until now?" she asked suspiciously. Su Yunwan glanced at Qin Junxian beside her and coldly mocked, "You should ask your good son what he has done to deserve this." Qin Junxian clenched his fists tightly, holding back his anger. "Mother, you get on the carriage first. Everything can wait until Big Brother wakes up," he said firmly. Seeing that everyone else had already boarded the carriage and the walking group had gone far away, Mrs. Pei glared at Su Yunwan in anger and then turned to get into the carriage. Qin Junxian walked over to Su Yunwan with a fierce look and a heavy killing intent. "If there's a next time, I won't let you go," he threatened. Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes. "You better make sure you say this clearly. Don't just talk without meaning it. Do you need me to tell you what dirty things you've done?" Prince Qin glared angrily at him. If it weren't for his older brother protecting her, he would have already taken action. A feeling of frustration rose in his heart, and Su Yunwan no longer wasted words with him. At this moment, Wu Xiaohan approached. He changed from his usual cold and distant attitude, speaking in a more relaxed tone. "From now on, only I will accompany the Qin family." It turned out that after Zhong Wei clarified his identity, he secretly observed the two new guards who joined earlier that morning. Seeing they made no suspicious moves, he decided to pretend not to notice and sent himself and Zhang Xiaolu to follow the Qin and Chu families. The current situation was no longer like when they first left the capital. The entire team was at risk of destruction at any moment. In a critical moment, he hoped the Qin and Chu families could unite to find a way out. By withdrawing other personnel and only sending Wu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiaolu, he was showing his stance. Su Yunwan smiled and said, "Perfect. We need someone to drive the carriage. Would you like to help?" An honor, Wu Xiaohan was initially surprised but then showed a faint smile. It seemed the master had already told the lady about his identity. Prince Qin glared in shock and anger, not expecting this part of the plan. Su Yunwan didn't hesitate to treat the officer as a coachman, and he obediently followed her orders. What was their relationship? Seeing Qin's obvious misunderstanding, Su Yunwan rolled her eyes and said, "A good brain is a good thing, but don't treat it as decoration." Before Qin could speak, she turned to Wu Xiaohan and said, "Wu Xiaohan, you come and drive the carriage." Wu Xiaohan nodded, watched her return to the carriage, then glanced at Qin, who was lost in thought, and jumped onto the carriage. Qin was just feeling restless, not truly foolish. Thinking about how he had just hurried to help in the carriage, his pupils suddenly dilated. He lowered his voice and asked, "Could it be that you are Wu Xiaohan nodded slightly, jumped onto the carriage, and adjusted the reins. Qin followed closely, snatching the reins back. "Let me drive. You're dressed as a guard, so don't stand out too much." Wu Xiaohan looked back and saw Su Yunwan silent, then followed him. Inside the carriage, Su Yunwan wiped the sweat from Qin's forehead, thinking about how Wu Xiaohan's situation was gradually becoming clearer. She had worried he might reveal his identity and be hunted down, but now that he had lost his cover, he was fully tied to the Qin family, which could protect him. This way, they could also prevent the authorities from easily taking him away on false charges. So, Su Yunwan suggested he act as the coachman and fully align with the Qin family. But this was only her idea. The final decision depended on Qin Yi, who was still unconscious. Therefore, upon hearing Qin Junxian still wanted to hide a little, she simply let him be. The wheels rolled forward, leaving marks on the official road. A gentle breeze blew, and dust rose from the ground. On another carriage's bed, the old lady sat upright, holding a teacup, leisurely playing with the lid. Directly in front of her, Mrs. Pei knelt on the ground, receiving punishment for kneeling. Qin Rulin knelt nearby, gently tugging at the old lady's dress hem, softly pleading, "Grandmother, please forgive my mother this time. She was just in a hurry and didn't mean to disobey." Others sat in a turtle-like posture, shrinking back to lessen their presence and avoid trouble. The old lady listened to Qin Rulin's pleas, but did not agree to forgive. Qin Rulin slumped on the ground, exhausted, hoping her elder brother would wake up soon. Next to her, Mrs. Lin carefully served the old lady, secretly worried about her husband, but then relaxed slightly when she remembered he had gone driving a donkey cart. Honestly, she thought her husband shouldn't be secretly scheming. Brother Xian's poor guarding deserved punishment. Now, her husband had caused trouble, was whipped twice, and it was uncertain if the mother-in-law would stop there. As the matriarch of the Qin family, the old lady always paid attention to the importance of things and the order of events. Now that the fourth son was driving a carriage, she temporarily let it go and focused on punishing Mrs. Pei, ordering her to kneel for an hour. Mrs. Pei, as the head of the household in the Wang family, hadn't been punished physically for many years. Now, facing punishment in front of the younger generation, she felt humiliated and furious. But soon, she could no longer care about her dignity. Her knees, numb at first, now throbbed painfully. The pain grew worse. She clenched her fists on her thighs, trying to endure and find a way out. Earlier, she had explained how important her youngest son was in caring for Brother Yi, hoping the old lady would forgive her. However, the old lady was more concerned with Mrs. Pei's act of resistance, not Qin Junxian. Seeing Mrs. Pei stand up for her son, the old lady couldn't help but recall how she treated her own eldest grandson. The stark contrast in behavior made her even angrier, and she decided to punish without mercy. Mrs. Pei, enduring the pain, grew more determined. She made up her mind to use a trick and stop seeking early relief. As time passed, Mrs. Pei felt overwhelmed by pain, her soul almost leaving her body. Suddenly, the carriage jolted heavily. Dizzy and unsteady, Mrs. Pei lost her balance, falling to one side. Her head hit the carriage wall, opening a bleeding wound. "Mother!" Qin Rulin exclaimed in surprise, quickly hugging her and covering her wound with a handkerchief. The elderly lady, who was dozing, hurriedly called to stop the carriage. "Quick, bring the medicine box." As the carriage stopped, Qin Junxian, hearing the noise, lifted the curtain and entered with the medicine box. Seeing their mother, sweating and bleeding from the forehead, leaning on her sister, he hurried to stop the bleeding and bandage her. After finishing, Qin Junxian asked what happened. Qin Rulin immediately burst into tears, saying, "Grandmother made me kneel." Qin Junxian stiffened and turned to look at the old lady. "Why? I still can't punish her." The old lady replied coldly and sternly. Qin Junxian looked pained and bit his lip, not daring to challenge his grandmother's authority. He only whispered, "Mother did it for her grandson. Please let him take the blame." The old lady's anger had already been vented. She coldly said, "Go back to your carriage and stop this nonsense." Qin Junxian left the carriage and returned to his seat to continue driving, feeling overwhelmed with bitterness. Just a curtain away, Su Yunwan probably guessed what had happened earlier. She once again looked at Qin Jani, who was sleeping peacefully. If possible, she wanted to take Qin Jani away from all this and live a quiet life with just the two of them. But he was the head of the family, carrying the responsibility of the entire Qin family. At this dangerous time, he would never abandon his family. Recalling the development of history during the apocalypse, the marriage customs shifted from parents' arrangements and matchmakers to "I'd rather cry in a fancy car than smile on a bicycle," and later evolved into having a car, house, and savings, but no parents or siblings. After the apocalypse, society collapsed, and the strong ruled. Regardless of gender, as long as you had the ability to rise to the top of the pyramid, you could enjoy many romantic interests, like emperors in feudal times. At that time, Su Yunwan didn't know where she was from or where she was going. She kept to herself, entertaining herself, never considering spending her life with someone of the opposite. Now back in her world, she felt like an outsider. Her family was practically gone, and her in-laws were strangers. But since she chose to rekindle her relationship with Qin Jani, she wouldn't abandon him easily because of outside pressures. As long as the Qin family members didn't trouble her directly, she would just watch from the sidelines, letting them cause a fuss. Actually, conflicts weren't limited to the Qin family. Other big families also had many internal issues. Brothers, sisters-in-law, mother-in-law, and daughter-in-law, even parents and children, many family secrets were hidden from outsiders. Even the strict Chu family was not immune to selfish schemes. Out of respect for the head of the family, they only dared to do some shady things in secret. As Su Yunwan's thoughts drifted aimlessly, Qin Jani's finger moved, lifting his heavy eyelids. "Wanwan," a weak voice called. Su Yunwan's attention immediately focused on Qin Jani's face. She leaned down and asked, "You're awake. How do you feel?" "I want to drink water." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Junxian entered. He looked at Qin Jani briefly, then quickly looked away as if shocked, silently took out a water pouch, poured water into a cup, and offered it with both hands. Su Yunwan helped Qin Jani sit up, took the cup, and fed him water. Qin Jani took a few sips, then lay back on the pillow. He looked at Qin Junxian kneeling before the bed. He saw him bowing respectfully, seeming to be at his command, but his whole body was filled with a stubborn aura. Qin Jani sighed, "Get up." Guilt, anger, frustration. A mix of emotions overwhelmed Qin Junxian, making his eyes turn red as he straightened up. Qin Jani didn't know how to comfort him. His gaze drifted outside the carriage. "Who is driving?" "It's me, Xiao Wu," replied Wu Xiaohan respectfully, even though he was behind the curtain. Qin Jani was surprised and remembered the scene before he fainted. He frowned and asked, "What's the situation now?" "I want to drive." "You all talk." Su Yunwan stepped out of the carriage and took Wu Xiaohan's place. Inside the carriage, Wu Xiaohan knelt on one knee before the bed, lowering his head. "Master, I failed to check properly and exposed ourselves." Qin Jani didn't pursue the matter. After telling him to stand, he asked, "What does Zhong Wei think?" Wu Xiaohan carefully explained Zhong Wei's arrangements and his suspicions. At the end, he also told Qin Jani, "The two new servants who joined this morning seem different. They are probably sent by the emperor." Qin Jani's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Keep their identities as guards, but try to stay close and be very careful." "Yes. Tell Zhong Wei to arrange a way out for his family in advance," Qin Jani added. "This journey is dangerous, full of threats, and the future is unpredictable." After saying so much, Qin Jani, injured and weak, was gasping for breath. "Master Zhong already told me he sent a message back to the capital from Weinan Prefecture, telling his family to go to Jiangnan to visit relatives," Wu Xiaohan quickly reported. From the wolf attack incident, Zhong Wei sensed the risk of being silenced. The first thing he did upon arriving in Weinan was to send a message to arrange his family's safety. After discovering Wu Xiaohan's identity, he also told him about it, indirectly showing he was on the same side as the Qin family. Qin Jani closed his eyes weakly, breathing slowly to calm himself. Wu Xiaohan saw this and said, "Master, rest well. I will take my leave." Qin Jani responded softly and allowed him to leave and drive away. When Su Yunwan returned, she saw that he looked weak, so she didn't mention the old lady's wish to see him and let him rest peacefully. Qin Jani was exhausted and quickly fell back asleep. He didn't know that trouble was brewing again soon after. Rest here for 15 minutes. At noon, Zhong Wei saw that the walking prisoner was nearly exhausted, so he ordered a break. When the carriage stopped, the old lady, supported by the women, hurriedly got off and asked anxiously, "How is brother Yi? Is he still not awake?" Su Yunwan turned her head and said, "He just woke up for a little while, but he's too tired and went back to sleep." "Let him sleep well. Don't disturb him," the old lady said softly, worried about waking her grandson. After speaking, she sat quietly nearby and waited patiently. Qin Junxian quietly withdrew and went to the front carriage to see Mrs. Pei. Inside the front carriage, only Mrs. Pei and her daughter Qin Rulin remained. Qin Rulin saw him and called out, "Second brother." Pretending to be asleep, Mrs. Pei immediately opened her eyes and waved at Qin Junxian, "Xiangur, come here quickly. Mother has something to tell you." As soon as Qin Junxian sat beside Mrs. Pei, she grabbed his hand eagerly, wanting to say something. But just as she was about to speak, she swallowed her words and turned around, saying, "Lan, Mother has some private words to discuss with your second brother. You get off the carriage and wait. Don't let anyone else come near, especially your grandmother." Qin Rulin was curious and wanted to stay and listen, but before she could speak, the wise Mrs. Pei said, "Listen to me. Be good." Mrs. Pei looked serious, so Qin Rulin gave up her idea and got off the carriage, thinking to herself, "I'll ask my second brother about it later." Inside the carriage, Mrs. Pei moved closer to her younger son and whispered, "Mother wants you to become the head of the Qin family." Qin Junxian was stunned like he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. "Mother, my older brother is still doing well. Besides, what time is it now? Why are you thinking about such things?" Qin Junxian felt like a heavy stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Mrs. Pei pointed to her forehead wound and said softly, "Look at me, how I've been worn down by your grandmother. If there's a next time, I might not survive. It won't happen. Grandmother knows her limits, and there's also older brother." "Don't mention your older brother," Mrs. Pei interrupted him. "He's long stopped recognizing me as his mother. Only if you become the head of the family can you protect your mother. It won't happen." Qin Junxian struggled like a trapped beast. "Older brother is the most filial and respectful. He would never abandon you. You're just overthinking. Your mother can tell you that she cannot tolerate your grandmother's control anymore. When conflicts break out, who do you think your older brother will support? Will you just watch your mother suffer without helping?" Mrs. Pei looked at her younger son and delivered a heavy. Qin Junxian was left speechless by the question. Since childhood, his older brother has been bound by strict family rules, always cautious and upright, and would naturally side with what is right. As the family matriarch, how could their mother bypass her? But if it were himself, he also couldn't do that. Your older brother's health is the most important thing. Saving his life is what matters. But your grandmother is putting everything upside down, forcing him to have children. She's pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. After criticizing her, Mrs. Pei continued to persuade him, "Right now, you are the backbone of our family, just lacking a proper title. As long as you take charge, your older brother can recover well, and our family can live peacefully. You can also realize your ambitions and achieve many things at once." After hearing this long speech, Qin Junxian only focused on the first part, criticizing his grandmother, and suddenly thought of a possibility. His older brother might be forced to go along with Su Yunwan just to have a son. Realizing this, Qin Junxian felt enlightened. Understanding the reason makes it easier to handle. "Son, what do you think about this?" Mrs. Pei asked eagerly when she saw Qin Junxian seemed relaxed and accepting. Qin Junxian was about to speak when he heard Qin Rulan outside the carriage raise her voice. You should walk around a bit to stretch your legs. Sen Yi smiled and said, I'm going to the carriage to get some water. I'll help you get some water, Qin Rulan said without hesitation and climbed into the carriage. Yi looked towards the lifted curtain and saw Mrs. Pei and Qin Junxian sitting side by side. Mrs. Pei looked excited, and Qin Junxian appeared very relaxed, as if they had reached some agreement. She had already noticed that Mrs. Pei and her son were secretly talking. If she could find out more, she might be able to use the information. So, after getting the water, she pretended to walk away and secretly sneaked behind the carriage to listen. Mrs. Pei's voice came from inside. You and I, mother and son, are united. I'm not afraid your older brother won't agree. Mother, we can discuss it when we reach Yuzhou City. Right now, all our family's money is with you and me. Please don't worry. Qin Junxian knew his mother's nature well. No matter whether he agreed or not, she would take matters into her own hands, talk to his older brother, pressure him to agree, and even ask him to give up his position to their grandmother. Since he couldn't change his mother's mind, he decided to use a delaying tactic, calming her with money. Once his older brother's health improved, he planned to tell him about this and clarify that he had no such intentions. This way, my elder brother wouldn't be caught off guard. No one can break their brotherly bond, even if that person is their biological mother. Pei sure wanted to say more, but Qin Junxian quietly warned, Mother, my brother's health can't handle more shocks. You don't want to be blamed for pushing him too far, do you? Pei sure hesitated, realizing that if her eldest son had any serious problem because of this, she might be harshly punished by her mother-in-law. Thinking of this, she nodded and said, Let's wait a bit longer. Mother, rest well. If the grandmother scolds you again, just shout for your son. Qin Junxian looked at the white bandage on Pei Shi's forehead with concern. Good son, I understand. You should also take care of yourself and not overwork your body for your eldest brother. The mother and son exchanged caring words, and the previous matter was no longer mentioned. Sen Yi quietly walked away, holding her skirt, thinking about what they might be planning. To avoid being noticed by the skilled fighter Qin Junxian, she kept her distance from the carriage, only listening to Pei Shi's words. Qin Junxian, being cautious, kept his voice very low and didn't hear a thing. What could be the reason that made the aunt and her son unite? Throughout the rest of the journey, Sen Yi kept pondering this question but couldn't figure it out. That evening, the exile team stayed overnight at a remote inn. This inn was different from the Binggu Inn in Weinan Prefecture. It had only one floor and small, damp rooms with a musty smell. But no matter how poor the conditions, it was better than being exposed in the wilderness under the open sky. However, there were only 6 rooms, which wasn't enough for everyone. The rest had to sleep on the floor in the main hall. Everyone gathered in the front yard, and some argued over who should get the rooms. The innkeeper raised his hand and loudly said, Everyone quiet down. To be fair, I will auction the rooms. Highest bidder gets to stay. As soon as he finished, the already tight prisoners started shouting and arguing, creating a noisy scene. The innkeeper, feeling overwhelmed, dared not confront so many people and shrank back behind Zhong Wei, hiding his neck. In Qin's carriage, Qin Jani had already woken up. The old lady, Pei Shi, Qin Rulan, and others were gathered around, caring for him. Su Yunwan stepped out of the carriage to make space for them and listened to the innkeeper's arrangements. Seeing the chaos over the room allocation, she looked toward the carriage and said, Tonight, I and Ziyuan will stay inside the carriage. Qin Jani turned his head to meet her gaze and nodded with a smile. The old lady also didn't want to compete for the rooms with those people. Then, I will sleep in the carriage. I want a room to stay in with Lon Lon, Pei immediately said. Lin was anxious. What about us? Pei replied, You can also try to grab a room. This clearly meant that Lin would have to pay for the room herself, but they couldn't afford that. The old lady snorted coldly. The inn is clearly treating guests like pigs to slaughter. Our family won't be taken advantage of. The remaining people go squeeze into the main hall. Pei was reluctant and kept glancing at Qin Junxian, but Qin pretended not to notice. Although the money was with him, He couldn't use it without permission, nor could he go against his grandmother's plans over such a small matter. Seeing her youngest son was not helping, Pei turned to her eldest son with a new idea. Mother, let's open a room for Igor to stay in. The carriage leaks wind everywhere, so he won't catch a cold at night. The old lady was convinced by this, but Qin Jani didn't want special treatment and simply said, "Thank you, Mother, but I don't want to move. Just add more bedding. You don't need to get up." Ziyuan's health isn't good enough to move, Su Yunwan interrupted, knowing Pei's intentions. She didn't want to give her and her daughter the bed in the carriage, which she found uncomfortable. The old lady made a firm decision. Then it's settled. Go quickly and prepare some food for Igor. I'll go. Sin Yi volunteered first. Soon, she returned with a plate of roughly made, dark green cakes. Right now, we only have mung bean cakes. Big cousin, you can fill your stomach first. If you want anything else, I'll ask the innkeeper. Qin Jani politely but distantly said, "Thanks, but I don't want to eat anything." Then I'll ask the innkeeper to make some gentle, digestible porridge for you. Sin Yi asked eagerly. Su Yunwan glanced at Sin Yi, who was unusually close and eager, and said, "Igor is on medicinal diet. You all can help yourselves." After speaking, she went to the donkey cart to get supplies. The inn's kitchen only had 2 stoves, one of which was requisitioned by officials, and the other was used by the inn's cook. Su Yunwan decided to step outside the kitchen and told the Qin family to gather firewood and cook outside using a makeshift stove. Not far away, the Chu family made the same choice as the Qin family. They also gave up the rooms and cooked on-site, living self-sufficiently. Before long, bonfires blazed in the open space of the courtyard, and smoke rose in the evening light, filling the air with the scent of cooking. While Su Yunwan was busy preparing medicinal food, Sin Yi took advantage of the Qin family's distraction and quietly climbed onto Qin Jani's carriage. Hearing the noise, Qin Jani turned his head to look and was slightly surprised to see her come in. "Big cousin, are you feeling better?"
Sen Y gently asks.
Qin Jani responds indifferently, "Yes, I want to be alone for a while. You can go out." "Big cousin, I found something secret by chance and don't know if I should tell you." Seeing his fearful expression, Sin Yi feels a pang but still speaks her mind. Qin Jani looks at the car roof and says, "If you're not sure, don't say anything." But she continues, "It involves your mother and younger brother, and maybe your older sister-in-law." Qin Jani suddenly looks at her, and Sin Yi, seeing this, leans close to his ear. Qin Jani tries to sit up and avoid her, but feels too weak to move, so he tilts his head away and whispers, "Please respect yourself." However, what Sin Yi says next makes Qin Jani stiffen and look at her with suspicion. "Are you telling the truth?" "I heard it with my own ears." Sin Yi nods confidently. Looking at his handsome face within reach, she remembers many years of longing, and her hidden love breaks free from its cage, impossible to suppress. Her sincere and heartfelt voice escapes her lips. "Big cousin, let me stay with you and take care of you." Qin Jani immediately refuses without thinking, "No need. What do I have to do for you to accept me?" Sin Yi's tears overflow as she humbly pleads, "What's wrong with me? Tell me and I'll change." Seeing her lose control, Qin Jani shouts, "Wanwan." Sin Yi nervously glances outside the carriage, then suddenly leans over and hugs Qin Jani, pretending to be close. Just as Su Yunwan enters through the car curtain, smiling triumphantly, she suddenly feels a sharp pain in her arm and is flung backward.
"Ah!"
Sin Yi falls to the ground, biting into mud. Everyone in the yard is stunned by this sudden scene and turns their eyes toward the carriage. Inside, Su Yunwan's eyes flash with anger as she stares at Qin Jani, her tone cold as ice. "Why are you alone with her?" Before Qin Jani can speak, she continues, "Don't pretend you don't know her intentions toward you." "Sorry." Qin Jani anxiously tries to hold her hand, but she sharply pulls away. At this moment, the anxious voice of the old lady rings out, "Brother E, what's going on?" As soon as she speaks, she enters the carriage and sees her grandson, face flushed and sweating, and quickly holds his hand, wiping his sweat while turning to ask Su Yunwan about what happened. Su Yunwan purses her lips tightly, wanting Qin Jani to explain himself. Qin Jani called out to his younger brother. After seeing Qin Junxian, he forcibly suppressed his shame and anger. Return the 500 taels of silver to Qin Biaomei and tell her to take care of herself. At this point, he no longer cared about Sinyi's bond with the Qin family and was determined to cut her off completely.
Wait.
Outside the carriage, Mrs. Pei immediately spoke up to stop him. You're too emotional now. Don't make any decisions. Then she looked at Sinyi and said, what did you do to make your cousins so angry? Come over quickly and explain yourself and apologize. Sinyi, who had been knocked to the ground, felt her bones almost breaking. She took a long time to recover before she could move. Other women of the Qin family, afraid of Su Yunwan's dominance, dared not help her up. Hearing Mrs. Pei's question, Sinyi forced herself to stand, limping towards them with a look of frightening madness on her face. Return the money? What money? Tears filled her eyes, but she grinned wildly, showing her madness. Your good grandmother and mother have long promised me to you. Su Yunwan's nerves tensed, and she looked up at the old lady. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap exploded. The old lady trembled violently, ignoring Qin Jani, and hurriedly shouted to get out of the carriage. Shut up. Sinyi looked up at the tall old lady outside the carriage. Seeing her fierce expression hide her guilt, her heart felt like it was being stabbed with a knife, painful and speechless. Her world collapsed inside her. She despairingly fainted on the ground, losing consciousness. Before losing her senses, Sinyi felt confused. She only wanted to tell Mrs. Pei and her son about the conspiracy so that her cousin could be mentally prepared. How did she lose control and fall into her deepest fear? In the inn's small courtyard, the old lady anxiously called for help to get Sinyi onto her carriage. She pinched her acupuncture point and fed her water, causing chaos and disorder. In the carriage pulled by a thin horse, only Su Yunwan and Qin Jani remained. The air was thick and suffocating. Qin Jani stared tightly at his wife sitting by the carriage door, feeling bitter. I don't know about the marriage arrangement. Su Yunwan glared at him and said, and you expect me to believe that? If he had even the slightest idea of taking a concubine, she wouldn't be sitting here now. You knew all along? Qin Jani asked, surprised, noticing something from her expression. Su Yunwan snorted coldly. Don't you have anything else to say? The thunderstorm had disturbed her mood, but her anger had eased a bit, and she could listen to Qin Jani more calmly.
Yes.
Qin Jani quickly explained. Sinyi came to tell me that my brother and my mother are plotting together, and it seems they want me to divorce. Su Yunwan was stunned. Your mother is one thing, but your brother? He can interfere in your affairs? Qin Jani's face suddenly looked uncomfortable. He found it hard to speak about his brother's misunderstanding. Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes, sensing there was more going on. Yan, come here for a moment. Qin Jani called her with a hopeful look. But Su Yunwan felt uneasy inside and refused to let it go easily. If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Jani sighed and said vaguely, Yan, can we settle the rest all at once? Are you crazy? Su Yunwan stared in shock, her brows furrowing. Did you forget the pain from last night's surgery? How dare you? If I could endure the punishment, this wouldn't be a problem, Qin Jani said firmly. That's not the same, Su Yunwan replied quickly. Back then, what was your health like? Can you compare now? With your weak body, if it weren't for me, you'd have died hundreds of times. But now, I can't even push away a woman. Qin Jani couldn't finish. He closed his eyes tightly, overwhelmed by humiliation and anger, feeling like he might go crazy. As a tall man, he had never blamed himself before. But Sinyi's actions had broken down his defenses. Su Yunwan finally realized that he was the real victim. Her last bit of frustration disappeared. She joked lightly, isn't it true that men like women to throw themselves at them? Nonsense. Qin Jani snapped. At least I am not.
Su Yunwan chuckled.
All right, I believe you for now. Qin Jani felt a complicated mix of feelings inside and quietly let out a breath. Then he remembered what Sinyi had said after being thrown away. No matter what promises his grandmother and mother made with Qin, she would never be an obstacle between them. Not in the past and not in the future. Su Yunwan understood this too. Compared to Qin, she cared more about something else. What exactly is going on with your brother? Qin Jani coughed softly. It's just a misunderstanding. I'll handle it. That's best, Su Yunwan said, seeing he didn't want to talk more. Sometimes, people have things they can't share. Rest well. I'll go make some medicinal food, Qin Jani said, watching his wife's figure disappear at the door of the carriage, feeling a warm tenderness in his heart. Only Wanwan can clearly distinguish right from wrong, calm and composed. Wait, how does she know about Qin's engagement? Why didn't she tell him? In another carriage, Qin, lying on the bed, was pinched harshly on her middle of the forehead and gradually woke up. Seeing her grandmother sitting beside her, feelings of grievance and fear flooded her heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. The old lady sighed inwardly, called for water, and personally wiped the dirt and tears from her face. Once her emotions stabilized, she dismissed everyone and asked what had happened. Qin remembered her impulsive act in front of Su Yunwan, her face turning pale with regret. But now the situation had escalated to this point. She saw no other way out. Qin avoided answering and asked, "Grandmother, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, right?" The old lady suddenly frowned. "Of course I haven't forgotten, but with your current personality, how can you fulfill the duties of a proper wife? Entering so hastily will only cause more trouble for your eldest cousin. I will not allow anyone to harm him. Then I'll wait for the day you and my eldest cousin agree." Qin put away her defensiveness and acted gentle and affectionate. This was a plan to align with the old lady's delaying tactics, but she still warned, "What if your eldest cousin truly has no interest? What will you do then?" Qin vowed confidently, "I will wait forever." Silly girl, a woman's best years are only so many. When she grows old and loses her charm, it will be hard to find a good match. That's my fate, and I accept it, Qin said pitifully. But inwardly, she thought, she must now tie herself to the Qin family. No one can shake her off. The old lady sighed deeply. What kind of karma is this? She patted Qin's arm and said, "Rest well. When the meal is ready, get up." Before getting off the carriage, her steps suddenly halted, and she left a word. "From now on, don't go near your eldest cousin." As soon as the old lady got off the carriage, she saw Su Yunwan quietly boiling firewood and making medicinal porridge, and added silently, "To avoid getting beaten. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and start cooking. If you delay, see how I deal with you." The old lady, already in a low mood, scolded irritably as she saw the family gathered around the carriage. The Qin family members immediately dispersed and hurried to work. The old lady took a deep breath, called Pei Shi, and went to find Qin Jani. After finally resolving one issue, she still had to give an explanation to her eldest grandson. Once inside the carriage, the elderly lady saw her grandson's deep, dark eyes and was at a loss for words. The three people in the carriage fell into a deep silence. After a while, unable to bear the tense atmosphere, Mrs. Pei broke the silence first. "Brother E, you know that in other families, taking a concubine costs money." E willingly offered 500 taels of silver just for a concubine position. Such good fortune is rare in the world. "So, mother sold her son for money," Qin Jani said with a stern face and a serious tone. "That's not how you should say it," Mrs. Pei immediately objected. "E's feelings for you are clear. Having another woman to serve you isn't a bad thing. Even your father has several concubines." When she mentioned her late husband, Mrs. Pei thought of her small concubines and children in the northwest, and her face suddenly looked very unhappy. As the main wife, she stayed in the capital's Wang family estate to serve her mother-in-law, while the concubines could stay close to her husband and be with him everywhere, giving birth to many children. Now that the Qin family was in trouble, they, as members of the Qin family, would also be exiled to Yuzhou. When they arrived in Yuzhou City, Qin Jani looked at his mother's unhappy face and couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. She disliked his father's concubines, Yet for a small amount of silver, she wanted to force a woman on him. His father's favorite concubine was the one his grandmother insisted on taking in. As a woman, how could she not understand Wanwan's feelings? But even with many words in his heart, Qin Jani didn't speak them out loud. He only emphasized, having Wanwan in my life is enough. I will never take any other concubines. You. Mrs. Pei was annoyed. Yi said she would wait until you are willing. Can you bear to see her wait her whole life? That's her choice. What does it have to do with me? Qin Jani coldly replied. How can you be so heartless? If every woman who cares for me expects me to take responsibility, my backyard would already be full of women. Such arrogance. The elderly lady reached out and shook her sleeve, stopping the argument between mother and son. Then she explained somewhat awkwardly. Brother Yi, earlier Yi kept targeting Wanwan. To keep the peace at home, I tested her to see if she would accept being a concubine, to temper her temper and make her obedient. But don't worry, as long as you don't want her, I won't force her on you. Qin Jani. With his mother's greed for money and his grandmother's ideas, it seemed he wasn't too surprised anymore. But after living for over 20 years, Qin Jani still does not understand his grandmother's way of thinking that led her to do such things. She knew she didn't accept Sinyi, so how could she make such promises she couldn't keep? The old lady didn't know what her eldest grandson was thinking. She just looked outside the carriage and softly said, You talk to Wanwan nicely. Let her not hold grudges. Grandma hopes you two will get along well. Qin Jani's tense expression finally eased. Thank you, Grandma. But since cousin can't stay unclear in the Qin family anymore, please tell my brother to return her money. She is just traveling with us, nothing more. All right, I'll listen to you. Don't worry, Grandma will keep Yi in check and won't let her bother you anymore. The old lady patted his hand kindly and smiled warmly. I am unfilial, making Grandma worry, Qin Jani said, then looked at Mrs. Pei. Mother, I am not capable enough. I worry about money and family affairs. From now on, Wanwan will take charge of the household, so you don't need to worry about expenses anymore.
What?
Mrs. Pei was startled and stood up from her side seat. That's a good idea. The old lady clapped her hands in approval. Oldest family, you and I should enjoy peace. These family matters should have been handed over to Wanwan long ago. Mrs. Pei never expected things to turn out this way. Seeing the grandmother and grandson agreeing, she struggled and said, Sue always didn't want to take charge of the household. Why force her? Yes, brother Yi. Have you talked to Wanwan about this? The old lady's body stiffened and asked again. Qin Jani lowered his eyes. Your grandson will talk to her properly. If she really doesn't want to, then Lan Lan and Shan Shan can jointly manage. It's a good way to train them. That's good too, the old lady nodded thoughtfully. Daughters from wealthy families learn how to manage the household so that after marriage, they can smoothly take over authority and run the household affairs. If Wanwan is unwilling, letting the two granddaughters practice is also fine. At this moment, Su Yunwan was lifting the lid of a ceramic pot to check if the medicinal meal was ready. She didn't realize that her kind words had caused Qin Jani to carry a big burden. If they directly questioned her, Su Yunwan's answer would naturally be unwilling. Inside the carriage, the old lady glanced at Mrs. Pei. You first hand over the remaining money. Mrs. Pei's face changed from red to white, then green. Her anger was hard to hide, and she shouted loudly, Mother, everything I do as a daughter-in-law is for our family. Why do you treat me like this? Su Yunwan turned her head to look, and other members of the Qin family also stopped what they were doing, attracted by Mrs. Pei's voice. Lower your voice. The old lady scolded. I didn't say you were wrong, but the new daughter-in-law has already entered the house. It's time to step back. Pressed into this corner, Mrs. Pei no longer wanted to follow the plan. She sneered coldly. What new daughter-in-law? My brother's son isn't even married yet. Outside the car, Qin Juanxian's heart skipped a beat. He hurried onto the car to stop his mother. But Mrs. Pei, who had already made up her mind, spoke first. Brother Yi, you're badly injured now. It's time to pass the family head position to your younger brother. As soon as she said this, everyone inside and outside the car felt like their heads were hit hard. their minds buzzing. Su Yunwan snorted softly, then a wild thought arose in her mind. If Qin Jani hands over the Qin family to his younger brother and they live quietly together. Inside the car, Qin Jani suppressed the waves of shock in his heart. He turned to look at his stunned younger brother at the door and said with a complicated expression, "If you want, I can make it happen." "No." Qin Junxian knelt on both knees, took a few steps closer to Qin Jani, eyes red with panic, voice hoarse and trembling. "I never thought of that." "Never." "Brother Xian, what did you tell Mom?" Mrs. Pei reached out to try to help her younger son up, trying to break through his defenses. "Right now, only you can be relied on in the Qin family. You should take responsibility so your older brother can recover well."
Mom.
Qin Junxian blocked Mrs. Pei's hand, crying out in pain, "It's my fault. I should have told you earlier. I will never do anything to hurt my older brother." "What do you mean?" The old lady, just recovering from her shock, asked sharply. "Have you, too, planned this in advance?" Qin Junxian opened his mouth but lowered his head in agreement. Qin Jani understood now. Sinyi and he both wanted to break apart. Their mother's so-called united front wasn't about divorce. His younger brother misunderstood Wanwan deeply. He wanted to team up with his mother to pressure her, which wasn't impossible. After hearing Sinyi's speculation, he planned to have a good talk with his brother after dinner. Who would have thought their discussion was actually about the family head position? Since childhood, his mother had repeatedly begged their father to appoint his younger brother as the heir, to inherit the duke title later. But, "Mother, the Qin family's noble title has already been revoked. Is it worth it for a commoner family?" Unlike Qin Jani's silent protest, the furious old lady suddenly raised her cane and struck Mrs. Pei. "You, Pei, dare to incite Brother Xian to fight among yourselves. Just wait. I'll beat you to death." Qin Jani was so anxious he wanted to sit up. "Grandmother, please stay calm." Qin Junxian stepped forward to block his mother. "It's all my fault. If you want to hit or punish someone, do it to me. I still don't know you? You foolish boy." The old lady stopped hitting her cane, panting heavily. "Do you think your mother cares only about you? She just wants to keep control of the household and protect her status." Qin Junxian lowered his head and listened quietly, feeling bitter inside. He had sensed this for a while, but what could he do? She was his biological mother who gave birth to him.
No.
"Brother Xian, Mother is doing all this for you." Pei Shi tightly hugged her younger son's back, crying loudly. "Goodness, Pei Shi, you wanted to set up your own heir over 10 years ago, and now you're causing trouble again. Do you think I am dead?" The old lady was so angry, she gasped for breath. After calming down a bit, she said, "Our Qin family cannot tolerate your bad behavior. I will divorce you from my late eldest son."
Grandmother, no.
Qin Jani and Qin Junxian both spoke at the same time. Qin Jani was so anxious he started coughing violently, his hand covered in fresh blood. When Su Yunwan caught up with the car, Qin Junxian was pouring a glass of cold water. Su Yunwan quickly took it, helped Qin Jani sit up and fed him the water. After drinking, Su Yunwan gently pressed on his chest. Seeing him clutching the blood-stained cloth, she turned her cold gaze to Pei Shi. "You just want to be in charge? Just split the family and go your own way." "Absolutely not." The old lady and Qin Junxian, grandson and grandmother, spoke together. Earlier, when Pei Shi was beaten and screaming, Qin Rulan, who had already gotten into the car, also said, "I don't want this either." Then she turned to persuade Pei Shi, "Mother, our life is getting better. Can you stop thinking about unnecessary things? Big brother is still your son, isn't he? I don't have an unfilial son like him." Pei Shi, seeing her younger son turn against her, her daughter complain, and her mother-in-law threaten to divorce her, finally lost control. Qin Jani's eyes turned red as he spoke slowly, "Then take the son you approve of and split the family if you want." "Big brother." Qin Junxian knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Pei Shi also froze in place. This wasn't the outcome she wanted. "Brother E, don't be so anxious. If grandmother doesn't disown your mother, then she is still part of the Qin family. We cannot split apart," the old lady hurriedly comforted him. "But, grandmother, We no longer have titles or military power, Qin Jani said coldly. Instead of fighting among ourselves, it's better to fulfill my mother's wish. If anyone else wants to split the family, they should speak up now. The fourth master by the carriage hurriedly said, Brother E, Uncle Fourth won't split the family. Mrs. Lin quickly followed along. Qin Junyu and Qin Ruishan exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat moved. But since their parents spoke, it wasn't their place to decide. Qin Junyu looked away and asked his sister, Sister, are you going with Mother or with us? Big brother, what are you talking about? Qin Ruilin cried. I don't want to choose. I want us all to stay together. Boo-hoo. Qin Junxian suddenly sat up straight, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and loudly said, The law states that when grandparents and parents are alive, descendants cannot demand to split the family. If they insist on establishing their own household and dividing property, they must serve 3 years of punishment. Su Yunwan felt a twinge in her heart. Indeed, the laws of the Great Zhou had such rules. But there are ways around strict rules. Officially, household registration is the key. As long as the family doesn't change their registration, splitting the household is possible. Wealthy families sometimes let younger sons move out and live separately, and privately, families also split. As long as ancestors don't report it, they won't be punished. However, the Qin family faced a rare difficulty, splitting off a widowed mother and an unmarried son. Such cases are seldom seen across the land. Qin Jani's younger brother was amused and said, Are you trying to send me to jail? I'll go with you. Qin Junxian replied, puffing out his chest. Should I thank you for accompanying me? After Qin Jani finished speaking, the scene fell silent, except for Qin Ruilin's choked sobs. Brother E, since your younger brother refuses to budge, don't force him. It might hurt your brotherly bond, the old lady, who was reluctant to split the family, advised. Qin Jani looked at his stubborn younger brother and, feeling somewhat troubled, told him to stand up. Under their mother's long influence, the younger siblings still shared deep feelings for him. Qin Jani didn't want to hurt them. Qin Ruilin was overjoyed and burst into tears, helping her second brother to his feet, both turning to look at their mother. But she was hunched over, silent for a long time. The old lady glanced at Mrs. Pei, who was as quiet as a chicken, and sneered, Mrs. Pei, either you split off and live separately, or stay obediently. If you cause trouble again, you'll be sent to the mountain temple to pray for my eldest son. Mrs. Pei trembled, and, recalling the harsh methods of wealthy families, fell to her knees, tears in her eyes. Mother, the daughter-in-law knows she was wrong and won't dare to do it again. Her youngest son refused to cooperate, making all her efforts seem futile. Now, hand over the money, the old lady commanded. Mrs. Pei, reluctant but fearing punishment, took out her purse and handed it to her mother-in-law with both hands. The old lady snorted coldly, then suddenly changed her expression, smiling as she forcefully handed the money to Su Yunwan. Wanwan, just because you are willing to share the burden for Brother E, you should take charge of this family. Only you have the ability to clear away the gloom in this household. Su Yunwan looked down at the old lady's aged but strong hand, then turned her gaze to Qin Jani. Seeing his sincere plea in his eyes, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to refuse. The idea of splitting the family was clearly not working anymore. Instead of letting others cause trouble now and then, it was better to use her authority to suppress them firmly. Anyone who dared to cause trouble again would face her sternly. If I were in charge, everyone would have to listen to me, Su Yunwan said plainly. Of course, the old lady agreed. Our family rules clearly state that everyone must unconditionally obey the head of the family and the main matriarch. Later, the grandmother will have someone copy out the family rules for Qin's family. Anyone who breaks the rules, regardless of their status, will be severely punished. When she said the last few words, the old lady deliberately glanced at Pei Shi, clearly implying something. Pei Shi dared not meet her mother-in-law's gaze and kept all her dissatisfaction hidden in her heart. Su Yunwan then put away her purse and said, Thank you, grandmother, for your support. Big sister-in-law, you should also take the money here. Qin Jani quickly took out his purse, ignoring his dislike for Su Yunwan. From what he knew about his mother, she would ask him for money sooner or later. It was better to hand it over early to avoid trouble. Su Yunwan, being one with her brother's family, shared their joys and sorrows. It was natural for her to manage the money. As for her bad habits, he would be more cautious and not give her any chance to cause trouble. Su Yunwan also took the money without hesitation, then took out a banknote worth 500 taels of silver and handed it to the old lady. "Grandmother, please return this money to Qin and give her two options. First, she can live independently. Until she buys a carriage, she should pay rent at market price and temporarily use our family's carriage. Second, she can join our household. Besides paying for transportation and ingredients, she will need to take turns doing chores like cooking and washing dishes. She can no longer enjoy privileges without effort. No matter which option she chooses, she will be responsible for her own expenses from now on. We haven't taken back the money she originally received from the royal residence. We've done our part." Qin Jani's heart rippled with gentle waves as he looked at his wife, full of tenderness and love. The old lady hesitated for a moment, then looked at her eldest grandson. Steeling herself, she took the banknote and said, "All right, I will talk to her." A 500 tael silver note, if saved carefully, could last for many years. When her thoughts grew calmer, she would find her a good marriage, so she would have support for the rest of her life. Since Su Yunwan didn't deliberately hide her plans, Qin Yi in the other carriage heard her options. When the old madam asked, she immediately chose the second option. At least in front of others, she wanted to be associated with the Qin family. Only then would she avoid being bullied. Unexpectedly, things turned around. Later, she had silver money and the protection of the Qin family, which was much better than walking a dead-end road alone. A complicated dispute finally ended, and everyone involved understood everything clearly. Chu Xiao looked at his 7 or 8 sons sitting nearby and said coldly, "If any of you want to split the family, I will take your lives directly." "Son dares not." All the Chu family sons bowed and promised. Chu Yi shrank back even more. The old man was ruthless and could even lose control and hurt someone fatally. After the Qin family finished their burnt dinner, the old madam asked Qin Junyu to find ink, paper, and a brush, and to write down the family rules. Soon, Su Yunwan looked at the dense writing and read each rule carefully, frowning many times. After reading, she rolled up the paper and said, "Since there are no servants to serve, don't expect to enjoy everything easily. Starting tomorrow morning, Lon Lon and Qin Yi will work together, and Aunt San and Shan Shan will work together. They will take turns cooking and cleaning up." "But I don't know how to cook." Qin Rulin immediately protested. Qin Yi quickly added, "I don't know either." "If you don't know, learn. Everyone here is a master. No one is here to serve you," Su Yunwan said sternly. As soon as she finished speaking, the old madam frowned, while Lin and Qin Ruishan's mother and daughter's eyes glistened with tears. The two old master's sons also looked moved. Qin Rulin didn't dare to oppose anymore. When Qin Yi was told she had to do chores, she dared not openly oppose either. "Of course, if Shan Shan and the others agree, you can exchange tasks yourselves. Just one thing, don't delay everyone's routine." Qin Rulin immediately said, "Aunt 4, I really don't know how to cook. From now on, our group will only handle cleaning up and washing dishes, okay?" Lin agreed happily. Usually, she and her daughter were busy before and after meals, but now that she could skip chores, she was quite satisfied. She shared the same idea as Qin Ruoshang. Qin Yi, who already didn't know how to cook, dared not take on the task and could only accept it. The old madam saw they had agreed and left them to decide. Since the authority of managing the household had been handed over to Su Yunwan, she no longer interfered easily. She hinted with a single sentence, "Not deaf or mute, not a family head." Before sleeping, the Qin family encountered another problem. The main hall of the inn was small, and only by squeezing tightly could they fit all the exiled people. When Qin Chu's family entered the room, there was no space left in the hall to accommodate everyone. Su Yunwan asked Qin Junxian, "Can you set up a tent?" "Yes." Qin Junxian's eyes lit up. There's a bamboo forest nearby. We can cut some bamboo for support and sleep in tents in the yard tonight. Seeing this, Chu and others decided to make tents on the spot instead of squeezing with other prisoners. They took axes and knives, set out, and soon returned with suitable bamboo poles to build frames. Su Yunwan found some oilcloth and asked the women to help cut and sew it into tent covers. The women from the Chu family gathered around with needles, thread, and oilcloth, asking for advice on how to make the tents. They worked happily, chatting and sewing together. Everyone worked enthusiastically, and before nightfall, several simple tents were ready. The Qin family set up 2 tents, one for men and one for women. Su Yunwan chose to sleep in the carriage as usual. She brought a basin of warm water onto the carriage and helped Qin Jani loosen his clothes, saying, "Wipe yourself." Qin Jani smiled gently and cooperated as she helped him undress, then suddenly said, Yuan, thank you." "Thank you for what?" Su Yunwan looked at his thin body, frowned, wrung out the damp cloth, and carefully wiped him. "Many things, countless." Su Yunwan chuckled softly. "You know that too?" "Of course, I keep it all here." Qin Jani patted his chest, eyes full of warmth. "Never forget." Su Yunwan smiled again. "You say that better than singing." "I'm serious." Qin Jani moved painfully to the side as she guided him. "When I recover, I'll find whatever you want. Why wait so long? I want you to regain your strength right now." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yunwan paused, and a faint blush appeared on her face. He had a healthy body. She had seen it on their wedding night. The memory of their first night of love was the most unforgettable, leaving an indelible mark on her heart. It was then that Su Yunwan realized there truly was a kind of extreme comfort and happiness in the world. Qin Jani also seemed to remember their wedding night. His eyes burned with passion, almost tangible, and his throat moved several times as he struggled to contain his emotions, which surged and boiled inside him, turning into a pounding heartbeat thump-thump. After finishing wiping, he gently kissed Su Yunwan's hand on the back of it. Deep feelings made him sigh. "Wan, I am so lucky to marry you. Just think of it as a blessing from a past life," Su Yunwan said with a gentle smile, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her complex eyes. If it weren't for the fate from their previous lives, she would have escaped during the family seizure and wouldn't be here today. After washing up, Su Yunwan set up a wooden board and lay on the outside. Just as she was about to lie down flat, Qin Jani said, Wan, lying like this might press on your wound."
Su Yunwan.
She had already asked Qin Jani to lie on his stomach, but he said it was uncomfortable for his neck and changed his position despite pressing on his wound. Now, what does he want to do again? Qin Jani moved closer, his lips near her ear, giving her a gentle kiss and whispering softly, "Can you hold me and sleep on your side?" Warm breath brushed her ear, making Su Yunwan shyly shrink her neck. She reached out to hold his waist, carefully avoiding her wound, and helped him turn face to face, asking cautiously, "Is this okay?" Qin Jani wrapped his arms around her slim waist and sighed contentedly. "Yes." Su Yunwan leaned on his shoulder, yawned, and left a comment, "Your body is so stiff," then found a comfortable position and closed her eyes. Qin Jani chuckled softly, kissed her eyelashes, and they fell asleep together. They didn't speak all night. At dawn, the rooster raised by the crowed 3 times, announcing a new day. Su Yunwan opened her eyes to find herself tightly held in Qin Jani's arms, still asleep. She decided to close her eyes and rest a little longer. Suddenly, outside the carriage, the old lady's scolding and shouting could be heard. "Are you trying to burn me alive? Mother, please stay calm. I will brew another cup of tea." Mrs. Pei quickly lifted the tray, but the old lady slammed her hand down hard, nearly knocking the teacup over. She hurriedly steadied the cup and stepped out of the tent. Just now, her mother-in-law, who had woken early, had asked her to serve tea. She had asked the kitchen boy to prepare it and placed it on the tray. When she brought it over, she didn't check the water temperature. She looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, feeling a bad premonition. In the days to come, things might return to how they were when she first entered the Qin family, unhappy and difficult. Decades ago, when she first married into the Qin prince's residence as the heir's wife, her mother-in-law was very strict. She set many rules for her new daughter-in-law for over half a year until she became pregnant, after which she managed to escape her mother-in-law's constant nagging. But before she could feel happy for long, her mother-in-law sent two beautiful women to serve her husband, claiming she couldn't do so during her pregnancy. From then on, her life changed completely. Old memories were too painful to recall. She thought last night's events had quietly passed, but her mother-in-law had kept them in her heart, waiting for the right moment. There was nothing she could do. As long as her brother Ir was the head of the family, her mother-in-law would always be in the highest position. If things got really bad, she would be the one to suffer. She wished her brother Xian would become the head of the family, so she could stand beside her mother-in-law. If that happened, her mother-in-law would support her, and she wouldn't have to suffer her pressure anymore. But Xian was very loyal to his brothers and was tightly controlled by his eldest brother. Pei's wife was thinking hard about how to help her youngest son stand out. She went to the kitchen to brew a new cup of tea. The old lady took a sip and scolded that the water was too cold and didn't bring out the tea's aroma. Qin Rulin couldn't bear to see her mother being deliberately troubled. She stepped forward carefully and said, "Grandmother, let me make a cup for you." Just then, outside the tent, someone came to greet them. Qin Junxian and his sons from the fourth household came to pay their respects. The old lady stopped her scolding and said sternly, "Pei's wife, pay more attention. If you try to be careless again, you'll face the consequences." Pei's wife quickly lowered her head and said, "I dare not." In the carriage, Qin Jani had already woken up. He listened silently to the noises outside, feeling complicated inside. Su Yunwan comforted him gently and then lifted the curtain to get out of the carriage. "This kind of thing probably won't stop in the future. You'd better get used to it." Qin Jani sighed bitterly. "Grandmother cares most about family. My mother's actions have crossed her bottom line. That's good. It saves her from being bored and coming to trouble you," Su Yunwan said without mercy, hoping the old lady would help more. Qin Jani stopped talking, knowing that children's words don't upset their mothers. He smiled faintly as he watched Su Yunwan dress and comb her hair. She was wearing a beautiful white silk dress with intricate embroidery, looking elegant and noble. Her long silk-like hair was carefully arranged and held in place with a jade hairpin, revealing a white, slender neck, graceful and dignified. Su Yunwan tidied her appearance, lifted the curtain, and slowly stepped down from the carriage. From today, she officially accepted her role as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family, observing everyone and everything around her. At this moment, Chu Yi just came out of his father's tent and saw Su Yunwan getting out of the carriage, slightly stunned. Her outfit and demeanor had changed significantly. Once proud and rebellious, she now appears almost entirely composed, showing elegance and nobility in every gesture. Such grace and demeanor perfectly match her background as a daughter from a noble family. After last night's event, she decided to tone down her sharpness and become a dignified, graceful wife of the Qin family. For some reason, Chui felt a strange discomfort in his heart, as if a precious gem was hidden in dust, causing him pain. This feeling only lasted a moment, and he quickly smiled it away. The Qin family could not truly hold Su Yunwan back. Everything she did was for Qin Jani. At this moment, Chu Yi felt a bit jealous of Qin Jani. He didn't know that Su Yunwan, a native young lady, was very proper and well-mannered. She was no less than anyone else. Since she represented the Qin family, she added a sense of ceremony, and a little change was fine. After getting off the carriage, Su Yunwan went to the women's tent and called out, "Grandmother. Yuan, Yuan, come in quickly." The old lady inside called out warmly. Su Yunwan entered the tent, looked at the Qin family members kneeling around the old lady listening to her scold, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Grandmother, peace be with you. Come and sit," the old lady said happily, patting the spot beside her where Qinyi used to sit. After sitting down, the old lady asked, "How did Brother Yi sleep last night? Is he awake now?" He slept straight through until dawn and just woke up, Su Yunwan replied. The old lady stood up immediately. I'll go see him. Everyone, you can disperse now. Mrs. Lin helped the old lady to find Qin Jani, while Su Yunwan turned to wash up. Then, as she had in recent days, she went to buy steamed buns and dumplings from the shop they had ordered the night before. Since they had to leave at dawn, there was no time to cook, so they bought some ready-made food like steamed buns and dumplings to get by. After the meal, everyone dismantled the tents, tied the bamboo poles and other items onto the donkey cart, preparing for future camping trips. Throughout the morning, the Qin family members noticed changes in Su Yunwan, but they knew her rebellious spirit hadn't disappeared. She still didn't treat Mrs. Pei as a proper mother-in-law. However, despite that, Su Yunwan had become the favorite among the old lady and the women of the family, without exception. Xin Yi, who had been pushed aside, was furious with jealousy. Last night, she was thrown out of the carriage and beaten up, her nose swollen and her whole body in pain. She almost tore the silk handkerchief in her hand in anger. She secretly hated Su Yunwan. Why did she steal her cousin's heart and also compete with her for the grandmother? The team traveled for half a day, and by noon, they took a half-hour break, which was the longest rest period during the day. Mrs. Lin and her daughter usually cook as they always do. Because Qin Junxian has Wu Xiaohan to help, she can finally leave for a moment. She picks up her homemade bow and arrow to go hunting in the woods. After dinner, Su Yunwan sees Xin Yi and Qin Rulin both frowning and hesitant to clear the leftover food. She tells Mrs. Lin and her daughter to rest, and then goes to the carriage to deliver medicine to Qin Jani. Since they haven't finished their work, she has her own ways to handle it. The old lady impatiently scolds, "What are you waiting for?" Xin Yi and Qin Rulin have no choice but to get up, clean the dishes, and wash them at the water source. Last time, Xin Yi was called by the old lady to wash dishes with Qin Ruishan, but when they reached the water, she stood still, and Qin Ruishan did all the work. Now, Qin Rulin, the pampered eldest daughter of the Qin family, wouldn't tolerate her. Xin Yi can only roll up her sleeves and carefully do the work that a servant should do, feeling wronged and close to tears. Last night, Xin Yi exchanged her injuries for 500 taels of silver, which was a blessing in disguise. Who would have thought that Su Yunwan would treat her like a servant to be ordered around? Thinking of this, she provokes again, Lon Lon, you're the older sister-in-law's older sister. You should show respect to her, but she's ordering you around like a servant. Qin Rulin quietly rolls her eyes at her. Though simple, she isn't unaware of the truth. If you don't wash the dishes clean, how will we eat next time? But this work should be done by the older sister-in-law, Xin Yi says while washing dishes. She's married now and should respect her elders and be polite to her aunt and uncle. The chores in this house are her responsibility. Qin Rulin purses her lips and stops her work. Why don't you just buy food from the street vendors? What do you mean? Xin Yi is so surprised she drops a plate onto the stones, smashing it. My sister-in-law is right. Now that there are no servants, you have to do things yourself. Qin Rulin says directly, no longer hiding her discomfort. If you don't want to work, just buy ready-made food. Our family doesn't run a restaurant, and we're not your servants. Even if you pay for ingredients, it's not right to just sit and wait to eat. She won't forget what role Xin Yi played last night. Her sister-in-law has clearly said that Xin Yi is just an outsider traveling with them. Someone who relies on her family shouldn't have the nerve to challenge the head of the household or expect to enjoy benefits without effort. Xin Yi didn't expect that after years of trying to please and get close to Qin Rulin, she would hear such words. She feels heartbroken and lowers her head. Qin Rulin couldn't see her expression clearly, but she noticed tears falling into the water one by one. Her heart softened, and she sighed. Our family has fallen apart. We are no longer delicate young ladies. I know, but even in ordinary families, these chores are usually done by the wife. I'm just speaking up for you. Xin Yi sniffed and wiped her tears. Thank you, but there's no need, Qin Rulin said sincerely, frightened by the family split last night. I hope our family can live peacefully without any more conflicts. If you have any different opinions, Just tell my older sister-in-law directly. Don't talk behind my back. Qin nodded to show she understood. But how could she easily let go of her inner worries? Her gaze unintentionally fell on the broken porcelain plate earlier. Suddenly, she was dazed, and the porcelain bowl in her hand also slipped and shattered into pieces on the stone. Oh no! What should I do? Another one broke. My older sister-in-law will definitely blame me, Qin said nervously, feeling helpless. It's okay, you were just careless. Qin Rulin understood her and reminded her to be more careful next time. But breaking only 2 bowls was not enough to attract Su Yunwan's attention. She wanted Su Yunwan to realize that if she dared to assign chores, she shouldn't be surprised if she didn't do them well. After several more times, with more broken bowls, Qin Rulin knew she was deliberately doing it. She coldly said, "So, these dishes weren't bought with your money, and you don't feel bad about breaking them? Lanlan, I really didn't do it on purpose. I just slipped because I was too clumsy. What should I do now?" Qin hinted indirectly that Qin Rulin should take over all the chores. But Qin Rulin was not the type to suffer losses. What can I do? Can't I just wash everything myself? Having taken on this task once, there would be hundreds of times waiting for her. She wasn't foolish. Qin looked at the scattered pieces on the ground and secretly smiled. With such a high rate of damage, did Su Yunwan still dare to ask her to wash the dishes? Qin Rulin noticed the smug look in her eyes and couldn't help but sneer inside. Truly, she wouldn't cry until she saw the coffin. Sure enough, as soon as they returned to the camp, Su Yunwan, who had noticed, questioned them. Qin pretended to be obedient, lowered her head, and admitted, "It was my lack of experience washing dishes. I accidentally slipped and broke them." Su Yunwan's face showed her old sarcastic smile. "Do you think I can't handle you? Why would you think that?" "I really didn't do it on purpose," Qin argued softly. "Whether you did it on purpose or by mistake, paying the full price is the right thing to do." Su Yunwan calmly watched her change expressions and then said, "I want to see how long your money will last if you keep wasting it." "Grandmother, I really didn't mean to, please believe me." Qin hurriedly asked for help from the old lady sitting under the tree. Her money was running out little by little, and she couldn't let Su Yunwan get it cheaply. The blinded emotions faded, and old lady Qin could see her true nature. "Whether it's you or anyone else, if you damage public property, you must pay the full price," the old lady warned. "Think carefully before you act." Qin's face turned pale, and she stepped back to plead again, "Grandmother, since it's my first mistake, can you forgive me this time? An older girl shouldn't break dishes so easily." Su Yunwan kept questioning, then her tone hardened. "Today, no one can plead for you. The broken porcelain, you'll have to pay for it." Qin was stunned by Su Yunwan's strong attitude, and she heard her say, "Oh, and also the cost of food and 5 days' travel. Brother Yu and Shanshan, you two check the expenses and give me a total." Brother Qin Junyu and sister Qin Shanshan had been shopping all morning, knew the prices well, and quickly calculated the amount. Qin was anxious and angry, her face flushing red. "How do you know I traveled for 5 days? Refunds are flexible. You won't lose much." Seeing her hesitation, Su Yunwan coldly said, "If you try to cheat again, there won't be a second chance." Qin was afraid she wouldn't be allowed to ride the carriage, so she handed over 500 taels of silver and said, "I don't have small change." Su Yunwan took the money and gave her the remaining change. Just when everyone thought the matter was over, Su Yunwan looked at Qin with a meaningful expression. "Since you don't accept the arrangement, then from now on, we're breaking up." Qin broke out in cold sweat, panicking. "I don't want to break up. Sharing a life is voluntary. If you say you don't want to, then you don't," Su Yunwan said firmly. "I'll tell you, when we reach the next town, buy a small carriage for yourself. Since there are many people in our carriage, you won't be uncomfortable." Qin was stunned and said angrily, "Why are you targeting me? A few days ago, you were acting wildly." "I just watched and didn't interfere much," Su Yunwan kindly explained. "But you shouldn't be so arrogant to think I can't control you. Now that I've taken over the Qin family, I won't allow you to cause trouble anymore. She acts only when necessary, Once she decides to act, she leaves no room for her opponent to turn the tables. Grandmother, I truly know I was wrong. Please don't distance yourself from me. I am your granddaughter. Qin Yi knelt beside Madame Qin, constantly apologizing and begging for forgiveness, tugging at her sleeve. If she lost the protection of the Qin family, her future would be completely dark. Su Yunwan looked on with a cold gaze, her heart calm and unmoved. As an orphan girl, striving to survive was not wrong, but she should never have relied on the Qin family without understanding the situation. She repeatedly schemed behind the scenes, which was a big mistake. In the past, she was loved and cared for by Madame Qin, living freely and happily, just like the legitimate daughter of the Qin family. Now that the Wang residence has fallen and Madame Qin faces this hardship, her mood has changed greatly. Qin Yi must have already sensed that Madame Qin's support was shaky, yet she refused to face the truth. She looked high above, but her delicate life was fragile. When Madame Qin heard Qin Yi recount the past, her heart softened and her expression became moved. Su Yunwan clicked her tongue silently, turning her gaze away. Just as Madame Qin wavered, Qin Jani's deep voice came from the carriage. Grandmother. Hearing this, Madame Qin immediately left Qin Yi and, with Su Yunwan's help, climbed into the carriage. Yuni, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, Qin Jani replied, then glanced at Su Yunwan with a slightly awkward expression. Su Yunwan wisely stepped down from the carriage. You all talk. Seeing her figure disappear, Qin Jani then said, Grandmother, last night, Qin Biaomei took advantage of my injury and attempted to me. How could that be? Madame Qin found it hard to believe that her granddaughter, raised with proper morals, would do something so reckless. Exactly because of this, Yunwan threw her off. Qin Jani continued. She used her background to gain your sympathy, but she did all sorts of filthy things to me and Yunwan. I cannot tolerate her anymore. Anger, frustration, confusion. A mix of feelings flooded his heart. Madame Qin's face changed several times before settling into calm. She gently brushed the sweat-dampened hair on Qin Jani's forehead, which was caused by the hot air and her own pain, and said kindly, Grandmother understands. You should rest well. Grandmother. Qin Jani looked at his depressed grandmother and called out softly, unsure of what to say. Her feelings for Biaomei, cultivated over more than 10 years, were undeniable. That was why she felt such a deep. Madame Qin smiled slightly, stood up, and got out of the carriage. As she turned, her face instantly became cold and ruthless. Youthful admiration and human nature. Even if Yi lowered herself to become a concubine, she thought it was just her deep obsession. But she shouldn't have taken advantage of her grandson's danger to do something so immoral. Once this news spreads, how will others view the Qin family's reputation? With so many unmarried granddaughters at home, if their reputation is damaged, how can they marry well? Just because of a small reason, she must abandon years of feelings and no longer allow the granddaughter to stay. Su Yunwan, a few steps away from the carriage, covered her ears and didn't hear the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter inside. Seeing the old lady's expression, she understood that Qin Yi had no chance to turn things around. Of course, even without Qin Jani's help, the old lady wouldn't agree to keep Qin Yi, and she definitely wouldn't let her succeed again. Seeing the old lady's expression, Qin Yi felt anxious. Her mind raced as she secretly guessed what Qin Jani had said to her grandmother, making her so cold. Yi, you can't even do simple chores. You're not suitable to stay with the Qin family, the old lady said coldly. Then she added sharply, the Qin family doesn't support idlers. Grandmother, I can do better.
Please give me another chance, Yi begged.
But changing a person is hard. The problem isn't just about doing things but about character. The old lady cared about her reputation and didn't expose her, but she didn't want to hear another word. She simply said, my decision is final. There's no use talking more. Yi trembled slightly. Helpless, she walked to the carriage and begged Qin Jani, Big cousin, I am a weak woman. I can't show my face in public, and I have no way to support myself. Please have mercy on me. Before this, did you realize what you were doing? Qin Jani replied coldly. Seeing her choked by the question, Qin Jani then said 8 words. It's your own fault. Others are not to blame. Yi took a few steps back, looked at the emotionless person inside the carriage behind the curtain, and closed her eyes in despair. After a few moments, she opened her eyes with a firm decision. Suyanwan saw her turn to go to the Liu family. After tearfully pleading, Liu Junfeng accompanied her back. Liu Junfeng approached the old lady and, suppressing his anger, said, Grandmother, from now on, Yi will come with us. Do as you wish, the old lady replied indifferently. Yi turned to pack her belongings into a bag, which Liu Junfeng then took. She bowed her head to the old lady, her voice choked with emotion. After standing up, Suyanwan handed her some silver coins for the fare, settling everything financially. Yi chose her escape route and left with Liu Junfeng. The old lady's spirit was visibly weak. She forced herself to look at Pei and said, From now on, you and Lanlan will be responsible for cleaning up after meals. Pei didn't want to agree and immediately opposed. Mother, let Yunwan and Lanlan work together. Kneel. The old lady's long-suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano. Pei instantly knelt on the ground, groaning as she was hit by broken stones. I just said the Qin family doesn't support idlers, and you dare to resist? Do you even listen to me? If you don't want to do it, then don't eat with everyone else. Go eat the standard fare cornbread. The old lady used Pei as a punching bag, scolding her harshly. Su Yunwan wanted to take care of her eldest grandson, so she had no time or energy to worry about others. If only Pei could show some maternal love to her grandson, he wouldn't be suffering so much. From then on, the old lady hated Pei and was determined to transform her into a filial, loving, diligent, and virtuous member of the Qin family. Faced with her domineering mother-in-law, Pei could only bow her head and admit her mistakes, no longer daring to speak out of turn. Until the official order was given, the old lady finished her scolding. Watching all this from a distance, Lu Shi stuck out her tongue. Mother-in-law was becoming harder and harder to please. It seemed that their third family being expelled from the house wasn't entirely a bad thing. But when she turned around and saw Qin being softly comforted by her younger son, she felt stifled and frustrated. However, thinking about the money on her, she started to ponder. If she didn't suppress her voice, there would be no secrets among the exile team. Last night, Qin Jani's angry words had been overheard by many, including the Liu family. The Liu family had been waiting for an opportunity, and now Qin had taken the initiative to come forward. The Liu couple secretly clenched their fists, eager to act. After dealing with Qin, Su Yunwan felt in a good mood and got on the carriage, lazily sitting in the side seat. Once the carriage started, Qin Jani called out, Xiao Wu. Wu Xiaohan, sitting outside, immediately entered the carriage, kneeling with his head bowed. Master, what are your orders?
Get up and sit down. Yes.
Wu Xiaohan stood and sat directly opposite Su Yunwan. Any news about Uncle Qian? He went ahead and should be arriving soon at Suan County ahead. Wu Xiaohan finished speaking and immediately took out 1,000 taels of silver from his, offering it with both hands. This was given to me before leaving the capital, to be handed over to you when needed. Qin Jani reached out to take the silver, and then handed it to Su Yunwan. Yuan, keep this for your household expenses. Su Yunwan smiled, and kept her thoughts to herself. She had long known that Qin Jani had backup plans, so he was not completely without resources. Only the Pei family, who had married into the Qin family for decades, still didn't understand the true strength of the Qin family and didn't trust their eldest son's abilities. They were so naive that they only cared about the small silver coins, 500 taels, that Qin had. The crisis facing the Qin family was never about money, but about those in power trying to eliminate threats. Outside the carriage, Qin Junxian overheard the conversation clearly. He couldn't help but think that if Wu Xiaohan had handed over the silver note from the start, his mother wouldn't be in her current situation. Fortunately, he was not a person who lacked judgment. His dark thoughts disappeared quickly. At that time, Wu Xiaohan had just joined the patrol team and had no chance to contact his older brother. His older brother had just finished his punishment and had little time to regain consciousness. With gifts from common people and money from the four houses, he had no energy left to fill his purse. Now, Qin Yi had taken away a large sum of money, so his older brother only asked about the finances. It was understandable that he was upset with his older brother and Wu Xiaohan. Qin Jani learned some other news from outside and gradually looked tired. Seeing this, Wu Xiaohan withdrew. Su Yunwan leaned on the wooden plank and lay down beside Qin Jani for a midday rest. The carriage beneath them shook as they headed toward the distance. Without Qin Yi, the unstable factor, the Pei family was once again kept close by the old lady and carefully served, and the Qin family enjoyed rare peace. They peacefully spent a few days like this. Su Yunwan's exhausted spiritual power recovered more than half, and Qin Jani's health visibly improved. That day, the exile team passed through a small town and stayed overnight at a private inn. In the evening, Su Yunwan brought dinner for both of them into the guest room, but did not share it with Qin Jani, because tonight they planned to remove the third bone spike. Originally, Qin Jani wanted to remove all 3 remaining spikes at once, but Su Yunwan disagreed. If it wasn't necessary, she didn't want Qin Jani to suffer. The pain of removing the spikes was like torture, and experiencing it once in a lifetime was enough. But Qin Jani was cautious and said, "In case an assassin attacks, I want to be more prepared." "And me," Su Yunwan comforted him. "Besides, my ability is limited. I can't remove all 3 at once, so we'll do it at my pace." After dinner, Su Yunwan called the innkeeper to clean up. Qin Junxian noticed that one set of dishes showed no signs of use. Later, Su Yunwan asked Qin Junxian to watch his older brother, while she went to talk to the innkeeper's wife about the town situation and asked her to help buy some supplies. When Lord Qin Xian entered the room, Lord Qin Yi was sitting against the bed, flipping through a travel book in his hand. This book was bought by Su Yunwan the last time she passed through the small town, specifically to pass the time. "Big brother, haven't you eaten dinner?" Qin Xian asked directly. Qin Yi paused his hand and looked up at him. "I have no appetite. I'll call the waiter when I feel hungry." "But are you feeling unwell?" Qin Xian asked with concern. After receiving a negative answer, he continued, "Then what would you like to eat? I can go find something elsewhere." "No need. I don't want anything," Qin Yi replied, then changed the subject. "It's hot today. Are grandma and mother feeling okay?" "They're both fine." Qin Xian felt suspicious, noticing his brother's lips were dry. He added, "Let me pour you some tea." Unexpectedly, Qin Yi refused again. "I'm not thirsty. Do you want to read a book too?" Qin Xian nodded and casually picked up a storybook, but didn't turn the pages for a long time. Why is there no food or water? Could it be that his sister-in-law is not allowing them to eat or drink? Qin Xian shook his head quickly, dismissing this thought. From what he observed, Su Yunwan truly cared for his brother. The so-called obsession was just his mistaken guess. Yes, he now realized how far off his thoughts were. As long as his sister-in-law wasn't completely crazy, she wouldn't seriously hurt his injured brother. He keenly sensed that his brother's condition was changing but deliberately kept it from everyone, including himself. In the past few days, his brother no longer allowed him to help with washing or changing dressings, nor to assist nearby. Considering their current situation and Su Yunwan's knowledge of medicine, Qin Xian felt a chilling hope rising in his heart. If sister-in-law was only restraining his brother to help him heal, then everything would make sense. Thinking of this, Qin Xian looked up and asked his brother, "Have those 2 officers' identities been confirmed? Do you want to do anything?" He made a cutting motion with his hand near his neck. If his brother had a chance to recover, this was a serious matter. They couldn't let the court's spies find out. "Don't move them for now," Qin Yi said. "Killing 2 and getting 2 free. If these 2 die, who knows what will happen next?" Killing 2 and getting 2 free? Qin Xian suddenly understood. "Are you saying that the missing officer is also a royal spy?"
Exactly.
"If we eliminate 2 more of their henchmen, the emperor might take drastic measures." Qin Yi looked northwest. When the emperor is furious, hundreds of thousands of corpses lie in the bloodshed. Does he dare to attack the North Army? Prince Qin Xian's pupils dilated to the extreme, unwilling to believe that the emperor would go mad and neglect the border security. Prince Qin Yi sighed softly. The heart of an emperor is unpredictable. Only then did Qin Xian realize that danger had never truly left the Qin family, but he had only seen the calm exterior and focused only on internal disputes. Just as Qin Xian was feeling self-critical, a few shop assistants brought in a bath bucket and warm water, saying it was at Su Yunwan's order. Qin Xian's heart moved.
Brother, why not soak your feet and relax?
Qin Yi heard this and felt a little tempted. Tonight, after removing the nails, his body would be weak again. Now that he's feeling better, a wash might do him good. Soon, a basin of hot water was placed on the ground. Qin Xian told the shop assistants to leave and closed the door, turning to say, "Brother, let me help you wash up." Unsurprisingly, he was once again refused. Qin Xian didn't insist and simply moved closer to help Qin Yi shift position, letting him lean against the bed, then placing 2 quilts behind him so he could lie comfortably. Everything was ready. Qin Xian silently exhaled and began to help his brother remove his socks and roll up his pants. The faint bruise on his ankle caught his eye, and Qin Xian's eyes instantly reddened. "What's wrong?" Qin Yi's words paused as he also saw the bruise on his ankle. The truth was about to be exposed. At the first floor of the private inn, the lights were bright. Su Yunwan learned that the water was ready, paid for the service, and then lifted her skirt to go upstairs. She walked through several guest rooms before stopping at the easternmost door of the upper floor. She knocked and then pushed the door open. Inside, she saw Qin Yi and his brother sitting and squatting silently. "What's wrong?" Su Yunwan asked casually, her gaze unintentionally falling on the bruise on Qin Yi's ankle, and she froze in surprise. The room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "Brother, it's not what you think." Qin Yi saw his younger brother turn to look at his wife at the door and quickly explained, worried he might lose control and hurt someone. Qin Xian felt a complex mix of emotions inside and snorted softly. "Brother, how do you know what I'm thinking?" Qin Yi choked, unable to bring up that taboo topic in front of his wife. "Tell me." Su Yunwan closed the door, pulled out a wooden chair, and sat down leisurely, watching Qin Xian. Qin Xian sensed his surroundings and decided to be straightforward. "Is it for healing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunwan and Qin Yi exchanged glances and smiled. "Exactly." Qin Yi looked surprised. "When did you find out?" "I had some suspicions." Lord Qin Xian continued to wash his older brother's feet, looking sad. He said softly, "Don't worry, I will always remember to stay hidden and not reveal anything." Qin Yi saw that he was doing well and felt a little guilty. "I underestimated you. Recently, so many things have happened, especially the family split." Qin Xian stopped talking, hiding all his feelings of frustration and sadness. Hardships help people grow. He was no longer the impulsive young man full of passion. As long as he could help his older brother and family, he was willing to do anything. Seeing that the brothers looked upset, Su Yunwan asked, "Do you have any questions?" "Yes." "How is the older brother now?" Qin Xian immediately looked up, concerned. Qin Yi said cheerfully, "2 bone nails have been removed." "Really?" Even though he expected it, Qin Xian still found it hard to believe. He smiled happily. "Thank you, sister-in-law." "And I'm sorry," Qin Xian said excitedly, stumbling over his words. Su Yunwan shook her head and smiled gently. "Since we're talking about this, what happened a few days ago?" Qin Xian hesitated, feeling guilty. "I saw the marks on the older brother's hands from being, and the sounds of struggling at night. I thought, you hit him." Ignoring the intense look from his brother, Qin Xian changed the subject. "Why would I hit him when everything was fine?" Su Yunwan looked confused. Qin Yi quickly ended the topic. "All right, let's forget about the past. Older brother, are we going to remove the nails again tonight?" Qin Xian asked, wiping his nose. "Yes," Qin Yi replied straightforwardly. Since his younger brother already knew, there was no need to hide it. Qin Xian begged, "Can I stay and help?" Qin looked at his wife and thought, Wan, with my brother helping, can we remove both nails? Su Yunwan sighed and complained, can't you do one at a time? Why do you have to suffer like this? Please, Qin said firmly. He's strong and stubborn. Instead of doing it slowly, he prefers to do it all at once. Qin Xian didn't know about anesthesia and emphasized, safety first. All right, starting at the hour of the pig, Su Yunwan said helplessly. The hour of the pig was shortly after everyone went to sleep. If they started too early, others might come looking. If too late, the candlelight might attract attention. Qin Xian nodded and took some water to leave quietly. Su Yunwan lowered the bed curtain and went to wash. Qin looked at the graceful figure outside the curtain, feeling hopeful about the future. Soon, he would be free from pain, and for the rest of his life, he would protect her. After Su Yunwan finished washing, she called someone to fetch water and helped Qin Jani wipe himself down. Then, Qin Jani quietly summoned a shadow guard from the dark corner into the room, instructing him to gather more people nearby and be ready. Last time, when they removed the bone nails, it was during a gap when the old spy had died and the new one hadn't arrived yet, so it was relatively safe. This time, with 2 spies visible, he wanted to make sure everything was foolproof. As night deepened, the noisy inn grew quiet. By the time it was the hour of high, the night was pitch black, and the wind was howling. Qin Junxian silently slipped into the room. Su Yunwan had already taken out anesthetic, a small knife, gauze, and other items, including the restraints from last time. Once Qin Junxian was in position, he was surprised to see the anesthetic and hear its effects, which reminded him of its use in the army. The 2 brothers whispered softly. Su Yunwan helped Qin Jani remove his clothes and prepared for the procedure. Soon, Qin Junxian understood how his older brother's bruises on his hands and feet had come about. He felt a pang of pain and turned to ask sister-in-law, "What can I do?" "You're responsible for stopping the bleeding and removing the nails. Follow my instructions," Su Yunwan said as she fed Qin Jani the anesthetic and waited for it to take effect. Okay, Qin Junxian nodded seriously, silently praying everything would go smoothly. The next steps were the same as last time. Having fought on many battlefields, Qin Junxian had seen all kinds of injuries. Even though his brother was hurt, he managed his emotions and focus well, completing all tasks as instructed by Su Yunwan. Thanks to his strong internal energy, the surgery took less time. Until the last petal-shaped metal piece was removed, Qin Jani suddenly struggled as the anesthetic wore off. Qin Junxian quickly brought gauze to his ear and softly called, "Big brother, hold on. It'll be over soon." With previous experience, Qin Jani quickly regained consciousness. He responded with a muffled closed his eyes, and focused all his awareness on controlling his body's physiological reactions. His intense thrashing turned into slight tremors and spasms. His wet eyelashes drooped, and his pale face was pressed against his forehead. His chapped lips parted slightly. "Continue." At that moment, the sound of swords clashing on the roof suddenly rang out. All 3 froze in shock. Su Yunwan's eyes flickered briefly, and she quickly said, "Leave the rest to me. You guard the door, and don't let anyone in." Qin Junxian immediately put down the gauze and went out to guard. Meanwhile, Su Yunwan looked at her painfully struggling brother, focused, and continued to carefully extract the metal piece, working calmly and swiftly. On the roof, a spy and a shadow guard named Shi were fighting fiercely, blades deadly, danger everywhere. Losing patience, the spy releases a signal flare to call for help, determined to eliminate the shadow guard. Just now, he saw the lights in Qin Jani's room flickering and not going out, so he flew onto the roof to investigate. He then discovered Shi and immediately drew his sword to confront him. Seeing the signal flare, Shi also fired one. Soon, 2 groups of black-clad men arrived one after another. The once peaceful backyard was instantly filled with the flash of blades and the sound of clashing swords, blood flowing freely. At the gate, Qin Junxian, the guard, quickly faced another undercover agent. "Let me check the personnel." "Step aside." The man was dressed as a constable, gripping his sword tightly at his waist, shouting sternly. Qin Jani stepped forward to block him, refusing to back down. My older brother and sister-in-law are resting inside. You can't disturb them. Whether they are resting or not depends on the inspection. The man drew his large sword, the tip only 3 centimeters from Qin Jani. Qin Jani clenched his fists, his body tense. My sister-in-law is inside. When she's ready, she will come out. If you dare to break in, I will kill you.
Oh.
Such bold words. Do you even know who I am? The man sneered. Just a dog. You're asking for death. The man lunged with his sword. Qin Jani sidestepped and was about to punch back when Wu Xiaohan arrived from downstairs. Wu Xiaohan drew his sword and joined the fight. He quickly sighed, realizing he was at a disadvantage. He stepped back a few paces, then suddenly grinned fiercely and broke through the door. Not good. Qin Jani's face changed dramatically. This was his own family's guest room. But when he caught up, he saw the undercover agent holding his mother with one hand and pressing a knife against her neck with the other. Mrs. Pei trembled in fear, crying for help. Let go of my mother. Qin Jani's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw the other's hand tighten, and a bloodline appeared around his mother's neck. He dared not move rashly. Step back. The undercover agent, using Mrs. Pei as a hostage, pushed closer to Qin Jani's door. Wu Xiaohan refused to retreat, his hand trembling with the sword. If you don't move aside, I will kill her. The undercover agent, with a face full of flesh, said coldly. Qin Jani shook his head at Wu Xiaohan but said aloud, If you dare harm my mother, the Qin family will not rest. When the smoke clears, you will be a sinner for eternity. The undercover agent froze for a moment, but showed no emotion. He was about to kick open the door when he heard a voice say, Stop. A figure leapt from above the eaves, Zhong Wei. He had heard the fighting earlier and flew onto the roof to check. Both sides then fired signal flares. Zhong Wei quickly returned to the inn to gather everyone, fearing they might accidentally enter the battlefield and become victims of the blades. What are you doing? Release Madame Qin. Zhong Wei ordered. The undercover agent smirked. Zhong Wei, are you loyal to the Qin family? Nonsense. I have my duties. Zhong Wei snapped. Let go of the person first. Let's talk calmly. I suspect there's a problem inside. I want to go in and check. The undercover agent did not release Madame Qin but stated his intention. Zhong Wei looked at Qin Jani, who immediately said, There are women inside. If he tries to barge in, I won't allow it. Zhong Wei thought for a moment, then stepped forward and knocked on the door. Madam, open the door.
Coming,
Came the reply from inside, followed by footsteps. Soon, the door opened, and Su Yunwan appeared before everyone. She looked sweaty, her face flushed, with a lazy and charming look in her eyes. What's the matter? Su Yunwan's voice was soft and sweet, like a gentle songbird. The undercover agent released Madame Qin and rushed into the room, without saying a word. On the big bed, Qin Jani was lying face up, asleep, with faint strawberry-shaped marks on his neck. The sheets were messy, and the air was filled with a musk scent, coming from a large incense burner on the bedside table. Thin wisps of smoke rose from the burner and disappeared into the air. The undercover agent looked around carefully, but found nothing unusual. Finally, he said, I want to check for injuries.
dream on.
Su Yunwan sat on the bed, gently brushing aside Qin Jani's sweaty hair. She turned her head angrily and said, My husband has already been tortured by the heavens. If you dare insult him again, I will kill you. And me too. Qin Jani quickly added. Don't think the Qin family is easy to bully. Anyone who dares insult my elder brother, I will fight to the death. Qin Jani also said. Soon, all the Qin family members, regardless of gender, vowed they would rather die than let Qin Jani be humiliated again. At this moment, the Qin family's attitude was more united than ever. Good. Very good. Just wait and see. The undercover agent, looking both fierce and frightened, issued a harsh warning. then pushed through the crowd and hurriedly left. Zhong Wei waved his hand, leading several guards out of the room. Outside, he immediately ordered the guards to restrain the culprit and prevent him from leaving the house. The guards obeyed and left, leaving only Wu Xiaohan behind. He looked at him for a few seconds, patted Wu Xiaohan's shoulder, said nothing, and turned to leave. Wu Xiaohan stayed at the door, not moving an inch. Inside, the old lady shakily sat on a wooden chair, glanced at her unconscious grandson, and then turned to Qin Junxian and asked, "What exactly happened?" Qin Junxian was bandaging Pei's wound when he heard the news, hesitated, and didn't know how to respond. His gaze shifted to Su Yunwan. At that moment, Su Yunwan was standing by the window, watching the fight in the yard. The defeated secret sentry from earlier came into view. He exchanged a few words with another secret guard and then ordered them to retreat. The enemy, already at a disadvantage, withdrew with their injured. Our 5 shadow guards looked at Shi, saw him order to stop fighting, and decided to quietly leave.
Wait.
Su Yunwan suddenly jumped out of the window, landing steadily in the backyard. You, from darkness to light, protect the Qin family and beware of treacherous people doing evil. When she said the last words, she deliberately glanced at the 2 secret agents.
You.
The secret agent who had kidnapped Pei was annoyed and wanted to rush forward, but was held back by a companion. Shi was the first to bow and say, "Yes," and the other shadow guards followed suit. Just then, the owner and his wife ran out of the house, looking at the messy backyard and roof, crying loudly. Su Yunwan frowned and said, "Stop crying. Calculate the damages, and we will pay half." "Then what about the other half?" the owner immediately asked. Su Yunwan pointed her chin at the secret agent and sneered. "Rumor has it the new emperor loves his people. His dogs shouldn't be the kind to refuse to pay debts, right?" After speaking, she ignored the angry secret agent and led all the shadow guards back to the 2nd floor along the main path. Seeing Wu Xiaohan guarding at the door, Su Yunwan nodded to him and pushed open the door. In the next moment, she faced the eyes of the Qin family members inside. "They are?" Old Madame Qin asked just as she remembered the palace guards. Su Yunwan replied, "They are our people," and invited everyone inside. The small guest room became even more crowded. Old Madame Qin saw that the men in black were covered in bruises and didn't stay long. She stood up and said, "Wanwan, come with me to rest next door. Brother Xian will watch here." Su Yunwan nodded, took out medicine like ointments and blood tonics from her space pouch, explained briefly, and then moved to the next room. As soon as she entered, Pei's wife started shouting, "You, Su Yunwan. It's so late, and you're still indulging in romantic nonsense. I almost got killed because of you." "Shut up." Old Madame Qin instinctively looked at her granddaughters who weren't yet married and scolded loudly. Then she looked at Su Yunwan, clearly wanting to know what had happened. Su Yunwan couldn't reveal the full truth, so she avoided details and said carefully, "The 2 new guards are sent by the emperor to watch our family. They found the hidden protectors and wanted to eliminate them. This is the cause of the fight outside." "Why did he insist on entering the house to find Brother E?" The old lady was not easy to fool. Su Yunwan blinked her bright eyes. Maybe he wanted to give a warning? At midnight, inside the guest room, candlelight flickered. On the big bed, Qin Jani's eyelids twitched, and suddenly he opened his eyes, with sharp light flashing in his pupils. "Big brother, you're awake? How do you feel?" Qin Junxian noticed the movement and softly called out. Qin Jani looked at his younger brother, then suddenly felt there were many people in the room. He turned to look. Several shadow guards led by Shi took off their masks and knelt down to pay respect. After Qin Jani sat up, Shi took the initiative to report what had happened and how Su Yunwan asked them to stay. Qin Jani drank a few sips of water brought by his brother, his voice hoarse. "That's good. Gather all the standby people. A large-scale attack could happen at any time." Everyone felt nervous and bowed in response. "Yes." Qin Junxian, seeing them say this, worried. "Big brother, how did you faint? Where did those blood-stained bandages go?" "I don't know." Qin Jani recalled what happened before he fainted. His memory only stayed at the moment of stitching his wound. The pain from each stitch made him black out, his eyes darkening, and he drifted into unconsciousness until complete darkness took over. What he didn't know was that Su Yunwan had deliberately made him sleep, so she could hide the surgical tools in her space, using musk to cover the blood smell, and arrange the scene to look like a joyful aftermath, as an excuse for not opening the door for a long time. Where is Wanwan? Qin Jani had been awake for a long time, but hadn't seen his wife. Qin Junxian immediately said, "My sister-in-law is next door, sleeping with grandma and the others." "Oh, and big brother, mother was kidnapped and slightly injured. What happened?" Qin Jani was both surprised and angry. Qin Junxian recounted what happened inside the private post station, ending with, "It was my negligence that scared mother." Qin Jani said, "Sometimes people are exhausted, so I can't blame you. Next time there's an assassination attempt, you handle it. Avenging mother properly. Don't worry, I will definitely take his life." Qin Junxian promised with high spirits. Qin Jani smiled happily, then quickly grew tired and fell asleep again. In the morning, Qin family members gathered around Qin Jani's bed, asking about his condition. Qin Jani was already awake, repeatedly saying, "I'm fine." But old Madame Qin saw that his body, which had finally shown some improvement, was still too injured to move, and she couldn't be at ease. "Everyone go out first and get ready. Wanwan stays." After everyone left the room, the old lady kindly advised, "Brother Yi and Wanwan, you are young. There is plenty of time in the future, so there's no need to rush now." Su Yunwan felt a warm blush rise on her face and didn't know how to respond. However, Qin Jani was confused and didn't understand her meaning, so he remained silent. Seeing her grandson silent, the old lady continued, "Grandmother has said before about having children. Wait until you're healthy. Don't rush." Qin Jani replied, "Grandmother, don't worry. I am not in a hurry." The old lady frowned and said, "Then you should control yourself. Don't be reckless like dying under the peony flowers just to be romantic." Qin Jani looked puzzled and smiled. "Where did you hear that? Wasn't it because of this issue that we didn't open the door last night?" The old lady asked suspiciously. "Your mother was frightened and has some complaints. Don't take it to heart." Hearing his grandmother's words, Qin Jani realized there was more to the story and looked at his wife. "Sorry for you." Su Yunwan smiled and shook her head, their eyes meeting in the air. Their intense gaze made Su Yunwan's heart feel warm. The old lady watched their long stare, feeling that her words earlier had been ignored. Concerned for her grandson's safety, she ignored her age and repeatedly emphasized her point. Su Yunwan held back her laughter and watched silently, while Qin Jani kept apologizing. After breakfast, the shop owner brought the damage report from last night's fight. Su Yunwan took it and chuckled. "You're treating us like fat sheep to be slaughtered." "Let me see," Qin Ruishan said, leaning over. When she looked at the report, she exploded, "You shopkeeper, daring to extort from the Qin family. I think you won't get a single coin. What's going on?" Zhong Wei asked, hearing the noise and coming over. "Master Zhong, my sister-in-law kindly offered to pay, but the shopkeeper doubled the damage cost." Qin Ruishan handed him the report. Zhong Wei glanced at it, frowned, and asked the shopkeeper, "What do you have to say?" The shopkeeper wiped his sweat and hesitated, unable to speak. The shopkeeper's wife stepped forward, saying, "Madam only agreed to pay half. The rest we have to ask the officials for. We dare not do otherwise." "So you just doubled the amount and expect me to pay everything?" Su Yunwan asked coldly. "Goodness, being kind only to be taken advantage of. Do you think we are soft targets?" Qin Ruishan said angrily, turning to find Qin Xian. Su Yunwan's expression grew colder, and she said calmly, "I understand that earning money is hard for you, but you want me to be the fool paying for everything. Last night's events were caused by the two of them. We are also victims. I won't spend a single cent more of my money." "Exactly." Qin Junxian hurried over, greeted Su Yunwan, then said, "There are clear reasons and responsibilities. They represent the emperor. As the ruler of the country, he shouldn't be so dishonest over a small amount of money." The onlookers, hearing this, whispered among themselves and discussed eagerly. As public opinion spread, the two undercover agents hiding in the shadows could no longer stay hidden. They appeared with serious faces. One of them waved his hand and threw a bulging money bag at the boss, coldly asking, "Is this enough money?" "Yes, it's enough." The boss, holding the hot potato-like money bag, didn't even open it but nodded and kept bowing and smiling. The man sneered with contempt, then looked at the crowd and shouted threateningly, "Dare to speak ill of the royal family? Are you tired of living?" Suddenly, the place fell silent. Su Yunwan snorted and broke the silence, but she said nothing and simply shook her sleeve and left. There's no need to waste words on someone who is about to die. When they set out again, the Qin family's formation was much grander than before. All the drivers had been replaced by shadow guards, and the other shadow guards surrounded the convoy from all sides on horseback. Qin Junxian and the four sons, who had been replaced, did not sit with the women but rode in another carriage prepared by the shadow guards. Zhong Wei, with so many outsiders joining the exile team. "You just watch?" One undercover agent said angrily. Last night, their identities were fully exposed, so they stopped pretending. Although they still wore official uniforms, they no longer obeyed Zhong Wei's orders and even asked him for 2 big horses, riding side by side. They didn't interfere with the whole team. "What can I do?" Zhong Wei shifted the blame completely onto others. If nothing had happened last night, they wouldn't have shown themselves. The undercover agent narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying it's our fault?" "No, I dare not," Zhong Wei said humbly, but secretly rolled his eyes. He pulled the reins, turned his horse around, and urged the team forward. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." The other undercover agent complained to his companion, "Look at how arrogant he is." The second agent's eyes darkened. He turned to look at Zhong Wei. "Why bother arguing with someone who's about to die?" "What do you mean?"
Ha!
The two understood each other perfectly and showed wicked smiles. Unbeknownst to them, a nearby prisoner with sharp hearing overheard their conversation, which brought him deadly trouble. Due to the mental exhaustion from last night's surgery, Su Yunwan rested in the carriage all morning. It wasn't until midday, during a break in the team's rest, that she finally appeared. As soon as she stepped down from the carriage, Lady Pei took the opportunity to educate Qin Rulin with veiled remarks. "Lan, I want to tell you, as a young lady, you should be modest, disciplined, and self-controlled. But don't be too good. Learn to be a little mischievous." Su Yunwan twitched her mouth, recalling the old lady's words, and decided not to bother arguing. She turned to Qin Ruoshang and said, Shan, make some more rice so everyone can eat together." "Madam, we're fine with dry rations," Wu Xiaohan said as he stepped forward. Now that he had mostly regained his status as a shadow guard, he could no longer enjoy the delicious Qin family food as openly as before. Some colleagues, who had traveled and camped outdoors, carried plenty of baked bread and weren't hungry. Su Yunwan smiled and said, "Save the dry food for later. It's just simple home-cooked meals, no need to be formal."
"Thank you, madam."
"We'll go hunt some game and bring it back." Wu Xiaohan, understanding her personality, didn't refuse again. "Travel together. Don't go far," she instructed.
"Yes."
Soon, the shadow guards returned with several prepared mountain chickens, which they handed over to Lin and her daughter, who were responsible for cooking. Old Master Lin skillfully slaughtered the chickens and suggested making braised chicken for the old lady. Su Yunwan, as usual, started a separate stove to prepare medicinal dishes for Qin Jani. During her free time, she also went to the nearby earthen stove to do some small tricks. After the meal began, several shadow guards gathered at one table. The tempting aroma made them wolf down their food, their chopsticks flying so fast they looked like afterimages. When only a few pieces of meat remained on the plate, a fierce contest broke out. Wu Xiaohan joined in, but his colleagues teased him, "You've already eaten quite a bit before, and now you're fighting us for more?" "The food I fought for tastes better," Wu Xiaohan said happily, winning the fight with a bright smile. From today, he could truly stay close to his master.
"Rude."
Lady Pei suddenly interrupted, breaking the cheerful atmosphere. The shadow guards froze, exchanging glances in silence. Lady Pei, you've broken the rules at the table. Leave now. Don't eat anything today. The old lady slammed her chopsticks onto her porcelain bowl and scolded sternly. Lady Pei was displeased. Mother, they failed their duties last night, which caused the daughter-in-law to fall into the enemy's hands. I haven't even blamed them yet, and you're spoiling them. Don't let their hearts grow too big, or they'll overstep their bounds and forget their place. Blame them? Forget their place? Do they think they're the wife of a noble house? Su Yunwan also put down her chopsticks and said coldly, even if they are, what are they to you? Why should they be held responsible? Besides, everyone has become just ordinary people. There is no hierarchy anymore. You! Mrs. Pei stood up angrily and raised her hand to slap Su Yunwan's face. Due to the incident last night, including the old lady, others were quite tolerant of her, leading her to mistakenly think she could control everyone, including Su Yunwan. Su Yunwan quickly grabbed her raised wrist and squeezed tightly.
Ah!
Mrs. Pei cried out in pain. Let go. Are you trying to hurt my mother-in-law? If I really wanted to hurt her, could I still see the bright sun? Su Yunwan's expression was fierce, cold enough to make Mrs. Pei feel icy and shiver even in the bright sunlight. Yen yen. Qin Jani's voice came from the carriage. Su Yunwan then released Mrs. Pei's hand, disdainfully took out a handkerchief to wipe her face, and turned to get into the carriage. Mrs. Pei looked at her back, furious, and hurried to follow, determined to confront Qin Jani and settle the score. Inside the carriage, Qin Jani listened to his mother's fierce accusations against the shadow guards, trying to reason. At that time, they were fighting in the courtyard to stop the assassins from entering the house.
I don't care about that.
I only know I almost lost my life. Mrs. Pei yelled hysterically, then glared at Qin Jani. Are you hoping I'll die early? No, mother. Qin Jani looked pained, his heart aching. Enough. What are you crazy about? Su Yunwan couldn't stand it anymore. Last night was just an accident. They've turned from darkness to light. From now on, they will better protect the Qin family. What more do you want? What more? Of course, I want to accept the punishment for negligence. The one who should be punished the most is your child. Qin Junxian jumped onto the carriage, looking bitter as he knelt in front of Mrs. Pei. Mother, last night I stopped the thief, and it was also my carelessness that caused you to suffer. If you have any resentment, feel free to vent it on me. Beat me, punish me, whatever you want. This has nothing to do with you. Mrs. Pei snapped angrily. It's all my fault, Qin Junxian said stubbornly, taking all the blame. Mrs. Pei angrily patted his shoulder. You stubborn fool. Just relying on your mother's mercy, huh? Qin Junxian climbed higher. Mother, you're the best. Su Yunwan sighed inwardly, turned her head, and picked up the fan by her side to fan Qin Jani and herself, holding back the urge to send them both outside. After Mrs. Pei's outburst, everyone lost their appetite. The old lady listened to the noise from the carriage, her face growing darker. When Mrs. Pei stepped onto the ground, she told her to go clean the dishes. Mrs. Pei, just comforted by her younger son, became angry again. Now that there are so many servants, do I still need to do anything? Several bodyguards immediately stood up, ready to move, but saw Su Yunwan step out of the carriage. They only listen to Ziyuan's commands and are only responsible for protecting him. If you keep acting arrogantly and trampling over others, don't expect them to help you when you're in danger later.
How dare they?
Mrs. Pei said sharply.
Shuyumwanesnered.
What's daring?
It's you.
Do you want to risk your life? Mrs. Pei, who valued her life, was speechless. The bodyguards remained silent. The old lady broke the silence, saying, Go quickly. Mrs. Pei froze in place, almost grinding her teeth in frustration. Grandmother, my mother isn't feeling well. Let me do it. Qin Junxian hurriedly stepped forward. But the old lady refused. You, a tall young man, shouldn't be doing such household chores. The bodyguards, all tall men, looked on silently. I'll do it myself. Qin Rulin quickly tidied up. Qin Russian silently helped. The old lady didn't allow Mrs. Pei to take control. Mrs. Pei, How dare you defy orders? She was so bold as to start her own dye shop. Mrs. Pei had no confidence to argue with her mother-in-law, so she had to suppress her shame and, with a basket of dishes, went to wash them with her daughter. Stirred by the scene, the old lady scolded the members of the fourth household harshly until they were too ashamed to lift their heads. Then she stopped. Su Yunwan, back in the carriage, gently fanned herself, silently listening to the conversations outside, her mind drifting far away. In her previous life, she was a girl raised deep in the inner chambers. When she first married, her family was suddenly taken away, caught off guard. After many days in prison, her already weak body caught a cold, and she was dragged onto the exile road. Perhaps because she missed her daughter, or because she was exhausted, Lin Shi fell ill and soon passed away. At that time, she was obedient to her duties, respectful to elders, and courteous to her aunts and uncles. After Lin Shi's death, household chores like cooking and washing dishes fell to her as the new wife. Because she was naive, she carried her illness and was used by Mrs. Pei to do everything. Qin Jani felt pity for her and kept her close, protecting her with his weakened body. Despite Mrs. Pei's constant harsh words, he never gave in. As a result, Qin Jani refused to let her continue to endure the hardship of working and suffering, while Pei Shi also prevented her daughter from taking on household chores. Sin Yi, under the pretense of caring for the old lady, stayed constantly by her side. The Qin family could only buy their 3 daily meals at sky-high prices from officials. Later, the Earth Dragon turned over, and a plague broke out, affecting even the exile teams. Gradually, someone in the team showed symptoms similar to the disease. Before Zhong Wei could make a decision, that person died amidst chaos caused by guards and prisoners. After killing the person, the mob, unwilling to stop, threatened to wipe out the entire team, with the Qin family, who had received special treatment, being the first to face danger. By then, she was gravely ill, with a persistent cough similar to the symptoms of the plague. Many in the Qin family avoided her. Qin Juanxian's siblings were entrusted by Qin Jani to take care of her, but were strongly opposed by Pei Shi. Qin Junyu was also kept away by the fourth old master, who feared that his only remaining son might leave him too. Sin Yi, claiming she could not pass her illness to the old lady, watched coldly from the side. It was Qin Jani who, despite suffering from a severe injury that caused her unbearable pain with every movement, personally took care of her and encouraged her to stay strong and never give up. Driven by her instinct to survive and his encouragement, she held on, unwilling to give up her life. At that time, faced with threats from the mob, Zhong Wei's authority was overpowered by their strong desire to survive, and he was unable to stop everything. Pei Shi strongly advocated handing her over, claiming it would help her find relief. Meanwhile, the old lady Qin, exhausted physically and mentally, remained silent. The fourth old master, who usually aligned with the old lady, also kept silent. Sin Yi was delighted to see this. However, Qin Junxian and Qin Junyu, the brothers, firmly opposed and scolded the mob, asserting that she had fallen ill before leaving Beijing and that it was not a plague. But the aggressive mob did not listen. Angered, Qin Jani summoned the hidden guards to slaughter all the mob members, without leaving a single one alive. Perhaps because of this display of protective strength, a well-planned large-scale assassination was later carried out. Wanwan, what are you thinking? Qin Jani saw her sitting silently for a long time, with a look of distant sadness in her eyes, and couldn't help but worry. Su Yunwan's emotions were still lost in distant memories, and she said simply, summing up her past suffering and journey through the end times, "It's better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes than to support each other through hardship." Qin Jani was deeply shocked, suddenly enduring the pain, sat up from the bed, and tightly grasped her arm with her iron claws.
What do you mean by that?
Su Yunwan was suddenly struck, and her thoughts finally detached from her memories. She stammered, "I only thought of this story from Zhuangzi, and I had no other meaning." After speaking, she quickly stood up and helped Qin Jani. "You just had surgery. You shouldn't get up. Lie down properly." Qin Jani lay back on the bed, his gaze fixed intently. Surgery? It's when a doctor treats a patient's body. Su Yunwan hurriedly corrected herself after accidentally using a term from the apocalypse. Qin Jani felt suspicious, but set it aside, his mind repeatedly echoing his wife's lament about living in the rivers and lakes. So, to this day, she naturally didn't see herself as a member of the Qin family wife. This suspicion was like poison, slowly eating away at Qin Jani's insides, making him close his eyes in pain. Su Yunwan mistakenly thought he suddenly got up and pulled at his wound, so she took out a silk handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. In the quiet, Su Yunwan recalled the earthquake, trying to find out when and where it happened. But the lost memories had already merged, blurred by the passage of time. Plus, the exile back then was dark and endless, with only day after day of suffering left, making it truly hard to remember the exact time. Both of them kept their thoughts to themselves, silent until the Pei mother and daughter came back from washing dishes. Pei did the same as Tsinyi, using breaking dishes as a way to vent her emotions. The old lady was furious and ordered Pei to pay 3 times the market price as punishment. Pei, who valued money highly, refused to accept and insisted she didn't do it on purpose. Qin Juanxian's siblings' efforts to mediate were mixed in, turning the scene into chaos. Su Yunwan wanted to leave but was stopped by Qin Jani, who grabbed her wrist. Someone, Wu Xiaohan, waiting by the carriage, immediately got in, lifted the curtain, and saluted obediently. Qin Jani, no longer showing weakness or retreat, spoke sharply. Give my order. The madam deliberately damaged public property. This is especially bad. She will be fined 3 months silver as punishment. If she causes more trouble, she will be confined in the carriage. Wu Xiaohan looked up in surprise, but seeing the master's cold glance, he immediately bowed and replied, Yes, sir. He stepped out of the carriage, walked between the old lady Qin and the madam, and stood tall and proud. The master has spoken. The madam. Before he finished, Pei immediately shouted angrily and rushed toward the carriage. Rebel child. How dare you treat me like this? Wu Xiaohan reached out and grabbed her arm to stop her. He turned sideways and threatened, Do you want to be confined now? Let me go. Pei struggled and shouted in pain. I want to talk to my son. What are you, to block me? Qin Junxian quickly stepped forward to hold his mother back and urged Wu Xiaohan to let go. Wu Xiaohan glanced at him, released Mrs. Pei, and coldly said, Watch over the madam. Don't disturb the master's peace. Mrs. Pei was about to protest, but Qin Junxian hurriedly stopped her. Mother, if my elder brother takes things seriously, he always keeps his word. You don't want your daily life to be confined in a small carriage, do you? He dares. Mrs. Pei yelled hysterically. I pity his serious injury and didn't discipline him, but he dares to defy me like this. I'll beat him to death. You all, cover her mouth and take her onto the back carriage. Never let her see Igor again. The old madam remembered the times when her grandson was suppressed by Mrs. Pei, and she was furious, wishing she could tear her apart. She shouted at the shadow guards. The shadow guards looked at Wu Xiaohan, saw him nod slightly, then stepped forward quickly. Qin Rulin immediately raised her hand to stop the guards. Don't hurt my mother. Then she turned and cried out to the carriage, Big brother, what's wrong? This is our mother. Su Yunwan bent down and stepped out of the carriage, calmly glancing at her, pin her mute point, and send her onto the last carriage. Guard her round the clock. If she resists, there will be casualties. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Xiaohan used to press Mrs. Pei's mute point, then looked at Qin Junxian, who clenched his fists in anger, and asked, Should we do it, or will you? Fearing they might hurt their mother with rough actions, Qin Junxian could only endure his sadness and send her onto the carriage they were riding. Qin Rulin wiped her tears and followed, but behind her, Su Yunwan's voice came, Anyone who dares cause trouble again will be severely punished. She staggered, nearly falling to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. Qin Junxian told his sister to take good care of their mother, then rushed to see his elder brother. When he reached the carriage, Wu Xiaohan stopped him. The master is resting and won't see anyone. Qin Junxian had no choice but to turn around and ask Su Yunwan. At that moment, Su Yunwan was called by old Madame Qin to sit beside her. Hearing Qin Junxian's urgent question, she replied with a faint smile, "What kind of shock did your elder brother suffer? Why has he suddenly changed so much? Isn't that a good thing?" She asked back with a smile, though she also felt puzzled. Qin Jani had always been obedient to Mrs. Pei, so it was hard to imagine he could act like this one day. It was almost too good to be true. The old madam clapped her hands and said, "That's how it should be. This is the style of our Qin family head. Junxian, don't take your brother's deep feelings and kindness for granted. If your mother keeps acting so outrageously, she'll become a family trouble sooner or later." Prince Qin Xian softly argued, "Grandmother, you are being too harsh. My mother is just a simple woman. Marry a virtuous wife. An unworthy one can ruin 3 generations," the old lady lectured. "Can you honestly say your mother is a good wife and mother?" Qin Xian had no answer and could only turn around to comfort his mother. The old lady then proceeded to discipline the other wives and asked Su Yunwan if she understood the family rules and laws. She wanted her to govern strictly so Qin Jani wouldn't have to worry about household affairs. Su Yunwan looked at the submissive members of the other wives and nodded in agreement. The only difficult person in the Qin family was the cautious Mrs. Pei. Now that Qin Jani was no longer controlled by her, things became much easier. Anyone who dared cause trouble would either be beaten into submission or locked up in a carriage until they obeyed. Who would dare to act recklessly? After resting, the team was about to set out again. Qin Xian and his sister were pulled aside by Mrs. Pei, who silently signaled them to stay. "Mother, we'll go down and tell grandmother," they said. Mrs. Pei had no choice but to let them go, watching them leave with a mix of anger and fear. If their eldest son intended to seek revenge, she wondered if she could still have a peaceful life. When Qin Xian and his sister told the old lady, they immediately faced opposition. "No. Let your mother reflect on her actions. Lan, you stay with me in the same carriage. As for Brother Xian," Su Yunwan quickly suggested, "let them ride with me and Ziyuan. We can buy another carriage when we reach the next town." The nearby bodyguard, Shi, bowed and said, "Young lady, the master needs rest. Maybe the second young masters can ride horses, and we can walk." Concerned about the health of the eldest grandson, the old lady nodded immediately. "That's settled." Su Yunwan agreed, and then turned to get into the carriage. As usual, they laid wooden planks for a rest. Qin Jani watched her get on the carriage, his gaze never leaving her. Once she was settled, he asked softly, "Wanwan, did I scare you? What do you think?" Su Yunwan turned to the side with a bright smile. Qin Jani's gloomy mood lifted, and his eyes filled with gentle affection. His devoted look made Su Yunwan feel a flutter in her heart. She leaned forward and gently kissed the corner of his lips, saying, "I have a gift for you to encourage you." Qin Jani turned and hugged her tightly, kissing her nose softly. He asked in a hushed voice, "What kind of gift?" "You'll find out tomorrow night," Su Yunwan teased, then gestured for him to loosen his hold. "It's too hot, I can't take it." Qin Jani had no choice but to follow her. He watched his wife, who kept her distance to avoid being overwhelmed by her body heat. He secretly thought that he should have restrained his family members earlier, as Wanwan had suffered many annoyances and unfair treatment without knowing it. Fortunately, it was still possible to fix everything. By evening, the exile team arrived at a remote official inn for the night. This place was far from the busy capital and had fewer rules. As long as they paid, the innkeeper allowed the prisoners to stay in the guest rooms. Su Yunwan completed the procedures and told the shadow guards to look after Mrs. Pei. Only when Qin Jani moved to the guest room did Mrs. Pei get out of the carriage. Several hours had passed since the point when her mute point was unlocked, and she could speak again. She cursed and angrily went to settle accounts with Qin Jani. When she reached the door, she was stopped by a shadow guard named Shi. She shouted through the door, "Brother Yi, I just want to ask you one thing. Do you still recognize me as your mother?" Hearing her mother's voice outside, Qin Jani's face darkened. "Let her in." Mrs. Pei looked arrogantly at Shi and then stepped inside, lifting her skirt. In the guest room, Su Yunwan sat by the bed, while Wu Xiaohan voluntarily moved to the center of the room. As Mrs. Pei passed by, Wu Xiaohan reached out to stop her. If you have something to say it here. Brother Yi, do you really want to disown me? Mrs. Pei stomped angrily. Qin Jani's attitude was cold as frost. You will always be my mother, but I am now grown up and married. You don't need to worry about me anymore. If your spirit needs comfort, go recite scriptures and pray for your father. What do you mean? Mrs. Pei was shocked and pale. If you need, I can build a family shrine. I don't need that. Mrs. Pei interrupted him loudly, her face full of fear as she turned to leave. She had clearly understood her eldest son's attitude and felt heartbroken. At the same time, she secretly decided to keep her younger son close, never letting him lose faith in her. As for the rebellious and troublesome eldest son, she thought it was better not to care about him anymore. If Su Yunwan knew her true feelings, she would silently applaud and light a candle for Qin Jani. Seeing Mrs. Pei retreat in defeat, she couldn't help but give Qin Jani and Wu Xiaohan a thumbs up. Wu Xiaohan's mouth twitched, almost losing control of his expression. If it were another woman, seeing her husband treat his own mother like this, she would surely worry about her own position. Only this extraordinary wife could be happy to see and hear all this, not fearing her husband's sudden coldness. After all, before this, her master was gentle and humble in front of his family, especially towards the eldest lady, always tolerant and respectful, a true model of filial piety. This sudden and unexpected change startled both the guard who had served the master for many years and she, making them afraid to act recklessly again. However, she, a woman who had known the master for less than a month, was completely unafraid. Her heart was truly strong. After silently reciting his thoughts, Su Yunwan looked out the window at the sky and began planning her night's outing. At midnight, the inn was silent and still. In one of the guest rooms, a candle flickered in the breeze. Under the dim light, Qin Jani moved in his sleep, but suddenly woke up, feeling something was wrong. He looked around and saw that his wife, whom he had been holding, was gone, replaced by a bed of blankets. He quickly propped himself up on his elbow and called out, "Someone come." "Master." Wu Xiaohan appeared from the shadows and knelt down to report. The young lady said she had something to do and left alone about half an hour ago. She told you not to worry and that she would be back before dawn. Qin Jani asked hurriedly, "Did you send anyone to protect her?" "No," Wu Xiaohan replied, head bowed. In fact, before leaving, Su Yunwan had strongly refused to take anyone with her, and they had a fierce argument over it. His master had been given a calming potion before sleep and was not awakened. Hearing this, Qin Jani's anger flared up. She doesn't want anyone to follow her? You wouldn't stay close? I'm useless, Wu Xiaohan admitted, feeling ashamed. He also found it hard to believe. With his lightness skill, he was among the best, and only a few could surpass him. Who exactly was this young lady? At this moment, Su Yunwan's mental strength was fully activated. She kept appearing in remote mountains and deep forests until she reached the highest peaks where the energy of heaven and earth was strongest. Then she stopped. She nodded with satisfaction, sat cross-legged, and held her breath, focusing her mind. As she inhaled and exhaled, her inner supernatural power gradually grew stronger and recovered. Time quietly passed, and the surrounding spiritual energy carried a faint warmth. Su Yunwan suddenly opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the heat. She saw thick smoke rising in the mountain valley, with faint red and yellow lights flickering. It was on fire? She quickly moved to a nearby hilltop and looked down. Sure enough, it was burning. The valley was filled with rocks of various sizes, and the flames were devouring a row of wooden houses. Many people were there fighting the fire. Some wore official armor, some dressed as guards, and others in rough cloth and... What was most strange was that all the people in rough cloth and were young men and women. From their looks and figures, it was clear they had once been handsome and beautiful. Looking around, she discovered a wide, carved-out mountain cave. Is this a mining area? Su Yunwan became interested and quickly slipped inside the cave. Inside, it was very dark. Su Yunwan lit a fire stick and moved further in. Under the faint light, she saw many piles of ore, probably raw minerals that hadn't yet been transported. Because the light was weak, the minerals looked similar to ordinary rocks. After exploring the area, Su Yunwan went to other places. She found equipment for grinding, washing, and smelting and finally understood what kind of mineral it was. In a secret room at the last step, high-purity gold bars were stacked into mountains, shining brightly in the firelight. Su Yunwan felt happy. This was a big surprise. She waved her hand and stored many gold bars into her space. The scene was chaotic, like a swarm of locusts passing through, leaving nothing behind. After collecting all the finished products, she clapped her hands, ready to go out and see what was happening. Passing by a house with a large open window, she saw a big table with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. She paused, pushed the door open, and went inside. It looked like an office, with tables, chairs, and many cabinets holding documents. Su Yunwan casually looked around, and her smile grew wider. This was the private mine of the emperor's pet. The young men and women dressed plainly were actually servants and favorites discarded by the noble family. The private followers of the noble were more loyal than ordinary people, making them good workers for the mine. If they made mistakes and the supervisor wanted to keep them, they would be punished and made to work in the mine, like exile, staying there for months. If the owner came to pick them up, the exile would end, and everything would be fine. But if the owner didn't show up after half a year, it meant they were abandoned and became slaves in the mine forever. Being discarded and forgotten like this was common for those who were toys of the powerful. After learning this, Su Yunwan decided to take everything, equipment and semi-finished products, into her space. The night patrol officers saw the equipment suddenly disappear and shouted loudly, "Come quickly. Something is wrong." Fellow officers and soldiers arrived one after another and, seeing the scene, their pupils shrank sharply. "Quick! Someone is stealing from the gold mine." Soon, all the soldiers and patrol officers held torches, forming a long line winding through the valley, searching carefully. At this moment, Su Yunwan had moved to the initial exploration cave. After collecting the raw ore on the ground, she gazed at the mountain wall in deep thought. Could she move the entire mine away? Let's try. Su Yunwan first used her wood element supernatural power, using plant roots to investigate the mineral composition beneath the vegetation. Then she moved to the cliff on the back mountain, where the gold content was highest. She stepped back 2 paces, gathered her energy with both hands, and pushed forward. A huge burst of supernatural power shot toward the mountain wall. Instantly, rocks shattered, and the ground trembled. In the valley, people no longer cared about extinguishing fires or catching suspects. They scrambled chaotically. What's happening? Did the mine collapse? The earth dragon turned over.
Run.
Don't run around. Everyone moved down the mountain. Everyone hurried down to the foot of the mountain. Many looked back and saw the mountain collapse, their hearts filled with fear. The miners, dressed in rough clothes, cried and laughed at the same time, feeling a strange mixture of emotions. On the back mountain, just before the entire mountain collapsed, Su Yunwan used her remaining supernatural power to teleport several miles away. She had almost emptied the entire mountain of ore. Su Yunwan sat heavily on a rock exposed on the surface, wiping sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. Thinking about how the Dog Emperor would react upon hearing the news, she couldn't help but giggle happily. And recalling the gift she promised to give someone, she stopped feeling joyful and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly replenishing her supernatural energy. It wasn't until a bird's cry broke the silence that she regained her focus. At this moment, dawn was beginning to break in the sky. The earth was hazy, like a silver-gray veil covering everything. The sleeping creatures in the forest were waking up, and occasional sounds could be heard. It was time to go back. Just as she was about to leave, suddenly, from the lush, green forest, a burst of shouting and scolding erupted. Birds on the trees were startled and flew away. "Woman, Where do you think you're running? Dare to escape? I'll break your legs. Was that fire you set? Under the man's curses, sounds of fists and feet hitting, along with short, painful groans from a woman, echoed intermittently. There is something new and shocking. These women have long been mistreated by many villains. Even if they are no longer fresh, they are still beautiful women. Don't forget, they once served royal ladies. Several men talked freely, their greedy eyes scanning the woman lying on the ground whose face was hidden. The strong man called Master moved, loosening his belt and straddling the woman. Her outer garment was torn apart forcefully, revealing a red undergarment.
Oh!
The onlookers cheered loudly, their wolf-like eyes fixed on the red clothing. They didn't realize their voices masked the rustling sounds from the jungle behind them, where several vines like snakes slithered closer. Suddenly, something wrapped around his ankles, and as he looked down, he was pulled into the forest.
Ah!
Along with her scream, there was the painful cry of the man who had been biting her neck and was now being hurt.
Dare to die.
The man harshly grabbed her throat. When she winced in pain and struggled to breathe, he raised his hand angrily. Just as he was about to strike, a strong sense of danger flashed in his mind. He moved faster than thought, rolled aside, and saw a thorny vine attack the spot he had just occupied. After missing, the vine retracted into the jungle and disappeared. Only then did he notice that his subordinates had vanished, leaving behind drag marks. He quickly drew his sword and stood alert, shouting, "Who's there? Come out!" But instead of an answer, he heard desperate screams nearby. He ignored the woman and ran toward the sound, but he was too late. In front of him, a colleague lay motionless on the ground, a large sharp spear piercing through his chest. As he looked closer, another scream came from a different direction. When he arrived, he saw the same deadly scene. The man stepped back a few paces, abandoning his fallen comrades, and ran in the direction he came from. But Su Yunwan, full of murderous intent, would not let him go. What awaited him was the same fate as the others. After killing the last person, Su Yunwan looked at the sky, knowing he couldn't delay any longer. The woman under the tree slowly stood up. Despite being injured and humiliated, she did not fall. She silently counted the screams in her heart. After the last one, she looked around and shouted, "Thank you, hero, for saving me. I have no way to repay you. I wish to follow you for 3 years at your command." Su Yunwan felt a sudden urge. The Qin family was in need of servants, but the future road was full of danger and conflict. "If my benefactor does not mind a young girl following, I brought some gold from the mine as a small token of thanks," the woman said. Seeing no response, she untied her bag. Inside, there were various-sized gold bars, worth a lot. The woman hesitated briefly, then picked up a small gold bar. "Please forgive me, benefactor. I will keep one to buy a household registration and travel permit. The rest is yours." After saying that, she retied her bag, placed it under a big tree, and hobbled away toward the sunrise. Su Yunwan saw that she was truly leaving without looking back, not scheming, but genuinely heading away, pretending to leave while secretly hiding and waiting for others to appear. She jumped down from the tree, picked up the bag, and shook it. It was quite heavy. If nothing unexpected happened, these gold pieces were secretly hidden by her during her hard work, risking her life. With her status, she desperately needed money to make her way forward. It was brave of her to give away almost all her belongings.
Ah!
A short cry of surprise came from the direction where the woman had gone. Su Yunwan slung the bag on her back and hurried after her. Maybe the morning dew made the ground slippery, or she was exhausted. As the woman went downhill, she accidentally fell and rolled down. She hit a pine tree and stopped rolling, but she fainted from the impact. Su Yunwan stepped forward to check her injuries. Luckily, she was not seriously hurt inside. Only then did the woman's face become visible. She was exceptionally beautiful, with graceful eyebrows, smooth skin like Ningzhi, and a natural charm and delicacy. This deep mountain, far from the noise of the world, would be impossible to leave on foot in just a few days and nights. If she left the mountain, she might be caught by pursuers or attacked by wild animals, with little chance of survival. No, she had to save her completely. Su Yunwan helped the woman up, identified the direction, and activated her special abilities. Soon, they arrived on a small hill outside the city wall of Suan County. Su Yunwan laid the woman on the ground, looked at the bruises and cuts visible through her torn clothes, and took out a cotton coat and a bottle of healing ointment from her space, placing them beside her. As for the bag with the gold bars, she took one medium-sized gold bar as a reward. She had gained a lot from this trip and didn't lack gold. But accepting this reward also marked the end of their debt, so the woman wouldn't have to worry, and she could start a new life. Su Yunwan pushed a wake-up pill into her mouth. When she twitched her eyelids and was about to wake up, she instantly teleported away. By this time, some time had passed since dawn. The prisoners in the inn had all gotten up and were gathering in the front yard, ready to leave. Qin Jani watched his mother and younger sister climb onto their grandmother's carriage without any obstruction from their grandmother or the shadow guards, and he secretly relaxed. But when he looked at the empty carriage nearby, his worry grew. Why hasn't his older brother come out yet? He turned back to the inn and quickly went upstairs. Qin Jani's door was still tightly closed. Shadow 16 and another shadow guard were standing guard at the door. "Brother, it's time to go," Qin Jani called out loudly from behind the door. This door, besides the shadow guards, no one else had entered this morning, not even his grandmother. The excuse given was that his older brother had a frightening dream last night and needed to rest. If it weren't for the loyalty of their shadow guards, and if his brother had responded a few more times, Qin Jani would have suspected something was wrong inside. In fact, something had indeed happened in the guest room. Su Yunwan had not returned on time. Qin Jani, who had been awake until dawn, was lying against the head of the bed, clutching the sheets with veins bulging on the back of his hand. Wu Xiaohan stood by the window, looking worriedly into the distance. When he heard Qin Juanqian's voice, he turned to look at his master. Qin Jani said, "Tell Zhongwei that my injury has flared up and I can't move. Let them go ahead first." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Jani anxiously called out at the door, "Brother, how is your body? Let me come in and check." The shadow guard at the door was tense, ready to prevent him from breaking in. "I'm fine, just giving Zhongwei an explanation. You and your family should leave first," Qin Jani replied. "Brother, just let me take a quick look." "I'll listen to you," Qin Jani begged urgently, unable to rest assured. Qin Jani felt frustrated inside. If he let his younger brother in, he would realize Wanwan wasn't there. With his way of thinking, he didn't know where his thoughts would drift. But sending him away like this was also difficult. At that moment, Zhong Wei's voice came from outside. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" And through the window, a figure climbed in. Wanwan had finally returned. After Su Yunwan landed, seeing the worry in Qin Jani's eyes, she felt a bit guilty and moved toward the table. Her tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and her body went soft, almost falling. Wu Xiaohan quickly reached out and caught her. Su Yunwan simply took advantage of his hand to walk over to a chair and sit down. As soon as she let go of Wu Xiaohan's hand, he instinctively poured tea and served water. Su Yunwan took a few sips, gradually calming down. Earlier, she was mining secretly, then attacking soldiers, and even teleporting several hundred miles with others. Her special abilities consumed a lot of energy. Normally, her powers could recover slowly on their own. She wanted to finish her most important tasks on the exile route as quickly as possible, so she went into the deep mountains and forests where the spiritual energy was strongest at night. However, things didn't go as planned. Due to 2 accidents, mining and rescuing someone, her abilities didn't increase, but decreased instead. Still, she didn't regret it. Private mining opportunities are rare, and she wouldn't let go of anything that belonged to her. As for rescuing people, as a woman, she couldn't ignore such violence if she had the strength and resources to help. Even in the past apocalypse journey, she never lost her basic humanity. When she saw injustice, she would help if she could protect herself. But if someone exploited her kindness or used moral pressure, she would make them suffer the consequences and wouldn't let herself be taken advantage of. Qin Jani looked at his wife, whose hair was messy and face pale, feeling deep concern. But now wasn't the time to talk. Outside the door, Qin Junxian was negotiating with Zhong Wei, asking the Qin family to move back a step. Zhong Wei, being an official, naturally refused. Qin Junxian tried to persuade with emotion and offered benefits, but Zhong Wei still didn't agree. Just as Zhong Wei sounded the alarm, the door opened. Qin Junxian rushed in immediately, seeing his brother's dark circles and pale face, and asked with concern, "Brother, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"Let's go," he replied. Wu Xiaohan took out a stretcher and, with Qin Junxian, helped Qin Jani onto it. Just as they were about to lift him, Qin Jani gave a quick signal. He immediately called for Shadow 16 to carry him while he and another officer packed their things. Finally, he went to Su Yunwan, walking at the end with her, to prevent her from collapsing from exhaustion. The group arrived at the front yard. The Qin family members, who hadn't yet boarded the car, came forward to ask about Qin Jani's condition. Qin Jani looked tired, but responded briefly before getting into the carriage. They also noticed that Su Yunwan looked unwell and asked her with concern. Thinking about the conversation Qin Junxian had with Zhong Wei earlier, she quickly lied, "I was just taking care of Ziyuan. I didn't sleep all night. I'll rest on the carriage." Inside the carriage, Qin Jani. The secret guards. After getting on the carriage, Su Yunwan received a teasing look from Qin Jani. She couldn't help but smile. Then she took out some breakfast she had packed, ate her fill, and lay down to rest. Qin Jani was lying on his side, gently brushing aside the hair covering Su Yunwan's eyes, and softly asked, "Are you hurt?" "No," Su Yunwan, also lying down, chuckled softly, wrapping his hand in hers and playing with it. "Sorry to worry you." Qin Jani felt the warmth of her hand and shook his head. "Did something happen?" "It's just a small matter. It's all over now." To avoid further questions, Su Yunwan added, "I'm exhausted and want to sleep." Qin Jani knew she was avoiding the truth, but still worried about her health. "All right, go ahead and rest." Since she didn't want to talk, he wouldn't ask anymore. As long as she returned safely to his side, that was enough. After half a day of rest, Su Yunwan's spirits improved. After lunch, she took a long nap, and by evening, she was feeling much better. At that time, the exile team entered Suan County, still some distance from the city. Seeing the city gates about to close, Zhong Wei decided to find an inn outside the city to stay. Currently, every city has tall, thick city walls. The city gates, as the first line of defense, are guarded day and night. No matter the weather, once evening comes, the gates must be closed to prevent people from sneaking in at night. They only reopen the gates the next morning at the designated time. If travelers miss the evening entry and don't have special passes like messengers, they have no choice but to find a place outside to stay overnight. Where there is demand, there is business. Outside the county, there are two larger inns on either side of the main road. One is bustling with noise, while the other is nearly empty, creating a sharp contrast. Because their group was large, Zhong Wei chose the quieter inn. After settling in, Su Yunwan inquired and learned that the busier inn across the street offered not only basic food and lodging but also entertainment and leisure services. Gambling, auctions, private entertainers. The business was diverse but popular. Many guests from that inn had gone to the other side to have fun, which made the business there seem lively. Even the patrol officers, after getting Zhong Wei's approval, went in groups to enjoy themselves across the street. In the room, Su Yunwan looked out the window at the opposite inn and stretched lazily. "Lying all day makes my back and waist sore. Come here. I'll give you a massage." Qin Jani sat on the bed, looking at his relaxed wife with a faint smile in his eyes. Suddenly, Su Yunwan had an idea. Maybe I should go to the other inn and find a charming lady to relax my muscles. Qin Jani's face darkened.
No.
Why not? If you need, I can also find a little helper. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yunwan shivered with disgust. Qin Jani was even more angry and made a move to get out of bed to catch her. Su Yunwan hurried forward to stop him.
I'm joking.
Whoever takes it seriously will lose. Qin Jani ignored his injury and took the opportunity to press her down. You think this is a joke? Su Yunwan moved her restrained hands and smiled softly, begging, I'm sorry. I won't say anything silly again. Knowing you're wrong isn't enough.
You need to remember it, he said.
As soon as he finished, Qin Jani leaned down and gently bit her shoulder. After a whole night of worry and fear, and a full day, the feeling still hadn't completely gone away. He really wanted to leave his mark on his wife, so she would remember him wherever she went and come back to him. Even though he didn't bite hard, Su Yunwan still cried out in surprise. Startled, Qin Jani quickly released her to check. He saw a faint tooth mark on her smooth, fair shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, the world spun suddenly, and they changed positions. Su Yunwan flipped him onto the bed. Sitting up, Su Yunwan shouted, If you dare bite me, just wait and see. I'll bite back. Qin Jani smiled gently, unbuttoned his shirt at the shoulder, and with a deep, seductive voice, said, Come. Come on, then. Su Yunwan responded with a playful, punishing bite. Qin Jani let out a sharp sound but immediately relaxed his muscles to avoid hurting her with his teeth. Su Yunwan licked the blood that had come out of her skin and looked up at him. You asked for it. Now we're even. Qin Jani was stirred deeply, and seeing the faint red on her lips, his passion suddenly exploded. Not finished yet. He reached out, grasped her slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and turned over, kissing her lips. His tongue lightly traced her soft lips, sometimes gentle and teasing, sometimes demanding and fierce. A tingling electric current quickly spread through his body. She was lost in the moment, dancing in their intimacy, until she felt a burning sensation from something hot pressing against her, making her feel pain. Su Yunwan broke free from his hold and smiled softly. Back at the inn's kitchen, Wu Xiaohan carried a tray with 2 bowls of rice and several exquisite dishes upstairs to deliver the meal. The guard, Shi, had stepped back a few steps from the door. Hearing the noise, he turned and raised his finger at Wu Xiaohan. Wu Xiaohan paused, uncertain whether to go or stay, then turned and headed to the room where the shadow guards were resting, with the tray in hand. Brother Wu, how can I trouble you to deliver the meal? The shadow guard, Shi, grinned playfully. Wu Xiaohan chuckled and scolded, Go ahead. Make your own if you want to eat. Everyone laughed, then noticed that he was carrying enough food for 2 people and immediately understood it was for the master. Shi, the loyal servant, offered Wu Xiaohan a cup of tea and whispered, Brother Wu, what's the background of the young lady? Last night, the young lady disappeared for half the night. He was sent to the place where she was missing to wait. But he waited from night to morning and didn't see her shadow. Instead, his companion came to tell him she had returned. This young lady is very mysterious and unpredictable. Wu Xiaohan put down the tray and took the tea without politeness. After a small sip, he looked at her and said, You dare to ask about the lady's affairs? Hee. I just want to serve the lady better, Shi replied with a smile. If I accidentally offend her, my life might be in danger. Wu Xiaohan snorted softly, and the other shadow guards stepped forward to ask questions. Just remember one thing, Wu Xiaohan paused, seeing everyone listening carefully. Offending the master might not be a big problem. But if you offend the young lady, even if she doesn't mind, the master will not forgive you. Understood. Shi and the guards nodded, looking thoughtful. When delivering the food again, Wu Xiaohan carefully arranged everything, then stepped back. Su Yunwan had already tidied her messy clothes. Only her cheeks, flushed with red, and her slightly swollen lips still showed signs of her earlier foolishness. She stared at the food, weighing her supernatural abilities. Better to wait a few days before sending the gift. After they finished eating, Su Yunwan took her usual bath and changed clothes. But after the meal, her mood had subtly changed, no longer calm and composed, but restless. Before sleeping, she leaned on Qin Jani's arm and Dong Qiqi. The gift from yesterday had an accident. I'm not ready yet. Did you go out last night just for this? Qin Jani's expression became serious as he looked at her closely. After getting a confirmed answer, He immediately said, I don't want any gifts. Please don't go out alone again, okay? Su Yunwan was used to going alone, so she found it hard to agree. Seeing her silent, Qin Jani's eyes showed a hint of pain. Now, enemies are everywhere. If something happens to you, what should I do? I can only promise you I won't risk myself lightly, she replied, stepping back. Qin Jani knew early on that his wife was a very determined woman, but he still felt a twisted obsession, holding her tightly in his arms, wishing to merge her into his very bones and blood. Words can deceive, but body reactions cannot lie. Her heartbeat was rapid and heavy, filled with passionate love. This intense feeling made Su Yunwan both happy and confused. She clearly sensed that some parts of her life were close to losing control, but she couldn't tell if it was good or bad. She could only follow her heart and sleep embraced by her husband. Oh. As the hour of the ox struck, the rooster in the backyard crowed for the first time. Su Yunwan was trapped in a nightmare, feeling half awake and half asleep, unable to shout or move. Yuan. The worried call in her ear helped her finally break free from the sleep paralysis and open her eyes. Anxiety and tension filled her heart, making her feel like her heartbeat might burst out of her chest. Qin Jani held her tightly. Did you have a nightmare? Su Yunwan remembered her dream, which showed scenes of natural disasters and chaos from her past life's exile journey. Unlike before, Qin Jani was a victim because of his physical disability. The fear and despair lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Suddenly, Su Yunwan sat up and took out a bottle of anesthetic powder. This is the gift I want to give you. Do you want to accept it now? Qin Jani's pupils widened suddenly. Was he finally going to get rid of that last bone nail? But when he turned to see Su Yunwan's pale face and cold sweat, he only held her hand with the medicine bottle and softly asked, Tell me first, what did you dream about? Su Yunwan hesitated, unsure how to start. Recently, she often felt a mysterious force controlling her. She knew that revealing certain secrets could bring backlash. Since she couldn't speak of the impending disaster, she shook her head and said, I don't remember. It was probably something bad. It's okay. Dreams are usually the opposite. Qin Jani wiped the sweat from her face. But I want you to get rid of the bone nail as soon as possible and then work on rehabilitation to see if you can regain your martial skills, Su Yunwan said urgently. She was determined not to let nightmares invade her reality. No need to rush. Qin Jani noticed her strange behavior and decided to wait until she recovered. Su Yunwan narrowed her eyes. Don't you believe me? Of course I do. At this point, Qin Jani no longer hesitated. He unscrewed the bottle and drank the contents, then asked, Should I call my brother over? Su Yunwan shook her head. Don't wake the others in the house. Let's call him Xiao Wu or Shi Yi. Seeing Su Yunwan nod, Qin Jani softly called out, Come here. The door was still closed, and Xiao Hanwu quietly entered, as he was on night duty. Later, pull out the bone nails. You listened to Wanwan's instructions. Sitting on his knees and listening, Wu Xiaohan suddenly looked up, worried and asking, Master, is there any danger? Shi Yi didn't tell others about the previous 2 times he pulled out the bone nails, including Wu Xiaohan. It's okay, Su Yunwan explained. The medicine was taking effect, and Qin Jani didn't have time to say more before falling into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Wu Xiaohan quickly called out, Master, he has taken the anesthesia and lost consciousness. Go and take off his shirt, Su Yunwan instructed, then turned to get tools from her space. Meanwhile, in a servant's room downstairs, 5 or 6 people with shackles quietly opened the door and slipped into the backyard without making a sound. On the 2nd floor, Wu Xiaohan suppressed his shock and doubts, then went out to call another shadow guard to watch over the door. He returned to the room and carefully removed Qin Jani's shirt. On Qin Jani's back, 4 white bandages wrapped separately, leaving only the topmost bone nail. Under the dim candlelight, it emitted a chilling glow. His breathing suddenly paused, and his normally steady and strong hand trembled slightly.
Could it be?
Yes, Su Yunwan knew what he meant and approached with tools, smiling softly. Only Qin Junxian and Shi Yi know about this.
Keep it secret.
I will. Wu Xiaohan's eyes filled with warmth, full of gratitude and surprise as he looked at Su Yunwan. As for Yi, who already knew but hadn't told him, Wu Xiaohan felt no resentment. In fact, he praised it in his heart. That's how it should be. Su Yunwan prepared for the operation, looking at Qin Jani lying on the bed, feeling emotional. As long as she could successfully remove the last bone nail, he would gradually regain his health. Her man, of course, couldn't be weak or frail, suffering from lingering illness. However, tonight was destined to be restless. Just as she activated her powers to shatter the second petal-shaped iron piece, a piercing scream suddenly split the quiet night sky. Something had happened at the inn across the street. In just a moment, the area became as noisy as a busy market. Halfway through the operation, she couldn't stop, or the shattered iron pieces would lose control and cut into the nerves inside the bones. At best, it would cause paralysis. At worst, it could be fatal. This was also why no one before had succeeded. Even if they could rely on internal strength to shatter the iron pieces, they couldn't control them precisely enough to avoid damaging the meridians until they were removed from the body. The helpful Wu Xiaohan softly said, "I'll go set up the defenses." Su Yunwan blinked slightly, focused on controlling the foreign object inside her body, and nodded in response. Wu Xiaohan just opened the door when he heard loud noises from the inn. Most people were awakened by the sharp screams, including the Qin family members. He quickly returned to the room where the shadow guards were staying and ordered, "Everyone enter level 1 alert. Guard the master's room, and do not let anyone enter." Yes. The shadow guards automatically dispersed to the door, roof, and backyard, guarding from all sides. When Qin Junxian stepped out of his room, he saw the guards rushing out in full force and immediately asked, "What happened?" Wu Xiaohan's face was serious and cold as he said, "It seems there was an incident at the neighboring inn, but do not let anyone rush into the master's room." After speaking, he looked at Qin Junxian with deep meaning and blinked. Qin Junxian thought of a possibility and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to go to his older brother's room, he heard the door open behind him. Pei's family ran out, not dressed properly, clutching his hand tightly. "Xianji, mother is scared. Come guard mother and your sister." Qin Junxian was caught in a dilemma and could only look at Wu Xiaohan. Seeing him nod slightly, he embraced Pei's family and returned to the room. The father and son of the fourth household also woke up, saw the situation, and followed to protect the women in the ladies' room. Since the incident where Pei's family was kidnapped last time, everyone was on high alert, determined not to let their family fall into enemy hands again. Wu Xiaohan finished his arrangements and returned to his room to continue assisting. Just as Su Yunwan was about to insert the last piece of iron, preparing to work together to remove the bone nail and extract the iron ring, loud footsteps sounded outside. Zhong Wei led many guards to break into the rooms on the second floor for inspection. After a few moments, Zhong Wei personally approached this room's door and politely said, "Please come in and report. We need to check the number of people." "Please wait a moment." The shadow guard stepped inside and saw the scene inside, immediately stunned, speechless. Outside, Qin Junxian, from the youth group, hurried out to deal with Zhong Wei. "Master Zhong, what's going on? Why are you suddenly checking the rooms?" Zhong Wei's expression was tight, as he kept a close eye on Qin Junxian, not missing any subtle expression on his face. The two new guards added to Weinan Prefecture last time have died.
How could that be?
Qin Junxian was shocked and, seeing Zhong Wei's suspicious look, quickly tried to clear his name. "It wasn't us. What exactly happened?" At this moment, Zhang Xiao Lu ran up from downstairs. "Uncle, 7 criminals escaped." Zhong Wei was furious. "All members of squads 1 to 3, immediately go and catch them." "Yes." The captured servant was ordered to rush away immediately. Could it be that the Qin family is working with the fugitive? Zhao Wei's assistant, son Lu Jin, suspected. He had already been bought by 2 dead secret agents. Seeing their deaths, he was furious because their chances for promotion and wealth were gone. He wished he could tear the Qin family apart. Qin Junxian clenched his fists tightly, glaring angrily. "You're slandering us. Zhao Wei's sharp eyes looked at the two men and coldly said, "I want to see young Master Qin." "Sir, my older brother is badly injured and resting. This matter has nothing to do with us." Qin Junxian stepped in front of the door, and other shadow guards also held their swords, ready to defend. Sun Lu Jin drew his big sword and demanded, "How dare you block the way? Kill on sight." "Stop, stop, stop, it's all a misunderstanding." Zhang Xiaolu kept waving his hands at Sun Lu Jin. Fearing a conflict, Zhao Wei took his nephew aside and said, "You go handle the first floor to prevent anyone from escaping during the chaos." Seeing his uncle's serious expression, Zhang Xiaolu didn't dare hesitate and had to follow the order. Just as tensions were rising, Shi Yi came out of the room and said, "The master has replied. The young lady needs some time to fix her appearance. Lord Zhao can handle other matters first, and when she's ready, she will come to speak with you." Zhao Wei. He used delay tactics again. What secret affairs were going on inside? "First, let all the guards of the Qin family come out. I want to count the numbers." Zhao Wei suppressed his curiosity and focused on official business. He wanted to show goodwill to the Qin family, but didn't want to fully join their side. Until the last moment, he didn't want to give up his official position easily and become a fugitive himself. So, he had to be responsible and avoid leaving any clues or mistakes. Shuri said, "Our people are scattered on the roof and in the backyard. They can't leave their posts. You can come with me to investigate." Zhao Wei waved his hand, and two servants followed one of the shadow guards. Soon, they reported that everyone in the Qin family was accounted for except Wu Xiaohan. Inside the room, Su Yunwan clenched her teeth and whispered, "You go out and handle the situation. What about the master? We can't afford any mistakes." Wu Xiaohan looked at her pale face, worried. "I understand.
Just hold the line," she said.
No matter what, they couldn't let outsiders discover anything. As chaos threatened outside, Wu Xiaohan had no choice but to turn and leave. After closing the door tightly, he bowed to Zhao Wei and said, "Good night, sir." Zhao Wei smelled a faint bloodstain on him and suspected he was the murderer. His heart suddenly tightened.